This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. August, a scorching summer. The temperature 300 meters underground was bone-chilling. The entire laboratory had been paralyzed since the power switch was turned on. The air conditioner failed, and the cold wind pouring in from the pipe swept through the entire room. Thump! The trash can near the door suddenly fell to the ground, and Ewan, who had just woken up, was thrown out. There was sticky, disgusting blood on the ground. Not far away, a body was twisted and deformed, its face lying on the ground. The body was wearing a blue lab coat. On the back, near the shoulder blade, was a small red fish with a plump tail. Ewan stared at the fat tail with a dazed look, gasping for air to ease the pain. After a while, the pain had not subsided when hurried footsteps suddenly sounded at the door behind him. Ewan instinctively turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw who it was. It was Selina, his caregiver. He struggled to his feet, his voice hoarse and halting. "Selina, what happened here?" "Someone's dead." He remembered clearly that before going to bed, he was still opening his 18th birthday present. It had been a sleeping capsule given to him by his father, with a few letters printed on it from his father. "Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams." His father hoped that he, who always had trouble sleeping, would have a sweet dream. Ewan had washed up and slowly climbed into the capsule. Then, just now, he woke up and found himself not in the glue, but in a trash can. Ewan's mind was a blur for a moment. He wanted to ask what all the blood and body mattered, and who had abandoned him. He had been in poor health since childhood, and at the age of 4, his family doctor told him he was going to die. His father, upon hearing the doctor's words, spent the entire night chain smoking. The next day, he was sent to the Midden Institute for treatment, where he remained for 14 years. The Midden Institute, officially the Midden Biological Research Institute, also known as the Institute of Infectious Diseases, is one of the world's leading centers for cutting-edge biological and medical research. Ewan had always considered it home. He looked at Selina, who remained silent, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. "Snina, why are you ignoring me?" Selina's hair was tied up, and her glasses were nowhere to be found. Her face was pale, and her bloodshot eyes looked unfocused. After catching Ewan's voice, Selina's hands, hanging by her sides, suddenly had nails that shone a hideous purple red. Ewan didn't notice her nails. To his eyes, Selina's clothes were clean, and aside from her odd expression, there was nothing unusual about her. The two of them remained in a stalemate. Just as Ewan's headache was unbearable, and he was about to approach Selina to ask for a painkiller, Selina, who had been standing motionless, suddenly opened her mouth to him. "Ewan, shock!" Ewan's pupils suddenly constricted for a moment. He instinctively dodged to the side, his voice distorted with fear. "Selina." The moment she opened her mouth, Selina's previously pale face was covered with purple veins, and blood was actually dripping from her bloodshot eyes. Her nails were like sharp eagle claws, leaving a shadow as she clawed at Ewan. Ewan was hiding in a panic. He stared at Selina, who looked like a demon. His head, which had been aching since he woke, now felt like it was about to explode. I'm Ewan." He spoke frantically, hoping Selina would recognize him. Selina had cared for him meticulously for over a decade, always by his side through his treatments. She treated him like her own child, and would never hurt him. Alas, this thought was instantly shattered when Selina lunged at him, and fiercely bit his face. "It's over," Ewan thought desperately. He was going to be eaten. Selina had praised the softness of his cheeks before, and now she was going to bite him, starting with his face. Ewan fluttered, eyes closed, waiting to be bitten. At the critical moment, a figure appeared at the door. The next second, bang! A bullet lodged between Selina's eyebrows, sending a spray of blood splattering. The gunshot made Ewan's ears ring. He opened his eyes and watched Selina fall, seemingly in slow motion. At the moment of collapse, Selina's bloodshot eyes briefly cleared. She reached out and, with her last bit of strength, stuffed a small object into Ewan's pocket. Ewan's head and ears ached. The series of events had left him completely dazed, so he didn't notice Selina's subtle movements. "Menghan, check." As the gunshots faded, a tall man lowered his gun and led his team in. He tilted his head and gave instructions to the soldier beside him. Menghan received the order and quickly tossed Ewan's body aside, squatting down for a routine check. "Hello, little one. How are you feeling? Are you injured?" Menghan asked with concern, his slightly chubby face looking amiable. But his right hand remained tightly gripped around his gun, the safety pin pulled. Ewan ignored the soldier. He was still watching Selina, who had been thrown to the ground not far away. There was a large, round, bloody hole on her back, and next to it, small, bloody claw marks. It was as if a pair of tiny claws had torn Selena apart from the inside of her chest. Yuan stared at the bloody hole, trembling all over. Meng Han didn't get angry when the boy in front of him refused to cooperate. He remembered a younger brother of Major General Pei's family, who was about the same age, so he smiled and said, "Brother Pei, you take care of this kid. I keep an eye on the door." Pacey glanced at the boy sitting on the ground and, without saying anything, took a few steps closer. He bent down and personally turned Yuan over. Seeing that the man was unharmed, his expression, which had been tense until now, suddenly relaxed. "Very good, no injuries." After the examination, Pacey asked the routine questions. "I am Pacey from the 6th Regiment of the Western Region. I have been ordered to carry out this mission. Next, you must truthfully answer me, your name, hometown, and why you are here." The location of this secret shield laboratory was revealed 2 weeks ago. Because it boasts the world's most advanced intelligent security measures and various resources, many forces are interested in taking it for themselves. But looking at the endless stream of bodies, it was clear no one had succeeded. Pacey's words clearly misled him about Yuan being an outsider. Yuan struggled to his feet, watching the man before him open and close his mouth, but his ears only hummed. A few seconds later, Yuan, looking at Pacey's face, asked blankly, "What are you talking about? I can't hear you." Whether it was the gunshots being too close, or the persistent headaches causing a disturbance in his brain, Yuan experienced temporary deafness under the various stimulations. Pacey choked on the spot, smiled helplessly, and gave up trying to talk to the deaf boy. "Follow me, I protect you." Pacey made a sign, and left with Yuan. This place was too dangerous. Less than 2 hours after he led his team in, their numbers had already been reduced by half. The consequences of leaving the boy here were unimaginable. Pacey was a soldier. His mission, besides carrying out his mission, was to protect the people. The paths through the Secret Shield Research Institute are complex, and every closed laboratory could be a horror house if opened. Yuan stumbled after them. Although he couldn't hear Pacey clearly, he still said his name. This person had protected him, so he should be polite. When Pacey heard his name, he casually said, while changing his magazine, "Yuan, and means peace. Your parents must wish you well." Yuan tried hard to distinguish the other person's mouth shape, and combined with his gradually returning hearing, he nodded dazedly. Seeing him nod, Pacey couldn't help but pinch his cheek, muttering to herself, "This little idiot really does look like my younger brother." A moment later, after dismantling another lab horror house and dealing with the monsters inside, Pacey quietly handed 2 candies from his jacket pocket to Yuan. Yuan's stomach growled twice, and he heard them. Time passed. Yuan's cheeks puffed out, wrapped in the candy. He obediently played the deaf man, but in reality, he could already hear. Forced by the situation, Pacey couldn't avoid Yuan when talking to the team members. However, he raised an eyebrow and warned the deaf man, "Our conversation is confidential. No one is allowed to hear it. Understand?" "Don't worry, Brother Pei. Xiaoan is being obedient. He's been with us until now, and hasn't held us back at all." The rest of the team spoke up for Yuan. Not only had Yuan not held us back, but earlier, when they were breaking into the lab, he had randomly chosen a spot where their group had luckily landed in a weapon storage area, allowing them to restock their ammunition in time. The team all assumed Yuan was a walking lucky charm. Everyone pay attention. Our destination this time is the biological chamber in Area A. We're already at the edge of Area A. Pacey said solemnly, "Area A is likely the most dangerous place in the entire institute. No matter what happens there, I want you to handle it with the utmost composure and composure. Complete the mission and return alive." He promised, "When we return, in addition to promotions from above, I give each of you a car from my personal assets. If you don't want a car, I just give it to you in cash." Pacey was not only the second youngest major general in the Corps, he was also a genuine second-generation rich kid. Yuan listened to them for a long time before finally getting back to the mission. "Remember our mission," Pacey repeated in a low voice. "Annihilate all life in biological chamber number 1 in Area A at any cost." "Yes." The team members answered in unison, but Yuan was so frightened that he swallowed his candy. Biological chamber number 1 in Area A was where he lived. Chapter 2. Seeing that not only was his home about to be demolished, but he was also about to be wiped out, Yuan reached out and grabbed the corner of Pacey's clothes. Pacey noticed the movement and turned to look. Yuan's brown eyes widened slightly. He handed the remaining candy in his pocket back to Pacey, his hand trembling slightly as he handed it to him. Here you go." He didn't want the candy anymore. Pacey raised an eyebrow at the sight of the candy. He peeled off the candy coating, pinched Yuan's cheek with his large hands, and, while his mouth was forced open, stuffed the candy inside. I ate before I came in, so there's no need to save any for me. After stuffing the candy in, Pacey ruffled his curly hair and muttered, "You're quite good." Even though he was hungry, he still remembered to save candy for him. Yuan, Yuan's meaning was misinterpreted, so he held back his words and continued to play the deaf. The once pristine and clean Miss Heald Research Institute, as we walked along, was completely shattered, now filled with monsters that preyed on anyone they encountered. Pacey said these monsters were called polluters. Besides that name, they also had another name that the public was more accustomed to. Zombies. The origin of zombies is unknown, but they are extremely aggressive and feel no pain. There's only one way to deal with them: headshots. When Pacey mentioned headshots, Yuan instinctively rubbed his head. Luckily, he wasn't infected, so he wouldn't be headshot. After deploying a simple battle plan, Pacey led the team forward. Yuan followed at the rear, accompanied by Pacey's deputy, Meng Han. It seemed their group had truly been blessed with good luck. Although they encountered several dangers before reaching Bioroom 1, they didn't suffer any casualties. At the entrance to Bioroom number 1, Meng Han, who was closest to Yuan, took advantage of Pacey's inattention to pinch Yuan's cheek and said, "Little Lucky Star, please bless us and keep us safe." Yuan's face was torn. They weren't just here to demolish the house, so why did they still need his blessing, the owner? Be careful, everyone. Pacey examined the door and windows without blinking, practically holding his breath as he whispered, "There are 10 organisms in Bioroom number 1. No matter what their state, we must eliminate them all." The others, upon hearing this, also tensed. They had risked their lives to come here for this moment. Yuan was pinned to a safer corner, his eyes not on the door, but on Pacey. Pacey had misspoken. There weren't 10 organisms in Bioroom number 1, but 11. He, and the 10 adorable pups he picked up. The pups were a little different from him. They mimicked different animals. Some had furry ears, others had large tails. One cub disliked its short wings, and would always bury its face in his arms, crying loudly. The little octopus cub next to him would beat him up whenever he cried. The octopus cub had 8 small tentacles, making it a dominant force in fights, and the most powerful of the cubs. Selena told him that these cubs were mutants, a fusion of animal genes. The mutants were safest living in the laboratory. If they were left outside, death awaited them. The room was completely silent, without a sound. Pacey checked the time on his watch. In half an hour, a car would arrive outside the laboratory to pick them up. He no longer hesitated, raised his gun, and pushed the door open. The door swung open. A child sat on the ground with his back to them. Calling him a child wasn't quite right. After all, no child had 3 heads covered in scales. The strange-looking child lowered his head to play with a red model airplane, suddenly humming a slow song. Little pieces of paper make airplanes. Whoosh, fly up. Get brother, go home and play. His hands, dry as dead branches, waved the airplane with all their might, his humming growing louder. Everyone stared at this bizarre scene, a chill running down their spines. Yuan, however, breathed a sigh of relief. This creature with 3 heads wasn't his cub, but a variant of creature number 2. The variants of creature number 2 were strange and difficult to educate, and Selena never allowed anyone to get close to them. Yuan remembered seeing him once before crawling into the capsule to sleep. But he wasn't as old then. It was just a short nap, but Yuan felt many things were a little unfamiliar. Pacey wasn't frightened by the deformed form before him. He raised his hand and pulled the trigger sharply. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots, each one hitting the target. Pacey's marksmanship was personally trained by Xie Qiyuan at the Qinyu training camp. Apart from Xie Qiyuan, no one could match his shooting skills. Walala, fly up. Pick up brother, go home and play. Pick up brother, go home and play. The child, shot in the forehead, hummed more and more rapidly, repeating the last line of the nursery rhyme. His childish voice made his scalp tingle, and cold sweat broke out on the tip of Meng Han's nose. Brother Pei, why can't he be killed? Pacey remained calm and continued firing. Bullets blasted out one after another, hitting the child's forehead, Adam's apple, eyes, and other vital areas. Yuan's dreadful skill with Pacey's headshots made him clutch his head. The child's head was practically a bloody hole. He raised his small hand and touched each of his own heads. The first head asked the second, "Are you hungry?" The second head yelled, "I'm going to vomit." The third head interrupted angrily, "I want to eat. I want blood-soaked eyeballs, fresh ones." The conversation between the heads reached the ears of the entire team, and everyone was clear. This monster, he knew how to eat people. Yuan recognized it, too. He looked around the room he knew best, and saw the carpet strewn with broken limbs. The cartoon-printed blanket was soaked in blood, its original appearance unrecognizable. Yuan's face hardened, his face grimacing. This blanket was knitted for him by little 10th Cub himself, a labor of 3 whole months. Pei Si and his team were still furiously attacking the little freak, who had already risen from the carpet. He had no legs, and thick vines were hanging from his pants. The vines supported the little freak's body, allowing his 3 bloody heads to lunge at Pei Si simultaneously. Pei Si dodged and engaged him in a fierce struggle. Bioroom number 1 was quite large, and amidst the chaos, Yuan scurried inside, hugging the wall. He ran straight inside. In the innermost part was his sleeping quarters, and the cub's nutrition chamber. Yuan ran as fast as he could, fearing he missed the cubs if he was too late. "Yuan? Come back." Pei Si glimpsed his figure with a sharp eye and shouted from behind, "It's dangerous in there." Yuan didn't hear anything. He had already run in. The 10 neatly arranged nutrition chambers were all empty. Yuan even saw a thick layer of dust on Xiaoshi's nutrition chamber. Big cub. Second cub. Third cub. Yuan called out to each cub, but received no response. In Xiaoshi's nutrition chamber, he found a diary. Written in large letters on the cover, "Diary for Brother." The first day of the diary was June 5, 2180, his 18th birthday. Brother fell asleep again, and the eldest said, "Brother, you're going to sleep a long time this time." June 16, 2180. Wow, Xiaoba hit me again. He wants to strangle me with his tentacles. He calls me a scheming cub, deliberately pestering my brother. I hate Xiaoba. October 28, 2180. I bit off Xiaoba's tentacle. Although it grew back, I bite it again next time. Alas, when will my brother wake up? June 5, 2185. The eldest child ran away, and the people at the lab are furious. Brother, I'm in so much pain today. Diaries aren't recorded daily. There's often a time span. Yuan flipped through the pages quickly. In 2185, the eldest child ran away. In the following years, the second, third, and fourth children all ran away one after another. April 1, 2190. The last 2 pages of the diary. Xiaowu wanted me to leave, but I didn't want to. I wanted to stay with my brother. Xiaoba told me he had a way to wake my brother up. I wanted to follow him and see. Brother, you have to wait for me to come home. The diary stopped at that sentence, the rest blank. Yuan placed the diary against his heart and, just as he turned, a blood-soaked Meng Han fell near him. Bleeding from Meng Han's mouth and nose, he coughed violently. The more he coughed, the more blood came out. Seeing this, Yuan strode over to stop the bleeding. But Meng Han simply pushed him out. Don't stay with me. Go find Brother Pei. A small piece of flesh had been bitten off Meng Han's right cheek. Suppressing the physical and mental fear, he pushed Yuan to Pei Si's side. Of the team members, who had been fined just a moment ago, only 3 were left. Among them, Meng Han had a bite wound on his face. Pei Si quickly pulled Yuan behind him, breathing heavily. The hand holding the gun was bloody, and the force from firing so many times had made his hand unstable. Brother Pei, this little monster is such a glutton. Meng Han was also wearing a watch. They were all rushing for time. Only 10 minutes left. If you don't leave now, it'd be too late. The noise was so loud, the zombies attracted were closing in waves. Pei Si's expression was uncertain. He stared at the little freak still gnawing at the corpse, his hand reaching for his innermost pocket. There was a miniature bomb in his pocket. He wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. This was one of the world's most advanced biological and medical research bases, and the military valued it highly. If it were destroyed, trying to get back. Still wanting to eat. Still wanting to eat. The little freak swallowed a finger and lunged at Pei Si's face. In a flash, Pei Si's face darkened, and he made a decision. Retreat. He gave the order. The little freak ate everything. The lifeforms in this room had most likely already been devoured. All he had to do now was blow up this gluttonous freak, and his mission would be complete. Yuan was once again thrown out the door by Pei Si and escorted out. There were zombies outside, and Pei Si used them as natural sandbags to block the freaks. The injured Meng Han was carried by Pei Si, and they ran out together. A few minutes later, at an exit, Pei Si suddenly stopped. He raised his hand and ruffled Yuan's hair. Yuan, get out alive. He then looked at Meng Han again. Meng Han, take care of yourself before you lose control. Meng Han had been bitten on the face, but he showed no signs of infection yet. Pacey wouldn't kill him at this moment. After saying these two quick words, Pacey turned around and headed back without hesitation. As he ran, Yuan, who had reacted, followed him like a dead weight. Ming Han was supported by his teammates, unable to be pulled away. A few minutes later, an explosion rang out, and the only remaining teammate, Miao Miao, fell to his knees. Next to him was Meng Han, who had just been infected and had his head exploded. Brother Pei Yuan. The teammate choked with sobs. In just a few minutes, everyone around him was gone. The aftermath of the explosion was still lingering, and the evacuated teammates cried into the intercom, "Thank you, boss. Brother Pei is gone. Brother Pei is gone. Oh, my lucky charm is gone too." Chapter 3. Just as the teammates were wailing in grief, the aftermath of the explosion in creature number 1 slowly died down. The room was a mess, but the walls were intact. The gluttonous little deformities were shattered, leaving piles of zombies sprawled on the ground, their missing limbs a bloody and disgusting sight. Cough, cough, cough. A choking cough came from beneath a crippled zombie, followed by a slightly dirty hand reaching out. It was Yuan. He struggled to crawl out, not just alone, he dragged Pacey out with him. Pacey's chest and arms were covered in blood, and he was unconscious. In this situation, it was imperative to find a doctor as soon as possible. Yuan struggled to support him, trying to get out. "Brother." Suddenly, the shattered little deformities spoke again, calling directly to Yuan. "Why don't you support me?" Yuan was stunned. He turned to look at the little freak and said blankly, "I only seen you once." The little freak's voice was filled with joy when he heard this. "If you had seen me earlier, would you have raised me, just like you raised those 10 freaks?" Yuan thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe." If this little freak had asked him to raise her long ago, he might have agreed. The little freak took this possibility as a certainty and happily began to sing again. "Pick up brother, go home and play. Pick up brother, go home and play." The nursery rhyme was filled with childish joy, but the tone grew fainter. Finally, the little freak cried out for his brother and fell silent. The freak, a pile of rotting flesh, faded from bright red to gray as it lost its last bit of vitality. "He's dead?" Yuan looked at him, then thought of his lost child, and a tightness settled in his stomach. Hurry, he had to find his child. The area outside the door had been cleared by the bomb. Yuan woke up quickly, and the zombies from all directions hadn't arrived yet. Seizing this opportunity, he half-carried Pacey on his back and rushed out as fast as he could. Halfway through the rush, Pacey woke up. "Yuan," he cried hoarsely, "don't carry me, I can walk." Pacey was a man of great willpower, and naturally wouldn't let a child carry him out. He had undergone the most rigorous training under Xie, and his physical abilities were superior in every way. After recovering slightly, Pacey broke free from Yuan's hand and walked down to lead the way, leading Yuan out. Before escaping, Pacey, panting, briefly exchanged a few words with Yuan. Yuan started the conversation asking, "What year is it? Are you confused?" Pacey smiled and gestured, "It's August 18th, 2190. I don't know when this miserable time will end." Yuan was a man of few words, afraid that if he said too much, he revealed too much. Perhaps Pacey was afraid he'd get scared in this environment, so even when he was sure he couldn't hear, he still chat with him casually. "If it weren't for the sudden outbreak of infections 2 months ago, I'd still be on leave dating." Pacey had a youthful face and regular features. Unfortunately, he'd been in the army all year. Besides carrying out missions, the little time he had left was spent caring for his rebellious younger brother, leaving him with no chance to interact with the opposite sex. Yuan's regret over the failed blind date was palpable. Pacey planned to marry before he turned 35. He murmured, "If a man is still single after the age of 30, it's going to be hard to find a partner later." In today's increasingly advanced and developed world, human life expectancy is generally longer than before, with some reaching 300 years old. As life expectancy increases, the government mandates that citizens receive more education. Experts set the ideal marriage age at 38, and the childbearing age at 40. Pacey is only 28 this year, but he's already thinking about marrying young. Yuan ignored Pacey's eagerness to marry, and silently calculated his own age. After his 18th birthday, he fell asleep in the capsule. That sleep lasted for 10 years. Just now, as he passed the glass windows outside the institute, he glanced at his face. Just as she was before bed, so youthful, not a bit older. "I'm 18. Yuan's face was stern, and he announced solemnly, "I only ate my 18th birthday cake." He hadn't even gotten to eat his 19th birthday cake. "Pacey?" ? Pacey pinched his face, narrowing her eyes. "I could see it even without you saying it." Why do you have to emphasize it again, deliberately provoking me? Yuan fell silent upon hearing this. It was 10 minutes later when the two of them escaped. The car waiting at the door hadn't left yet, and the surviving team member sitting in the front was still crying, hugging someone. Don't retreat yet. Wait a moment, my brother Pei is still in there. Boss Xie said he collect my brother Pei's body. Don't rush to leave. Stay with me and wait for Boss Xie. The person who came to meet him twisted the team member's hands, muttering, I won't wait. My legs go weak when I see the evil god Xie. Don't push me away. Another man started the car. He lowered his head, pressing the car's instrument panel, and shouted, Tens of thousands of polluters in the north were slaughtered by Xie Shashan in a single day. Damn it, even a mad dog would wag its tail at the sight of him. Rumors, rumors. Our boss Xie is incredibly kind. Stop wasting your time reading gossip forums full of rumors. Just as the car was about to drive away, the tightly closed door of the laboratory opened. Pacey closed the door with his backhand, while Yuan gently pressed a button 3 centimeters to the right of the lock, on what looked like an ordinary wall. With this press, the mishealed laboratory was completely locked. The monsters inside wouldn't escape, and outsiders wouldn't have to enter to die. No one noticed Yuan's subtle gesture. Now, Pacey was the only one in their eyes. His teammates hugged him, tears of joy mingling with joy. Brother Pei, you're not dead. Pacey patted his back and explained, I was knocked unconscious by the explosion, and Yuan dragged me out. His teammates hugged Yuan again. Thank you, you lucky guy, for bringing Brother Pei out. If Brother Pei were really dead, I wouldn't know how to explain it when I get back. Pacey still had wounds from the explosion. He got into the car, asked Yuan to sit next to him, then fetched the first aid kit and began treating his wounds. The car sped towards the ground. As they climbed higher, the temperature rose steadily. Yuan removed the thick coat Pacey had given him, his face flushed from the heat in the enclosed car. Everyone was resting, tired, while those who weren't resting closed their eyes and chatted casually. The only surviving member of Pacey's team was named Lu Chao. Lu Chao made a phone call in the car. Due to the small space, the voice on the other end of the line was clearly audible to everyone. Lu Chao hesitantly called out boss, then quietly reported, Boss, you don't have to come. Brother Pei is alive again. Isn't that a surprise? Xie Qiyuan sat in the helicopter, which had just taken off, one-handedly gripping the joystick as he coldly dodged the monsters chasing behind him. He said expressionlessly into his headset, I'm so surprised. Lu Chao, Lu Chao, hearing Xie Qiyuan's calm voice, was so startled that he almost dropped his phone. Boss, I really didn't mean to lie about the military intelligence just now. I really thought Brother Pei wouldn't be able to get out. So you're not here already, are you? After asking this, Yuan, who had been secretly fanning himself with his hands, noticed that everyone in the car, who had been slouching, suddenly straightened their backs. They all stared at Lu Chao's phone, expressions solemn. As everyone waited with bated breath, a careless laugh echoed from the other end. 10 minutes ago, to rush to collect your Brother Pei's body, I abandoned my original plan and raided the B-60 contaminants nest ahead of time. It threw a tantrum at me, but I ignored it. The helicopter's halfway through, and you're telling me I don't have to come? As Lu Chao's grip on the phone trembled, his grip on the phone gradually becoming unsteady, Xie Qiyuan announced in a stern voice, just wait. Today, I have to collect one of your bodies, or Pacey's. Lu Chao, shock. Looking at the disconnected call, Lu Chao rushed to Pacey in terror. Brother Pei, help. Pacey, heartlessly, closed his eyes and stepped back. I'm a patient, and need to rest. Don't disturb me. The car suddenly erupted in chaos. Yuan, without disturbing them, raised his hand and rubbed his ears. The boss's voice had been pleasant, especially that carefree laugh. Its deep, magnetic quality seemed to carry a tiny electric current. Yuan rubbed his ears, feeling as if they were being electrocuted. After a long period of commotion, the car finally reached land. Pacey stretched and lowered the window. He gestured to Yuan, we'll be there in a little while. There's a plane coming to pick us up. Their current location was the gateway to the Mishealed Underground Research Institute. This location was remote. Whoever built Mishealed had chosen this place in the first place had no idea where it came from. The group waited for the plane to pick them up. Yuan looked up, scanning the sky for a helicopter, preferably the one he called about earlier. Yuan, come here. Pacey changed his clothes and brought water and a towel for Yuan to clean up. Yuan was a clean freak. As soon as he saw the water, he hurried to wipe his face and hands, then his rubbed skin. He wiped diligently, folding a large towel in half and covering his entire face with it, rubbing vigorously up and down. Pacey laughed as he watched him wipe his face. This kid washed his face like a kitten, quite amusing. After Yuan finished wiping himself clean, he dipped some water and pressed hard on the prickly hair on his head. After several strokes, the hair still pricked up proudly. Yuan's face grimaced, and after a few seconds of silence, he suddenly banged his head. What a disobedient hair, Pacey, Pacey. He watched the usually quiet and well-behaved child lose his temper at the prickly hair, teasing it to the point of irritation. Chapter 4. Yuan heard Pacey's chuckle and immediately dropped his hand, looking over. Pacey put his fist to his lips, hiding the smile, and pretended nothing had happened. Come on, Yuan. He changed the subject, picking up a pen and paper and writing. Let's do a little research, so I can take you back. Can you read? Yuan hesitated when he saw the words on the paper. He had already pretended to be deaf, so was he going to pretend to be illiterate now? Pacey waited patiently for him to read, and when he finally nodded, he continued writing. Tell me where you're from, and why did you go to Midden? Yuan was not stupid. He knew his origins couldn't be discovered. After all, it didn't matter if he was discovered, because he still had 10 little mutant cubs. I'm sick, and I don't remember a lot of things. Yuan slowly began to explain. My mother died when I was 4, and my father took me to the hospital. Every time I'm treated, I have some after effects, and I can't remember a lot. He wasn't completely lying. During his treatment, he forgets something every time he woke up, but it was always unimportant. His parents, Selena, his cubs. He remembered everything. After you had explained his life story, the rest was pure nonsense. I came to be done with some people. I don't know them, but they said they could make a fortune here. There are too many outsiders in me done, and almost everyone who enters dies. Death without proof. Pacey clutched the paper, a strange silence falling for a moment. This lucky little guy, he said he was lucky, but he's lost all his family. He must have had bad luck. Even the special forces were wiped out in this awful research institute, and yet he managed to come out unscathed. Hey, what's your father's name? Guinan. What about your mother? Yunnan. Yuan took his mother's last name, and his father changed it after meeting her. Once, after learning his parents' names, the little boy frowned and analyzed carefully. Uncle Gu, that's called love-brained. Yuan didn't remember much about his mother, he only remembered that his father loved her very much. Pacey wrote down his parents' names, and asked a few more questions before putting away the paper and pen, a look of worry on his face. Your answer to this question didn't give me any crucial information. He had given his father's name, but he couldn't remember where he lived or what he did for a living. Pacey rubbed his head hard, and decided to take him back. Several new living bases have been built in the West District. Staying in one is better than wandering around. Let's go grab a bite to eat in the car. Pacey is a Major General in the 6th Corps. Needless to say, he'd be back on a whirlwind of missions upon his return. By then, he likely won't have many chances to see Yuan again. Yuan obediently followed Pacey to get food. Soon, the car phone rang. The voice on the other end was urgent. Emergency mission. Let Pacey answer the call. Pacey's phone had been destroyed upon entering the laboratory, so the only way to reach him now was through the other people in the car. Acknowledging the urgency, Pacey, who was walking over, quickened his pace and approached. 2.9 kilometers from you, a group of people have been in an accident while being evacuated. Among them is the widow of a martyr. Pacey, I need you to rescue them immediately. Pacey's expression darkened. He saluted. Roger, mission accomplished. Everyone quickly boarded the vehicle, including Yuan. A route map and specific locations were transmitted, and the driver stepped on the accelerator, rushing to the destination at top speed. Pacey seized the opportunity to recharge his energy, study the route, and familiarize himself with the upcoming mission. Seeing them geared up, Yuan couldn't help but reach out and tug at Pacey's arm. Pacey looked up. Yuan whispered, "You're injured?" Pacey had been injured at the research institute. Pacey smiled at his words and said, "It's not a serious injury. It's nothing serious." Lu Chao, sitting next to Pacey, interjected, "Don't worry. Our boss Xie broke several bones back then, yet he managed to complete the mission without batting an eyelid. Brother Pei was brought up by him, so he's not that squeamish." Lu Chao boasted for a long time, then blurted out his true feelings. "Brother Pei, is there a possibility that boss Xie is just showing off?" Pacey thought to himself, "I thought of that possibility a long time ago." But thinking of Xie Qiyuan's cold face and his scolding style, he swallowed his words and ignored the idea. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. "Yuan, stay in the car. We're going to switch vehicles and start the operation." Pacey opened the car door and rushed out, gun in hand. In their sight, they could see several large trucks, and a truck trapped by the zombie tide. The people in the car were desperately calling for help. They had no ammunition, and could only sit in the car and keep shrinking inside. The zombies, their masks distorted, stretched out their arms, breathing heavily, clawing at them again and again. The car packed with people began to shake under the zombie's shove. "Aren't you moving yet? The zombies are climbing up. Where's Officer Lee? He said he'd get us out alive." "I want Officer Lee. Did that Lee abandon us and run away? He had a gun, so he must have run off." The car kept calling for Officer Lee, until a child in the far corner wiped away tears and choked out, "Lee Susu put me up, and then she got bit. Susu got bit, and when she wouldn't get up, he hit her head. Bang, Susu was gone." The child sobbed as he described what had happened. He had just been calling for Officer Lee, but after hearing this, they all fell silent. Just as an atmosphere of despair spread through the car, the shaking suddenly stopped. Someone brave enough looked outside and saw a zombie, still pushing against the car, suddenly have a small blood-red flower splattered on its forehead. Then, with a thud, it fell to the ground. Gunfire continued. The zombie tide finally changed direction, shifting its target. The newly arrived cars, besides attracting the zombies, were also searching the ground for any lone individuals. Ewan, sitting in the car, was initially safe. But soon, his driver also rushed towards the zombie gathering. "I heard Lu Chao call you little lucky guy, sit tight. Brother, I take you for some bumper cars." "June," the driver said, immediately showing off his driving skills. After a few bumpy rides, Ewan, sitting in the back, covered his mouth with his hands and said, "Ugh." He was about to vomit. Ewan knew June was serious about his work, so even when he felt like vomiting, he simply covered his mouth tightly and remained silent. With Pacey leading the charge, the situation visibly eased. Ewan watched the car, under attack by zombies, slowly begin to move. He glanced outside, then upwards. Still, no planes were flying overhead. "Drive." He heard Pacey shout from outside, "Drive faster, we cover your retreat." Pacey said he would cover your retreat, but the zombies were pouring in like a swarm of dumplings. Ewan sat in the car, his face pressed against the window, watching them fight the zombies without blinking. He needed to watch and learn more. Once he got out of this place, he'd have to leave. He wanted to venture out on his own, become stronger, and bring all his cubs back. The car finally made it a little further. Pacey returned to Ewan inside and bandaged his wounds again. The bloody wound, doused in powder, was so irritating it almost made him cry out. "Here." Ewan waited until he finished bandaging it, then handed him some water. "Your mouth is chapped." Pacey took the water and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Thanks to the ammunition in the car and Pacey's experience dealing with zombies, they managed to escape the horde, allowing the escorting vehicles to safely depart. With so many people on board, Pacey prioritized getting them to safety. The zombies couldn't outrun the car's 4 legs, and as they ran, the number of them dwindled. Ewan glanced back several times, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the zombies were completely gone. Click. The sound of tires screeching to a halt suddenly rang out as the car in front, for some reason, slammed to a halt. He braked suddenly, and all the cars behind him followed suit. Ewan was caught off guard, and his forehead slammed against the chair in front of him. Pacey straightened up and immediately called out to the car in front. "What happened? Why did you stop?" "A tree has fallen ahead, blocking the road. We can't get through unless you move the tree." The driver said this, but didn't get out. It was obvious he was afraid. Pacey saw this, and got out without hesitation. He picked a few people to help him move the tree. Ewan hurriedly joined him, willing to help. "Take me with you. I can do it." Ewan had been protected for so long, and felt embarrassed to just sit there and act like a useless person. Pacey looked around. It was quiet, and there didn't seem to be any danger. But his heart was still hanging in the balance, and he didn't dare to let down his guard. "Follow me closely." "Yes." The others trotted over, and saw the tree blocking the road. The tree was very long and thick, its roots half exposed, buried in a pit, while the trunk was bent almost horizontally. The leaves on the trunk were lush green, brimming with vitality. "Come on, move it," Pacey instructed them, quick and decisive. Lu Chao looked down at the tree, wondering, "Brother Pei, I've been here before, and I remember only a shabby sapling, not a tree this big." A tree this big would have taken at least 100 years to grow. Ewan, standing at the back, heard this and subconsciously glanced at the tree's roots. He saw a lot of blood. Blood and torn clothes. No body. Yuan stared at the roots. The previously motionless roots came to his eyes, and the lines on the dry, hard bark seemed to come alive. Brown lines surged, a faint red glow lingering within them. Yuan rubbed his eyes, but the lines continued to move. A sudden chill ran down his spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. This tree eats people. Yuan finished, pulling the person closest to him aside. Pei Si, needing no help, dodged a few meters from the tree. The moment they dodged, the tree, which had been lying peacefully, suddenly extended its long branches, stabbing at them. Pei Si fired several rounds at the tree. The tree, thicker than a man, showed no reaction to the bullets. Its branches whipped in the air like a fierce whip. What the hell is this? Someone asked, their scalp tingling. Can trees become spirits? Since the zombie outbreak, this was the first time they had seen a tree capable of killing and eating people. Although Pei Si was seeing this for the first time, he said calmly, tie it up. Have the people in the car reroute. Don't let it get close to the car behind us. Yes. The men were tangled up in the tree, clearly at a disadvantage. Lu Chao dodged awkwardly, holding Yuan behind him, panting, you lucky little bastard, you're screwed. We're really going to die here this time. Yuan's face was tense. Even in this situation, he was still well protected. Pei Si looked at Lu Chao and sternly said, get Yuan back to the car. Yuan didn't want to hold him back, but he had nothing in his hands, and couldn't even charge in a fight. Just as the situation seemed to be turning into a deadly situation, Yuan's ears suddenly moved. He looked up, his amber eyes fixed on the sky, and shouted, helicopters are coming. The helicopter is coming. These few words were like a life-saving charm. When they saw the landing helicopter, their faces lit up with joy. Thank you, Dad. Exhausted, Lu Chao immediately recognized his father. He burst into tears of joy. We can retreat. With Xie Yuan here, there's no need for them to get in the way. Xie Yuan emerged from the helicopter, dressed in a black metallic combat uniform. He was slightly taller than Pei Si, and his long legs, clad in his trousers, made Yuan envious. Yuan had always wanted to be taller. The others withdrew, and Xie Yuan took over. The lower half of Xie Yuan's face was covered with something resembling a metal mask, stained with someone's blood. The remaining half of his face revealed a straight nose, and his dark eyes seemed to carry a chilling chill. Thank you, Dad. I leave this to you. Lu Chao ran over, still holding Yuan. Seeing Xie Yuan teasing Yuan, Lu Chao hurriedly introduced him. This is little Lucky Bag. We brought him back from the research institute. He saved Brother Pei. Xie Yuan's gaze lingered on Yuan's face for a few seconds. Then, he tossed Yuan a lunchbox, a thank you gift. On the way over, Xie Yuan was stopped by a piece of seafood. He casually scraped a small seafood platter from the large fish. Yuan clearly wasn't expecting a thank you gift. He paused for a moment, then hugged the lunchbox. After tossing it, Xie Yuan left, heading to the front to deal with the situation. This time, Lu Chao didn't put Yuan in his car. He put her in the car of the people being evacuated. Little Lucky Bag, you go ahead. Our car will be exploring the route next, so it's not safe. Don't worry, I'll be back for you shortly. Lu Chao said, forcing Yuan into the car. Yuan was a well-behaved child. After getting into the car, he opened his lunch box and looked at the welcome gift he had just received. Inside the small tin box, half the box was filled with chopped octopus tentacles. Yuan's face instantly turned green. Especially after he inspected one of the tentacles, he turned around and yanked hard at the back door. Let me out. Let me out. Yuan's eyes were red with anger, but no one opened the door for him. He pressed his face against the rear window, staring in Xieqi's direction, and continued his fury. Give me back my baby. His baby octopus had been turned into seafood. In the back of the car, Pei Si looked at Yuan, whose eyes were red, and who knew what he was saying, and felt a strange pang of sadness. It seems Yuan can't bear to part with me. It was just a change of car, and the child was already so emotional. Lu Chao sighed. Maybe the lucky guy doesn't want to be separated from me. He's so sweet, so cute. I treat him like my little brother when we get back. The two of them were deeply moved as they watched Yuan, who was still tapping on the window. Chapter 5. In the car, Yuan banged on the window until his palms were red. He watched the figure behind him shrink, finally letting go. The lunchbox tucked in his arms was ice cold as Yuan's heart. A skinny man, seeing him calm down, said to him coldly, "Stop fussing?" Yuan looked down at the little tentacle and sniffed. The man's gaze shifted down to his box, and he spoke again. Will you sell this box of food? I'd buy it. The man loved seafood, and he hadn't had any of it in a long time since the zombie outbreak. Ewan hugged the box tightly, his face stern, and spat out 2 words, "Not for sale." This was his little octopus's tentacle. He recognized it. Little Baw's color was dark purple with a hint of brown, unlike any other octopus. Besides the color difference, Little Baw's tentacles were also unique. Ewan knew every detail about each of the cubs. With trembling hands, he pinched the tentacles, suppressing the heartache of losing his cubs as he analyzed their conditions. Before he fell asleep, except for the eldest cub, which was about to reach maturity, the others hadn't yet reached maturity and were still in the growth phase. He didn't know what the bodies of the cubs reaching maturity would look like. Ewan grew anxious as he thought about it. He wanted to jump out the window again and run back to find the man whose face he couldn't even see clearly. "Hey, I'm really rich." The man who wanted to buy seafood approached him. He had a long scar running from the corner of his right eye to near his ear, giving him a somewhat gangster-like look. Ewan was annoyed and fumed. "I said I'm not selling. This is Xiao Ba's tentacle. He's going to bury it in the ground soon, not let anyone else eat it." Yuan's repeated refusal made the man lose face, and a malicious look appeared in his eyes. He looked Yuan's face over and over, then sneered and returned to his seat. The bus was mostly filled with women and children, including a pregnant woman about to give birth. Everyone was quiet, almost deadly. Someone peered out the window. The once clean and tidy streets were now covered in filth, with lone zombies roaming around. The ground was covered in bloodstains and black marks from gasoline burns. "When will this hellish situation end?" The man clenched his fists and angrily said, "I just paid off my mortgage, and it's gone. I worked so hard all my life, and I don't know what I achieved. Now I just want peace and quiet." Someone else replied, "It's good to be alive. As long as you're alive, there's hope." No one in the car was in the mood to chat. Even when they expressed their frustration and anger, no one responded. Ewan, clutching his lunchbox, suddenly asked, "Uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, can you lend me your phone? I want to call my dad." In all his years at the research institute, Ewan had seen his father only a handful of times. His father rarely visited him, and when he did, he didn't play with him. He just sat by his side, watched him study and eat, and then left when he went to sleep. Ewan sometimes wondered if his father loved him at all. Or perhaps, his father treated him well, gave him birthday gifts, and allowed him to receive treatment admitted to prolong his life, all because he was his mother's son. Ewan's father's phone rarely got through in a year, but he desperately wanted to call him now. "Uncle and aunt, What nonsense! Didn't you see everyone didn't want to lend it to you?" The skinny man who had just had a disagreement with Ewan took the opportunity to taunt him. Yuan's argument with the man had long been known to others, and to them, such arguments meant trouble. No one wanted to get involved. After being interrupted, Yuan looked around at the people in the car. Only one child, despite his grandmother's urging, gave him his small cell phone. Unfortunately, it was a toy phone and couldn't make calls. The car jolted halfway along the road. The military vehicle escorting them had stopped several waves of zombie hordes. The road ahead wasn't far, they just needed to hold on a little longer, and they would reach the safety of their base. Ewan leaned back, grasping the window. The last military vehicle disappeared, and the driver, clearly aware of it, spoke in a panic, "Where's the car? Is the one following us gone?" "Drive yours, they catch up." "Yeah, drive faster, don't worry about them." The driver was urged to go faster, but he still felt unsure. They had originally lived near a factory complex. As everyone knows, factories with free food and lodging always have plenty of people, so the journey was difficult. Without the military vehicle's escort, the driver kept muttering, "No zombies, no monsters, let me pass." The more he muttered, the more it came. As the driver muttered sincerely, a man in a vest, like a long-distance runner, sprinted from the side of the road and slammed his face against the window of his car. Roar! The man in the vest's face was dented with bites, and a growl of desperate need for food emanated from his throat. The sound was both a threat and a call to his fellow zombies. After this low growl, another group of zombies, all wearing vests, came running out. Besides wearing white vests with numbers on them, they all had one other thing in common. They all ran incredibly fast. Where did they come from? Why are they running so fast? The woman sitting next to you and watched the group of long-distance runners scramble onto the train, her face shattered. Someone who knew the inside story gritted her teeth and said, "This is a training camp for various sports. Athletes of all kinds live here year-round." The long-legged zombie in the white vest was undoubtedly a runner. While the long-legged zombie clung to the train, several shot-put zombies were called in to the buffet. The shot-put thudded against the train. Ewan could clearly feel the car inevitably slowing down and swerving. Without assistance this time, if they really stopped here, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Drive steadily. The skinny man in front of Ewan sternly shouted. After this section, there will be no more factories or these messy training camps on the road. As long as they could make it through this section, they would survive. The driver's mental defenses were nearly broken. He couldn't ignore the slapping windows and the drooling. He relied entirely on muscle reflex to control the steering wheel. Help! My windows are about to break. Get them out. Seeing the driver about to collapse, the skinny man's triangular eyes glared, and the malicious thoughts that had been brewing in his mind burst out uncontrollably. I have a way to save everyone in the car. What's that? At the question, the man's eyes squinted as he opened the car door a tiny gap. The next second, before anyone could react, the man's hand suddenly shoved at the old man leaning against the door. Ewan realized his intention, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Without a second's thought, he leaned forward and grabbed the old man's arm. Thump! A dull thud as a body fell to the ground. The old man's arm slipped from Ewan's still open grasp. In a split second, Ewan could have caught him. After the man pushed the old man off, some of the zombies crouching in the car instantly dispersed, abandoning the vehicle to feed, and the pressure on the car suddenly decreased. The small gap closed. Ewan stared at the man intently, stating each word with measured precision. You killed someone. The man scoffed, dismissing the question. I've been meaning to do this for a long time. If those soldiers hadn't driven over, I could have gotten away this way. Ewan leaped to his feet, but before he could even approach the man, he pulled out a gun and pressed it against his forehead. I took this gun from a police officer. It's loaded. If you're not afraid of death, I send you packing right now. Ewan's forehead was pressed against his eyes burning with rage. The others watched, their lips moving, but no one spoke. They despised the man's actions, but this bait-and-switch method was the most effective way to save themselves. No one wanted to die until they were found. The child who had given Ewan the toy phone opened his eyes wide. Looking at his handsome brother with a gun pointed at him, he shouted, "Bad guy." Pushing an old man off the bus and bullying a little boy, this uncle is a bad guy. The child's voice was so clear and tender that his grandmother couldn't even cover his mouth. The man's eyes narrowed at the child's scolding. He gave Ewan a hard shove and turned to pick up the child. The people sitting next to the old man and child saw him coming and quickly moved away, no one daring to stop him. Ewan climbed up from the ground and saw that he had already lifted the child. The child, wearing overalls, looked chubby. After being lifted up, he still kicked with all his might on his short legs, howling and wailing, "You bad guy. I have the police arrest you." The child's grandmother, watching her grandson being carried away, begged for mercy and fear. "My child is still young and doesn't understand. Please, be magnanimous and don't bother with him. Children are my biggest annoyance." The man refused to listen and carried the child to the door, clearly intending to use him as bait for another attack. The grandmother's face turned pale with fear. She crawled over and continued to beg, "Throw me down, please, don't throw my grandson. This child has a miserable life. His father died saving someone, and his mother died of cancer years ago. This child is only 4 years old. He can't die." The old woman kowtowed, and everyone in the car turned away in dismay at her sobs. Ewan looked at the entire carload of people, and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. He lived in the laboratory for years, rarely interacting with the outside world. He had seen soldiers like Meng Han, who would rather die than retreat to complete their missions, and soldiers like Pei Si, who, regardless of danger, prioritized the lives of the people above all else. And now, he had seen another side of human nature. It's a dark, numb side. Yuan's entire body was tense. He didn't try to pull the old woman from the ground, nor did he say another word to the man. His right hand slid down, reaching for his pocket. Inside was a saber, a gift from Pei Si. Engraved on the saber was a thank you, a reward Pei Si had won during training on Chinyu Island. Yuan clutched the saber tightly, silently waiting for his chance. 3 minutes later, the zombies hanging from the carriage hadn't been shaken off yet. The man, carrying the spitting child, opened the door again. Now, the old woman grabbed her grandson's chubby legs and strained to pull him into her arms. The man refused to relent, determined to throw the child away. Yuan swung the saber, stabbing him in the arm with all his might. "Go to hell." Yuan swatted his gun away, pulled the knife out, and thrust it back into his other hand. The child was desperately pulled back into his grandmother's arms. The man, so arrogant just moments before, now had both his hands broken and fell to the ground like a cripple. Despite the fall, The small opening he had just opened remained open, with zombie hands already clawing at him. Behind him was the child he had just rescued, and in front of him were the zombies pressing in. Ewan saw no other options. He grabbed the zombie in front of him and leaped over. Close the door. Bang. The door slammed shut, and Ewan fell, breaking free from the zombies and running. He rushed forward without looking back, accidentally knocking down a short, fat zombie. I wonder if the zombie was a little dazed, or if it didn't know how to bite when Ewan bumped into it. Ouch. The short zombie froze for a few seconds before turning and chasing. He howled incoherently as he followed Ewan's heels. Ewan didn't want to be gnawed on the face. Behind him, like a string of grasshoppers, zombies were chasing him, one after another. He didn't know how long he ran. Ewan twisted and turned until he saw a few houses. He gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and rushed towards them. In front of the houses lay many scattered stones. Some had been carved into shapes, while others were still uncut. Ewan stared at the stones, ready to hit the zombie behind him on the head with them. But he was so focused that his foot caught a broken stone, and he lost his balance, landing his forehead on the large stone lion. Grunt. Ewan's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. He fell face first onto the ground, looking as peaceful as if he had died instantly. The zombies chasing him looked at Ewan on the ground, but none of them came forward. The zombies looked at each other in bewilderment. The shortest and fattest one finally stepped forward. He opened his mouth, took a bite of Ewan's clean, white arm. After just one bite, the short, fat zombie retreated in disgust. Ugh. Disgusting. The zombies slowly dispersed. The skin around the bite mark on Ewan's arm changed color slightly. The speed of time is unpredictable. Elsewhere, exhausted, Pei Si and Lu Chao hurried back to the base. Before them, several vehicles of people who had been evacuated had already returned. The last vehicle was mostly filled with people picked up along the way. The families of the martyrs in the front, who didn't choose the most expensive vehicle, took the simplest one. When all the vehicles returned, Pei Si saw that the front vehicle was luckier, with no one missing, and casually said, "You should have put Ewan up front." Lu Chao said nonchalantly, "I already evacuated everyone. Let's go and see him." Xie Yuan looked in their direction, but didn't follow. He turned to leave, when a child in overalls clung to his thighs. The child, tears welling in his eyes, sat down on his feet. "Excuse me, are you a police officer?" Xie Yuan, Chapter 6. Xie Yuan lowered his eyes, looked at the child sitting at his feet, and took off his metal mask. The child's figure was reflected in his dark eyes, and his usually cold voice was flat. "What are you calling the police for?" The child was about to speak. Pei Si and Lu Chao, who were searching for Ewan nearby, happened to see the scene and rushed over. They were all wearing military uniforms, and the child recognized them. The polite child turned his head and said an I how to each of them. Pei Si bent down, looked at the child in confusion, and asked, "What are you doing here? Where are your parents?" "Oh, I'm calling the police." The child didn't stray from the topic at all. He mustered up his courage and came to the 3 police officers to complain. It was the first time Pei Si had seen such a young child come to the police. The child climbed up from Xie Yuan's feet and began to gesture his complaint. "Bad boy, pick up the nest and throw it away." Pretty brother hit the bad boy, knife, sharp. Prickly. Brother, it fell. The 4-year-old's narration was accompanied by hand and foot gestures and various onomatopoeia. Fortunately, Pei Si had personally raised children. He frowned and guided the child through the story of what happened in the car. After finishing, Pei Si and Lu Chao exchanged a glance, each thinking of Ewan, whom they had yet to find. A sense of foreboding filled them both. Pei Si tried to keep his voice steady as he asked the child, "That brother, isn't he the one with curly hair, very handsome, and wearing a white shirt?" The child, tears welling up from his complaint, nodded vigorously under the gazes of the adults. After he nodded, the atmosphere suddenly froze. For a long moment, Lu Chao turned his face away, his eyes red as he muttered a low curse. Fuck. The lucky little kid who had been staying with them unharmed, having escaped all the way without being harmed by the monster, was actually kicked out of the car. Pei Si clenched his fists tightly. After trying to catch his breath, he pulled the complaining child into his arms and walked out. "Take me to identify the bad guy, and I buy you some candy." Needless to say, Lu Chao followed. The 2 of them were now blaming themselves with regret. Unless they found something to do, they couldn't calm down. As Xie Yuan watched them walk away, his mind drifted back to the young boy he had met not long ago. What a shame. Ewan in his coma, still had no idea what had happened at the base. He lay in front of the stone-filled house from dusk till night. Summer nights are filled with the chirping of insects. Unknown insects rustled and chirped in the shadows, occasionally interspersed with strange cries. When Ewan was awakened, his eyes were blurry from the blood on his forehead. Unable to see clearly, he sat up and said, I'm blind. After several seconds of blindness, he rubbed his eyes, wiping away some of the blood, and finally could barely see the scene before him. A large stone lion, a tightly closed door. This was where he had hit his head. Ewan glanced around cautiously. Seeing no zombies, he quickly ran to push the door open. The night was dangerous. He had to hide inside the house. Luckily, the front door was unlocked and could be easily opened. The house was small and quiet, without a sound. Ewan entered the bedroom, checked, and locked it behind him. The bedroom light wasn't working, but there were a few candles. The red candles were even engraved with a Chinese character for she. Ewan loved bright things like this. He lit the candles. Ewan unexpectedly stumbled upon an old cell phone. The phone looked bulky and antique, but even for an antique, it still had 2 bars of battery. He fumbled around and entered his father's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call didn't connect, and it automatically switched to a voice message. Ewan clutched the phone and left a message for his father. Dad, this is Ewan. I've been out of the institute. I'm safe now. Don't worry about me. If you get a voice message, remember to contact me. After leaving his father's message, Ewan looked at his phone, unsure who to contact. His children had been away for so long that even with a cell phone, he didn't know its number. The small bedroom connected to an even smaller bathroom. The bathroom was simple, with only a faucet and a few basins. Ewan had always loved cleanliness. He looked down at his clothes. They were filthy. Not only were his clothes dirty, but his body also hurt, probably from the fall when he jumped from the car. There was a dead silence outside the door. Ewan finally succumbed to the temptation of a shower. He walked into the bathroom, gently turned on the faucet, and filled the small, clean basin. The ice-cold water rubbed against his skin. Strangely, Ewan touched his face. It wasn't cold, but rather a little hot. Do I have a fever? No one was around. Ewan muttered quietly to himself. He avoided his bruised forehead and touched it. Yes, it's a little hot. As he washed, he moved onto his arm. Ewan tilted his head and saw a purple, bleeding tooth mark on his right arm. The color near the teeth marks wasn't normal skin color. It was the same color as the zombies biting people outside. Tooth marks, discoloration, fever. Ewan frightened himself to the ground. His mind raced, and in a flash, he figured out why he hadn't been surrounded by zombies while crouching in the doorway. It turned out that he had been bitten by all the zombies. Ewan had heard Pacey say at the research institute that zombies were highly contagious. Once bitten or scratched by a zombie, one would mutate and become a new zombie. Becoming a new zombie meant that one would become ruthless and would bite anyone they encountered. Ewan stared blankly at the bite marks. The water in the small basin in front of him overflowed unnoticed, forming several small streams on the ground. A long moment passed. The bathroom door opened, and Ewan, clean and refreshed, emerged, his eyes wet. He put his wrung-out white shirt back on, and found a light-colored long-sleeve sweater in the closet to throw over it. After doing all this, Ewan climbed onto the bed and tied his ankles with a rope. Then he lay quietly, waiting for his complete transformation into a zombie. The weight was too much to bear. Ewan couldn't help but pull out his phone, which only had 2 bars of battery left. He found the recording function and began recording his last words. My name is Ewan, and I'm about to die. I don't want to die at all. I haven't found my son yet, and I haven't seen my father. If anyone finds me, could you please bury me in the ground? I try to sprout in the ground, and maybe my father and son will see the little sprouts that emerge. Ewan's last words took so long that he yawned and fell asleep uncontrollably. The next day, Ewan's nails had grown a little longer and harder, but he hadn't completely transformed into a zombie. The third day, 2 small fangs appeared at the front of Ewan's face. He tried it, but they couldn't even bite through the back of his hand. The fourth day, Ewan's persistent fever finally subsided, but it subsided too much, leaving his temperature at around 32 degrees Celsius. The fifth day, Ewan pried open the window and peeked out. He found a bag, packed his clothes, cell phone, and some miscellaneous items, and left. The owner of the house, whether murdered or fleeing, hadn't returned yet. Ewan, carrying his bag, walked forward without looking back. He had to find a way to find Yuan's whereabouts, or where he had stayed. As Ewan walked, he thought about Yuan. He felt a little annoyed. They had met so hastily, and Xie Yuan's face was covered. He still didn't know what he looked like in full. Lu Chao had mentioned during their conversation that if their boss, Xie, quit one day, he'd be able to make a lot of money selling his face and body. The zombies roamed the streets like ghosts. Yuan, a half-finished zombie, didn't dare run into them. The sight of the other zombies, covered in blood, instinctively frightened him. They traveled for days. Yuan got lost and ended up in the suburbs. He looked around, bewildered and at a loss. Where's my path? How could the path disappear while I was walking? Just as Yuan was getting more and more confused, he caught a faint cry, the tender cry of a baby. Besides him, several other uninvited guests also heard it. Tell the baby not to make any noise. These guys are deliberately staying put to find us. Along with the baby's cries, the voices of adults could be heard. The baby is so hungry, and I have nothing to feed her. The woman sobbed, You can't let me smother her, can you? She's only 5 months old, and she cry when she's hungry. The voice was actually very soft. Yuan rubbed his ears, but he felt he could hear them clearly. Since being bitten, he felt his hearing was much better than before. The baby was still crying. The zombies roaming the suburbs were dragging their feet towards them. It was unknown what these zombies had experienced in their lives, and their bodies were in a state of severe decay. The zombies' bodies were decaying, and their mouths, on their terrifying faces, were still opening and closing. Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths, as they searched for food. Seeing the zombies approaching, Yuan, no matter how frightened, did not turn around and run. In this world where monsters run rampant, morality is often vulnerable to survival. But occasionally, there are exceptions. Yuan, relying on his keen hearing, was the first to locate the survivors with the baby. The survivors consisted of a man, 2 women, and a starving baby crying. Yuan's appearance startled them all. Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you escape. Yuan fished out some biscuits and water from his bag and handed them to them. The woman took the food and hugged the baby tightly. Follow me. I know where there's a car. Can you drive? I can't. Yuan had been wandering around for the past few days, not just to find his way, he had also stocked up on supplies. The woman holding the baby was grateful to him and followed him, whispering, I can drive, and I know how to get to the nearest survivor base. Yuan, shock! We found the right person. The woman fed the baby some softened cookies. She looked frail, but her words were very logical. We had a car, but on the way to the base, we encountered a monster, a half-man, half-spider creature. We were the only ones who escaped. She didn't go into detail about the monster, but the fact that only a few of us survived from the entire car speaks volumes about the tragedy. The surviving man lowered his voice and added, That monster has a name, aberrations, or just freaks. They appeared long before the zombies. Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Those things are just like zombies. They all die out sooner or later. The man gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, we humans will definitely outlive those things. Yuan said nothing. With Yuan leading the way, and the baby quietly sucking on his biscuits, they successfully made their way to a tractor. The woman stared at the tractor, lost in thought. Yuan had already climbed into the basket. He looked at the woman, still motionless, and asked, Are you going to start? The woman handed the baby to another person and bravely walked forward. 10 minutes later, the tractor finally started. The woman knew the way, and she drove it like a Ferrari. Yuan struggled to hold onto the side of the tractor, his fur flying in the wind. The tractor drove all day. Yuan had excellent hearing, and he gradually developed a certain intuition. If he could tell where zombies were, they were guaranteed to be there. With Yuan, their little cheat, they successfully reached the survival base the woman was heading to. At the gate of the survival base, Yuan, who had evolved from a small lucky charm to a little cheat, spotted a military vehicle about to depart. The man sitting in the military vehicle wore a signature metal mask. He lazily leaned back, eyes closed, waiting for the driver to start. Seeing this, Yuan rushed forward like a cannonball. But after a few steps, the man who had been with him pulled him back. Stop running around. We need to get checked out. Everyone who comes here needs a physical exam. Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected a physical exam. If he really had to, the marks on his arm would be visible as soon as he rolled up his sleeves. Yuan was anxious and panicked. He was anxious to find someone, but he was also afraid of being mistaken for a zombie. In a flash, a light bulb suddenly lit up in Yuan's head. I got it! He seized the moment and hid behind a tree, backpack in hand. When the confused man came over, he saw the innocent and well-behaved boy with his sleeves rolled up, revealing a large blue dragon tattoo on his right arm. The man was immediately in awe. Chapter 7. Yuan found the tattoo in a house he had passed earlier. In addition to the tattoos, the house also contained clothing with skull prints and earrings. A photo of a boy similar to him sat on the bedside table. The boy had a cool look, shirtless and his tattoos visible. After finding the tattoo, Yuan opened the closet and saw the boy, who had been dead for days. The boy hadn't been bitten to death, but had drunk a large amount of drugs in fear. Numerous pills lay scattered around his body. A cool breeze blew by. Standing under a large tree, Yuan folded his arms, quietly staring at the man before him. I really didn't realize it. The man said admiringly, that dragon of yours is so cool. I wanted to get one for a while, but my elders are old-fashioned. I'd be beaten to death if I did. Yuan's compliments made him go from calm to slightly guilty. Finally, he mumbled, it's just average. He had originally wanted a white tiger tattoo. The white tiger's furry appearance was better than the blue dragon's. But the white tiger's color couldn't hide the bite marks on his arm. Let's go! We need to get checked out. After we're checked out, we can go back inside and start living. Stayed outside for so long, no one would be able to bear it. Yuan followed nervously. At the base gate, armed soldiers stood beside a doctor in a white coat, ready for any emergency. Behind the doctor's office were several small tents, where outsiders were to undergo physical examinations. As Yuan approached, he listened to the man explain their situation. Our temperatures are normal, and we haven't had direct contact with zombies in the past 2 days. Do I have to take off my clothes for inspection? Okay. The man finished negotiating. Seeing he couldn't avoid it, Yuan was the first to step forward. Can you examine me faster? The person I'm looking for is leaving soon. The military vehicle parked not far away was about to depart. A handsome doctor wearing thin-framed glasses smiled and asked him, who are you looking for? I want to see if I know him. Yuan hesitated and said, Xie Yuan? The doctor, The doctor's smile froze. Yuan found his reaction a little strange, so he said cautiously, it's okay if you don't know him. The doctor cleared his throat and said, I know him. Such a demon, it was inevitable that everyone would recognize him. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly behind his lenses, and his inquiring gaze fell calmly on Yuan's face. What do you want from Commander Xie? Yuan pursed his lips and didn't answer. As they were talking, a portly middle-aged man in a white coat approached. Dr. Tang, I'm a new volunteer. Let's have this kid examine me in my tent. I just got here, and my tent's empty. Yes, Dr. Tang replied, and arranged for Yuan to go to his tent. The portly man smiled and led Yuan into the tent, asking him to remove his clothes. During this special period, the examination was simple and rough. Yuan had no wounds on his body. The only teeth marks were completely covered by the blue dragon tattoo. The man's eyes stared at him, becoming a little distracted. After finishing, Yuan hurriedly put on his clothes, desperate to find someone. Kid, you look so sweet, but you're actually quite wild, aren't you? The fat man grabbed his wrist, trying to touch his arm. TSK, such a big tattoo, aren't you afraid of it? Seeing his hand about to touch him, Yuan slapped him without thinking. The inspection didn't require any physical contact. Precautions were posted outside the tent to prevent harassment. The fat man had finally secured this volunteer opportunity. He came here just to try something new. You're new here, so you might not understand the situation. The fat man's eyes were squeezed into slits by his flesh. He explained to Yuan, living in the base doesn't mean you get to eat and drink for free. You have to work and earn work points to get food. The base has limited food, and a newcomer like you will go hungry even if you come here. As long as you're willing to follow me, Before he finished speaking, Yuan, who had hurriedly put on his clothes, turned and ran. Report? He sternly addressed the armed soldier. The doctor examining me tried to touch me. He even said I wouldn't obey, and would be hungry even if I came here. Yuan paused, then emphasized the crucial point. He touched me when I was getting dressed after the examination. He made this clear because he didn't want to be examined again. Dr. Tang looked at the young man, who had loudly reported him, then turned his head, and glanced at the armed soldier. The next second, the soldier, gun drawn, dragged the fat man out. The man tried to argue, but Dr. Tang coldly said, "There's a recording device in the tent." The man's face paled at this, knowing he was doomed. He hadn't even gotten the upper hand when he ran into a tough opponent. After Yuan finished his medical checkup, he reported the corrupt volunteer. Not wanting to waste any more time, he strode towards the military vehicle. Wait a minute. Yuan heard the sound of an engine starting up. He ran quickly, but when he got close, he was sprayed with exhaust fumes from the rear of the vehicle. In the military vehicle, Xie Yuan closed his eyes and rested. He raised his hand. about to remove the metal mask, when the accompanying doctor smiled and reminded him, "Brother Xie, don't take it off just yet. Your mask has a special purification device. You must wear it properly until the mission is over." Xie Qiyuan had a medical condition, and wearing this metal mask would not only improve his respiratory metabolism, but also, in critical moments, allow him to ingest a small amount of special gas to save his life. Interrupted by the doctor, Xie Qiyuan paused and stopped. The car continued to drive. Yuan, behind him, strove to catch up with the vehicle. As they chased, someone pulled him back. It was a car coming up from behind. The person in the car scooped him up and asked curiously, "Why are you chasing the car ahead instead of staying at the base?" Yuan thrashed about, his face flushed red as he angrily said, "I'm looking for Xie Qiyuan." "Hey, what's your relationship with Commander Xie? Commander Xie is going on a mission, and you can't be a burden right now," the man said, calling for someone to take him back. When Yuan heard he was on a mission, he wanted to follow him even more. The last time Xie Qiyuan was out, he sliced off the tentacles of his little cub. What if he was on a mission again? He wondered if he sliced off another one of his cubs. Yuan was so anxious that he tugged at the car door, refusing to get out. "I have something very important to discuss with Xie Qiyuan. It's very confidential. If we delay, the consequences will be dire." Yuan made up a story on the spot. In order to find Xie Qiyuan, he deliberately made the confidentiality sound serious. "Are you kidding me? No. If I were, wouldn't I be exposed when I saw Xie Qiyuan? He'd punish me then." Yuan tried to argue. He was no longer sure who was holding him. "I don't think anyone would dare to lie to Xie Qiyuan, right? Since we're going there anyway, why not take him along? We're doing logistics, so it's relatively safe. He won't be a problem." Yuan's refusal to get out of the car ultimately persuaded the others to keep him. The logistics vehicle wasn't moving as fast as the military vehicle ahead. The driver still had a cigarette he rolled in his mouth, but it wasn't lit. He was just chewing on it. "Once Commander Xie is done, we in logistics will be able to see him first. Kid, you can look for him then." Yuan didn't object. He wasn't stupid. Since he was already in the car, of course, he had to get to his destination first. The arrival time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Yuan looked at this somewhat remote place with a sense of unease. With Xie Qiyuan's status, what mission would he carry out here? "Okay, wait here." Everyone in the car got off and set up a cordon on the hillside. No one is allowed to approach within the cordon. Along the cordon, Yuan saw a marker drawn with a colored pen. This marker reminded the logistics staff of the exact location of the cordon. Has Xie Qiyuan gone inside? Yuan looked at the unknown scenery before him and asked the logistics officer anxiously. The logistics officer nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, I heard this mission is quite easy. Captain Xie won't get hurt." Yuan wasn't worried about Xie Qiyuan getting hurt. A hypothesis had just formed in his mind. Aberrants are different from zombies. Is Xie Qiyuan sure he can handle them? The smiling logistics officer's expression suddenly changed. Not only him, but the others, who had been relaxed, also reached for their guns in their pockets. "Who are you? Dealing with aberrants? Who told you that Captain Xie was dealing with aberrants?" The details of Xie Qiyuan's missions were kept secret. Even the logistics staff didn't learn the mission's location and content until they set out. Yuan's reaction to their reaction instantly confirmed. Xie Qiyuan was dealing with the aberrants. And within the cordon, that must be where the aberrants were. "Before I came to the base, I was with Pei Si and the others. We saw mutated trees on the road, and later, when we were with others, we heard about some more aberrations." Yuan's words were the truth. After saying the truth, he began to add his own meaning. "And I'm here to find Xie Qiyuan because of his mission. I'm going in to help him now." Before he spoke, he had quietly approached the cordon. By the time he uttered his last words, the logistics officer couldn't restrain him even if he tried. The men watched him sneak to the other side, their eyes widening. "Come back. It's dangerous in there." "I'm not afraid." Yuan stood at the back, his fair, well-behaved face radiating fearlessness. "I'm going in to find Xie Qiyuan. Thank you for bringing me here." The cordon was the forbidden zone they dared not cross. The logistics officer was helpless, and could only stamp his feet in regret. If they had known, they should have kept an eye on him. After crossing the line, Yuan walked forward without looking back. The place was vast. There were trees, grass, and ditches. Not far away, one could vaguely see the self-built houses of the rural countryside. The environment felt like a farm stay. Yuan walked step by step, occasionally stepping on a few wild mushrooms. The ground was moist after the rain, breeding a multitude of brightly colored mushrooms, even fluorescent green ones. Yuan couldn't help but bend down and touch the small green parasol mushroom. You're so beautiful. Green? The same color as his little Nine. Little Nine was the most delicate and timid of all his children. The deformed creature that could attract Xie Yuan couldn't be little Nine. Yuan was still touching the small parasol mushroom. Off to the other side, the doctor standing beside Xie Yuan was distributing new masks to everyone. The air here is bad. Masks need to be changed every hour. Xie Yuan had brought his own mask, so he didn't need it. He was strolling leisurely, not looking like he was here to deal with the A09 mutant, but more like he was here to relax. Chapter 8. Xie Yuan was still strolling, while Yuan remained crouched on the ground, gazing at the small parasol mushrooms. The green parasol mushrooms were truly beautiful, though the tips were a bit slimy. He simply touched them, and his fingers were stained green. After gazing at the parasol mushrooms for a while, Yuan reluctantly stood up to look for someone. He went to find the person who had cut up his cub. It was easy to lose your bearings once you entered this place, and Yuan was a complete idiot with poor directions. He walked, his eyes blank. How do I find it? He muttered. Was he supposed to just sit and wait for Xie Yuan to come? Sitting back and forth didn't sound very plausible. Yuan shook his head, feeling a little dizzy, perhaps because he overexerted himself. Yuan, struggling to find his way, didn't notice that the color on his fingers was gradually fading, as if being absorbed by his skin. Ouch! A few zombie howls emanated from not far away. In the past, Yuan would have probably taken off running in the opposite direction. Now, his eyes lit up, and he trotted off in the direction of the howling zombies. As Yuan ran, Xie Yuan was being reminded again by the doctor in a white coat. Brother Xie, we need to get out first. The gas released by the mutant contains hallucinogenic substances that dissolve in the air, and masks alone can't completely protect against them. The longer they stayed in this air, the more severe the effects would likely be. The doctor held a miniature instrument for testing the composition. He looked around warily, and after much deliberation, he decided to get out first. Mutation A09 is a fungus, and can cause infection directly through contact. It's now clear that, in addition to contact, it has also been added to the airborne route of infection. Xie Yuan listened to the doctor's report and casually said, "You take them out, I stay." Brother Xie, the logistics vehicle is outside. My suggestion is that we go out together. The doctor didn't intend to leave Xie Yuan alone. After all, it was a mutant of the A sequence, so he couldn't be taken lightly. The subordinate standing beside the doctor was a little more diplomatic. He chuckled and said to Xie Yuan, "Brother Xie, please give us a ride. Get us out, and you can come back later." Xie Yuan glanced at the doctor. "Let Tang Xian take you." Tang Xian, Xie Yuan's doctor, raised an eyebrow, deliberately specifying that Xie Yuan would be the one to take you. Half an hour later, the group all stopped. Tang Xian frowned and stared ahead, his expression becoming serious. "Brother Xie, are we trapped?" Xie Yuan wasn't particularly surprised by this outcome. He said calmly, "Let's turn back and kill the mutants, and then we can get out." Tang Xian sighed. Xie Yuan had always been simplistic and rough with his handling of the mutants. Some of the military brass had recently grown dissatisfied with his handling methods. Xie Yuan turned and headed for the area where the anomalous aura was strongest. He didn't have a nose. His sense of smell alone couldn't accurately locate the mutants. He also relied on some intuition for dealing with mutants. Time slipped by. A young boy crouched in the bushes on the other side, looking furtively. His beautiful amber eyes widened as he nervously watched the howling zombie horde in front of him. The howling of the zombie squad was initially piercing. Yuan's feet were numb from squatting, and then he saw the zombies dragging their feet in a unified direction. They weren't walking on their own, they were dragging someone with them. The person being dragged was carrying a bulging bag, clearly someone unlucky enough to have run into zombies while trying to escape. What surprised Yuan was that the zombies didn't seem to have killed the person and wanted to eat him. They were dragging the person ahead, and Yuan crouched down, following stealthily behind. The last ray of sunset faded from the horizon, and small green parasol mushrooms slowly lit up on the ground. The parasol mushrooms were so dense that they were terrifying. Every time Yuan glanced at the parasol lights, his head felt even more dizzy. He pinched his leg hard, and the pain, which had not yet subsided, instantly brought tears to his eyes. It hurt so much. While pinching his legs to stay alert, Yuan kept repeating to himself what he had to do. Find Xie Yuan, find Zai Zai's whereabouts. That's right. He had to find Xie Yuan, find Zai Zai. Yuan brainwashed himself and began to stare at the zombies as they moved, no longer at the small green umbrella lanterns. After secretly following for a while, a village suddenly came into view. The village was filled with self-built houses, but they were well built, mostly cement bungalows, with a few two-story buildings. Most importantly, the village lights were on. Seeing the zombies approaching the village, Ewan panicked. If there were any living people in the village, a few zombies could wreak havoc on the entire village. He didn't care about anything else and rushed out. The next second, a man clutching a kitchen knife, like a ghost, scurried up to him. The man's face was skinny, his eyes fixed on Ewan. Ewan was startled. Recognizing the person before him as a human, he weakly greeted, "Hello, hello. I'm a human, my name is Ewan. It's getting dark, why haven't you gone home yet?" The man interrupted him, his voice hoarse and harsh. "Your sister is waiting for you at home. If you don't come back, she'd be running out looking for you." Ewan was stunned. Huh? His thoughts were swirling like a pot of porridge at the man's words. The man pointed to a small bungalow behind him and scolded him angrily. "You're getting more careless as you get older. Look, your house is so deserted when you don't come back." Amid the man's scolding, Ewan seemed to slowly remember. The small bungalow in the middle of the village was his and his sister's home. His father, uncle, and grandfather were all gone, and he now lived with his sister. But Ewan's head ached again, and he clearly remembered that he still had things to do. From the moment he began to drift off, he had been mumbling about what he needed to do. "I want to find Yuan, I want to find my son." The man leading him back to the village didn't hear what he was saying, so he frowned and asked, "What son?" Yuan's self-indulgent mumbling paused at the interruption. A few seconds later, Ewan continued, his tone becoming more garbled. I want to find Yuan's son?" "The man?" ? The man still didn't understand, so he continued, "What?" Ewan blinked, and in his daze, he combined his answers. He said seriously, "I want to find the son of Yuan and me." The man frowned at him for a moment, seemingly unsure how to respond. A gust of wind blew by. The green mushrooms seemed even more dazzling. The man was dazed for a moment, then, as if awakening from a dream, he led the way and led Ewan into the village. People began to emerge from the village, all living people, not many, only 5 or 6. As for the zombies from the beginning, Ewan saw no trace of them. "Stop running around and stay home. It's a good opportunity to keep your sister company. Don't let her keep wanting to go out. We have food and drink in our village. She's enjoying herself here peacefully." The villagers chattered at Ewan, watching him push the door open and walk into his home before they finally moved their feet from the doorway. Ewan felt even more uncomfortable with these living people than with the zombies. He entered the house, but didn't see his sister. He knew he had a sister, but he had no memory of her face. The house was a mess, with girls' clothes scattered about, filthy and few in number. He walked around the house, but couldn't find his sister. He was alone at home, along with the small green mushrooms so common in the village. These small mushrooms had grown exceptionally large in his house. In the pigpen, in particular, there was a large mushroom several dozen centimeters long, emitting a faint green glow that made Ewan bend down. "Do you want something to wear?" Ewan placed a women's sweater that had fallen on the floor on the mushroom. The mushroom wiggled its body and tilted outward, as if to be cute. Ewan looked at it, and said slowly, "My cub is prettier than you." "Big umbrella mushroom, eh?" The big umbrella mushroom quietly straightened its cap, refusing to act cute again. The two mushrooms stood facing each other for a moment. Ewan rubbed his eyes. Although this mushroom was similar in color to Little Ninechild, it wasn't as pretty, didn't smell as nice, and wasn't as shy. He wanted to rest for a while, and wait until daytime to move around again. Just as this thought came to mind, another shrill cry suddenly rang out from the house at the back of the village. This time, it wasn't the howling of a zombie, but the piercing scream of a human. Since the houses were so close together, Ewan couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Hesitantly, he wandered out the back door to see what was going on. After a few steps, he arrived at the house behind where the screams were coming from. Through the window, he could clearly see inside. The zombies he had encountered not long ago were inside, gnawing on a corpse. The corpse was fresh and warm, but its eyes were wide open, refusing to close. Not far from the zombies were several villagers. Although they were carrying protective gear, the scene still looked like they were feeding the zombies. The backpacks the zombies had dragged back were also in the hands of the villagers. These people are crazy. Ewan had only this single thought. He looked at the bloody scene of zombies devouring people, then at the indifferent onlookers, unable to tell who was more disgusting. After searching through the backpacks, the men began talking again. "Is Ewan home yet?" Yes. He looks fair and tender. Don't rush to feed him. Feed him for 2 more days. Okay. Yuan heard every word of their conversation. Translated, they were going to use Yuan as a reserve food supply. Yuan lay outside the window, his hands and feet cold. He turned around in a daze and returned home, finding a clean blanket to sleep under. The blanket was thick, but Yuan's heart sank. In the darkness, the little mushroom considerately turned off the light. Yuan tucked his hands under the blanket and sniffed. I want to find Yuan. He muttered to himself and wrote down what he was going to do. I want to find Yuan and Mi's baby. When he found him, he'd take the baby and run away. Chapter 9. The night was as cold as water, the sky devoid of clouds, moon, or even a single star. Yuan huddled in his quilt, sleeping alone, and not feeling well. He was actually quite clingy, and in the past, he would grab a random cub to sleep with him. Now, without a cub to keep him company, Yuan raised his hand and gently patted the quilt. As he patted, his eyelids grew heavier, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Yuan accidentally kicked the quilt off while trying to move. Not long after, several strands of fungus, stretching from nowhere, plucked the quilt from the ground and covered him again. The fungus worked hard to cover him for most of the night, then quietly dissipated with the arrival of dawn the next day. Chirp, chirp. The sound of wild birds chirped outside the window. Yuan rubbed his eyes, and after being woken, he sat up, his expression a familiar blank stare. He stayed there for a long moment. Until there was a knock at the door, a hoarse man's voice. He called from outside, Yuan, are you up yet? Open the door. Yuan, have you run away? The knocking grew more frantic. Yuan put on his light-colored sweater, casually brushed his hair, and slipped on his shoes before walking out. The door opened. Yuan met the knocker's gaze. He frowned, unamused, and said, I'm still sleeping. The man's expression softened slightly when he saw him still there. He informed Yuan, we're running low on food. There's a potato field east of the village. Go dig some. And bring some for everyone. Yuan blinked and said slowly, oh. After seeing the man off, he returned home. There was a washstand ready in front of the mirror. After washing his face, he rolled up his sleeves and saw bite marks on his arm. The green dragon tattoo fades when it comes into contact with water. Just rubbing it faded until it was no longer visible. Yuan looked down at the bite marks and the patch of purple skin next to them. His empty head, empty after waking up, was filled with a little memory, and he suddenly realized, so I'm a zombie. No wonder he hadn't felt like eating potatoes at all, and his stomach was still empty, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. Behind him, Yuan realized he was a zombie and instinctively felt in his pocket, pulling out a new tattoo. This time, it was a green turtle. In addition to the tattoo, Yuan also pulled out a small note he had written before bed. The note was clearly written. After I get some sleep, I go find the kids, mine and Yuan's kids. Now that he was done sleeping, Yuan should set out as written on the little note, looking for his and Yuan's kids. Yuan vaguely remembered the appearances of the kids, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't place the image of Yuan on the note. He murmured in confusion, did our relationship break down? It shouldn't be. They already had so many kids, how could their relationship break down? Confused, Yuan walked out of the room, carrying a bag. As soon as he left, someone pointed him in the direction of the potato field. Yuan didn't want to eat potatoes. But being watched by the villagers, he carried the bag and headed for the potato field anyway. Forget it. Zombies want to eat people, but he can't. I better go dig some potatoes and see if I can stew them. Yuan walked slowly, the little umbrella mushrooms on the roadside accompanying him obediently, waving their small umbrella stems along the way. He arrived at the potato field. Yuan found that the potato field was full of small green umbrella mushrooms. The roots of the mushrooms were connected to the roots of the potatoes, turning the potatoes a light green. The potatoes looked like they were poisoned. Yuan squatted in the field, rubbing his face anxiously. After rubbing his face for a few times, a zombie passed by his field, followed by another zombie, one after another, in a line. The last zombie stopped and said in Yuan's direction, roar, ah. Yuan, Yuan was confused and felt like he understood what he was yelling. He yelled, let's go! It's time for dinner. After he finished yelling, the zombies ahead began to roar in unison. This time, translated, it meant, get lost. Little zombies, don't come snatching the food. Yuan, a small zombie digging potatoes, felt his head buzzing from the zombies' roars. A few seconds later, he grabbed a bag of potatoes and tiptoed behind the zombie group. Since he was relatively small, he could easily hide behind a tree. The zombies had been walking for an unknown amount of time when they began to slow down and look around. They were listening for a sound. You had observed their collective hunting postures and reconsidered his impression of zombies. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt these zombies were smarter than before. Ouch! The leading zombie suddenly aimed in one direction, and then the zombie army scattered like dumplings. Ewan didn't follow. He was still observing from the shadows. The scattered zombies formed a circle, and gunfire rang out not far away. The gunfire continued, and the bullets were slowly being used up. The air carried the scent of blood. Ewan was clinging to the tree at first, peeking out. After smelling a hint of blood, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a nice smell! Ewan, who had never eaten humans and had no desire to eat them, felt a thirst for blood for the first time. Without hesitation, he launched himself out like a cannonball. The gunshots rang out. Yuan had already removed the metal mask from his face. He gave it to the team member who was carrying him, using it as a mask. The few people following behind him were diverted by Tang Xian amid the gunfire. The temperature difference last night was significant, and Tang Xian had forced Yuan into wearing a white lab coat. The coat wasn't warm, but the color was quite appealing to the zombies. Brother Xie. Tang Xian, supporting his teammate, shouted from a distance, "Keep going, and we won't hold you back." Tang Xian meant what he said. If they stayed here, they would hinder Yuan's performance. Yuan was no ordinary man. Under the tree, Yuan, who remained behind, leaned precariously against the trunk. He watched the zombies closing in on him, and raised his left hand, wrapped in a white bandage. The white bandage, oozing blood, made the zombies even more agitated. Ewan, who had fired his own little cannonball, was stunned for 2 seconds after taking in the man under the tree. He was equally agitated. Ouch! This blood is so delicious. No, it's this white coat that smells so sweet. Stared at by the zombies, Yuan curled his lips slightly and bit off the bandage. He softly spat out 2 words to the group of walking corpses. Scum! Thinking of using him as food? You never dream of such a beautiful thing in your next life. The white bandage was bitten open, and the smell of blood instantly spread. The zombies could no longer hold back, and swarmed over him. Just as Yuan was casually calculating the distance Tang Xian had left, a young man in a sweater suddenly rushed in. This is mine! Ewan shouted, then quickly changed to a zombie cry. Ouch! It's mine! Declaring his sovereignty, he grabbed Yuan and ran away. After a few steps, the two were caught up. Ewan spread his arms, straightened his small body, and fearlessly allowed them to beat him. It's not that zombies won't eat their own kind, those who are too rude will be dealt with. It's just that Ewan is too unpalatable. One bite, and even the most non-picky zombie would be driven to autism by the bitterness. Ewan turned around, protecting Yuan, whom she had snatched up, like a hen protecting her chicks. Their eyes met briefly, then parted again. The zombies tried to snatch Yuan away, but Ewan was too resilient. They couldn't bring themselves to bite him. After a stalemate, Ewan miraculously escaped back to the village with Yuan. Perhaps thanks to their lucky charm, they didn't run into anyone in the few minutes they were back. After their food was snatched by a seemingly useless little zombie, the zombies roared in frustration and continued to chase the remaining food. Ewan, panting, brought Yuan into the house and locked the door. On their way back, they passed a potato field, and Ewan dug up a few more green potatoes. The white coat eats potatoes. He wants to eat the white coat. Are you okay? Ewan felt quite proud of having brought the person back safely. He suppressed his urge to puff up, trying his best to appear obedient. I'm fine. Yuan's dark, cold eyes surveyed him. After a moment, he asked casually, Don't you know me? Yuan's gaze was different from the first time. As expected, Ewan shook his head. He shyly revealed a shallow dimple, and replied, I don't know you. But it's not too late to get to know you now. Ewan slowly complimented him, You're so sweet. Yuan, ? Did this kid pass the Chinese language test? After complimenting him, Ewan continued to stare. The face before him had sharp angles, a straight nose, and thin lips that looked kissable. Ewan didn't want to kiss, he just wanted to nibble a little flesh and sip a small sip of blood. Just a small sip, he promised. Yuan rubbed his temple, remembering that he hadn't shown the kid his full face when they first met. So, without seeing his full face, he really couldn't recognize him. Yuan was gone, his signature metal mask, and now he was wearing a white lab coat. Ewan couldn't recall him in that outfit at all. The two stood face to face. Yuan sat down on a chair, while Ewan remained standing. He couldn't ask for blood directly, so he took potatoes and decided to stew them first. After the potatoes were stewed, he gave them to the lab coat. And when they were done, he want blood. The small green potatoes glowed eerily in the pot. Yuan looked at the boy stewing potatoes and began to interrogate him. What's your name? Yuan. Yuan paused, then continued, What are you doing here? The boy, concentrating on stewing potatoes, thought for a moment before pulling a piece of paper from his pocket. Then, he muttered with a sigh of relief, At least I remembered. I'm here to look for Mai and Yuan's son. Yuan read the note, and put it away. He had his back to Yuan, and seeing no sound from behind, he took the initiative and asked, By the way, what's your name? For a long time, no one answered. Just as Yuan was about to turn around, a faint voice finally rang out. Sucker. Sucker's son suddenly had a son. Chapter 10. Yuan was stunned for a moment. He slept too long, and some of the jokes didn't make sense to him. For example, the words conman, concubine, seemed like a strange name to him. The two of them stared at each other, and the air seemed to grow quiet. Only the strange smell of small green potatoes wafted from the pot, somewhat spoiling the mood. Yuan tilted his head. Your head isn't big. Why was he called Big Head? But he actually liked the last name. His son's father's name had the character Yuan in it. Yuan. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, Have you never been online? Yuan felt a little embarrassed. He slept too long and hadn't been online in 10 years. 10 years ago, he didn't check his phone often. Cell phones emit radiation, which is bad for your health, so I don't like to go online. After forcing himself to save face, Yuan turned back to stewing the small potatoes. After a short while, the potatoes were finally cooked. Yuan held the pot and brought it directly to Yuan. He said generously, Big Head, this pot is all for you. If you don't have enough, I dig more for you. Yuan looked at him, then at the pot. Is this kid really a bit clueless? Not only did they call him Big Head, but they were so brazenly trying to poison him. I added a little salt. It shouldn't be too bad. Yuan watched him nervously and expectantly, hoping he'd eat the stewed potatoes. Yuan's eyes were clear, not as if he was seriously plotting to murder him. It's too hot. Leave it alone for now. Yuan's tone was nonchalant, but in reality, he was about to begin questioning. Sit down and talk to me. Yuan hurriedly sat down, resting his hands on his lap, and spoke to him seriously. Were you bitten when you were protecting me just now? This was what Yuan was most concerned about. He had witnessed Yuan holding the zombie with his arms outstretched. Zombies, creatures obsessed with eating, naturally wouldn't miss a bite of meat placed before their mouths. No. Though Yuan was dazed, he surprisingly remained lucid about this question. He sternly emphasized to Yuan. I wasn't bitten. His amber eyes stared directly at Yuan, unfazed. You can check if you don't believe me. He said it politely. But Yuan never expected the big guy in front of him to actually pick him up and examine him. Thankfully, aside from the tattoo on his arm, Yuan's skin was clean and white, without a single wound. After being released, Yuan sat back down, unhappily. He pulled a pouty face and explained, The villagers are raising zombies, so they won't eat me. Raising zombies? Yes, I saw them. They said I was storing food, and would feed it to the zombies 2 days later. Yuan pulled up the sleeves of his sweater, hiding the little green turtle. Yuan's attention was diverted, his focus now on the issue of raising zombies. Yuan himself was a little zombie, so he wasn't sensitive to such things. Even if humans wanted to raise zombies in the future, he wouldn't let them. Before he starved to death, he would try his best to find his cubs and leave them a legacy. Yuan's dark eyes were cold. He looked out the window, his mind mulling over the zombies he had recently encountered. The first zombies to appear had no sense of pain, no intelligence, only the instinct to eat. Now, if these zombies are willing to be raised, it means they're developing brains. Furthermore, when attacking, they no longer simply chase like before. They hunt in groups. The more Yuan thought about it, the heavier his heart became. The zombies are evolving, and their pace is not slow. But humans have no way to reverse the zombies' evolution except to exterminate them. As Yuan pondered, his expression piqued Yuan's taste even more. He stared at Yuan without blinking, thinking to himself, This big head is so beautiful. Both beautiful and delicious. I just don't know who's better, Yuan or not. Ah. Yuan sighed, his thoughts wandering uncontrollably. I wish Big Head and I had a baby. What did you say? Looking at Yuan, who was lost in thought, he suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and asked. Yuan was stunned, realizing he spoke in his heart out loud. The two of them looked at each other. Being stared at like that, Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if he'd been caught being unfaithful to his husband. I didn't say anything. Yuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, and Xie Yuan's handsome face took on a slightly cold expression. What was even more irritating than the sudden birth of a cub was that the other party wanted to find a new father for the cub. Xie Yuan thought again of the little green turtle on his arm and the stewed green potatoes. This was just one green after another, determined to get him some green. Time slipped by. It got dark quickly outside, and at night, there was no moon or stars. The entire world seemed to be filled with only the glow of small green mushrooms. Xie Yuan had secretly poured out Yuan's stewed potatoes while he wasn't paying attention. Several waves of villagers arrived, eager to check on Yuan. This time, a neurotic old woman came along. The old woman was the village chief's wife. She arrived last and immediately grabbed Yuan's hand, her cloudy eyes blazing with frenzy. Yuan, let your sister go, let your sister go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have told on her. I shouldn't have gotten her caught. The old woman, agitated, kept apologizing to him. I know I was wrong. Please let her go. Yuan, ? Yuan looked at her blankly, puzzled. Is my sister leaving? Why won't you let her go? The old woman, stumped by the question, her remorseful expression suddenly changed. I can't let her go. Isn't this how all the women in the village have lived through it? If she leaves, the Huang family's money will be wasted. The old woman's emotions fluctuated, her words incoherent. Not long after, the old woman was pulled away. Yuan looked in the direction she was being taken, and suddenly realized it wasn't the way back to the village chief's house. It was the way to feed the zombies. Seeing this, Yuan immediately tried to follow. He arrived late yesterday, and the person who had been fed to the zombies was beyond saving, yet the person was still alive. Where are you going? Before leaving, Xie Yuan stopped him. Yuan pointed behind him, insisting, I'm going to check back there. They're about to feed the zombies again. Xie Yuan cocked his gun without another word. Take me there. Yuan hesitated and did not move. He did not want to take the two over. The big head is so fragrant. Other zombies also like the big head. If they find out, you may have to get beaten again to get the big head back. Xie Yuan understood his thoughts. Don't worry, he said calmly. I won't be snatched away that easily. Yuan is not at ease at all. But Xie Yuan insisted on going. Since he followed here, he naturally wanted to know more information. This place is now a closed place, and even the flow of time is different from outside. In addition to finding out where the aberrations are hidden, Xie Yuan also wants to open the closed state here. Otherwise, the people he took couldn't get out. Yuan hesitated for a moment. You can go, but you have to follow me, and be careful not to be discovered. Those zombies hurt people a lot, and he didn't want to be beaten again. Yeah. Xie Yuan responded insincerely. Soon, the two men arrived outside the window where Yuan had been lying the night before. Through the window, Xie Yuan saw the men feeding the zombies. The old woman who had knocked on Yuan's door moments earlier hadn't yet been fed to the zombies. She realized what was about to happen, and was frantically resisting. You can't do this. If I hadn't been the matchmaker, who among you would have found a wife? This village would have been ruined without me. You can't kill me, no. Before the old woman could finish her words, a kitchen knife suddenly slit her throat. The man holding the knife said with a numb expression, if we don't feed her, we be food. Zombies must eat people. They couldn't kill these zombies, they could only feed them. Feeding someone else's flesh was better than feeding yourself. Yuan, shock. Yuan had been staring at the zombies nervously. He hadn't expected the old woman to slit the throat of the person next to her, before being fed to the zombies. Yuan regretted it, but it was no use. This situation was completely beyond saving. Let's go, hurry up. Watching the old woman being dragged toward the zombies with her eyes wide open, Yuan made a decisive move and dragged Xie Yuan away. Xie Yuan wanted to stay, but Yuan was fierce. You have to listen to me. Yuan whispered, otherwise I won't protect you. Xie Yuan was silent for a few seconds. After a few seconds, his eyes became complicated. In all his years, this was the first time someone had threatened him like this. If you don't listen, I won't protect you. Yuan didn't care what Xie Yuan was feeling. He resolutely pulled Xie Yuan back. On their way back, Xie Yuan glanced at the small green mushrooms on the roadside. When he got home and compared them to the mushrooms at home, his brows furrowed slightly. The size of these mushrooms was quite different. Big heads. Yuan filled a basin with water and squatted beside it, calling him, come and wash them. I already washed them. Xie Yuan grumbled, and casually tossed the knife he just used to cut a few mushrooms to the side. With water readily available, he certainly wouldn't refuse. After a quick wipe, Xie Yuan returned to the spot where he just cut the mushrooms. As expected, the other mushrooms had shifted, and the once densely packed field was now sparse, with only a few remaining. These mushrooms are alive. Xie Yuan looked at the mushrooms below with a cold gaze, thinking indifferently, this mutant isn't very smart. It seems the archive's assessment of mutant A09 was wrong. If I had known it was such a dumb mutant, I should have let Pacey practice. Big head, I made the bed. Behind him, Yuan sat on the large bed, leaving half of it unoccupied. His eyes sparkled, and he had already figured out how to lick some blood. Wait until Big Head fell asleep, then he make his move. Xie Yuan turned around and slowly walked over. And used to sharing a bed, he asked, do you have an extra blanket? I sleep on the floor. Yuan paused, then actually found him a new blanket. The night grew quieter. Neither the person on the bed nor the person below was asleep. Before closing his eyes, Xie Yuan asked Yuan about him. In the end, Yuan remembered nothing. He didn't remember how he met Xie Yuan, nor how he had any children with Xie Yuan. He simply insisted that he and Xie Yuan had many children. After being questioned, Xie Yuan shut up. Forget it. We talk about it after we get out of here. Time slipped unnoticed into the late night. Yuan, who had been tense until now, listened to Xie Yuan's breathing slowly calm down. He quietly sat up and took a deep breath. Big Head, I'm sorry. He was so hungry. Chapter 11. The pitch-black room was illuminated only by the faint glow of small green mushrooms. Yuan was so focused on Big Head under the bed that he didn't notice that there were noticeably fewer small mushrooms tonight than yesterday. He carefully rolled over and observed Big Head sleeping face closely. So pretty. He couldn't tell how many times he had exclaimed this. After muttering, seeing that Big Head hadn't woken up yet, he gently grasped Big Head's hand. Xie Yuan, who was pretending to be asleep and waiting for the aberration to appear, said, ? What's going on? Stay awake so late at night, lying next to him and praising him for being pretty. Is he really going to change the cub's father? Xie Yuan suppressed his emotions and continued to wait to see what he would do. After Yuan grasped his left hand, his nose was again hit by the alluring aroma, and his throat gulped. The next second, hungry Yuan licked the back of Xie Yuan's hand. Xie Yuan, this kid's serious. For someone like Xie Yuan, a longtime bachelor, licking the back of his hand couldn't be more flirtatious. He's seen people flirting like this before while on missions. Xie Yuan's scalp tingled, and he couldn't pretend anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes, and caught Yuan, who was about to grab a midnight snack in the act. Yuan's eyes met his, and he was completely stunned. In the dim light, the two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere was filled with an inexplicable strangeness. The green mycelium that had originally crawled to the window also paused, stunned. After a long moment, it silently retreated, scurrying off in one direction. The large parasol mushroom in the pigpen sensed the departure of the smaller mycelium and tried to retract it, but it couldn't control itself at all. The fleeing green mycelium scurried towards a small ditch. And in the ditch, a small white mushroom quietly grew. No one noticed the strange sight outside the window. In a split second, Yuan, driven by a fierce desire to survive, chose to lie flat on his back. He murmured, I'm sleepwalking again. Xie Yuan looked at the young man, who had closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, and asked softly, do I look like a fool to you? Yuan remained silent. Xie Yuan had risen quickly in the military, and now the military boss had adopted him as his uncle. He had power, good looks, and considerable strength, and had encountered many admirers. But this was the first time in his life that he had been successfully ambushed by a seemingly well-behaved young admirer. I'm a non-marriagist. Given the young man's youth, Xie Yuan played the good guy for once. He patiently persuaded the young man to repent. Don't focus on me. Not only am I unmarried, I don't even have any intention of falling in love. Those outsiders were right to call him a killing machine. He only wanted to kill all the mutants and aliens. As for anything else, he had no interest. Yuan secretly opened his eyes a crack, already confused by what he had heard. He just wanted to drink a little blood. Why was Big Head talking to him about love? After Xie Yuan finished his persuasion, he began to review the results. I know you're not asleep. Answer me a question. Yuan placed his hands on the quilt, unable to avoid it, so he had to face it. Xie Yuan stared at the young man who had opened his eyes. His voice was as low as jade and stone, Will you still like me in the future? Yuan shook his head honestly. No. He never had. Feeling he had saved a young man who had nearly gone astray, Xie Yuan let him sleep, satisfied, and no longer questioning his previous sneak attack. Yuan watched him lie down, and lay back down as well. The night flowed quietly, and the room returned to a dead silence. Yuan took a moment to recover from the social despair of being caught. He patted his chest, comforting himself, and then sipped the taste in his mouth. It was sweet, though it was just a lick. Yuan felt his hunger instantly relieved. The feeling was too wonderful, like stepping on soft clouds. Xie Yuan's keen hearing naturally caught Yuan's small movements. Neither of them spoke to each other again. It was a night that was neither long nor short. Xie Yuan slept for a while, then woke up early the next morning. To his surprise, Yuan sat up right after he woke. Big head, good morning. Yuan sat on the bed, his eyes rolling, and slowly greeted Xie Yuan. Seeing he was still sleepy, Xie Yuan said calmly, you go back to sleep. I go check outside. Take me with you. Yuan was still slow to get up. He had always been a bit grumpy, but since the situation didn't allow it, he suppressed his irritability. Xie Yuan hadn't planned to take him with him. Simmer some potatoes for breakfast for me. I'll be back soon. Xie Yuan assigned him a task, and Yuan hesitantly agreed. Leaving the house, Xie Yuan began to investigate the village. Besides Yuan, only 4 people remained alive. 3 men and 1 woman. The village chief's residence was in the best location, and Xie Yuan easily made his way inside. He found a list of households in the village. 28 households. Xie Yuan muttered, 28 households, dozens of people, and now only 4 are dead. This death rate isn't normal. There are zombies, and they feed on the villagers. If that's the case, why don't the zombies eat their fill all at once? Why do they choose to eat the villagers slowly, day by day? All this irrationality, Xie Yuan thought, must be related to the aberrants. Xie Yuan's mind raced, and he quickly deduced the answer from the irrationality. It was aberrant A09 controlling everything. It was playing a game, a wicked feeding game, preventing the zombies from devouring everyone at once, and letting the villagers decide who would feed the zombies each day. Xie Yuan spent the entire morning outside, and solved the problem directly. And the poor little zombie was still squatting over the pot, concentrating on his stewed potatoes. No more salt. He frowned and sprinkled in the sugar he found. Sweet stewed potatoes should be edible. When the potatoes were finally cooked, Xie Yuan, who hadn't found the deformed body, returned. Big head, you're back. Yuan handed him the potatoes, his eyes sparkling. I made breakfast. Xie Yuan continued his usual evasive response. Put them aside for a while. I eat them later. Okay. The 2 of them sat in the room, while Yuan searched the cabinets for needle and thread. Yesterday, when he was beaten, his sweater had been snagged. Taking advantage of this free moment, he decided to mend it. Xie Yuan watched him fetch needle and thread, and took the pot outside to dump the potatoes again. Yuan found needle and thread, cut a piece of cloth, and began clumsily mending it. The sweater fit him perfectly, and he had no extra clothes. Have you never sewn before? Xie Yuan couldn't help but ask, seeing him prick his finger 3 times in just a few minutes. Yuan felt even more embarrassed by his question. He scowled, silent. Xie Yuan watched him finally patch the sweater, then asked, will you come out with me? He had surveyed the village, and was now almost certain of the deformity. So, he was leaving today. Yuan wasn't from the village, so he had to take her away. A while ago, Pei Si and Lu Chao thought the child was dead, and were genuinely heartbroken. I need to leave. Yuan answered without hesitation. I don't want to be used as their reserve food. I'm not tasty. Xie Yuan glanced at him, examining him. It's white and tender, and looks delicious. Yuan seriously corrected. I'm not tasty. A zombie would vomit if they ate it. Even if Xie Yuan had nothing else to do, he wouldn't argue with him on such a meaningless topic. The 2 of them packed up quickly, and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Xie Yuan checked the entire house. Yuan followed him, and watched him cut every mushroom in the house. In the pigpen at the back. When Xie Yuan arrived, the large mushrooms were gone. But the blood, and the torn girl's clothes on the ground hadn't disappeared. Xie Yuan picked up a piece of rag with a saber, and looked up at Yuan. Yuan, have mushrooms ever grown here? Yuan nodded. What kind of mushroom? Xie Yuan's cold eyes betrayed no emotion. Yuan hesitated, saying, it's huge. Bigger than any other mushroom here. Xie Yuan glanced at the clothes on the ground again, understanding the situation. The recently appeared mutants all feed on humans, but they haven't been able to digest them completely. The two have merged, retaining both remnants of human thinking and cannibalistic instincts. Furthermore, mutants are more advanced than zombies. Most have decent brains. But not this one in the village. Let's go! Xie Yuan stood up, casually rinsed his saber in water, and then, leading Yuan through the door, pushed open. Outside, small mushrooms were everywhere. Yuan watched him chop the mushrooms, until, impatiently, he lit a fire at the end. You can't light them, Yuan warned him. It's too damp here, and the mushrooms are sticky. You can't burn them with fire. Xie Yuan experimented, and sure enough, it wouldn't burn. But if he couldn't burn it, he had a backup plan. Xie Yuan turned and headed back to the village. This time, his target was the zombies. Yuan watched helplessly as Xie Yuan blasted the zombies in the head, one after another. As he watched, panic welled up in his eyes. Big Head. Yuan called out to Big Head, who seemed to have transformed himself, his voice halting. You fight here? I heard someone yelling for help. Xie Yuan heard it too. It was Tang Xian's voice. Tang Xian wasn't yelling for help, but for Xie Daddy. Xie Yuan quickened his pace, dispatched the zombies in the village, and rushed to the source of the noise. Yuan had already run over. Xie Yuan wanted to kill all the zombies, disrupt the deformations game, and force it to reveal itself. But he hadn't anticipated that the aberrations had been forced out. However, lacking Dade's strength, the aberrations bypassed him and took their anger out on his team. Tang Xian could handle zombies, but against aberrations, he wasn't as good as Xie Yuan. He was just a support type, there to aid Xie Yuan. Yuan, who arrived first, immediately saw the giant parasol mushroom, which had expanded several times its size. A parasol mushroom this large wouldn't even fit in a single pot. The parasol mushroom unfurled its dense mycelium, which pierced the body and rapidly absorbed the food. Yuan ran over and led the men to him. Hurry, come here. Hide. Yuan struggled to pull the men over, dodging the mycelium's attacks. Soon, Yuan noticed something strange. The mycelium wasn't attacking him. Could it be because he was a zombie? Yuan's expression tightened, and the next second, he spread his arms, once again protecting the men behind him like a hen protecting her chicks. Yuan held them back briefly, but Xie Yuan quickly arrived. As soon as Tang Xian saw him approach, he immediately pulled Yuan along and retreated. Don't worry about it, we just win by doing nothing. Tang Xian pulled Yuan to the back and sat down. He was exhausted, but he still persevered with the head count. After the count, several people panted and expertly tended to their wounds. Yuan also tried his best to lend a hand. Tang Xian looked up at him, confused. What are you doing? Yuan handed him a bandage. I'm looking for my son. What son? You lost your son and brought him here? In such a remote and impoverished place, it would be hard to find a lost son. Yuan lowered his head and continued to remove the bandage. As he tore at the pieces, he puffed out his cheeks and said, undeterred, it's okay. I can look for it with Zai Zai's father. Who is Zai Zai's father? How could you two be so careless? Xie Yuan. Yuan, caught in the nagging, threw out a name. Then, the expressions of the surviving team members froze. Chapter 12. Tang Xian was the first to react. He gave a dry laugh. My ears haven't been working so well lately. Ha ha ha, I just heard Father Xia's name. Yuan frowned and corrected him. Not Father Xia, but Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan is his child's father, not anyone else's. Tang Xian, As soon as Tang Xian closed his eyes, he had already thought about his own affairs. After hearing such secrets about Xie Yuan, they probably wouldn't survive the night. The other team members reacted similarly, their expressions tinged with horror and despair. Yuan, unable to understand their emotions, continued to speak. Are you familiar with Xie Yuan? Is he good to you? Tang Xian, with difficulty, said, not bad. They sat on the ground and chatted. Even then, Xie Yuan had already gained the upper hand in his battle with the aberrant. The giant green parasol mushroom, completely enraged, frantically spun a mycelium-like web, attempting to devour Xie Yuan. A crimson pattern shone on Xie Yuan's palm. He slapped the mushroom, instantly scorching it red. Yuan sniffed suddenly. What a nice smell. It was barbecue. He turned and saw Xie Yuan, not far away, suddenly raise his hand and pull out a bone blade from his back. The sharp bone blade pierced the mushroom, and the mushroom seemed to come alive the moment it pierced. Yuan was stunned. He had never seen such a cold, almost demonic man. The aberration's screams of pain only made the man's movements more brutal. This village deserves death. Why are you killing me? Why are you killing me? After the mushroom was cut into several pieces, the aberration angrily demanded of Xie Yuan, I've been trapped here by them, living a hellish life, and you watched me die without saving me. Now I want them dead, why are you killing me? Xie Yuan looked at the aberration coldly. He was so clever that he had already guessed that morning that the aberration had eaten a girl. The girl's consciousness was probably still there, so he planned a killing game, killing the villagers one by one. The girl's identity was easy to guess. Living in a pigsty, wearing dirty, worn clothes, and the last words of the woman who was fed to the zombies last night. She had been abducted. And this entire village was the murderer. The aberration of the green umbrella mushroom was still furious, but Xie Yuan was undeterred. The people here deserve to die, but so do the passers-by who accidentally stumbled here? Aberrations are aberrations. Even with human consciousness, they can't change their murderous and cruel nature. Xie Yuan slashed down with his bone blade, this time slicing off the large umbrella cap. The umbrella mushroom was defeated and fled in anger. Xie Yuan didn't give it a chance to escape, he blocked its path. Yuan looked at Xie Yuan, who was in a dominant position, and for some reason, suddenly asked, if this mushroom hadn't done anything bad, would it still be killed? Of course it would. Tang Xian didn't dare to be perfunctory with Yuan. He patiently replied, aberrants are like zombies. Their existence only poses a threat to us humans. Yuan felt a pang of frustration. He didn't like this answer. While the big-headed brawl was cool, he was increasingly feeling a bit uncomfortable. Time slipped by. Just as Xie Yuan was about to crush the aberrant's core, the aberrant's extended hyphae suddenly lashed out towards the tree below. The next second Yuan, who was watching the fight, was swept away. He was swept away so quickly that even Tang Xian, who was beside him, couldn't stop him. The main body of the parasol mushroom was completely shattered. The mycelium that had swept Yuan away wouldn't survive for long. Its action was unexpected. I chased them. Xie Yuan uttered these words, chasing in the direction the mycelium had vanished. The village was remote, with many low hills and ravines. Yuan, bound by the mycelium, rushed forward. If it weren't for the scarcity of mycelium, he felt like he was turning into a cocoon, a very tight one at that. Slow down, slow down. Yuan was dizzy from the shaking. He said slowly, I'm dizzy. If he kept running this fast, he'd vomit. The mycelium seemed to have heard him, and actually slowed down slightly. Taking advantage of its familiarity with the terrain, it quickly left Xie Yuan, who was in hot pursuit, behind. It was unknown how long they ran. The mycelium finally stopped, settling into a ravine. A few small wildflowers grew in the ravine, surrounding a small white mushroom. Aside from that, there was no trace of the most common green mushroom. Pa! Yuan was caught off guard and thrown down. He turned his head and retched a few times. Mycelium, eh? Mycelium patted him on the back guiltily. Yuan hadn't eaten, so naturally, he couldn't vomit anything. He sat on the ground and came face to face with the small white mushroom in front of him. The small white mushroom, seeing him coming, immediately came over. Yuan looked at the moving little white mushroom, and a faint sense of clarity returned to his still dizzy head. This little mushroom looks familiar. Big brother. A soft voice rang out, and the little white mushroom pulled itself up, jumped onto Yuan's legs, and nuzzled him affectionately. Yuan, shock! It was the cub's voice. Yuan was stunned. He stared at the color of the little mushroom, feeling a tinge of something wrong. Cub, have you faded? The faded little white mushroom lowered its cap. Its once clear, slightly childish voice was now filled with deep sorrow. Big brother, little Nine got beaten. Little Nine, who had already reached adulthood, had been forcibly beaten back to juvenile form. Even though Yuan's memory was fuzzy, he could tell at a glance what the cub was. He instinctively felt for the cub. Who beat you? Didn't you ask the other cubs for help? Little Nine, eh? Little Nine hesitated. He didn't know whether to tell his eldest brother that the cubs didn't get along with each other. Especially the third brother, who always wanted to eat them. If it weren't for his eldest brother, they wouldn't have bothered to pretend to be harmonious. Yuan held the little white mushroom in his palm, examining it carefully. The little white mushroom was visibly weak, and his voice was noticeably weaker. Don't be afraid, little one. No one will beat you up anymore. After examining the little white mushroom, Yuan wrapped it in a piece of cloth and placed it in his pocket. The green mycelium before him also tried to force its way into his pocket, but intimidated by the little white mushroom, it didn't dare force its way in. The mycelium swayed in the wind. The little white mushroom nestled in his pocket, silent, only conveying its message through its mind. Get out of here. He hated people competing with him for his brother. Thank you, thank you. The mycelium lost the arrogance it had shown to Yuan. It softly thanked the little white mushroom. I'm dying. Thank you for turning me into this. She had no regrets. Not when she was tortured to death in the filthy pigsty, when that little white mushroom gave her a choice. Her choice then was, as long as I can get revenge, I gladly go to hell. The little white mushroom allowed the umbrella mushrooms around her to devour her bit by bit. And then, she transformed into an umbrella mushroom, possessing the power of revenge. The little white mushroom lazily ignored her. The mycelium slowly turned transparent, and just as it was about to completely dissipate, it suddenly spoke to Yuan. I have no chance of leaving here. My name is Yang Zhuzhu, and I live in the cultural community on Jinyang Road in Qingyun City. If you ever pass by here and run into my parents, please tell them I'm doing well, but I was infected. And died. Tell them not to look for me anymore, okay? Yuan nodded and said seriously, okay. He remembered the name. Yang Zhuzhu, who lives in the cultural community on Jinyang Road in Qingyun City. With his final words, the transparent mycelium gradually dissipated into the sky like a puff of mist. Yuan, who had rushed over, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the unharmed young man. Luckily, this aberration didn't continue to feed on humans to regenerate. Aberrations are far more terrifying than zombies. Zombies only need a headshot, but even if Aberration's heart is destroyed, there's still a 1% chance of regeneration. Yuan. Yuan approached Yuan and was about to call him when he saw him rub his eyes and slowly said, Big head, I'm so sleepy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan collapsed limply. Yuan, Yuan raised his hand and reflexively caught the person. As the mutant parasol mushroom dissipated, the original hallucinogenic effect naturally dissipated with it. After being hypnotized for 2 days, Yuan naturally needed some time to regain consciousness. A moment later, Yuan carried Yuan back to his teammates. Seeing this, his teammates' expressions became even more subtle. Wow, when had their father Xie ever held someone like this before? It seemed that what the kid said was true. Tang Xian cleared his throat, his gaze averted from them with a strong desire to survive, and turned to the official business. Had the mutants been completely resolved? Yuan hummed. The report said that this time's mutant A09 was from the fungus family. The green parasol mushroom he had personally killed was from the fungus family. And after the parasol mushroom dissipated, the barrier that had trapped them clearly dissipated as well. Thinking of the few remaining survivors in the village, Yuan headed for it. But by the time they arrived, the few remaining people who had been there that morning were gone, save for the zombies. The zombies that had managed to escape headshot were promptly and efficiently dispatched by the squad. Captain Xie, we haven't seen the village chief or anyone else you mentioned. Not even a body had been found. These men had committed a terrible crime, but they were soldiers. The best course of action now was to bring the survivors back and await further action. Unable to find anyone, Yuan didn't waste any more time. Retreat, he ordered calmly. His mission this time was to eliminate abnormal A09. Now that his mission was complete, it was time for him to retreat. Yuan slept soundly, his hand clutching Yuan's shirt tightly. Tang Xian and the other team members observed, knowingly pretending not to notice. They couldn't touch Commander Xie's wife. Yuan, whose arms were sore from carrying him, didn't see anyone offering to share the burden. His subordinates secretly took note of him. Not long after, Yuan was carried out by Yuan. The little white mushroom nestled in his pocket burped slightly. So full. Chapter 13. After the group left, the logistics team waiting outside immediately approached. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Anyone injured, follow me here. Commander Xie, I need help. The logistics team leader, who was about to report the situation, saw Yuan holding someone and his expression froze. He recognized the young man in Yuan's arms as the one who had trespassed into the quarantine zone 2 days ago. Seeing the young man's eyes closed in Yuan's arms, a hypothesis occurred to the logistics team leader. Commander Xie, is he seriously injured? We have medicine ready and can treat him at any time, the logistics team leader asked attentively. Yuan replied calmly, no, he's just asleep. He's sleeping like a piglet and hasn't woken up yet. At this answer, the logistics team leader's mouth opened slightly, and he didn't close it for a long time. When he came to his senses, he couldn't help but let out a long-held habit. He looked at Tang Xian in confusion. Dr. Tang, what's going on? Tang Xian mumbled, that's it. The logistics captain was silent for 2 seconds, then, recovering, his expression horrified, he blurted out, holy crap! Commander Xie was having an affair with someone. How could that be possible? The others were also horrified by the scene, and they all grabbed Tang Xian to gossip. Dr. Tang, tell us about it. When we get back, we pull our money and buy you something nice. Tang Xian was grabbed. The person involved, Xie Yuan, returned to the car and placed Yuan on the seat. Yuan's hand was still clutching his shirt. He struggled slightly, but the other person's grip tightened. Yuan? Xie Yuan tried to wake him, but before he could even get two calls, Yuan, eyes closed, grumbled angrily, "Don't move." Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan frowned, preparing to forcibly pull the clothes out. Yuan still had her eyes closed, and he groaned again, his tone tinged with annoyance. "If you move again, I cry." Xie Yuan choked. These days, even crying requires a notice. The hot-tempered crybaby clutched the piece of fabric tightly in his hand, burying his head in Xie Yuan's chest. The car window was open. After hearing Tang Xian's vague account of Xie Yuan and Yuan's relationship, several people, half believing, pretended to pass by to investigate. As a result, as they passed by the car window, they saw Yuan burying her face in Xie Yuan's arms. The onlookers, shock. Damn, this is real. Several team members drifted away like ghosts. Xie Yuan glanced at the person who had come to peek, his thin lips moving as he spat out two words. Get lost. The logistics team's job was to provide support and treat the injuries of the people they met as soon as possible. Xie Yuan didn't stay long before the car started moving. Tang Xian sat beside him fearlessly and spoke calmly. Captain Xie, when are you planning on holding the banquet and collecting the contributions? Xie Yuan glanced at him and said coldly, have you lost your mind? Anyone with a brain wouldn't take such a ridiculous misunderstanding seriously. Tang Xian looked at him, then at the young man who still had his face buried in his arms, speechless for a moment. These two were so intimate. How could Xie Yuan have the nerve to call him brainless? Yuan slept the entire way back. His head was pressed against Xie Yuan's arm, and by the time they got out of the car, Xie Yuan's arm was so sore that he could barely lift it. Captain Xie, we're here. Got it. Xie Yuan replied casually, but didn't move. He squeezed his arm slightly before carrying Yuan out of the car and back to the base. Routine inspections were required upon returning to the base, but Xie Yuan's special status meant he didn't need to undergo the gate inspection. Escorted by the guards, Yuan, held in Xie Yuan's arms, didn't undergo another inspection. From yesterday until today, Yuan had remained by Xie Yuan's side. If he had been infected, he would have bitten him long ago. Time ticked by, and when Yuan woke up again, it was completely dark outside. Unlike in the village, a few stars could be seen here at night. He was alone in a room, on a soft, comfortable bed. Big brother. Little White Mushroom's voice rang out from his pocket, sounding a little healthier than before. His voice was soft, clearly aware of Big Brother's grumpy nature. Yuan was stopped and looked down at Do. Shujo, he called slowly, his expression still dazed. Why are we? Before Yuan could finish his words, all the memories flooded back. During his days in the village, he managed to snatch a big head by taking a beating. He told the big head. He come looking for his and Xie Yuan's child. He hadn't just told the big head, he also told the other men in uniform. The memories of the past few days had washed over him, and Yuan, who had just sat up, fell backwards. Some people were alive, but he was already dead. The humiliation had so overwhelmed the withdrawn Yuan that he grabbed a pillow and pressed it against his face, demonstrating to Little White Mushroom what it meant to be a self-destructive act. Still trying to appease his big brother, the little ninth child retracted his head silently. After a while, Yuan, still not suffocating, moved the pillow away and sat up again. His hair was disheveled, and a few of the little hairs on top of his head stuck up. It's okay, he muttered, comforting himself. Xie Yuan might not know about this. They might not spread rumors. Yuan had never seen Xie Yuan's full face, and he truly didn't recognize him. The big head was Xie Yuan. He figured that as long as these people kept quiet, he could pretend nothing had happened. Clinging to this glimmer of hope, Yuan managed to calm himself. He took the little white mushroom out again and felt it with his fingers. Shujo, you still haven't told me who beat you back to your juvenile form? Someone from the eastern base. Shujo tugged at Yuan's fingers and pitifully complained to his big brother, the person who beat me said they kill me the next time they see me. Yuan's heart ached. He looked at the little 9-year-old, barely the size of his palm, and said with anger, our little 9-year-old is so well behaved. Why did he beat him up so recklessly? Little 9-year-old had never been a troublemaker. When we lived at the research institute, of all the kids, little 9-year-old was the most timid and weak. The little white mushroom, sitting in Yuan's palm, heard Yuan's words and said in a slightly childish voice, "Big brother, it's all Shijio's fault. If Shijio had hidden better and hadn't been discovered, he wouldn't have gotten beaten." Yuan, Yuan's heart ached even more this time. He lowered his head and kissed the cap of the little white mushroom. Then, he firmly assured, "Don't worry, Big brother is here." He never let Little Nine get beaten again. Little Nine nuzzled him affectionately. The two of them didn't exchange much before footsteps sounded outside. Yuan hurriedly climbed out of bed and headed for the door. The door opened. Yuan and several soldiers exchanged glances. The soldiers seemed a little nervous, their words stuttering as they noticed he was a bit nervous. Hello. We came to see if you're awake and need food?" Yuan didn't need food. Ever since he became a zombie, he'd been incredibly resistant to hunger. Human food tasted bland to him. "Thank you, Commander. I'm busy and won't be back for a while. If you need anything, just let me know." The soldiers were very kind, speaking to Yuan with a respectful tone. Yuan was a bit confused. He slept all day long, he slept a lot. Unable to sleep, he tentatively asked, "Can I go for a walk?" He still didn't know the situation at the base. The soldier smiled and said, "Of course." Led by the soldier, Yuan left the dormitory building and began to explore the base. The base was divided into a canteen, dormitories, a medical center, a planting area, a trading area, and a backup resettlement area. Many people lived in the base. Patrol teams constantly checked the health of residents, and if they found any abnormalities, they would immediately send them to the medical center. As Yuan walked, he felt many eyes fixed on him. He clutched his clothes nervously, fearing that his identity had aroused suspicion. Yes, that's right. He ignored the stares, mustered his courage, and asked the soldier, "Can I find someone?" "Yes." The soldier readily agreed. "Just tell me a name, and we find you right away." "Big Head." Yuan added seriously, "Yuan Big Head." He remembered that when Big Head told him the name, he mentioned that Xiechi Yuan's name also had the character Yuan. Big Head didn't deny it. It was probably the same character. "Soldier, Ahem, Commander Xia's family is quite humorous, they even gave him a nickname." People passed by from time to time, and anyone in uniform would take a second look at Yuan. Thanks to a certain loudmouth who returned to base today, everyone now knew Commander Xia's family had come looking for him. "I heard Commander Xia and his family were incredibly sweet. The seemingly cold Commander Xia was actually married with children, and he couldn't even bear to let his family go for a walk. He would even carry them in his arms." The soldier didn't dare address Xiechi Yuan by his rather unique nickname. He mumbled, "The commander went off to do some work after bringing you back. He'd be back later." As they spoke, a sudden, urgent alarm blared. Almost instantly, several teams of uniformed soldiers, rifles drawn, rushed toward the door. The soldiers accompanying Yuan also panicked. "There's something going on at base. We're taking you back first." Yuan was being dragged back, and amidst the surging crowd, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was Datu. Seeing this, Yuan took off running in Datu's direction. He ran so fast and furiously that the soldiers trying to pull him back were jostled by the crowd, and could only watch helplessly as he ran towards Xiechi Yuan. "He's looking for Commander Xia. He shouldn't be in trouble. Let's relocate the people at the base first." Alerted by the alarm, there was some commotion at the base. Yuan, with no one to follow him, chased Xiechi Yuan, jostled and shoved until he reached the base's wall. A soldier recognized him, and, instead of chasing him away, tacitly made way for him to pass by Xiechi Yuan. Standing on the wall, Yuan instinctively glanced down. He saw several large trucks parked below. The people on this side were negotiating with the trucks, inquiring about their situation. Strangely, no one from the trucks responded. The trucks were blocking the door. The bodies and windshields were tightly covered, making it difficult to see what was going on. After negotiations failed, the sniper blew out the windshields. The next second, the doors of several trucks suddenly opened, but it was unclear who was doing it. Yuan only saw a car brimming with zombies, all of them hurling themselves out of it. These were several vehicles transporting zombies. The light shone down below, and for a moment, Yuan spotted an old woman at the very back. He still remembered this old woman. Not long ago, in the same car, she had knelt on the ground, begging the men not to throw her grandson out. She had become a zombie. Yuan's heart was pounding violently, and before he could react, Big Head suddenly leaped down from a distance. "Big Head." Yuan rushed over. There were too many zombies this time. Even if he were beaten to death by the horde, he wouldn't be able to get his head back. Just as he was about to leap, Tang Xian quickly grabbed him and reassured him, Don't worry, Yuan isn't going to feed the zombies. Don't worry, he can handle it. Yuan, Yuan was stunned. What's Yuan? Isn't that his head that jumped? Chapter 14. In a flash, Yuan glanced at Tang Xian's nervous face, then down at Yuan, who had already jumped. Something in his mind snapped. Big head is Yuan, he said blankly. This realization struck him like lightning, a wave of shame surging from his core, coursing through every cell of his body. Tang Xian, bewildered, continued to observe him nervously. The next second, Yuan clung to the wall, wishing he could be fed to the zombies. Tang Xian gripped the back of his collar, and even with his legs, he couldn't jump. Didn't I promise you? Why don't you believe me? Tang Xian sighed. It seems you truly love Yuan. He's going down to fight a zombie, and you're so worried you're committing suicide. Yuan's thrashing only intensified. Let him die. He truly has no face to live this time. Though Tang Xian is a doctor, he's also a military veteran. He possessed immense strength, tugging at Yuan's collar, preventing him from breaking free. Yuan couldn't move, so he could only stare down. He wasn't the only one staring. Everyone was staring. The trucks filled with zombies were painted with their own logos. This is the truck from Base 5. The existing living bases were all numbered. Yuan remembered that Base 5 was the one base he had originally intended to take him to. He'd fallen off the truck along the way, and hadn't made it. The current base was number 6, the one Yuan had just arrived at after getting lost for a few days. The zombies below roared and pounced on Yuan, while some clearly tried to bypass him and ram the base gate. Yuan unsheathed his bone blade, his dark eyes tinged with blood. Yuan, meanwhile, searched for the child amidst the dense swarm of zombies. He had previously spotted the child's grandmother in the car, so was the child also there. While searching, he occasionally caught sight of Yuan, and his heart trembled. The sharp, white bone blade was stained with zombie blood. Yuan, single-handedly blocking all the zombies, stood against the wall with his back to the sun. Yuan's fingers scratched at the wall as he muffled a question. Why don't you go help him? There were so many zombies, and Yuan was alone. Upon hearing his words, Tang Xian hurriedly explained, it's nighttime now. If we send a small team down there, and they get infected, there's a good chance it could spread to the base. Besides, your partner can handle such a situation. Yuan's face sullen, he clarified, he's not my partner. You misunderstood. I have nothing to do with him. Tang Xian, huh? Tang Xian lowered his voice, and leaned close to his ear. Are you two having a fight? Did that old Yuan bully you? Tang Xian had known Yuan for a long time. In front of others, he would call him Commander Xie when he felt like it. In private, he often called him by his full name. Of course, when he needed help, he would call him Brother Xie, Dad Xie, and Ancestor Xie quite fluently. Yuan tried to explain, he and I really have nothing to do with each other. We're not a couple. He had always lived at the institute, rarely leaving the house, and had never been in a relationship. Tang Xian didn't believe his explanation. Apart from the young man in front of him, there was no other person who could be carried back by Yuan personally and held for such a long time. As the two spoke, Yuan had taken control of the situation below. Several truckloads of zombies now lay on the ground, either shot in the head or headless. Dr. Tang. The residents of the base have all been accommodated. Someone hurried up and reported to Tang Xian. Everyone is currently resting in their rooms. No injuries have occurred. Tang Xian hummed in him. He glanced down and saw that the operation was almost over. Just as he was about to make arrangements, Yuan suddenly stopped him. Do you know where Yuan went on his mission 10 days ago? He even cut off an octopus tentacle there. The mention of octopus immediately made a memory. He cut it in the old city of Feiyu. I asked him to bring me some. I haven't had seafood in ages. But he came back and said, I did bring some, but he gave it to someone else. Tang Xian paused. Could it be you who he gave that box of seafood to? Yuan remained silent. He grimaced, becoming displeased with Dr. Tang for wanting to eat seafood. Even though the little octopus's tentacle was regenerated, it couldn't withstand being cut off. Besides, the little octopus just had a bit of a bad temper. He wasn't inherently bad. Don't let him cut seafood for you anymore. Yuan said to him, if the seafood isn't tasty, I can dig potatoes for you if you want something to eat. Tang Xian thought for 2 seconds. He felt like Yuan was jealous. Okay, I remember that. I definitely won't make such unreasonable requests again. Tang Xian, flexible and resilient, stated righteously that his relationship with Xie Yuan was merely that of a superior and a subordinate. The cleanup was nearing its end. Yuan, having received crucial information, decided not to appear before Xie Yuan again. Send a team armed. Go down and dispose of the bodies, and check the recovery truck. Before Tang Xian could finish his words, someone familiar with the process had already removed the protective suits. Zombie bodies must be destroyed and buried promptly. Otherwise, if they're left at the base's entrance, the stench might not attract anything. Yuan, about to slip away, paused as he looked at the protective suits. Soon, the team that was supposed to dispose of the bodies began to leave. Xie Yuan pulled up a chair that hadn't been retracted and sat down. He wasn't wearing protective gear, and his black uniform was stained with blood. Yuan, completely wrapped in the protective suit, nearly tripped over Xie Yuan's long, tentatively outstretched legs as he passed him. Be careful. Xie Yuan wiped the bone blade and, by remaining there, provided some sort of security for the people disposing of the bodies. He killed several carts of zombies, but he couldn't possibly be asked to haul and bury them all one by one. With such a heavy workload, even a beast would be exhausted. Yuan said nothing, his head lowered, following the elder brother in front of him. The zombies were in a horrific state. Xie Yuan's fighting prowess, whether against zombies or aberrations, was unnatural. At least a normal person couldn't pull out a weapon from their back. But Xie Yuan came from the military, and his deeds of killing zombies and eliminating aberrations were enough to make everyone regard him as a kind of protective angel. Yuan didn't dare even glance at Xie Yuan. He searched for the old woman's body, while also searching for the remains of children. They searched a long way. Yuan still didn't see any children. He diligently carried the bodies to the makeshift incineration site. The makeshift incineration site was nearby. Zombies, like people, would only remain as ash after burning. Just lift his feet. Just use a little pressure. Yuan's partner was a middle-aged man, with a simple, honest voice, sounding very kind. The man lifted the zombie's head, while Yuan lifted its feet. The two of them worked together like this for several trips. On the fourth trip, the man saw that Yuan's hands were almost exhausted, so he didn't wait for him to lift his feet, and simply carried the zombie on his back. We can move it like this. The uncle chuckled. You look young, don't you? I have a 16-year-old son. I wonder which of you two is older. I'm older. Yuan spoke, and he replied seriously, I'm 18. The uncle was a chatterbox, and seeing him engage in conversation, his interest in the conversation grew even stronger. 18, still very young. Why are you doing this alone? Where's your family? Moving corpses isn't an easy job. Even with high pay, no one is willing to do it. Yuan was the youngest of the group who came down. I can't find my family anymore. I'm still looking for them. Yuan wasn't discouraged at all when he spoke of this. Once I find my family, we find a place to live. On the way to find the children, Yuan had already gone through countless scenarios in his mind. In his scenario, once all the children were found, they would all live in a quiet place where they wouldn't be disturbed by anyone. He would grow food for his cubs. In his limited time, he would spend time with them. My son is lost too. The uncle, moved by his emotions, spoke with hope. I'm working hard to earn work points. When my son returns, I see if I can find him a teacher at the base. The uncle spoke even more about his son. My son is incredibly smart. He's always been top of the class. It's just that he's a bit of a nerd. We never get along. Yuan looked at the chatty uncle, and wondered how boring his son must be to not even get along with him. Alas, it's just that I'm uneducated and don't know how to raise children. We're always arguing. The more the uncle looked at Yuan, the more he thought of his son. When he gets back, I think I have to give him a proper apology. Yeah. Yuan, who had been listening silently to the uncle's words, promptly agreed. I always apologize when I have a disagreement with my family. The two, one large and one small, chatted tirelessly as they carried the corpse. Yuan loved these family matters. After working for half an hour, the last corpse Yuan and the uncle had carried was about to be taken to the incineration site. All the bodies had been shot in the head. The uncle told Yuan to let go, and he threw the corpse, with a puncture in the forehead, forward with all his might. However, just a second before he threw it, the head-blasted corpse suddenly opened its eyes. It roared, biting the uncle tightly, who hadn't had time to let go. Yuan, who was only a few dozen centimeters away, had half of his face splashed with blood from the uncle. Xie Yuan, who was guarding nearby, noticed the emergency and instantly swooped over. The freshly cleaned bone blade neatly severed the zombie's head. The others, frightened by this sudden scene, turned pale. They fled in fear, not daring to approach the corpses to be incinerated. Everyone's eyes were filled with panic. They had clearly checked these zombies, and all of them had their heads blown off. A zombie with a headshot would obviously not move again. Return to base immediately, Xie Yuan ordered coldly. Leave this to me. Tang Xian, get down. Tang Xian was called down. Yuan, however, did not leave with the others. He stood where he was, wondering why the zombies were still resurrecting. The little white mushroom nestled in Yuan's pocket, lazily listening to the noises outside. Xie Yuan glanced at Yuan, who remained behind, but said nothing more. Tang Xian squatted down, took the severed zombie head, and performed an autopsy on the spot. The autopsy was complete. He discovered a glowing blue crystal within the zombie's skull. Little white mushroom, after peeking at the crystal, gently nudged his brother's pocket. His voice, tinged with greed, said, "Big brother, this is so good." Yuan covered his pocket, preventing his son from looking inside. Little brat, don't put something this filthy in your mouth. Chapter 15. Yuan tucked the small white mushroom into his pocket. He squatted down and took a close look at the crystal Tang Xian was holding. The surface of the crystal was covered in a layer of blue, while the interior was white. Tang Xian, wearing medical gloves, examined it carefully. He didn't have any more sophisticated analytical equipment with him, so he was relying solely on his naked eye. There's energy fluctuations. This must be what caused the zombies to explode again. Thank you, Dad. Thank you for your help. Go cut off the heads of those zombies for me. I see how many crystals like this are left. Okay. Xie Yuan agreed, and stood up to cut off the zombies' heads. Yuan didn't follow Xie Yuan. He squatted next to Tang Xian. Seeing him approaching, Tang Xian deliberately threatened, "You're so close, aren't you afraid the zombies will try to hide again?" "No." Yuan's voice was as low as a mosquito's. After all, he had already been bitten. The zombies thought he was unpalatable, and wouldn't eat him. He tugged at Tang Xian's arm and whispered, "You're a doctor. Can you save that uncle? He's wearing protective gear." Tang Xian looked up at the bitten uncle. According to the safest approach, the first response after a bite is to shoot the victim. But considering that everyone had already been evacuated, and they were the only ones at the scene, and Xie Yuan was also present, Tang Xian didn't proceed with the first response. "I can't save him." Since the infected became rampant, Tang Xian has witnessed countless deaths and lives. His parents died right in front of him. After his mother was bitten, his father, always stern and strict, killed her and then committed suicide on the spot. He survived, protecting his twin brother, Tang Ran. Yuan felt a weight drop from his heart as he watched the still struggling uncle. Since waking up in the research facility, he'd been confronted by the infected Selena. Selena was dead, and so many others were dead. This uncle before him was also going to die. Death. The shock it brought to you, and was only realized afterward. He didn't cry after seeing so many bodies in the research facility, but on those nights, alone trying to find his way, tears welled up in his eyes as he thought of those people. He knew it was a side effect of his treatment. After each treatment, he'd forget about unimportant people and events. Besides, his emotional reflexes would sometimes become very long. The only lucky thing was that he hadn't forgotten the cubs, nor had he become indifferent to them. "The uncle isn't dead yet," Yuan repeated. He was wearing a hazmat suit, and the zombies bit him through it. Tang Xian sighed. He staunchly treated the bitten uncle, but at the same time, he had to tell Yuan the truth. His protective suit was torn, otherwise he wouldn't have bled so much. The bleeding wasn't the most serious problem, the infection was. The uncle had been bitten on the neck. Even though Tang Xian was a doctor, there was nothing he could do. "Uncle." Yuan looked at the uncle, who sat on the ground, his back leaning against a wooden stake, unsure what to say. He could only offer futile comfort. "Hold on a little longer, don't get infected. As long as you don't get infected, we can return to base." The uncle clutched the bandage around his neck, a smile straining his lips. "I can't go back." There was no panic in his tone. On the contrary, facing death, he was surprisingly calm. "I've been busy for half my life. Now it's time to rest. Shaoan, can you do me a favor? I saved some things, and want to leave them to my son." He spoke haltingly. "They're in a box under my bed. It's locked with a combination. The combination is my son's birthday. Please give the box to Commander Lu Qishan, who's in charge of the base. We're from the same hometown. He'd give it to my son for me." The uncle spoke slowly, blood seeping through the gauze. His life force was visibly draining away, like a still hourglass, unable to hold back the sand. Yuan watched him close his eyes, his head finally tilting to the side. "Uncle?" Yuan called out blankly. He called out several times, and just as the old man moved his neck in response to his shouting, a large hand suddenly embraced him and moved him behind him. "Don't get so close," Yuan said, his gaze fixed on the old man. The old man's head dropped, and the bleeding suddenly stopped. Undoubtedly, he hadn't escaped infection. Tang Xian, observing this, didn't react much. He hurried to continue dissecting the head Yuan had severed. With so many heads, any other doctor would have been daunted. Tang Xian calmly began to dissect. After Yuan finished dissecting the mutated old man, Tang Xian had almost finished his work. There are 4 crystals in total, all blue with white. The crystals were very small, the smallest only the size of a fingernail. Yuan's gaze shifted from the old man. He pushed Yuan aside, looking at the crystals as if to divert his attention. 4 trucks arrived at the base entrance, and here are 4 crystals. "Brother Xia, I have a guess." Before he could finish his guess, Yuan glanced at him, and he knew it was tacit agreement. "Alas." Tang Xian smiled. "The situation we least wanted to see has happened. Report the situation when we get back." Yuan had already had a vague sense of what was happening when he went to the village to deal with the mutants, so he wasn't as devastated as Tang Xian. Yuan listened to their conversation, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" He didn't understand a word, not even what the crystals signified. Tang Xian treated him as one of his own, so he casually explained, "The zombies have evolved, and these crystals are proof of that. Zombies with these crystals are more intelligent than others. If their heads aren't chopped off, they exhibit this kind of resurrection behavior. Zombies evolving." Yuan took a long time to process these words, and he instinctively rubbed his head. Tang Xian noticed this, and he reassured him, "Don't worry, this thing won't appear in our heads." Yuan was worried. He was a fake human, and maybe he had this thing in his head too. The little white mushroom was still gently bumping in Yuan's pocket, wanting his elder brother to give it a crystal core, but his elder brother ruthlessly suppressed its little movements. After a long while, Yuan lit a fire and burned all the bodies. After the incineration, Tang Xian went forward to check if there were any crystals left. Just as Tang Xian went to check, Yuan, standing behind Yuan, suddenly asked, "Awake?" Yuan didn't want to talk, just wanted to play dead. Yuan lowered his eyes. Staring at the young man in the protective suit, his dark pupils narrowed. "Are you deliberately ignoring me?" Yuan had no choice but to play dumb. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yuan scoffed. He'd been clinging to him all the way, but now, he was denying his words. Yuan was determined to play dumb, listening in one ear and out the other to Yuan's words. The two of them didn't stay long before Tang Xian, having finished his inspection, came over and reported, "No new crystals found." "Let's go! We increase patrols tonight to prevent any further incidents." Yuan followed them, walking back without a word. After the 3 returned, Yuan and Yuan could rest, but Tang Xian had to continue working overtime. He needed to analyze the crystal's composition using instruments overnight. "Brother, I stay with you." A young man in casual clothes, who looked exactly like Tang Xian, was waiting at the corner. Tang Xian's eyes warmed when he saw him. "You're not needed. Go to sleep. I'll be back when I'm done." "It won't take long." The 2 brothers chatted as they walked side by side. Yuan was heading back to his room. Although he had a poor sense of direction, he still remembered the route he had taken, so getting back was easy. After walking for a while, Yuan stopped, unable to bear it any longer. He had already taken off his protective suit, and his hair, though he had used his hands to pull it twice, was still a mess. "You, don't follow me." Now that Yuan knew Big Head was Yuan, he had no desire to pursue Big Head anymore. Big Head might be sweet, but he was a murderer. Yuan looked at the boy's prickly hair and, for a moment, felt like raising his hand to brush it back. But he wasn't so impulsive, so he simply said, "I'm not following you. I'm going back to my room." Yuan was half believing, half doubting. As they walked, Yuan could vaguely detect Yuan's scent. He pursed his lips, trying to remind himself not to let the food get the better of him. "Don't be embarrassed." Yuan walked beside him, and said calmly, "I won't mention what happened in the village again. Just remember, don't have any feelings for me in the future." Yuan had mistaken Yuan for someone who admired him, and had been seduced by the deformed creature in the village, which was why he had revealed his feelings. Such a young boy, now exposed, naturally felt ashamed and refused to admit his true feelings. Yuan's understanding attitude made Yuan angrily retort, "I never liked you, And I never will. Xie Yuan, oh. He said calmly, I believe it. Yuan, Bah, I don't believe it. Xie Yuan's perfunctory belief irritated Yuan. He quickened his pace without looking back, not wanting to walk side by side with Xie Yuan. A moment later, Yuan, peering through the peephole in the door, saw Xie Yuan returning and was stunned. The people at the base had assigned him a room next to Xie Yuan's. Yuan stood at the door for a moment before locking it, showering, and climbing into bed. Little White Mushroom sat on the bed, a dejected air emanating from his entire body. His pitiful appearance didn't soften Yuan's heart at all. Shujio? Yuan sat cross-legged in front of Little White Mushroom and sternly reasoned with him. You can't eat anything now. I take you out of the base in 2 days. Little Nine's food was the nutritional supplements from the Research Institute. There were no nutritional supplements here, so Yuan planned to go find some outside. Little Nine rubbed his big brother's finger, delicate and pitiful, yet greedy. Big brother, that crystal core is delicious. I grow up only if I eat it. Yuan frowned, dirty. How could you stuff something growing out of a zombie's head into your mouth? Little Nine, frustrated that he couldn't get food, turned into a mushroom ball. The mushroom ball curled up and rolled under the pillow to hide itself. Yuan, aroused by his greed, felt a little hungry. He patted his flat stomach and ultimately decided to stick to his guns, not lick that fake Xie Yuan. Go to sleep. You won't be hungry when you're asleep. Yuan lay down, soothing both Little Nine and himself. He closed his eyes, banishing Xie Yuan from his mind. After he fell asleep, Little Nine jumped out. He glanced at the window, then at his older brother, who was still asleep. Forget it. Little Nine lay down next to Yuan. I can't make Big Brother angry. The night was quiet. Big Brother and Little Nine, both hungry, began to search for food in their dreams. The next day, Yuan went to work on the tasks assigned by his uncle. He found Lu Qishan and handed him the box. Uncle said he's leaving it for his son. In the uncle's room, Yuan also found a photo. The photo showed the uncle's son, a 16-year-old boy in a school uniform, black framed glasses, and slightly thick bangs. Lu Qishan stared at the box for a long moment before whispering, his son is long gone. Yuan was stunned. 2 months ago, his son was caught in a zombie apocalypse. As Lu Qishan spoke, he couldn't bring himself to look at the box. In a zombie apocalypse, how could anyone survive? Later, after the zombie apocalypse dissipated, he couldn't find his son, and he refused to believe anything had happened to him. Even though Lu Qishan claimed the uncle's son was gone, Yuan still handed him the box. This was what the uncle had asked him to do. Lu Qishan left with the box. Yuan was about to put the photo away when Little White Mushroom suddenly interrupted, Brother, the person in the photo looks familiar to me. Yuan, ? Little White Mushroom examined the photo a few more times. Then, meeting his elder brother's gaze, he gave a definitive answer, I seen him. He's not dead. This reassured Yuan's calm heart suddenly relaxed. He picked up the Little White Mushroom and touched it with delight. Great. Maybe we run into him again when we go out. 2 days later. During another routine inspection at the base, the inspectors discovered that Yuan had disappeared without a trace. Yuan, who had fled with Little Nine, headed resolutely to the abandoned old city of Yumu, intent on finding Little Eight, whose tentacle had been severed. When the inspectors couldn't find him anywhere, their faces paled with fear, and they ran frantically to find Xie Yuan. Ah! Commander Xia, your wife is gone. Chapter 16. Although Yuan had clarified at the base over the past 2 days that he had no connection with Xie Yuan, it had little effect. When returning to the base, many people witnessed Xie Yuan carrying him back home, and those who had traveled with Xie Yuan reported that the two had even hugged each other all the way in the car. Word seemed particularly weak in the face of these facts. So, on the day Yuan disappeared, the inspector screamed throughout the base. By the time he found Xie Yuan, he had already heard the news from others. The inspector was filled with shame. Captain Xia, I'm sorry, I lost your family. Xie Yuan was in the medical room, his cold eyes scanning the man before him, his tone devoid of emotion. Where's the person on duty? Who let him out? Yuan was still young, and leaving him alone out there would be grave danger. The inspector had just been to the monitoring room, and he hurriedly replied, Captain Xia, I checked the surveillance and found that your family member left the room at 5 this morning and hid in the back of the transport truck. At 8 this morning, the transport truck left without noticing him and took him out with it. The inspector was afraid of Xie Yuan, so he did everything he could before coming to speak to him. He gritted his teeth and continued, I called the truck driver and he said, he's no longer in the back. Xie Yuan's face was sullen, and he didn't say anything. Tang Xian couldn't bear it any longer and asked Xie Yuan, "Brother Xie, did you have a conflict with Yuan? Why did he leave so suddenly?" Xie Yuan didn't know the reason. He frowned, trying to recall. "Last night, he was lingering at my door, and I didn't let him in." Tang Xian sharply grasped the point. "Are you two still sleeping in separate rooms?" Xie Yuan hummed him. He knew Yuan was interested in him, so he hadn't let her in at night. It was late at night, and if the little one got into trouble and tried to do something, he didn't want to actually bully her. He was a non-marriage advocate, and he had no intention of falling in love in this situation. Aside from avoiding her, he couldn't think of any other way to deal with it. Tang Xian's eyes suddenly sharpened. "The case is solved. It must be because you didn't open the door for Yuan," and he felt his pride was hurt, so he ran out of the base so early in the morning. Xie Yuan's face was tense, but he didn't deny it. It was indeed his inconsiderateness. He hadn't accepted Yuan, but he had also conceded that Yuan could live next door to him. For such a young boy, it was naturally shameful to keep seeing him after his pursuit had failed. Xie Yuan pondered this for a moment, finally pinning the blame squarely on himself for Yuan's departure. "Brother Xie, do you want to go and bring him back? Just do your thing. Don't worry about me." Xie Yuan ignored Tang Xian and walked straight out of the medical room, unsure where to go. Tang Xian glanced at the inspector patrolling the base and warned, "Why don't you do another thorough investigation? If anyone else slips out, will the order of the base be maintained?" "Yes, I go and reinvestigate right away." Tang Xian dismissed the inspector and returned to his makeshift research room, continuing to study the 4 crystals. The number of these 4 crystals was still too small to support any further speculation. The base was once again under strict inspection. Outside the base, Yuan, who had secretly escaped from his car, was still completely unaware of this. He carried Little White Mushroom and tried to find his way to the old city of Feiyu. The old city of Feiyu was originally called Feiyu City, but later, a new city was built, and this city was called the Old City. "Shijio?" Yuan touched Shijio's umbrella and counseled him earnestly. "Xiaoba is just a little bit of a fightmonger. You don't have to be so scared of him." Shijio and Xiaoshur played well together, but Xiaoshur complained about it in his diary. Xiaoba always strangled him with his tentacles. It was obvious that these two had a bad relationship with the bully Xiaoba. Yuan now had to find Xiaoba. Before finding Xiaoba, he had to comfort Xiaojiu and prevent the fight between Xiaojiu and Xiaoba from getting too serious. "Big brother, if Xiaoba and I fell into the water, who would you save?" Xiaojiu, having learned this from nowhere, suddenly hurled this interrogation at Yuan. "Yuan, eh?" Yuan choked. He tapped Xiaojiu's umbrella and retorted, "Did you forget I can't swim? I remember you and Xiaoba both could swim, so there was no need for me to rescue you." Xiaojiu was still upset. But Big Brother wanted all the kids to get along, so he rubbed his fingers and accepted his soothing words. The two of them hurried on. On the way, they occasionally encountered people. There were people, and there were zombies. Survivors who hadn't settled into the base either lived alone or in pairs. When Yuan met these people, he would always say, "These days, zombies can come back to life after being shot in the head. You can go live inside the base." There were guards stationed at the base, and its walls were constantly being thickened and raised. Living inside the base was better than being outside. Some people, listening to Yuan, asked for directions to the base. But others shared Yuan's goal. "I need to go out and find someone, I can't stay at the base." The sudden zombie outbreak had caused many people to lose contact with important people. They abandoned the safer base, risking death by zombies, to find their loved ones. Yuan didn't interfere with others' choices. He would simply ask, after a polite greeting, "Do you know how to get to Feiyu Old City?" "Go straight along the road." Someone who knew the route told him, "I heard that city is in chaos. You better go somewhere else." Yuan refused. He thanked the passers-by and continued walking with Shijio. On the way to the abandoned old city of Yuyu, Yuan made a detour to Base 5, wanting to check on the kid in overalls. "Brother, Base 5 is very likely already taken." Little White Mushroom sat on Yuan's shoulder and spoke to him. Thinking of the truck at the base gate a few days ago, Yuan knew that the situation at Base 5 was probably not good. He prepared himself mentally. "Let's just stop by and check on them, just in case they're all okay." Xiaojiu didn't care about the lives of the humans at the base, but he knew his big brother loved babies. Be it human babies or furry animal babies, his big brother loved them all. That base has already had evolved zombies. How can it be saved? Xiaojiu whispered into his big brother's ear. Yuan patted him and said optimistically, "Zombies can evolve, and so can humans. But no humans are evolving right now. Xiaojio pointed out the facts. These days, crystal nuclei representing evolution appear in the heads of zombies, but no one has ever heard of any evolutionary form among humans. When they encountered a zombie on the road, Yuan, suppressing his nausea, dug out a crystal. The crystal was purple. Yuan didn't kill this zombie, he just found it along the way. Yuan put the purple crystal away. He didn't dare let Xiaojio eat it without permission, wanting to wait until he could figure out what it was before making a decision. The current state of zombie evolution undoubtedly poses a huge threat to human survival. They walked at a leisurely pace, and Yuan wasn't too pessimistic. He said slowly, I think humans will definitely evolve. As he spoke, he couldn't help but touch his head again. He wondered if a crystal nucleus had grown in his own head too. Xiaojio? Yuan called out to the little white mushroom on his shoulder. Do you really want to eat the crystal core? Yeah. Xiaojio admitted without hesitation, nuzzling his older brother coquettishly. Brother, I'm so hungry. Can you give me that purple crystal core? Yuan didn't answer the question. He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to hide something from his little boy, so he decided to tell him something else. He took the little white mushroom off and held it in his palm. Xiaojio, I have something to tell you. Huh? Go ahead, brother. Yuan freed one hand and rolled up his sleeve. Then, pointing to his arm, he confessed without warning, I was bitten by a zombie. Xiaojio? Question mark. Xiaojio lost his balance and fell directly from Yuan's arms. Grunt. Whether it was the pain or the sheer force of the blow, Xiaojio didn't get up for a long time. Yuan, with a heartbroken look, lifted Xiaojio up and wiped the dust off him. Xiaojio sat dazed as his big brother wiped away the dust. A long moment passed. Xiaojio finally found his voice trembling as he asked, Big brother, when were you bitten? Before I found you. Yuan recounted the story of the bite. Xiaojio stormed off in anger. How dare someone do this to you? I'm going to eat him. Yuan, Yuan looked at Xiaojio, who was always gentle and weak, and paused for a few seconds before recovering from the contrast between Xiaojio's character and his own. That man should have returned to base 5. We're having trouble finding him. Yuan tried to soothe the furious Xiaojio for over 10 minutes before finally calming him down. This time, Xiaojio didn't object to going to base 5. He held a grudge. He was going to eat that man. Yuan told Xiaojio about how he'd been bitten. Xiaojio crawled into Yuan's pocket, sulking and refusing to come out. He was blaming himself. If he had met with his elder brother earlier, he would never have allowed anyone to harm him. The incident had already happened, and Xiaojio couldn't change it. He poked his pocket and whispered to his elder brother, Brother, even if you had a crystal core in your head, I wouldn't eat it. The person he loved most in this world was his elder brother. Yuan's eyes narrowed at his words. I know. His cubs were the best. Yuan walked the route to base 5 for 3 days, but couldn't find it. During those 3 days, little Jazizi relied solely on photosynthesis in the sun to keep himself full. He didn't even like the food his older brother found for him. Yuan was also very hungry. His stomach was empty, and a few biscuits were of no use. After another encounter with the passerby brought him news about base 5. It's been taken down, many soldiers have arrived, and there are still many survivors. Yuan was extremely lost, and little Jazizi wasn't much better off. Seeing they couldn't find base 5 anymore, they decided to go to the abandoned Yushu Old City. Base 5 had been handed over to the newly arrived military, so it didn't matter whether they went there or not. On the 4th day, a starving Yuan, on his way to the abandoned Yushu Old City, was reminded by little Jazizi that he had found a town where everyone had fled. The town was called Yushu Township. This place was very close to the old town of Feiyu. After a long search of the town, Yuan found only a pig. Xiaojio stared at the pig for a long moment, confirming, this is a normal pig. Not a zombie pig, not a mutant pig. Yuan sniffed and asked, can I eat it? Xiaojio, Xiaojio bravely jumped down, facing the plump pig. Leave it to me. A true A09 mutant, even in its juvenile form, would be able to handle a pig. Yuan didn't dare watch the pig being slaughtered. He covered his eyes, waiting for his son to slaughter the pig for him. Xiaojio temporarily transformed from his white mushroom mimicry into a more suitable form for slaughtering a pig. Half an hour later. In the open-air kitchen, Xiaojio put the clean pork into the pot to stew. Half the pork was being stewed, while Xiaojio packed the other half for his elder brother to eat tomorrow. His elder brother didn't eat humans or anything else. Xiaojio endured his own hunger while worrying about his elder brother's diet. The pork was quickly cooked. Yuan held the bowl, imagining the pork as Xie Yuan, whom he dreamed of licking. Big Head. He refused to call Siechiyuan, only calling him Big Head to deceive himself. I'm going to eat you. He took a bite of the pork, self-hypnotizingly imagining himself licking Big Head. 1 bite of Big Head. 2 bites of Big Head. Still very hungry, Yuan tearfully devoured 2 large bowls of Big Head. Meanwhile, after searching for Yuan outside but failing to find him, Siechiyuan received a secret mission. Chapter 17. After reading the mission, Siechiyuan's face darkened, and he turned to leave. The person behind him anticipated his phone call, so they didn't stop him. As expected, the first thing Siechiyuan did upon leaving the house was to call for confirmation. Uncle Ruan. As soon as Siechiyuan started, the person on the other end knew what he was going to say. Your Uncle Ruan's disappearance is related to the Red Bird organization. I want you to go to Feiyu Old City as soon as possible and find your Uncle Ruan. Okay. Siechiyuan agreed. Before hanging up, he added, things have been turbulent lately, so please be careful. I find Uncle Ruan. Got it. The person on the other end paused. You too. Siechiyuan had 2 fathers, the adoptive father on the phone, and his partner, whom he used to call Uncle Ruan. After the call, Siechiyuan called a team over and asked them to continue searching for Yuan, who had left. He needed to arrange for a team to rush to Feiyu Old City. Outside. After dinner, Yuan and Shiojo prepared to rest. The town was deserted, everyone had fled. Many of the houses were unlinked, and while they were a mess, they could at least serve as a temporary resting place. Shiojo. Yuan sprinkled some water on Shiojo and laid him on the bedside. We're very close to our destination now. Do you think we can find Shioba? Shiojo had no hope of finding Shioba. But seeing his older brother's expectant expression, Shiojo reluctantly lied, I think so. Shioba has so many tentacles, he won't be easily killed. Yuan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt Shiojo's last words were filled with regret. Shiojo was truly regretful. He wished the other cubs would die sooner rather than later, so no one would compete with him for the title of Big Brother. Yuan looked down at Shiojo, who was obediently rubbing his fingers, and decided it must be a delusion. Xiaojiu and Shioba didn't play well together, but he probably didn't want Shioba to get beaten to death. Time slipped by. Yuan's sleep quality was excellent, and he already self-hypnotized by eating 2 bowls of Big Head, so he fell asleep in bed after a few tossings. He fell asleep, but Shiojo didn't. Since dusk, Shiojo had been keenly aware of sounds, subtle rustlings. Besides the sounds, there were also many eyes watching them from the shadows. Yuan dreamed of Big Head, mumbling with his eyes closed, asking Big Head to lick him. I'm hungry. Yuan's temper was exposed in his dream. He hugged Siechiyuan's waist and said, I just need 1 bite. Unfortunately, Siechiyuan in the dream was cold and wouldn't give him a single bite. Little Gio didn't understand what his elder brother was mumbling in the dream. He skipped to the door and acted as a door god for him. Aberration A09's abilities were control and dream weaving. But Xiao Jio was now in juvenile form, so his abilities were undoubtedly less than before. Back in the village, he had shared his abilities with the green umbrella mushroom. That's why Siechiyuan mistook the umbrella mushroom for aberration A09. The rustling sound grew louder in the darkness. The little white mushroom, sitting on the doorstep, spotted the wandering zombies. Zombies were walking in groups along the road, heading in this direction. Before they could even get close, a figure stood in front of the zombies. Get lost. The figure's arms were exposed, covered in large bruises and purple scars. This was someone who had been bitten. His zombie characteristics were extremely obvious. The sound of Get Lost was hoarse and piercing, like his vocal cords being crushed. The zombies, with their targets in mind, naturally wouldn't be scared away. Little White Mushroom leaned against the door, calmly watching the zombies fight. The fights between zombies were all about the most primitive pounce, gnaw, and bite. Little White Mushroom also saw the talking zombie. The zombie's face was very pale, his eye sockets deep and black. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his body were clearly visible. This zombie had been bitten badly. Not only on his arms, but also elsewhere. Little White Mushroom observed him carefully, noting his speed and the immense force in his hands. He had snapped the necks of several zombies. After breaking the neck, he pulled open the skull, retrieved the fingernail-sized crystal core, and stuffed it into his mouth. Little White Mushroom, grabbing food. After dealing with the zombies, the talking zombie turned and walked over. He approached Yuan's residence step by step, until a soft, babyish voice rang out. Go any further, and you die. The zombie stopped, his voice hoarse and struggling to utter broken words. I mean no harm. He's the same as me. This zombie's language system seemed to have deteriorated significantly, making speech difficult for him. Little White Mushroom nimbly slid down from the threshold, his body swelling little by little until it reached half a person's height. My big brother is nothing like you. The Little White Mushroom scoffed. He was delicate and timid in front of his big brother, but he never showed his weakness in front of other creatures or animals. Big brother is sleeping. I have a snack. He probably won't notice. Such an ugly zombie, yet he still wanted to rip off his big brother. The hungry Little White Mushroom was eager to attack him. The zombie remained silent and didn't leave. Just as the Little White Mushroom was about to make a move, the door behind him suddenly opened. It was Yuan, who had been awakened from his dream by Siechi Yuan's anger. Yuan's face was filled with displeasure. He rubbed his eyes, staring at the Little White Mushroom, which had shrunk back to the size of a palm in a second, then at the clearly infected zombie before him. Am I still dreaming? He muttered, wanting to go back to sleep. I'm coming to find you, the zombie said to Yuan, emphasizing each word. Yuan was completely stunned by his words. There were actually talking zombies just like him in this world. Although this zombie looked different, Yuan was still delighted. He warmly welcomed the zombie in and considerately asked, "Would you like some stewed pork?" "I have more in the pot." Xiao Jiao had given him too much. He couldn't finish it. The zombie shook his head. He stared at Yuan intently, his words spitting out incoherently, asking, "Have you ever had contact with humans? Have you ever been to a human base?" Yuan nodded. The zombie's expression grew even more excited. "I don't want to be a zombie." He clenched his fists and told Yuan his thoughts. "I want to go to a human base and help humans." Yuan felt exhausted just listening to him talk. But having finally met someone like him, Yuan patiently offered him advice. Even if you really want to go to the human base, be cautious. You'd be instantly recognized as a zombie like this. They'd probably kill you before you even finish your words. The zombie, unwilling to be a zombie, fell silent again. He knew that acting like this would scare others. He had saved many people in town, but these people were still afraid of him and hadn't even said thank you. Then I go find the police. I go find the soldiers. Yuan thought about the soldiers he met. Like Pei Si and the others, they were all very kind. Zombies aren't the same as humans. Even if you want to help, they might not believe you. The zombie before him shared Yuan's concerns. He said firmly, "I believe them." After saying this, he asked Yuan, "Will you come with me?" He had come over, hoping to find a companion. Yuan shook his head and embarrassedly declined. "Sorry, I can't come with you. I have something important to do, and can't return to the human base." "Okay." The zombie, having failed to find a companion, said these two words regretfully. Although their paths diverged, Yuan still let him sleep in his room for the night. That night, they also discussed their experiences as zombies. You can eat the crystal core. You become faster and stronger. But there's no way I can become human. Even though he knew the crystal core was edible, Yuan felt his stomach and still didn't want to eat the contents of a zombie's head. Besides searching for his cubs, he had a subtle, hidden goal. He wanted to find something besides the crystal core and the big head, something else that would fill his stomach. Yuan looked at his only fellow, hesitated, and then told him his goal. "When I find new food, I share it with you." "Okay." The two reached a consensus, and Yuan fumbled and drew a map of the base for him. "This is the map of Base 6. There's a Dr. Tang on it. He's a bit of a good guy." The zombie took the map and smiled gratefully at him. The next day, Yuan was about to leave. He packed up the uneaten pork and put it on his back, saying goodbye to the zombie. The zombie was so severely infected that his age couldn't be determined. And his vocal cords were damaged, so his age couldn't be determined. Yuan only knew that he was male, and his name was Sun Mo. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan completely left the town. Sun Mo remained in the room, clutching the map, resting like a human before leaving. On the bed, he saw a photo. It had fallen out of Yuan's pocket. It was a picture of an old man and his son. Sun Mo was stunned, his bloodshot eyes suddenly redder. Outside the town, Yuan was exhausted. He briefly considered giving up on the pork, but wasting such an uninfected old sow was shameful. There was no other way. Yuan could only grunt and continue carrying the pork. "Brother, we're almost there." Sun Mo had pointed the way before they left, and the two of them, Mushroom and Little White Mushroom, were on the same route. Little White Mushroom leaned against his brother, looking ahead sullenly. Sigh. He hated Xiao Ba so much. He didn't want to see Xiao Ba at all. Reluctantly, Little White Mushroom sat on his big brother's shoulder and spotted the road sign ahead. The sign was stained with blood, suggesting a tragedy had occurred. Big brother, we're really almost there. Big brother. I know. Yuan coaxed little Nine. Once we get into the city, I find a place to pack up and we stay. Don't worry, I find a way to get you some nutritional paste. The nutritional paste from the Research Institute wouldn't be completely gone outside. There are always more solutions than problems. A mutant can go without food for up to 3 months. He could just make the nutritional paste within those 3 months. After passing the sign, they quickly entered the city, their destination, the old city of Feiyu. The city was quiet, every door closed. Some shops were covered from the inside with cloth, obscuring any view. Yuan was looking for a place to stay. After walking for about 10 minutes, little Nine suddenly moved. Wait. He suddenly pointed in a direction. There's someone inside. A living human. There were still many living people in this old city. There was not only the scent of humans, but also the scent of decaying zombies, and the familiar scent of deformed beings. In short, it was a mess. Xiaojio didn't really want his eldest brother to come here. Yuan wasn't as preoccupied as he was, so his attention was now focused on the house he mentioned as occupied. He took a few steps over and carefully pushed open the half-closed door. Then, he exchanged glances with the several people bound inside. The leader, tied up like a dumpling, looked at him in bewilderment and shock. Little lucky guy. Pei Si, hastily recognizing him, didn't bother reminiscing and simply ordered, "Run. It's not safe here. That monster will be back soon." Yuan didn't run. He didn't say anything and went straight to untie the ropes. Pei Si was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. He was still trying to get Yuan to run. "Don't worry about us. See, Dad will be here soon. We won't die." Yuan's hand paused as he untied the ropes, and he swallowed. Oh no! He was still craving the big head. Pei Si didn't notice his little trick and tried to shoo him away. As he spoke, Yuan had almost finished untying the ropes. Lu Chao didn't follow this time. Pei Si watched the boy diligently untying the ropes, and his freed hand couldn't help but rub his head hard. "Good luck, little boy. I'm glad to see you're okay." As they were untying the ropes, not far away, a half-human, half-lizard monster was inviting others to a delicious meal. He slurped his saliva and said generously, "I can share my brains with you." The person being invited said coldly, "Not really. I'm picky." The lizard laughed heartily, as if it had heard a great joke. After a long moment, he crawled away to enjoy his meal. On the way out, he heard a report, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared in his tawny eyes. "Killer god, huh? Let him in. Night is coming, and there are many interesting games waiting for him." Elsewhere, Yuan was led away by Pei Si. One of the team members was from Base 6, and he knew Yuan. After moving to a new basement, the man, after trying to hold back, couldn't hold it back anymore and asked Yuan, "Well, sister-in-law, is the reason you ran away from home and left Father Xia really because he's not good enough?" Yuan, shock. Yuan's eyes widened, his head swollen. He said blankly, "What did you say?" The straightforward, fearless spectator danced before the real owner. Taking advantage of Xie Yuan's absence, he seized the opportunity to verify. "Everyone in the base is saying that Father Xie is deliberately trying to separate you from your room. You spent the entire night grieving at his door, and then left the next day. Is this true?" Chapter 18. Pei Si's teammate's final question stumbled him. He wasn't at Base 6, but had rushed over from Base 5 after receiving orders from Xie Yuan. He only knew from Xie Yuan that Yuan was still alive. But he never expected that Yuan and Xie Yuan would develop such a relationship. Pei Si was completely dazed. He looked at Yuan's handsome face and said in disbelief, I have another father." "Yuan, eh?" Yuan frowned, unwilling to acknowledge this godson. He tried in vain to defend himself. "I'm not your father. Datu and I aren't what you think." Pei Si's face grew increasingly confused. "Who is Datu?" The teammate, watching the show, quickly replied, "Brother Pei, I know. Datu is Xie Dad. That's my sister-in-law's nickname for him." Pei Si, dazed, came back to his senses. "Xie Yuan, you sucker. What a unique nickname." Yuan choked. He was furious, yet unable to argue. He felt completely wronged. Xie Yuan hadn't even let him kiss her in his dreams, yet how could he become his partner in real life? Pei Si was indeed an elite soldier, both physically and mentally stronger than the average person. After a brief moment of doubt, he quickly adjusted his mindset and accepted the dramatic reality of his lucky charm becoming his sister-in-law. "Well?" Pei Si glanced back at the exit and said simply, "Stop gossiping. We have to hold out until Father Xia arrives. Yuan, let me briefly explain the situation. Ewan listened intently. Pacey considered him one of his own, so he didn't hide anything. We're the advance team, tasked with carrying out the rescue mission in the abandoned old city. Oh, and the person being rescued is related to you too. Ewan immediately became nervous upon hearing this. Who are we rescuing? The only people related to him were his father and his children. Pacey met his gaze and said seriously, your father-in-law Ruan Ke. Ewan, ? Ewan was stunned. Who is Ruan Ke? He didn't know him. Pacey looked at him and explained further. The other half of Siechi Yuan's adoptive father. Ewan was stunned. Oh. It took him a few beats to react, but that delay cost him the best opportunity to clarify. Pacey led them further inside, saying, there are several aberrations in this city. The one who just tied us up is a lizard aberration. We don't know the specific abilities of the lizard aberration yet. His flesh is invulnerable, so it's hard to impress him. I just took a picture of him and have sent it back to base. Once they find his information, they send it to us. Ewan listened to him, saying nothing more. There were several aberrations in this city. Ewan wondered if one of them was his cub. Brother Pei, why do I feel like the number of aberrations is increasing? A teammate wondered, how are these things made? They're so harmful. Killing them is harder than killing zombies. Pacey didn't answer. The little white mushroom in Yuan's pocket suddenly stirred. Good boy, our cub is the best, it doesn't hurt anyone. Ewan reached into his pocket and stroked the little white mushroom soothingly. His voice was soft, as if he was talking to himself. The others were busy finding their way and paid no attention to his movements. Pacey, who was closer, suddenly glanced at him. The basement wasn't sealed off. All basements here were a little peculiar. The basements of every household were surprisingly connected. They were groping their way forward. Outside the basement, on the city street, a lizard mutant, having lost its food, frantically slapped its tail against a pillar. Who is it? Who stole my food? The lizard's furious cry echoed throughout the street, even reaching the group in the basement. Hide well. He come looking for us. The lizard had already set its sights on them, and wouldn't give up until it found them. Ewan obediently followed Pacey's instructions. After walking through the basement for a long time, Pacey, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped in front of a door. Shoo. Pacey placed his index finger on his lips, gently silencing him. Ewan stared blankly at the door for a moment, then heard something. On the other side, there was the sound of breathing. It was unclear whether they were zombies, mutants, or even survivors. In short, the number of people on the other side was no less than their own. Ewan pressed his ear to the door. After listening for a moment, Ewan turned around, leaned over to Pacey, and whispered, I hear someone talking. Pacey hesitated. He had come here to rescue Ruan Ke. If anything went wrong with those behind the door, attracting the monsters, they would all be in trouble. Brother Pei, do you want to go in? Come in. After a few seconds of deliberation, Pacey decided to go in. First, he wanted to gather more information. Second, he could give these refugees some hope of escape. Ewan acquiesced to Pacey's choice. A moment later, Pacey, gun drawn, pushed open the door. Ewan followed him, taking in the room's contents. 7 or 8 survivors sat side by side, a pot hanging between them. The pot contained rice porridge, so thin, you could see a reflection in it. Everyone, keep quiet. We are the rescue team. Pacey was the first to identify himself, revealing his identity. Don't be afraid. We won't harm you. These people, perhaps having been hiding for too long, looked dazed. Pacey held his gun for a long moment, then, seeing they weren't showing any signs of irritation, calmed down. Ewan looked at the group of people, all with blank expressions, especially the little girl with pigtails. The girl's face was thin and pointed. How long have you been hiding here? Pacey asked. Half a month. What's the situation in the city now? A lot of monsters. Pacey's question received no useful response. The people here had been hiding for too long. Their initial fear had swelled to a state of numbness and despair. Ewan looked at the frowning Pacey, then at the survivors who looked like zombies, and slowly asked, Are you hungry? No one answered. Only the little girl with pigtails timidly said, I'm hungry. Ewan breathed a sigh of relief. He unloaded the bag he'd been carrying onto the ground. Then he called out, Come and eat. This is the old sow I killed last night. Actually, it was Xiao Jiao who killed it, and he took the blame. The group responded, Everyone, including Pacey, was so frightened by the sow in the bag that they were speechless. Ewan grunted as he moved the pork to the pot, a little awkwardly saying, I can't cook. Can you guys make it yourselves? Yes, you can. Someone suddenly snapped out of their trance, and looked at the pork with shining eyes. The previously sullen group was now all staring at the pork. Someone who knew how to cook quickly set to work on it. In such a harsh environment, the chef even managed to stir-fry some sugar color and make braised pork. Comforted by the braised pork, the survivors, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke more. Some of us have been up there. Don't go out at night. At night, the whole city becomes terrifying. Of the few people we went, only one returned covered in blood. He said Yuching is a ghost town at night. One more thing. The survivor who spoke looked up at them. The gates here are for entry only, not exit. Soldiers, I'm not saying anything, but it might be difficult for you to leave. Pacey smiled. We can get out? With the help of these survivors, Pacey retrieved the city map. Besides, there were several other hiding places. An hour later, Yuan followed Pacey out. The rest of the team, having gathered so many clues at once, were filled with admiration for Yuan. No wonder Brother Pei calls my sister-in-law a lucky charm. Without her, we'd probably still be groping in the dark. Who says not? My sister-in-law is so resourceful. She even thought to bring some pork. Is that pork for Father Xie? Yuan's teammates' teasing fell on his ears, but he rubbed them, pretending not to hear. The little white mushroom in his pocket didn't react. After all, he knew his eldest brother's relationship with the surname Xie was a complete misunderstanding. Even if he ever had a sister-in-law, it wouldn't be Xie Qiyuan. Time slipped by. When they left, it was already dark. The city was quiet. The lizards, which had been in a frenzy just hours before, were nowhere to be found. Yuan looked around and caught a faint whiff of a foul odor. The thick darkness seemed to possess a physical form, flowing through the air. The streetlights were a sinister red. Click, click. The red streetlights were actually leaking blood. Yuan dodged, feeling as if he had stumbled into a horror movie. Yuan wasn't afraid of zombies or monsters, but he was afraid of ghosts. Back in the research institute, someone had shown him a horror movie, and it frightened him so much that he wouldn't turn off the lights to sleep for days. The blood-dripping streetlights seemed like flowing air. Yuan couldn't even see the people around him clearly. He shuddered and called out in a trembling voice, Pacey? No one answered. Yuan looked around and realized that everyone around him had vanished at some point. Even the little white mushroom in his pocket was gone again. Xiaojiu. The cub he had finally found was gone. Yuan's eyes widened, his fear gone. He walked along the road, calling out carefully and cautiously for Xiaojiu. After an unknown amount of time, a figure suddenly flashed by. It was Xiaojiu, who had left his juvenile form. Xiaojiu, mimicking a human form, ran towards him. Big brother. Xiaojiu ran towards him happily. Yuan stood there, embraced tightly, but the next second, Xiaojiu, resting her head on his chin, suddenly opened her mouth. Yuan noticed quickly and pushed him away. You're not Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu hadn't recovered yet. Xiaojiu, exposed, disappeared with a laugh. Not long after, Yuan saw the other pups. One after another. Yuan rubbed his eyes, feeling both puppies inspired and filled with grief and anger. He was furious. He didn't know who was behind this, deliberately pretending to be pups to tease him. A few of the fake pups even tried to bite him, and 2 of them were so bitter after being bitten that their faces were distorted. Even a soft persimmon will burst if squeezed too much. Deceived, bitten, and despised, Yuan's face darkened completely when he saw Xie Qiyuan approaching from a distance. His fists clenched. Yuan? The fake big head was pretending quite well. He looked at Yuan with surprise. Why are you here? Yuan said nothing. As Xie Qiyuan drew closer, Yuan raised his gaze and asked coldly, Are you really Xie Qiyuan? Xie Qiyuan regarded him calmly, his guard still on edge. He nodded slightly, his tone natural, Of course I am. Yuan remained unmoved by his answer. Their gazes locked, and Yuan continued his probing. So tell me, are you my husband? Everyone misunderstood his relationship with Xie Qiyuan, assuming that Xie Qiyuan was his husband. If there was an impostor, they surely misunderstand him too. If he answered yes, Yuan would grit her teeth, determined to bite him right back. Chapter 19. The thick, eerie night seemed to shimmer. Xie Qiyuan gazed at the young man a few steps away, lost in thought for a rare moment. He'd been called dad many times before, but this was his first time. Yuan saw he didn't answer and thought he was stumped. Answer me. Yuan's entire body was whirring with activity. He already grown suspicious of the man before him, and now all he needed was a result. So he asked again, his tone even more vehement, Are you my husband? The young man's clear voice, while deliberately aggressive when calling him husband, still stirred a chord. With the wicked thought of a jerk who wouldn't take advantage of an opportunity, Xie Qiyuan's handsome face raised an eyebrow, and his thin lips uttered a single word, Having taken advantage, before Xie Yuan could comprehend the implication, the young man slammed into his body. Xie Yuan took it all in, then belatedly realized that Yuan had ulterior motives for him. He really shouldn't have taken advantage of that earlier opportunity. Before Xie Yuan could regret it, his arm was grabbed. The pain in his arm made Xie Yuan hiss softly. He lowered his eyes, watching Yuan biting down hard on his arm. Perhaps Yuan's zombie-like form wasn't thorough, so his fangs weren't sharp enough. He couldn't bite Xie Yuan's arm, so he simply gnashed with his teeth. While he was biting, Xie Yuan grabbed him by the back of his collar and lifted him up. "Let me go!" Yuan thrashed, and he blurted out, "I already know you're a fake big head. What kind of monster are you? Are you so ugly you can't even see people, so you have to pretend to be someone else?" Yuan's words made Xie Yuan, who was about to attack him, hesitate. Not only did Yuan distrust Xie Yuan, but Xie Yuan was also considering whether Yuan was real. After a moment's struggle, Yuan looked at Xie Yuan, who was still holding him, with a bewildered look. Strange. The previous imposters couldn't hold out for this long, so why hadn't this imposter disappeared yet? A few minutes later, Xie Yuan mentally confirmed the answer. Yuan was put down again. He looked at Xie Yuan, who was holding him, unsure what to say. "Follow me," Xie Yuan said calmly. "I was just teasing you. You're quite fierce though. Once you bite, you won't let go." Yuan was stunned. "Are you really Xie Yuan?" "Yes." Xie Yuan plucked a tuft of hair on his head, which felt nice. "Do you still have feelings for me? You call me husband right away." Yuan retorted, "I don't." To be so good at putting things on him, he must be the real big head. Knowing he was the real deal, Yuan looked at his arm, and suddenly felt a little nervous. "Xie Yuan. What's wrong?" Yuan grabbed Xie Yuan, who was leading him forward, and reached out to pull his arm. "Did I bite your arm? Did it bleed?" Xie Yuan glanced down. No skin was broken, just a clear tooth mark. He deliberately exaggerated, "It's bleeding." Yuan, anxious, quickly grabbed him and said, "Let me see." If it was bleeding, Xie Yuan would be doomed. Yuan didn't want anything to happen to someone who was so protective of humanity. The two men tugged at each other as they walked. When Yuan saw Xie Yuan's arm and realized he'd been tricked, he almost wanted to bite him again. The street, lit only by red streetlights, seemed deserted. Yuan walked for a long time, but didn't see any passers-by. He couldn't call Shuzhou in front of Xie Yuan, so he could only occasionally call out Pei Si. "We were all standing together just now." Yuan wondered, why did they suddenly disappear? Xie Yuan was observing the surroundings. The old city of Feiyu wasn't particularly old. According to data, its population had always been over 200,000. Although a group escaped after the apocalypse, no survivors had left since a month ago. Xie Yuan listened intently and observed in all directions. At the same time, he didn't forget to answer Yuan's question. "The aberration's powers are causing trouble. Don't worry, Pei Si won't be lost. Can it make people disappear instantly? Is this power considered magic?" As Yuan finished speaking, Xie Yuan stopped abruptly. Yuan, following behind him, was caught off guard and bumped his face into his back. "Magic." Xie Yuan repeated the word, his dark eyes slowly narrowing. "I remember there's a troublemaker under Qi Miao who loves magic." He had encountered a little trouble since entering. However, among those causing him trouble, he hadn't found anyone from the Qi Miao organization yet. Xie Yuan, thinking about the aberration codenamed Magician, didn't notice Yuan rubbing his nose, and his eyes flicked in one direction. He stared for a long time. Yuan, not caring about the bruised nose, pointed to the corner of the street ahead and warned, "There's a magician there too, with a big sign." Where Yuan pointed was a building gleaming with colorful lights. A large sign hung on the building, featuring a picture of a man in a black tuxedo, top hat, and clown mask. Next to the photo was the word magician. But the sign wasn't advertising a magic show, but a casino. The magician was the host. It didn't seem like it was there just now. Yuan thought carefully, is this a haunted house that suddenly appeared? Let's not go in. He didn't want to go into a haunted house. Xie Yuan loosely grasped his wrist and walked toward the casino, saying nonchalantly, "With me here? What are you afraid of?" Yuan muttered softly, "Even with you here, I'd be scared." "You can't catch ghosts." Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan glanced back at him and said, in a rather complicated and scientific way, "There are no ghosts in this world. Didn't you take science classes in school?" Yuan was silent for a moment, then said frankly, "No." He learned his knowledge at the Research Institute and never took any formal classes. Except for a year of kindergarten at the age of 3, he hadn't been to school since then. My vague memory of kindergarten seemed to be that while he was playing house, the kids put a red scarf over his head. Then the kids took his hand and wanted to give him away as a bride. Yuan choked, holding his wrist and making up for the science class he missed. They walked a few steps. The two of them reached the casino entrance. Instead of traditional stone lions, there were 2 life-size stone statues of magicians, one on each side. Yuan looked at the magician statues and shook Yuan's hand. He's so narcissistic. Yuan was eager to comment on this high-profile behavior. After a moment's thought, he added a comparison. Even more narcissistic than you. Yuan? Yuan's eyes darkened slightly, and he freed a hand. A long pause. When Yuan was led in by Yuan again, the hair on his head looked even more frizzy. He had a sullen expression, looking like a victim of insult. Entering the venue, a clamorous noise seemed to instantly fill his ears. The room was filled with people, some sitting and some standing. They were excitedly shouting bets, flipping cards, and comparing wins and losses. As Yuan and Yuan entered, the clamor seemed to freeze for a second. A second later, the clamor resumed. The attendant who greeted them wore a magician's tuxedo and a clown mask. There were many other attendants in the venue dressed in the same attire, and all the attendants wore the same outfit. "Welcome, it's your first time here, would you like to exchange chips?" The clown magician asked with a smile. "Newcomers get a discount." "Sir, what can you exchange for?" "Eyes, fingers, hearts, and this beautiful child beside you can all be used as collateral." Yuan was caught off guard by this mention, and he immediately hugged Yuan's arm in fear. This place felt like a haunted house to him, and he had been feeling uneasy since entering. The various people inside looked like ghosts. None of them resembled normal people. Frightened, Yuan lost his sullen expression. He hugged Yuan's arm and stammered, I can't use it as collateral." The gaping mouth on the clown's mask widened. He asked with interest, "Why can't you be the collateral?" "I can offer a very high stake. If your husband wins with the stakes, he can have anything. For example, he could win back his missing teammates. Or, he could win the whereabouts of his family. If he wins in the end, he could even win back all the survivors in this city." The clown magician, in a gentle voice, offered one temptation after another. These temptations fell on Yuan's ears, making him almost choose him. In Yuan's eyes, he was just an ordinary suitor, compared to his teammates, his family, and so many survivors. Yuan was utterly frustrated. If he were Yuan, he would also. "Why all the nonsense?" Yuan coldly interrupted the clown magician. He threw out a card. His dark eyes shone with oppression. "Go trade it for chips." Since it was a casino, exchanging money for chips was the most normal exchange. The clown magician took the card that had been thrown into his arms, his grin gradually narrowing until his face was completely expressionless. "Exchange it for money. 1 million can only be exchanged for 100 chips." "Go ahead," Yuan said nonchalantly. "I still have some pocket money in my card." The clown magician, his face gloomy, took the card to exchange it. Not long after, Yuan was dumbfounded, clutching a huge pile of chips. Yuan took the stacked chips in his hand, holding Yuan steady with his other hand. Yuan tried to hold back, but couldn't help asking, "Is your pocket money that much?" At the Research Institute, his pocket money had always been pitifully small. Yuan tilted his head and scoffed, "I'm just pretending." Seeing Yuan still dazed, he lowered his voice and explained, "That card doesn't contain pocket money. It's my wife's card." "Yuan, Yuan subconsciously asked, "Aren't you a non-marriageist? Why do you have a wife's card?" Yuan was stunned by the question. His eyes fell on Yuan's pretty, well-behaved face, and somehow, he thought back to the word husband from earlier. As if possessed, he replied, "If you're exchanging a salary card for your wife's card, what else can you call it if not a wife's card?" This time, Yuan understood immediately. The clown magician wanted Yuan to pawn him off in exchange for chips. Yuan didn't pawn him off. Instead, he took out the card. So, in other words, he was Yuan's wife's card. Yuan, having figured it out, lowered his head, helplessly holding Yuan's hand. He scratched Yuan's arm with his fingers, struggling to scratch until the skin was peeling. Chapter 20. Yuan felt a pain in his arm, as his thoughtless words were replayed, and a rare moment of awkwardness crossed his face. Yuan, still with her head bowed, quietly clarified, "I'm not your wife." Yuan was making another false accusation. Amidst the incessant noise, Yuan's clarification went unanswered, and Xie Yuan led him forward. Passing by several gambling tables, Xie Yuan glanced over and saw that most of the stakes were lifespans. At times like these, gamblers ultimately sought more than just wealth. They sought, more importantly, safety. At the chip exchange table, someone even offered the location of a survivor as collateral. The stakes for betraying one's own kind were high. Xie Yuan held Yuan's hand and, after casually remarking on his slip of the tongue, brushed aside the matter of his wife's name. Yuan was afraid of this situation and, for a moment, didn't dare confront Xie Yuan. The gambling table was crowded. Xie Yuan chose a newly vacant table and sat down. The clown magician, with an exaggerated grin, stood in the middle, serving. "Sir, please place your bet." "Yes." Xie Yuan threw down 10 chips, seemingly not indifferent to his wife. Yuan sat next to Xie Yuan, nervously watching the clown magician and the gambler across from him. The gambler across from him was wearing a mask, and it was unclear whether he was a human. "Sir, please state your bet." Xie Yuan had seen gambling games at other tables before, so he was familiar with the process. He said calmly, "I want every human in the city to escape alive." The clown magician, still smiling, said, "Sorry, you don't have enough chips. Your 10 chips can be used to place a bet on the whereabouts of your missing teammates." Yuan tugged at Xie Yuan and kindly reminded him, "Let's go small first. Going big right off the bat. What if you lose?" Xie Yuan listened to the advice and actually went small. In gambling, there's the common dice score game, but there's also card games. These games are simple, after all. Overly difficult games don't help expand the casino's pool. Xie Yuan chose the dice. It wasn't really his choice, but Yuan's eyes kept glued to the dice. The clown magician grinned and began to roll the dice. Yuan hugged Xie Yuan's arm, lowered his voice, and said to him, "I know how to play this. I'm really good at it." He was bored at the research institute, and Xiao Lu, as if to take credit, had found him the dice. When it came to dice, none of the other kids could beat Xiao Lu, including the octopus cub, the one with the most tentacles. He lost so badly that he beat Xiao Lu at night. The next day, Xiao Lu came to complain, his face bruised and swollen. Yuan was so angry that he dragged the octopus cub over and made him copy books for 3 days. From then on, playing dice became Yuan's favorite pastime. Xiao Lu cub had taught him how to roll the dice. He could roll any number he wanted. "Sir, are you betting on big or small?" The clown magician, having finished rolling the dice, smiled and looked over, asking Xie Yuan for his answer. The other guest had already bet on big. Xie Yuan said calmly, "Small." With that, the clown magician opened the lid, revealing the dice inside. "Unfortunately, it's big." "Sir, you lost." Xie Yuan glanced at the dice, and suddenly pointed at the table behind him. "I don't like this way of playing. I want the latter. To go to the table in the back, you need to bet 100 chips." The clown magician clearly marked the price, making it clear he was going to clean out Xie Yuan's chip bag. The table in the back allowed players to roll their own dice. Each player would roll the dice and compare the numbers. Xie Yuan counted out another 100 chips and switched tables. This time, Xie Yuan's bet was again on his teammates' whereabouts. He rolled the dice himself, while Yuan watched eagerly. After losing 4 times in a row, Yuan grabbed his wrist. "I know how to roll." Yuan didn't look at the masked gambler across from him, nor at the clown magician. He said to Xie Yuan, "I can roll any number you want." Xie Yuan was slightly startled. He lowered his gaze, meeting Yuan's clear eyes. Then, the dice were handed to Yuan. "How many points do you want?" 3 sixes. Yuan, having heard the request clearly, set his face, and began shaking his wrist, counting the points for Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan bet on big, and the man across from him smiled sinisterly, saying, pretending, "Do you think all the dice here are yours? It's whatever you want it to be." Yuan was about to frown at the vulgarity, but Xie Yuan raised his hand to cover his ears. Covering his ears wasn't enough, perhaps because they felt so good, Xie Yuan couldn't help but pinch them. "Shake your dice well." Xie Yuan's tone was nonchalant, but his gaze towards the gambler was cold, forcing the foul-mouthed gambler to shut up. If he didn't shut up, he felt like he was going to be stabbed. The gambler rolled the dice in front of him, and after a moment, they all stopped simultaneously. Next, it was a matter of seeing who had the highest score. Whoever had the highest score would win. Xie Yuan hadn't won a single round since the start of the betting. Before the dice were counted, he remembered Pei Si and Lu Chao calling Yuan lucky guy, and he whispered, "Lucky guy, share some of your luck with me." "Yuan, eh?" Yuan was torn. He wasn't a lucky guy at all, he was just an unlucky little zombie. No matter how much Yuan hesitated, he still had to roll the dice. The opposing gambler was the first to show his scores. A 5, 2 sixes. Unless the dice were 3 sixes, as Xie Yuan had predicted, they would still lose. Yuan wasn't panicking at all. He confidently informed Xie Yuan, "We won." His frivolous tone almost made the other player curse again. Fortunately, Xie Yuan's aura intimidated Yuan, preventing him from hearing any more curse words. Xie Yuan showed his count, and the clown magician in the middle looked down. 3 sixes. Impossible. The gambler's face fell, and he swore, "You're cheating. The dice must have been tampered with. Dealer, arrest them." The gambler was a hot-tempered man, and the 3 sixes had him practically tampering with his position. Yuan, seeing him as if he was about to eat someone, instinctively buried his head in Xie Yuan's arms. "It's so ferocious, if it's a ghost, it must be a fierce one." Xie Yuan raised his arm, letting Yuan in. He could tell that Yuan had always been afraid of this situation. No cheating. The clown magician in the middle, after checking the dice, delivered his conclusion expressionlessly. "Congratulations, client, you win." Xie Yuan won, and the gambler on the other side naturally lost. As he was dragged down, he struggled frantically, "I need more collateral. I still have something to pledge. My wife, she's turned into a zombie, a different kind of zombie." The gambler struggled desperately. He had just pledged his hand in exchange for his gambling chips. Since he had lost his chips, the casino naturally had to take back the collateral. He screamed for mercy, offering his wife as his final collateral. Yuan hadn't known when he raised his head, listening blankly as the gambler said his wife had turned into a strange zombie. She didn't bite him or the children, but instead went outside to find them food. But other than that, she couldn't speak or understand anything. Interesting. The clown magician chuckled. "A mutated zombie. This can be pawned. Take him to the chip exchange area." "Wait." Xie Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he said, "I trade with you. Pawn your zombie wife to me, and I give you the chips." The man looked from the clown magician to Xie Yuan. He knew that pawning his wife here would be a dead end, and with a sliver of conscience, he ultimately chose Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan handed him a handful of chips. The clown magician didn't stop their trade. Not only did he not stop it, he even watched from the sidelines. Yuan's timely reminder, "We won, you have to hand over our lost teammates. There are several of them, you can't deny it." Yuan's voice was urgent. He didn't just want his teammates, he wanted his Shizhou too. The clown magician's gaze darted over, and Yuan met his gaze before burying his head in Xie Yuan's elbow again. Between Xie Yuan and the ghost, he chose Xie Yuan. Yuan's urging was effective. Within 5 minutes, Pei Si, who had been chased and nearly eaten by a monster outside, appeared in the casino. Xie Yuan glanced at the number of people, they were all there. Pei Si, still dazed, stood there, looking around. After spotting Xie Yuan, he strode over and called out without hesitation, "Thank you, Daddy." Xie Yuan was talking to Pei Si, while Yuan searched his pockets. He searched all of them, but couldn't find little Nine Cub. Pei Si briefly explained the situation to Xie Yuan. Afterward, he looked at Yuan and said, "Thank you, Daddy, you and little lucky bag." Before he could finish his words, Yuan panicked and grabbed Xie Yuan's sleeve. "One more person is missing." Yuan anxiously told Xie Yuan that all the missing people were there, except for little Nine Cub. In this chaotic land, there are so many other aberrations. Shizhou is just a malformation that has regressed to a juvenile stage. He hasn't been handed over. Has he encountered some danger? Xie Yuan saw the young man in front of him, his eyes filled with anxiety, and frowned. He looked up and counted the number of people again. There was still no shortage of people. Yuan didn't dare tell them about Shizhou's existence. Amid the tents, Yuan suddenly had an idea. He asked Xie Yuan, "Can I borrow some chips from you? My little one is missing, and I need to find him." Xie Yuan had heard him mention the little one before. In the village, he had thought the little one was a figment of Yuan's imagination. "I can pay interest. We can negotiate any interest you want." Yuan was still negotiating when Xie Yuan handed him the entire bag of chips. "Hold it well." Xie Yuan averted his gaze, his tone sounding calm. "Keep rolling the dice for me. We win together." Yuan's eyes lit up, and he hugged the bag of chips tightly. Pei Si watched Yuan and Xie Yuan interact in a daze, feeling completely lost. He had been with Xie Yuan for so many years, through thick and thin, only to be barely acknowledged as a father and receive the pitiful care and attention of Xie Yuan. and that care was only granted when he was about to die. Yuan, on the other hand, had only been with Xie Qiyuan for a few days, and instead of acknowledging him as a father, he had gone all the way to acknowledging him as a husband. Seeing Yuan so close to Xie Qiyuan, yet still not being driven away, Pei Si said quietly, "Xie Qiyuan, I want to roll the dice for you too." Xie Qiyuan didn't even raise his eyelids, saying coldly, "Get lost." Pei Si, He almost felt like an unfilial son. With his teammates all following him, Xie Qiyuan didn't have any extra chips to waste on him. Pei Si leaned over and whispered, "I'm just looking around." Xie Qiyuan murmured, The teammates dispersed, pretending to be bystanders, while Yuan continued to roll the dice for Xie Qiyuan. 3 ones, small. A straight, for 56. 3 sixes, big. The gamblers on the other side took turns changing dice. Xie Qiyuan's bets included first asking for amulets for Pei Si, and the others to protect them from being taken away again. Then, looking directly at the clown magician, he said, "I want you to send one here." The clown magician had already changed several times. After a moment's pause, the new one maintained a smile and said, "Sir, we can tell you his whereabouts." Xie Qiyuan scoffed, "I want the person." The two sides failed to reach an agreement. Seeing the clown magician's smile fade, Xie Qiyuan offered Yuan the opportunity. "Whatever you want, just ask." Yuan had been waiting for these words. He bluntly began to make demands. "I want my little 9th child. I want the eldest child. I want the 2nd child." Yuan demanded child after child, and the clown magician's exaggerated smile slowly froze. A few minutes later, the clown magician suddenly looked at Xie Qiyuan. "Sir, can we discuss your request?" Yuan, shock. Yuan's eyes widened. He shook Xie Qiyuan's wrist and complained, "He's ignoring me." The clown magician's deliberate disregard for Yuan was all too obvious. Xie Qiyuan raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of something unusual. He lowered his voice and asked Yuan, "Where do all your children come from?" Yuan's heart tightened, and he answered without hesitation, "My children are all ordinary, good children. They're educated and a bit clingy." In Yuan's eyes, the children were perfect in every way. He praised the children as peerless, oblivious to the clown magician's expression, which threatened to break when he heard this. Time slipped by. With the bet unfulfilled, an eerie silence fell around the gambling table. The clown magician stared intently into Yuan's eyes. After being stared at, the latter turned away, avoiding him. Xie Qiyuan had had enough of his fun. He brought Yuan behind him and whispered, a voice only the two of them could hear, "Follow Pei Si and stay hidden." Yuan immediately knew what he was going to do. "This is going to be a scene." Xie Qiyuan protected Yuan with one hand and slowly drew the bone blade from his back. At this moment, someone was broadcasting the casino's situation live on a large screen. The handsome young man sitting in the room watched with boredom. He yawned as he watched. Has the magician's madness not subsided yet? She now doesn't care about him? No one answered. The young man stood up, deciding to go find some food outside rather than watch the magician show off in the casino. Before he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. The next second, he stood in front of the screen, unable to look away for a long time. On the screen, Yuan was holding Xie Qiyuan's hand. The two were so close that, at first glance, they looked quite intimate. The young man stared at their hands, his eyes a mixture of tenderness and coldness. He smiled and said to the person behind him, "The magician can die, but Xie Qiyuan can't live today." Chapter 21. In the noisy casino, Xie Qiyuan held the bone blade in one hand, while the other was subconsciously grasped by a nervous Yuan. The other gamblers seemed oblivious to the scene, continuing their winnings and tears as usual. Pei Si had already led the team, and stood behind Xie Qiyuan. He called out, "Yuan, come here." Yuan glanced back, hesitant, not moving. Until Xie Qiyuan whispered, "Go stand next to Pei Si." He then took a few steps forward. Pei Si consciously stepped aside, giving Xie Qiyuan space. The vast casino seemed to be ripped apart. Xie Qiyuan raised his blade and slashed at the clown magician without warning or words. The clown magician dodged, but Xie Qiyuan persisted, moving with lightning speed. Puff! The bone blade pierced the clown magician's chest. The next second, dark green, liquid oozing from his chest with a sizzling sound crept onto Xie Qiyuan's bone blade. The liquid bubbled, clearly possessing a strong corrosive quality. Xie Qiyuan remained expressionless as he neatly decapitated the clown magician. The head rolled to the ground, his exaggerated grin widening even further. "You can't kill me." The clown magician's laughter echoed throughout the casino. "No one can kill me." As expected, after smashing this clown magician's head, a new clown magician arrived. One after another. Tables were broken, stone pillars were smashed, heads were chopped off. The casino's throng of people remained unabated. Pacey, holding Yuan behind him, led him toward the door. "I've taken a look around this casino. It's quite sinister. Those masked people don't even have faces underneath their masks." Pacey had been under Xie Yuan's tutelage for a long time, so his abilities were naturally top-notch. However, since the outbreak of the infected, he had no special abilities, and he seemed somewhat struggling when facing the deformed forms. "Yuan, come out." They approached the gate, now waiting for Xie Yuan to level the place. Xie Yuan's combat prowess was terrifying, whether it was the bone blades he forcibly drew from his body or his aggressive fighting style. In a flash, most of the casino collapsed. Yuan, looking inside, couldn't help but ask, "Are there any humans here? Are there any gamblers?" "Yes," Pacey said calmly, "but if they haven't fled yet, it's hard to say whether they are human or not. A normal person wouldn't have fled at this point, nor would they have sat idly at the gambling table." A tinge of crimson flashed in Xie Yuan's dark eyes, and he indifferently destroyed everything he saw. The clown magician performed a series of tricks, playfully hurling back at him. A tiny lizard emerged from a black hat, like a Pandora's box. The moment the lizard landed, it continued to grow in size. Finally, the deformed lizard that had bound Pacey during the day reappeared. The lizard seemed easily succumb to its fury. After only a few blows, it roared and lunged at Xie Yuan. The lizard's body was tough, and its tail slashed at Xie Yuan's chest, instantly knocking him back repeatedly. Backed against the wall, Xie Yuan barely managed to stop. The clown magician laughed heartily, bowing like a gentleman. Facing the area to the right, he suddenly said, "Dear audience, I'm about to introduce you to a new bet." As soon as he finished speaking, the casino's people and facilities gradually vanished. Yuan reacted quickly, breaking free from Pacey's hand and running towards Xie Yuan. A moment later, Yuan looked around at the iron cages, then at Xie Yuan in front of him, and the lizard a little further in front, stunned. "We're locked up." The clown magician stood outside the cage, his laughter piercing his ears. "Ding ding ding, my darlings, are you going to bet on this guardian of humanity to win, or on our little lizard?" The lizard's face flickered with annoyance at the clown magician's voice. "You're so annoying. I eat you up when I get out," the lizard said, suddenly lunging at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan raised his blade and slashed, shaking the bone blade and leaving a slight crack on the lizard's shoulder. "Yuan, hide in the corner." "Yes." Yuan didn't hold back. After hearing Xie Yuan's words, he quickly retreated to the farthest corner of the cage. Crouching in the corner, he pried at the edge of the cage. Alas, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry it open. In front of the cage was a vague, misty barrier. It looked as if many spectators were sitting beneath it. Yuan couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he vaguely heard voices from below. "Ha ha, humans are ridiculous. Do they really think a killer god can kill us all? We'd be immortal. Lizard, tear him apart. Eat him and share his flesh with us." Most of the crowd was furiously attacking Xie Yuan, but a few glanced at the small boy in the corner. "Is he one of them? So cute. Hurry and get him down. It looks so soft, I wonder how it tastes." The discussion lasted only 2 rounds before suddenly quieting down. The monster that had been demanding the boy's presence suddenly saw its deformed body shatter, piece by piece. Transparent mycelium, like invisible blades, chopped the monster's body into pieces. In just a few breaths, the monster completely dissipated, replaced by a small child, only half the height of an adult's waist. The child's eyelashes curled, and its delicate figure seemed to have stepped out of a painting. It climbed onto the dead monster seat, dangling its short legs and giggling. "My big brother is so adorable." The child's voice was still a babyish drawl, its expression innocent and harmless. "Who of you still wants to be my sister-in-law?" On the original seat, some of the monster's flesh and blood that hadn't yet dissipated was still there. The child licked his lip, and the last bit of flesh and blood disappeared completely. He burped slightly, and his large, round eyes blinked. The monsters, who had originally harbored malicious intent towards the young man on the stage, all shifted their gazes upon seeing this. They began a new round of roaring, their unified target directed at Xie Yuan and the lizard. "Lizard, fight harder. Are you just tickling me?" The lizard, unable to gain an advantage and constantly being goaded, finally lost its composure to anger. Though formidable, Xie Yuan also sustained several wounds. He looked at the irritated lizard calmly, his movements becoming increasingly ferocious. "Yuan. Here. Do you want a lizard skin pocket?" Xie Yuan asked calmly, his cold eyes gazing at the lizard skin, as if he had already figured out how to peel it. Yuan was a bit conflicted. He wanted a large pocket, so he could easily carry things. Once we find little Nine, we can put him in our pocket. But his skin is so ugly. Yuan said honestly, can I dye it? I want it green. Little Nine was already green before it faded. When he used to coax the cubs, the blankets they covered them with were all green. Yuan has a deep affection for the color green. Xie Yuan's lips curled slightly. Of course. After making this promise to Yuan, Xie Yuan straightened his back, his dark eyes filled with murderous intent. The lizard's mutant ability is stealing. He can instantly steal his body, and he can also steal any inanimate object he touches. This ability is like a turtle in a shell, it's unbreakable. You can imagine how difficult it would be for Xie Yuan to peel off this lizard's steely skin. Yuan stared at his future pocket, not blinking. Xie Yuan kept his word. He promised to peel a lizard skin for Yuan to make a pocket, and he did. During the close combat, Yuan couldn't see Xie Yuan's expression. Only the lizard, so close at hand, could be seen clearly. He watched Xie Yuan's eyes slowly turn golden, and the thin, straight bone blade seemed like dragon bone, sharp and unbreakable. Yu. The lizard's steely skin was ripped apart by the bone blade, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. You also have supernatural powers. Xie Yuan's golden eyes surged in combat power. His speed, strength, and ruthlessness intimidated the arrogant lizard. You're not human. The lizard's skin was forcibly peeled off, and blood spilled onto the floor, discoloring it. He stared at Xie Yuan in horror, his bleeding mouth opening and closing as he struggled to speak. Xie Yuan, you're not human. Xie Yuan's golden eyes held no emotion. He stomped on the lizard like a king, looking down on it. The lizard's defeat was irreversible, like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind. At this critical moment, the lizard finally had some sense. He stared at Xie Yuan and spoke with each word, we are of the same kind. You should be with us. Yuan looked at Xie Yuan, whose back was turned, and then at the lizard being skinned by Xie Yuan. He puffed out his cheeks and defended Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, and you are not on the same side. You are not human, he is. And you are ugly. Xie Yuan was very handsome. Yuan couldn't find any fault with Xie Yuan's handsome face. When he had foolishly tried to fight the zombies for the head, he had already been stunned by his beauty. The lizard's skin was peeled off, and the deformed lizard died tragically on the stage. There were curses and swearing from the audience, clearly having lost their bet on the outcome. The little kid stared at the iron cage on the stage, its extended mycelium shrunken back before its owner. The cage wouldn't open. A gloomy expression settled on the little kid's delicate face. The clown magician kept changing scenes, and the audience quickly vanished. From the iron cage to the fire, the magic show, without an audience, finally revealed itself before Xie Yuan and Yuan. Xie Yuan was washing the skin of the lizard he had peeled off. Yuan said with a hint of disgust, it stinks. Xie Yuan continued to clean the skin, casually retorting, not as fragrant as you. Yuan was a clean and vain little zombie. The other zombies were incredibly dirty, but he, this little one, didn't bite anyone and even sewed his own clothes. Lizard skin is strong, ideally made into clothing. Do you want some? No. Yuan's face hardened, and he said seriously, I just want a big pocket. He didn't want to wear such an ugly lizard skin. Xie Yuan, evidently experienced in the craft, cleaned the skin with deft hands and feet, then used strips of torn cloth to join them together, creating a simple pocket. Let's leave it like this for now. I make it more detailed for you later. Xie Yuan handed him the pocket, then glanced at the scene before him. It had changed again. This time it was a maze. Yuan slung the pocket across his shoulder in disdain, tugging at Xie Yuan's sleeve. Pei Si, and the others are gone again. Yuan, a little annoyed by the constantly changing scene, asked, are we being tricked by the magician again? This magician must have been so frustrated in the past to be so enthusiastic about magic now. Xie Yuan hadn't yet retracted his bone blade. He glanced around and said calmly, no rush. He's playing all these tricks, but it's all because he can't fight. He's just a rat in the gutter, he dies sooner or later. Yuan nodded, agreeing. Halfway through the maze, Yuan noticed something was amiss. The maze structure here resembled a place he was familiar with, the Mi Shield Research Institute. Yuan was familiar with the Mi Shield Research Institute, but Xie Yuan had never been there, so he was naturally not as experienced as him. He walked until he reached a laboratory. The laboratory floor was stained with blood, and a large green medical waste bin was placed near the door. Not far from the bin was a body sprawled on its stomach. The body was wearing a research institute uniform, with a plump little fish embroidered on the back. Yuan's face paled instantly. He raised his hand and hugged Xie Yuan's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Xie Yuan, this is truly a haunted house. Xie Yuan had never been to Midden, but he was not blind and could recognize the Midden logo. It's not a haunted house. Xie Yuan soothingly rubbed the hair on his head. The magician's ability is spatial. This is just like the casino and the iron cage before, both of which are spatial reproductions. The magician's sequence is D89. Logically, given his later sequence, his spatial ability shouldn't be as powerful as it is now. Unless, like some of the zombies out there, he has evolved. Xie Yuan thought about the Red Bird organization, to which the magician belonged, and pondered their intentions. Red Bird is an internationally renowned terrorist organization, and they operate somewhat like a mercenary organization, taking on extra work for whoever pays the most. After the outbreak of the infected, Red Bird kept a low profile. Who knew that after keeping a low profile, their first act would be to occupy the old city of Feiyu and kidnap Ruan Ke, the partner of the West District boss, and a bionutritionist? Xie Yuan thought this kidnapping was irrational. Qi Miao had no prior grudge against the West District. Even if they were offered money by other districts that weren't on good terms with the West District and asked to do something, they shouldn't have accepted. In other words, even if they accepted, they would have deeply offended the West District anyway. It would be better to pull off a big one and kidnap the West District boss. Although Xie Yuan was preoccupied with other matters, he didn't forget Yuan. He explained the magician's ability to Yuan. His spatial reconstruction can only recreate places he's been to. It seems he might be from the Midden Research Institute. Impossible. Yuan flatly denied it. The magician's style didn't seem like he come from the Miss Heald laboratory. And Miss Heald never conducted experiments on aberrations. Selena said that the aberrations they accepted were all products of other research institutes. Yuan had asked why aberration research wasn't prohibited, and Selena replied that they couldn't interfere. At the time, Yuan was just a minor patient living in the institute. With neither power nor money, he could only watch helplessly as experiments on aberrations took place. How can you be so sure? Xie Yuan's golden eyes had returned to their dark state. No emotion could be seen in them, and his gaze remained fixed on Yuan. Yuan hummed perfunctorily, I'm not sure. I just don't think a place like this would have aberrations like the magician. Xie Yuan stared at his face for a moment, then looked away. Everything in the Miss Heald laboratory overlapped with the scene Yuan had seen when he woke up. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed. Selena appeared behind him, but this time Yuan didn't rush to call her. She stared intently at Yuan, then pounced on him. Xie Yuan quickly and decisively tackled her. It's rare for you to be here. Come with me. Xie Yuan led Yuan to visit another room. Yuan reached the door and suddenly glanced back. He caught a glimpse of Selena's hand, and his pupils constricted for a moment. Before he could think, Xie Yuan grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and led him outside. Outside, there was an identical zombie, only with 3 heads missing and a deformed shape. Xie Yuan strolled through the research institute, as if taking a leisurely stroll. He wondered what the magician had put him here for. Yuan felt he was familiar enough with the institute. But as he walked, he became lost. Where is this? The row of rooms before him was nowhere to be found in his memory. But just standing outside the room, he felt a chill creep down his feet. The magician's spatial abilities weren't enough to recreate the entire research institute. The scene behind him had long since collapsed, leaving only a few dozen meters of buildings. Let's go in and see. Even if they didn't go in, there was no escape route. The magician's abilities, even at this point, probably wouldn't last much longer. Xie Yuan took Yuan's wrist and walked inside. As soon as they entered, the door slammed shut. A puff of unknown gas erupted in their direction, and Yuan was quickly shielded by Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan held his breath, but still managed to inhale a small amount of the gas. A rustling noise filled the room as swarms of palm-sized deformities crawled out. Yuan couldn't find the right word to describe them, calling them deformities. They all had long, narrow beaks like needles, and their crawling was incredibly creepy. Xie Yuan saw them, and initially wanted to crush them. But he couldn't. With the deformities on the ground wasn't stable. The room was surrounded by purple lightning. The room was completely dark. The moment the lights went out, Yuan suddenly saw the sign on the sect, Group A Deformity Observation Room. The word struck Yuan like a bolt of lightning. His children had often been taken to the observation room before. But that wasn't right. Yuan mumbled, wondering if his pups had only gone to the observation room to check on their health. How could they possibly be in this observation room, There were still piles of bones in this observation room. Yuan, don't be afraid. Xie Yuan turned his head and comforted Yuan. A chill ran down his spine. Now he finally understood why the magician had chosen this place for the spatial reconstruction. In this small room, he couldn't even pull out the bone blade. Yuan's palms were icy cold. He held Xie Yuan's hand and tried to remain calm. I'm not afraid. This had to be fake. There wouldn't be such a place in the Mishealed Research Institute. Without external forces, Xie Yuan felt no fear. He could tell there were more than just the little deformities crawling around in this room. Just looking at the large round glass container hanging against the wall, the bloody claw marks inside, it was clear it was something special. In the observation room, the two men stood side by side. Outside, the handsome young man was being taunted by a child in a childish voice. I told you not to follow Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba is just a dish of seafood. What future do you have with him? Look, now Xiao Ba, the dish of seafood, has gone fishing, leaving you to take the blame. You're so good. You even pushed Big Brother into the fight. The child wasn't even as tall as the young man's thigh, but he was quite imposing against him. The young man's eyes shone coldly, and he didn't bother waiting for the magician to eliminate Xie Yuan. He shook off the child, and went to find the magician to release him. A few minutes later, the magician was held captive by a large and a small creature, their hyphae floating in the air. The young man glared at him with a murderous gaze. Get my big brother out, or I kill you. The magician stared at them fiercely, and the atmosphere gradually grew tense. The stalemate ultimately ended with the magician's retreat. The magician knew the boy's origins. His children, no matter how sinister, had a bottom line. Touch my eldest brother, and you die. The magician was about to withdraw from the space when he focused his attention and realized something was wrong. Your eldest brother is gone. He was in trouble. Chapter 22. As soon as the magician finished speaking, two icy gazes pierced him like knives. His scalp tingled as he searched his own space. After searching for a long time, the magician finally spoke again. It must be Xie Yuan. He broke into my space and abducted your eldest brother. All aberrants possess special abilities. For example, the special ability you had encountered in the village was one of mind control. He was bewitched by it, but Xie Yuan wasn't. Perhaps Xie Yuan was strong enough, or perhaps his physique could withstand it. In short, Xie Yuan, hated by the aberrants to the point of wanting to skin him alive, proved quite capable when facing them. Abducted? The word made the faces of the two, one large and one small, grow even colder. Shijio's mycelium nearly wrapped around the magician's back, and his soft, childish voice betrayed undisguised murderous intent. Say it again. The magician knew he had gotten out of hand. He didn't want to continue talking to the lunatics, so he decided to flee. Just as he was about to disappear, the two attacked simultaneously. The mycelium pierced the magician's body fiercely. He groaned and retreated with gritted teeth. The young man followed closely, carrying Shijio with him. The magician's fate was currently unknown. At this moment Yuan, who had recently emerged from the space, was struggling to drag Xie Yuan away. Xie Yuan, hold on. Yuan struggled to carry Xie Yuan onto his back. 10 minutes ago, the observation room was in jeopardy, and it was only Xie Yuan who had forcibly broken through the space that trapped them, allowing them to escape. The observation room, specifically designed for the aberrants, was also targeted at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan hadn't even drawn his bone blade at that moment. The small deformity, like the lowest of organisms, slithered towards Yuan and Xie Yuan. Yuan was disgusted by these things. Before the deformity could even approach, he brazenly hung onto Xie Yuan's back, asking him to kick it. Xie Yuan let it hang, but then realized he'd been too indulgent. Before he could adopt a cold attitude and offer a lecture, the unstoppable deformity and its pungent fumes distracted Xie Yuan's attention. The observation room wasn't simple. These initial steps were merely appetizers. As time passed, Xie Yuan realized the disadvantages this place presented him. Yuan, we need to leave. Yuan nodded rapidly. Of course, he wanted to leave, but there wasn't even a way out. Xie Yuan's eyes darkened, and he became furious. In less than 10 minutes, Xie Yuan had forcibly breached the space. The price he paid was visible to the naked eye. At least, he shed a fair amount of blood. As Yuan dragged him out, his eyes nearly reddened with greed. The big head smelled so good, he almost wanted to take a bite right there. Yuan struggled to control himself, and after a few moments of dragging, he finally found a clear spot. The magician's psychic space had been released, and they were now effectively back in the abandoned old city of Yu. The darkness of the old city was drawing to a close, and the faint glimmer of dawn was visible on the horizon. Yuan remembered what the survivors in the basement had said. The old city would be controlled at night, but relatively safe during the day. It seemed the monsters, afraid of the light, disliked appearing during the day. Yuan's lucky charm came into play, and in record time, he had Xie Yuan safely placed. They settled into a small, but relatively clean house. There were no corpses, no monsters, and, most thankfully, no bloodstains. Xie Yuan had only sustained minor injuries, not death. He watched Yuan bustling about, as if tending to his dying father, and moved his thin lips. "Yuan, come here." Yuan, who was fetching water, hurried over. He squatted in front of Xie Yuan, his hands neatly placed on his lap, his beautiful, clear eyes gleaming with concern. "What's wrong?" Xie Yuan met his gaze for a few seconds, then looked away slightly. "Nothing, just telling you not to worry too much about me. This little injury is nothing." He had risen to his current position in the West District over the years, not because his adoptive father was the district's boss. He had a knack for convincing others. In the beginning, he had kept his identity a secret. Yuan was silent. After all, Xie Yuan had been protecting him, and even given him the lizard skin pouch. As a courtesy, he had to take good care of Xie Yuan at this moment. "Close your eyes, and get some sleep." Yuan looked at him and whispered, "You're bleeding." Yuan was afraid of pain. Back at the research institute, with Zizi and Selena around, he complained to them about a cut. Xie Yuan, feeling tough, didn't take the injury seriously. Yuan reached out and covered his eyes, saying, "Go to sleep. The pain won't go away. My dad says sleep is important for your health." Under Yuan's insistence, Xie Yuan finally closed his eyes, as he wished. His long eyelashes brushed against Yuan's palm, tickling it. "I find you something to eat," Yuan said, then put his hand away and turned back to his work. He first fetched water, and cleaned the bedroom he would be staying in, then carefully wiped Xie Yuan's as well. Xie Yuan fell asleep as soon as he said he would, and didn't even open his eyes when his clothes were lifted to be wiped. Yuan held a wet towel, and looked at the scars that covered his muscular chest. They were terrifying, and he must have suffered a lot back then. But he looked pretty cool too. Yuan surreptitiously touched him a few times, then returned his gaze to the fresh, bleeding wound. "Smells good." The aroma made his stomach growl. Yuan looked down at his stomach. It had been flat ever since he turned into a zombie. Last time, he licked Xie Yuan, and he felt a little less hungry. But now, so much time had passed, and he was hungry again. Xie Yuan was still asleep, his thin eyelids closed beneath long, thick lashes. He was born with a perfect appearance, his features as if meticulously sculpted by the Creator, his entire face was impeccable. Yuan mustered his courage, and without even a word of apology, he gently pressed his forehead against his chest. The moment his warm, soft lips touched his skin, it felt as if a tiny electric current tingled through his body, sending a tingling sensation through his scalp. Yuan, undivided, licked the wound several times. Afterward, his face flushed with guilt, not daring to lift his eyes. "Saliva is disinfectant." Yuan covered the wound again, and whispered into Xie Yuan's ear, "I'm disinfecting you." Yuan himself didn't believe such nonsense. He was a complacent man, and after just a few licks, he was completely satisfied. To make up for it, he wiped Xie Yuan's face and neck with extra care this time. If Big Head wasn't constantly thinking about cutting up his cubs, he'd actually be a good big head. A few minutes later, Yuan went off to do other things. He still had to find some food for Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan was a human being, and humans need to eat. As soon as Yuan left, Xie Yuan, lying on the bed, half forced to recuperate, began to eyelid. A faint sigh drifted through the air after a while. Alas! Is all young love so fervent and passionate? They say they don't like it, but they're always being naughty whenever they get the chance. To be naughty, and to even touch someone's wounds, must be because they're heartbroken. Xie Yuan turned over quietly, thinking, what a child. Not far away, Yuan was searching the room for food. Usually, empty houses like these have been ransacked, leaving little food behind. After searching painstakingly for a long time, Yuan found a bag of instant noodles a month past their expiration date. He sniffed it carefully. It didn't smell bad, so it should be edible. Besides the instant noodles, in the lowest corner of the closet, there were a few bags of spicy noodles, still greasy and tempting. After gathering up the supplies he had found, Yuan, seeing that Xie Yuan hadn't woken yet, didn't rush to get him food. There was water in the room, so he could take a quick shower. After showering, Yuan crawled over to Xie Yuan's side, sniffing the fragrant aroma up close, and fell asleep. Time slipped by. The intact wall clock tapped gently. Yuan was startled awake, and after waking, his calf cramped and kicked twice. His Xie Yuan, who had been kicked, lifted his leg and pinned him down. Unable to move, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, rubbed them, and blearily grumpily said, "I'm still sleepy. Why won't you let me sleep?" Xie Yuan, when did he stop me from sleeping? Grumpy feelings come and go quickly. After a while, Yuan regained consciousness and sat on the bed. After a moment's pause, he obediently got out of bed. He handed Xie Yuan instant noodles, spicy noodles, and water. "For you," Yuan said, adding, "I already eaten." Xie Yuan looked up at him. Yuan felt guilty being looked at, and he avoided his gaze. He protested, "I didn't mean to get mad at you. I was just half asleep." Xie Yuan raised an eyebrow, brushing off the question. "It turns out that instant noodles a month past their expiration date won't kill you. It's just that Xie Yuan didn't touch the spicy noodles." He finished his instant noodles and water and watched Yuan eat some spicy noodles. The two of them rested, and it was still light outside. Xie Yuan had also figured out a pattern, knowing that it was easier to get things done during the day than at night. Yuan carefully wrapped up the remaining spicy noodles and put them in his lizard skin bag. He had reorganized the bag in the house, and now it looked a little better carrying it. "Where are we going?" "You find out soon." Xie Yuan didn't go upstairs, he also took the basement passage. Critically, he grabbed a map. For someone like Yuan, who was directionally challenged, even a map wouldn't make much sense. But Xie Yuan could. He seemed to know everything. As Yuan led the way, he couldn't help but glance at him. "Xie Yuan, do you have any friends?" Xie Yuan didn't say anything. Yuan understood immediately. "Oh, it means no friends." Xie Yuan, who's so capable, doesn't even have any friends. Pei Si and Dr. Tang, among others, have a good relationship with Xie Yuan, but it's ultimately a subordinate superior relationship. Xie Yuan was silent for a moment, feeling the need to find some ground. He glanced at Yuan and asked, "How about you? Do you have a lot of friends?" Yuan shook his head frankly. Before Xie Yuan could even say, "Then we're the same," Yuan proudly straightened his body and boasted, "I have so many children." He's not alone. Most importantly, Xie Yuan wants to be single, but Yuan doesn't have that idea. He's still young. When he's older, if possible, he wants to find a good-looking partner. "Yuan's I have children. You don't look," made Xie Yuan grit his teeth. He thought for a long time, only to come up with a retort. "You have so many children, are any of them your own?" Yuan, Yuan's cheeks puffed up at the sting of this remark. He stared at Xie Yuan's handsome face, then thought about the ambiguity and misunderstanding between them that he couldn't quite untangle. So, he steeled himself and decided to make things worse for him. "If you can have children, I can have my own children." The moment these words came out, Yuan felt his hands and feet tremble. How bold of him. But who had it been Xie Yuan who had bullied his children first? Yuan knew Xie Yuan was always lecturing him, trying to stop him from making advances on him. Such words would surely have made him frown in displeasure. But Yuan waited and waited, but Xie Yuan still didn't frown or scold him for talking nonsense again. It must have been quite a while. They walked through several basements. Xie Yuan looked ahead and muttered, "You're quite persistent." Persistently liking him, and yet always playing it straight. There's a long way to go. It's not impossible for him to reconsider it later. Yuan didn't understand him, so he had to move on to another topic. "Where are we going?" "We've been walking for a long time." "To collect a debt." Xie Yuan replied, "Didn't someone in the casino pawn his zombie wife off to me for chips?" "I sent Pei Si over." A zombie that couldn't speak or understand words, not only didn't bite her husband and children, but even found food for them. Naturally, Xie Yuan had to go and see this kind of zombie. When Yuan heard he was going to meet this zombie, he felt a strange unease. He thought of Sun Mo, the talking zombie in the small town. Sun Mo said he was going to find humans. He wondered if he had found any yet. Yuan's thoughts drifted wildly, his mind drifting. "Xie Yuan, if the zombie we see later doesn't harm humans, will you kill her?" "I haven't seen her, so I can't answer you." Xie Yuan's words were as good as no answer. Yuan clutched his hand and continued walking sullenly. After another 3 or 4 minutes, they arrived safely at their destination. Pei Si had indeed arrived. Chapter 23. At Pei Si's feet was a bound woman. Her face was pale, her eyes dull and unfocused, and her body bore visible scars. She was no longer human. Little Lucky Charm. Pei Si, seeing Yuan, reflexively called out. After that, he turned his gaze to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan released Yuan's hand, and casually pulled out a chair to sit down. Pacey watched him settle down and began reporting. Brother Xia, we found this place in 6 hours. But the situation is a little different from what you described. This zombie is quite unusual. When we arrived, she was feeding the child. But before we could even reach her, she suddenly bit the child. It happened so quickly. We originally wanted to kill her right there, but since you wanted to see her, we left her here until now. Xie Qiyuan's dark eyes were emotionless. He studied the bound zombie woman, then the dead child. The child had already shown signs of zombie-like transformation. It was impossible to save him. Brother Xia, there's another clue. Pacey called him Father Xia when there was something going on, and Brother Xia when nothing was going on. He continued, what you told me earlier was correct. This woman didn't immediately attack the child after transforming into a zombie. I observed the traces in the house, and she actually nursed the child for several days. But sadly, she eventually lost her mind. This fact also made the hearts of everyone else in the room sink. When they first learned that zombies could maintain their sanity and not harm humans, everyone felt a glimmer of hope. After all, zombies that didn't harm humans were much more endearing than zombies that preyed on everyone they saw. In the end, that hope didn't last long before it was dashed again. Pacey said this with a hint of irritation. If zombies could remain rational, perhaps we humans could coexist peacefully with them. Xie Qiyuan glanced at him and ignored the suggestion. Pacey was unsure whether to shoot the woman, who had already lost her mind. Xie Qiyuan noticed his hesitation and said calmly, keep her and take her back to Tang Xian for research. Zombies that don't attack humans, even if this non-aggression only lasts for a short time, are worth studying for today's humans. Zombies are evolving, and mutants are evolving. Only humans have shown no signs of evolution. Yuan sat obediently on the bench next to Xie Qiyuan, not interrupting their conversation. After they finished speaking, Xie Qiyuan looked down at the map, trying to guess Ruan's whereabouts. Yuan pulled spicy strips from his pocket. Pacey. Yuan winked at Pacey and handed him the spicy strips. Here, these are for you. They're delicious. Pacey, shit. He hadn't eaten these kid-friendly snacks in years. But seeing Yuan's sparkling eyes, he didn't refuse. Thanks. Pacey smiled and dug into his pocket, pulling out a piece of candy. It's just something I picked up. It's not the best, but it's pretty sweet. The first time they met at the Midden Research Institute, Yuan was offered candy by Pacey. This handsome man was a beloved good guy in Yuan's heart. The two of them exchanged spicy strips, one offering candy, and Xie Qiyuan, who was between them, unconsciously frowned. Yuan was completely oblivious and continued talking to Pacey. Have you seen a little kid wearing overalls? He has a grandmother. Pacey's memory was brought back, and he nodded, yes, I have. When Yuan was left in the car, it was that kid in overalls who plopped down on Xie Qiyuan's feet, tearfully declaring he wanted to complain. There's a latent infected person at base 5 who injured someone at night. Half of the base fell, and this kid's grandmother is gone, but she was smart enough to hide her grandson. Yuan understood what he meant, knowing the child was still alive. Pacey continued, he's being cared for now, don't worry about him. Yuan replied with relief, yeah. As he spoke, Xie Qiyuan, perhaps with a sore throat, put his fist to his lips, frowned, and coughed several times. Hearing the sound, Yuan tilted his head. Xie Qiyuan still had his head down, seemingly contemplating the route on the map, not even glancing at them. What's wrong with you? Yuan nervously looked at the food reserves and asked, are you catching a cold? He had just finished licking blood this morning. If Xie Qiyuan caught a cold, he might catch it too. No doctor would likely treat a little zombie with a cold. Xie Qiyuan's expression softened slightly when he saw him tense. No, my throat was just dry. Oh! Yuan stood up and poured him a glass of water. The teammates beside him were envious, saying, not only is your sister-in-law beautiful, but she's also so sweet. Brother Xie is so lucky. Soldiers like them, constantly in the military, have a hard time finding a partner. Now, seeing Yuan's concern for Xie Qiyuan, everyone was envious. Yuan's face calmed when he heard them calling her sister-in-law. Even if he stood at Xie Qiyuan's door and didn't go in, people would think he and Xie Qiyuan had a falling out and were separating, so there was no point in clarifying it. Yuan, even Pacey, who had always wanted to find a partner, was envious. He couldn't help but secretly ask Yuan, do you think it's easy for me to find a wife given my situation? Yuan, Yuan was stunned. How could he know if Pacey had a good time finding a wife? He didn't have any suitable partners to introduce. The others chatted occasionally, and Yuan took the opportunity to ask Pacey about her mate selection criteria. good-looking, gentle, and intelligent. Of course, if someone was truly good-looking, their personality wouldn't matter. Yuan wondered in his mind if his precious children possessed these qualities: good-looking, gentle, and obedient. If they found a wife in the future, he wondered if it would be as difficult as Pei Si's. Before he could figure it out, Xie Yuan had already put down the map. Pei Si, you stay here. Xie Yuan had no intention of taking them with him. He instructed, keep an eye on you and find a chance to leave early. Don't worry about me. Before arriving, Xie Yuan hadn't expected there to be so many mutants here. Although there was a magician in the Red Bird organization, in the past, magicians couldn't cause much trouble. Pei Si wasn't a loser. As long as the city gates were open, he could still lead the men out. Seeing him leave alone, Yuan instinctively wanted to follow. I go too. Yuan grabbed his clothes. Maybe it was because he had licked the blood, but Yuan was inexplicably more worried about his safety. Yuan, it's dangerous outside. Pei Si, however, understood the situation. He advised, you probably won't be able to help much if you go. It's better for you to stay with us. Yuan shook his head, stubbornly tugging at Xie Yuan. I won't hold you back. I hide when Xie Yuan fights. If Xie Yuan can't win, I drag him back. Xie Yuan, ? Xie Yuan's dark eyes narrowed. Who can't win? Yuan remained silent. He simply figured that since he wasn't a human, he wouldn't be infected if he wandered around outside. From this perspective, it seemed safe. Xie Yuan still refused. He stroked Yuan's alopecia and said, be obedient and follow Pei Si. No matter how much Yuan wanted to follow, he couldn't. Xie Yuan was in a hurry. He didn't intend to wait until night to act. The door opened and closed. Yuan listened to Xie Yuan's footsteps fade away, and sullenly sank back into his chair. Pei Si squatted in front of the bound zombie woman and asked Yuan to look at her. Yuan, do you think she's completely lost her mind this time? Yuan looked down. Although the zombie was tied up and gagged, she would still stretch her neck and assume a ferocious stance when approached. I don't know. Yuan had never communicated with zombies before. He had only seen one who could communicate, so his experience was truly lacking. The people in the basement had nothing else to do for the time being, so they simply started chatting with the zombie. Bring her to Dr. Tang. Maybe he can figure out something. In an emergency, if we can't defeat the zombie, try to soothe it and keep it from opposing us. The few people's ideas were still quite optimistic. Yuan listened to their discussion and suddenly felt that if Sun Mo appeared before them, they might actually be able to accept it. Time slipped by. Unaware of the situation outside, Yuan could only sit and stare blankly at Pei Si. Pei Si glanced at the time and said calmly, wait a little longer. The situation outside isn't that easy to resolve. We leave in 2 hours. Yuan felt a little restless when he heard they were leaving. His son hadn't returned yet, and he couldn't bear to follow Pei Si. Soon, 2 hours passed. Pei Si didn't wait any longer. He took the bound woman and headed towards the old city gate. Meanwhile, Xie Yuan faced the magician again. The magician looked beaten, his exaggerated, clown face covered in an ugly scar. A young man walked out from behind the magician. Xie Yuan met his gaze, but didn't recall anything. He was just guessing. D-sequence aberration? The magician was a D-sequence, so this person, being with a magician, might be similar. The young man smiled faintly, a kind expression on his gentle face. But the magician being beaten knew that the softer his smile, the harder he struck. He's not of the same sequence as me. The magician exposed the young man's true identity without a trace. He's A06. You won't have many chances to kill him. Xie Yuan's eyes darkened upon hearing this. There's very little information on A06. This aberration rarely appears, and Xie Yuan had never met him before. Are you alone? The young man's voice was also gentle. He asked Xie Yuan, did you lose him? Xie Yuan didn't answer. The atmosphere here was strange. Even off the other side, Yuan left a note for Pei Si and fell behind. There were many eyes in the old city. Some were staring at Xie Yuan, some had just set their sights on Pei Si, but only Yuan. No one dared to stare at him. He circled one road after another. Yuan, like a nimble kitten strolling along a narrow path, silently searched for someone. There was a small, inconspicuous mushroom by the roadside. Yuan, with his sharp eyes, spotted it and squatted down, asking, have you seen a white mushroom? Can you help me find it? He had barely finished talking about looking for the white mushroom when the zombies roaming the city came looking for him. The good news was, these zombies weren't just ordinary zombies, they had minds. The bad news was, Yuan felt like they were staring at his head. Chapter 24. Zombies have crystal cores in their heads. Yuan had seen them a few days ago. However, he had rarely seen zombies killing each other. After all, when he first came to the village to grab the big boss, he was at most beaten up by other zombies. What do you want to do? Yuan took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed on the group of zombies with caution. The zombies were all more or less dirty and disheveled. A clean-cut little zombie like Yuan stood out at first glance. The horde of zombies was still approaching, and there were other zombies roaming the streets. But none of the other zombies were staring at Yuan's head, only this group was staring. Knowing something was wrong, Yuan stopped talking and turned to run. The footsteps thumped loudly. Yuan had no idea where to go, so he ran purely on instinct. The group of zombies behind him was relentless and tireless in pursuit. A shrill howl pierced the silence, and more zombies appeared along the path. Yuan hadn't been this scared in a long time. Thump. Someone had piled logs on the floor, and the path was dimly lit, so Yuan fell flat on his face as he ran in. His eyes were red with pain, and he gasped. Hey! Just as the zombies behind him were about to catch up, a thin voice rang out from the front of the path. Are you human? Yuan climbed to his feet, covered his nose, and said yes. The next second, a half-grown child skillfully circumvented the logs and dragged him forward. Come here, these are for dealing with zombies. The path was covered with logs, and they smelled of gasoline. Yuan was dragged to a small house. The house was tightly closed, and upon entering, he discovered that many people were hiding. Mutu, are the zombies here? No, they're gone. The trail was covered in burn marks. Almost all the zombies who had come before had been burned to death. Over time, the zombies had learned their lesson and stopped barbecuing in this narrow lane, barely wide enough for 3 people. Yuan looked around the small house and saw the survivors. Most of them were children, but there were also a few adults, all of whom looked like they were missing limbs. What's your name? Why are you out so late at night? Mutu, who took Yuan's hand, poked his arm and asked with a frown, Didn't anyone tell you to go out during the day? There were a lot of zombies in the city, and they were all wandering around. Without lights at night, you could be attacked by zombies while walking. Yuan met Mutu's inquiring gaze and replied simply, My name is Yuan. I came into the city the day before yesterday. I'm looking for someone. Mutu, Mutu was stunned. You're not from here? Yuan shook his head honestly. Mutu choked for a long moment before muttering, You're so brave to come in here alone looking for someone. You're truly brave. The two of them stared at each other in silence. Finally, another person spoke up and said, You're still here looking for someone at this time. It must be someone important. How about this? Tell us what the person's name is, and what he looks like. We help you find him. Yuan paused for a moment, unable to describe his child's name or appearance. His name is Shujio, and he looks like a little white mushroom. If he said that, these people would surely look at him as if he were mentally retarded. He paused for a moment, and a name popped into his mind. Ruanke. I'm looking for Ruanke. Do you know where he is? Ruanke is the person Xie Yuan and Pei Si are trying to rescue, and he's also Xie Yuan's father. If we can find him, it would be the best. Ruanke. When the name was called out, everyone present fell into deep thought. Mutu brought a small stool over for Yuan and asked him to sit down. After a while, someone hesitated and said, I think I heard the name before. The last time it was my turn to go out and look for supplies, that's the name I heard. Yuan was also a little surprised. The man was still recollecting. There are vegetable farmers in the eastern suburbs, and I want to get some vegetables back. When I went there were a few people there, and they were accompanied by a monster. I was hiding and heard them talking. They said Juan could look like a pretty boy, and wondered if he relied on his looks to get to where he was. They also said that the leader was so kind to him, so he might want to have sex with him too. Yuan was caught off guard by a barrage of vulgar remarks, and the subject was Xie Yuan's family. Not wanting to hear any more, he interrupted the other person's rant and asked, getting to the point, Did you hear them say where Ruanke was? I guess so. They were also here to get some food, and they were bringing it to the school, saying Ruanke wanted to eat it. In the old city of Feiyu, there was an industrial university, a second-tier college. Yuan, who had only attended kindergarten outside, had no idea how big the university was. He thought for a moment and said, If it's on campus, it shouldn't be hard to find. Several university students were present, and they fell silent. Yuan continued to ask, Where is the school? Can you show me where it is? I go there myself, so I won't bother you. Yuan, it's going to be difficult to find someone inside the school. A college student spoke frankly. A few of us escaped from the school. There are still some people hiding inside, and their situation is unclear. Yuan paused, then insisted, "It's okay, be careful." Of the zombies he had encountered, not many were as eager for his head as they had just now. Seeing Yuan leave, the girl, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly approached. She pulled Yuan aside, not wanting anyone to overhear their conversation. "What do you want to do with Dr. Yuan?" Yuan paused for a moment, before realizing the doctor was referring to Yuan Ke. Before he could answer, the girl continued, "Are you here to rescue Dr. Yuan? But you don't look like a soldier. Who are you?" Yuan was indeed not a soldier. He hesitated for a moment before giving himself a false identity. "I'm Yuan Ke's relative. Soldiers have arrived from the city to rescue him." The girl remained silent, staring at him. Yuan felt that the fact that she was saying so much right off the bat meant she must know something. He gritted his teeth and rushed out. "I'm really his relative. Xie Yuan and I came together." "Well, Xie Yuan and I, the two of us." The girl understood everything he was saying. "Impossible." The girl's face darkened, surprisingly understanding. "Xie Yuan couldn't possibly be with you. You're spreading rumors." Yuan remained silent. The two of them remained in a stalemate. After a long pause, Yuan reached out and handed her the lizard skin bag he carried across his shoulder. "Xie Yuan made this for me." "You're talking nonsense." The girl was furious. She poked at the lizard skin bag and said, "How could Xie Yuan make anything for anyone else? He's always been the one fawning over him." Yuan, seeing her disbelief, frowned and grumbled as he took the bag back. The atmosphere froze again. Yuan stood there, his bag slung over his shoulder, angrily silent. The girl looked at him, then at his pocket. The pattern on the bag's leather was definitely the same lizard they'd seen on the street before. Only Xie Yuan could have killed it. Time slipped by. The girl pursed her lips and compromised. "Forget it. Just assume you have some connection to Xie Yuan. Are you sure you want to save Yuan Ke?" "Yes." He wanted to go and see the school. Since searching for Zai was aimless anyway, it wouldn't be bad to visit the school and look for Yuan Ke while we were there. "I draw you a map of our school. Yuan Ke is definitely on it." The girl said, "If you want to go, go by yourself. We won't accompany you." She immediately got to work, and soon she had a simple map for Yuan, marking the locations of each building and the 4 doors. "If you're capable, find your way to the chemistry building." The girl seemed to know Yuan Ke well, and knew what he did at school. "It's almost certain he's busy here." Everything was ready. Mutu, who had just brought Yuan in, looked at Yuan and suddenly said, "Let me take you there. I think you're a bit forgetful." Yuan was embarrassed. His sense of direction wasn't very good. Mutu smiled at Yuan and promised to take him there. Yuan shook his head. "It's not safe outside. Don't go out. If you get into danger while taking me there, I'm afraid you'd be in vain." "Don't worry. My dad's a delivery guy. I help him every time I have a day off. I know all the routes here like a champ. Look at these people. I brought them all here." Mutu was only about 10 years old, with dark skin and a short buzz cut. But when he said he brought them all here, no one objected. The kind-hearted Mutu repeatedly reassured Yuan, and then took him outside. As they left, someone started talking. "You guys, with all those zombies and monsters at the university, can Mutu make it back?" "Of course he can. Mutu is very clever. Come on, cut the crap. Let's just do what we did before. Find supplies and pick up other survivors." During the outbreak, many people abandoned their companions, even using them as bait to escape. Some others simply hid themselves, completely ignoring anyone who came calling for help. This group of people was different. Besides being filled with hope, they also tried their best to save every person they could. Everyone started moving, each doing their own thing. Outside, Mutu was whispering to Yuan, "I overheard you guys talking. Yuan Ke, the guy you're looking for, is a very capable doctor, right?" Yuan hesitated, then nodded. Mutu chuckled and said, "The world is in such a mess right now. We can't let anything happen to someone like Dr. Yuan. I know a way. Let's go. We can get into the university in one go." Mutu had an inexplicable admiration for the educated. He just overheard a lot, so even from a vague guess, he could tell Yuan Ke was an important figure. With him as his guide, Yuan's journey was smooth. On the way, they encountered other survivors, some of whom were huddled together and seemed to be doing well. Half an hour later, with Mutu in the lead, Yuan crawled through the dog hole under the east gate wall and made it inside the school. "Okay." Yuan didn't let Mutu escort him again. "Don't come in. I go in and look around and then leave." Mutu looked inside and still wanted to follow him. This time, Yuan was firm and didn't let him follow. Just now, outside, he hadn't known the way. Now they were at school, and Mu2 had told him where the chemistry building was. He could find it. Okay, take care. I meet you outside. Okay. After separating from Mu2, Yuan sneaked towards the chemistry building. He carefully observed his surroundings, fearing he might encounter aberrations like the magician. There were patrols on campus, and even a fair number of zombies. But strangely, there weren't a single aberration. After sneaking around for a while, a zombie suddenly looked at Yuan. They seemed to think Yuan looked too human, but they clearly smelled the same kind. Yuan nervously stared at them. After confirming they weren't foolish zombies coveting their own heads, he wiped his face with dirt, stretched out his arms, and practically stuck out his tongue. The zombies watching him. The zombies' glazed eyes finally turned away. Yuan mustered his courage and blended directly into the group of wandering zombies. A group of zombies swayed and swayed until they reached the chemistry building. Yuan saw the sign for the building and instantly fell away. Meanwhile, not far from the university, Xie Yuan was outnumbered, defiantly stabbing the young man he was fighting through with his bone blade. The young man's handsome face turned cold with a smile. He grasped the bone blade and backhanded Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan looked at the powder in the air and the huge wings behind the young man and sneered. So it's a fluttering moth. The young man's smile fell, having been struck by a thunderbolt. He was a mutation of the golden-spotted swallowtail, one of the most precious butterflies in the world, not a fluttering moth. Before Xie Yuan stood the young man, the magician, and other aberrations. The city was open to entry, not exit. Pei Si and the others were at the gate, and Xie Yuan was surrounded by them. The aberrations didn't feel they needed to stay in the school. And there were young men encouraging them to come along, except for Xie Yuan. The mutants targeted Xie Yuan. No one noticed that the mushroom mutants that often accompanied the young man hadn't come here. Inside the chemistry building, without the mutants guarding, Xiaojie entered with ease. He didn't have much time. He needed to see Ruanku before the fight over there ended. Huh? Yuan, who had also made it in smoothly, looked at the floor in confusion and said bewilderedly, "How come this place is so easy to get in? Aren't there any mutants guarding the door?" Chapter 25. Although there were no aberrations in the chemistry building, there were patrols and guards. What puzzled Yuan was that these patrols and guards were all fast asleep, some leaning against the wall, weapons clutched, snoring soundly. As he passed by, he reached out to check for breath. He was alive, truly not dead. With a head full of questions, Yuan began searching the chemistry building for Kurwan. He didn't know Kurwan, but he knew a key word. Giorgio. The fact that he could use that term meant Ruanku must be quite good-looking. Based on this criterion, Yuan began searching classrooms and labs one by one. Most labs were empty, and the classrooms were long empty of students. He walked for a while. Yuan was a little afraid of the dark. The voice-activated lights in the corridors weren't the bright red they were outside, but the pale white glow was still quite eerie. Ahem. Since no one was around, he cleared his throat to give himself courage. I wonder if being alone in this kind of environment makes all my senses more acute. When I found the second floor, Yuan twitched his nose. He had a strange feeling he could smell the scent of small white mushrooms. Shijio? Are you there? Yuan didn't dare to be too outspoken, so he just called out to Xiaojie within the area. He called for a long time, but no one responded, as if the mushroom smell was all an illusion. And now, on the 5th floor, a little kid with delicate features, who could have debuted as a child star, was swiftly pushing the door open. Hi! He remembered his older brother's instructions to be polite. So, after all the fun, he added a self-introduction. My name is Shujio, nice to meet you. Everyone in the hallway was unconscious, except for Ruanku in the lab, who remained conscious. Xiaojie looked up, carefully examining the young doctor rumored to be taking over Gu Ainan's class. Not only was he younger than Gu Ainan, he also looked younger. Time seemed to have left no trace on his face. He had a pair of gentle features, unlike Liuzi's fake gentleness. The man in the white coat before him was genuine, a gentleness that drew one to him. Hello, my name is Ruanku. Ranka returned the greeting. Xiaojie walked into the lab and closed the door behind him. He didn't immediately identify himself, maintaining a childlike demeanor and asking innocently, "Have you figured out how to make the nutrient paste?" Mutants are essentially laboratory creations, combining various animal and human genes, and even more shameful methods. In short, since the lab was raising mutants, it was natural to prepare food. The food consisted of nutrient paste and nutrient solution that filled entire culture containers. After the outbreak of the infected, the mutants took advantage of the chaos and rioted, causing damage to several laboratories. At first, the mutants didn't realize the severity of the situation and only cared about venting their anger. After a while, when they ran out of food, they were stunned. Some of the mutants without nutrient paste had already begun to build everything, while others remained hungry. Ruanka's continued captivity by the Red Bird organization wasn't the conspiracy speculated by the outside world. He was forced to do only one thing: cook the nutrient paste and nutrient solution. We're almost there. Ruanka handed him a tube of nutrient paste on the lab bench. Would you like to try it? Both humans and mutants can eat it, but eating too much will kill humans. Shujio blinked and said in a babyish voice, I'm human, but I'm not afraid of death. He took the nutritional paste and stuffed it into his mouth. Good. What a strange taste. Shujio, who was about to say it was delicious, abruptly changed his tone and swallowed the compliment. It's made according to the taste of a freak, so naturally, people will find it strange. Ruanka explained. The nutritional paste was clearly ready. Shujio blinked, disguising the calculation in his eyes. Dr. Ruan, I'm here to take you away. Shujio's eyes curved as he addressed Ruanka. Besides the nutritional paste, I have some other questions I want to ask you. But let's talk about it after we move somewhere else. Where do you want to move to? Somewhere safe, of course. Shujio pocketed the nutritional paste. He met Ruanka's gaze without wavering, his expression unmistakable. Ruanka paid no attention to the tube of nutrient paste. He still had a lot going on the lab table behind him. The two stood there, one large and one small, when Ruanka suddenly asked, What if I don't go with you? Xiaojio smiled brightly. I think you definitely come with me. An undercurrent surged in the lab. Outside the lab, Yuan, exhausted from climbing the stairs to find someone until his legs were cramping, leaned against the wall and sighed softly. Where are they? He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that this was yet another piece of evidence that he wasn't a qualified little zombie. Lack of stamina. The other zombies were like perpetual motion machines, especially when chasing humans. They could probably run around the city streets for several laps without even taking a breath. He patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. He found the 4th floor. There were only 6 rooms in the chemistry building. He just had to hold on a little longer, from the 4th to the 5th floor. Yuan was so exhausted he felt like dying. Once he reached the 5th floor, the familiar mushroom smell intensified, almost as if his little nine was very close to him. Little nine, Yuan called out again tentatively, following his instincts and heading towards one of the labs. Little nine, who had just quietly poked his hyphae out of the lab, suddenly shuddered. The newly emerged hyphae vanished silently, unnoticed by Ruanka, who was tidying up the lab bench. He composed himself in a split second, then went out to open the door for his eldest brother. The door opened, and Little Nine walked into the hallway. Yuan rubbed his eyes vigorously at the sight of the cubs. He remembered all the cubs' juvenile forms, but he didn't know what they looked like when they reached maturity. The beautiful little doll before him was his Little Nine. Yuan rubbed his eyes, and the doll was still there. It wasn't an illusion. Little Nine? Big brother. Little Nine, standing at the doorway, nodded in agreement and ran over on his short legs. Before coming to Ruanka, Little Nine, who had been taken away without warning, had actually been spreading his mycelium all over the city, searching for Big Brother. But tonight's matter was more urgent, so he had to come here first. Yuan hadn't seen Little Nine for a day and a night, and was incredibly worried. Little Nine, you grown up a little, Yuan said with delight. Even at this critical moment, he didn't forget to check Little Nine for any injuries. Have you been bullied outside? It's all Big Brother's fault for not taking good care of you. Little Nine, with a full stomach, buried his head in Big Brother's arms, aggrieved. When Big Brother is away, the other deformed people bully me. They're so fierce. Yuan patted his head and said earnestly, from now on, just follow me and don't run around. His little Jojo is so young now. How could he avoid being bullied if he encountered other mutants? The two of them didn't talk for long. Little Jojo transformed back into a mushroom. He told Yuan to go to the laboratory up ahead, but not to mention his presence. Yuan took a few hesitant steps over. He peeked in and just saw Ruanka inside. Ruanka also turned around and looked at him. When their eyes met, a light bulb flickered in Yuan's head, and he asked, his eyes sparkling, Are you Dr. Ruanka? Yes. I came here with Xie Yuan. Yuan walked up to him and showed him the lizard skin bag. Look, this is the bag Xie Yuan made for me. We really do know each other. Pei Si is here too. They're at the city gate. Dr. Wan, let's go. In the bag, Xiaojio heard his big brother's words and felt something was amiss. Lizard skin bag. Was Xie Yuan a little too attentive to his big brother? But Xie Yuan's claims of not wanting to marry didn't sound fake. Tucked away in his big brother's pocket, Xiao Jiu heard Xie Yuan tell him many times, "I'm not interested in marriage. Don't be tempted by me." Xiao Jiu knew the truth of the rumors out there, so he never paid any attention. Before Xiu Jiu could figure out what was going on, Ruan Ke, who had just rejected him, smiled and replied, "Okay, let's go." Xiu Jiu, ? Am I not cute enough? Why did this attitude change so quickly? The enraged little white mushroom wanted to do something, but with his big brother around, he suppressed his anger. The exit was smooth as ever. Xie Yuan lived up to his reputation as humanity's strongest fighter. Even the aberrations couldn't defeat him in a group fight. The A06 aberration, nicknamed Fluttering Moth by Xie Yuan, launched a frenzied attack after being struck by a mine. The aberration's abilities were difficult to counter, and for a moment, no one could leave the area. Since the aberration couldn't leave, Yuan walked faster. But as they were crawling through the dog hole, Yuan glanced at the gentle and handsome Dr. Ruan and lowered his head sheepishly. We need to get out of here." "Okay." Ruan didn't hesitate at all. He quickly crawled out, followed closely by Yuan. After exiting, the anxious Mutu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them. "Let's go, let's go!" Don't waste time. With Mutu leading the way, they kept taking shortcuts. Yuan didn't return to Mutu's place. He asked Mutu to take him and Ruan to the city gate. "Someone's waiting there. We need to go." "Okay." Yuan tried to persuade Mutu to lead everyone to the city gate, but Mutu shook his head. "I've been to the city gate many times, and I can't get out. I take you there to see. If you really can't get out, you can come back with me." Mutu was thoughtful and considerate. 10 minutes later, Yuan saw the city gate and Pei. "Uncle Ruan." Pei was overjoyed. He had never expected Ruan to appear at this moment. Ruan pointed at Yuan and smiled. "Thanks to him for bringing me out." Yuan felt a little guilty. He hadn't done anything. He simply gotten away with something. Pei took Ruan and looked at Yuan, his eyes filled with excitement, relief, and admiration. Yuan couldn't handle the stare, and tried to say he hadn't done anything. But Pei had taken action first. He patted Yuan on the shoulder, his tone bright with realization. "I was wondering how you could be so bold to act on your own. Turns out you were going to save your father-in-law. You lucky little bastard, you're so filial." Pei's teammates behind him were also moved. Yuan is truly filial. He truly loves brother Xie. One after another, praising him, leaving Ruan's eyes filled with confusion. What exactly is the relationship between Yuan and Qi Yuan? Yuan, overwhelmed by the praise, interrupted them and changed the subject, asking, "Is the gate open now?" "Not yet, but soon. As long as Xie Yuan can win, the gate will open naturally." After waiting for another half an hour, the city gate suddenly opened. Zombies rushed in from all directions. Yuan pulled Mutu, wanting him to leave with him. "If the city gate closes again, you won't know how long you have to wait to get out next time." Even Pei said, "You're just a child. You don't have any obligation to help others. We come back to rescue the people in this city. Now you can leave with us." Both Yuan and Pei wanted him to leave. Mutu shook his head, his dark face revealing only his teeth. "I'm not leaving. I'm still very useful here. With me here, I can always save as many lives as possible. You're soldiers, right? I wait for you to come back." Mutu waved at them and ran away from the city gate. "The zombies are out. I'm busy now. Bye." Mutu's figure quickly disappeared. Pei didn't bother to check on Xie Yuan. He hurried out of the city gate, carrying Ruan Ke, who was more important than his own life, and Yuan, who always seemed to be wandering off. Chapter 26. Before leaving, Yuan glanced back several times, wondering if his cubs were still here. Pei saw him looking back, assuming he was worried about Xie Yuan, so he whispered comfortingly, "Brother Xie will be fine. He's been through many dangerous situations. You don't have to worry so much about him." Yuan said, "Oh." The opening of the city gates caused a tremendous commotion, and all the zombies inside the city swarmed in. The zombies lingering outside also swayed closer. Pei was not well equipped to handle the aberrations, but he had considerable experience dealing with zombies. Besides, Xie Yuan had already made arrangements outside the city before arriving. "Uncle Ruan, we need to hurry." "Yes." Although Ruan often worked in the laboratory conducting biological research, he had surprisingly good stamina. He followed the team, showing no signs of fatigue. Pei led the team with familiarity, and some team members had already taken care of the aftermath. As they drew further and further away from the city gate, the magician still inside had already sensed something was amiss. He suddenly stepped back, shouting, "Why are the city gates open? Where's D98 the aberration? And what about the school? Haven't you all returned yet?" D98 was a turtle aberration. After the outbreak of the infected, which caused some plants and animals to mutate, this nerdy geek tragically became food for the rapidly enlarged turtles. But after being eaten, he wasn't digested, instead, he merged. So, after this unsettling fusion, he became a new aberration. D98 just went to help A09 block damage, but Xie Yuan split his shell, someone reported weakly to the magician. Another strike wasn't enough. The other party also brought news from the school. Ruanku disappeared from the school half an hour ago. The magician's face instantly turned pale with anger. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss. All the aberrations had arrived. Xie Yuan had clearly been held hostage by them, and his team was still far from the city gates. But who had rescued Ruanku? Ruanku was a member of the military, undoubtedly on the side of humanity. Neither the aberrations nor the non-humans would have rescued him, and handed him over to the military. Time ticked by. The magician looked at the nearly dead A06 with a cold gaze, and opened the space again. The most urgent matter was that nothing really happened to A06. A06 and A08 had been on good terms lately, and although A08 was away, he was attending to other matters. But if A06 were truly killed, A08 would likely seek revenge. The magician's psychic space appeared. Xie Yuan glanced down at A06, who lay sprawled on the ground. He said coldly, "Fluttermoth, behave yourself. Otherwise, next time we meet, I make you into a specimen and put you in the exhibition hall." Xiao Lu was nearly pissed off. His eyes shone with sparks. "I'm a mutated version of the golden-spotted swallowtail. A nationally protected species. One of the world's 6 rarest butterflies." Xie Yuan pondered for a moment. "Oh, a special frymoth. Xiao Lu, Today, one of them must die." Xie Yuan wasn't one to fight. In the past, he would have certainly fought along. "Alright, Frymoth, see you next time." Xie Yuan turned and left before the magician's space was released. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Not long after, Xie Yuan, who had just left, leaned against a tree and suddenly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fighting a group of mutants wasn't as easy as it looked. His right arm was now as useless as it could be. He couldn't even lift it. It didn't take an examination to know the wounds on his body were inevitable. This outfit couldn't be used. Xie Yuan forced himself to stay strong and went outside to meet up with Pei Si and the others. Meanwhile, Yuan, who had finally managed to shake off the zombies, was sitting with Pei Si in a makeshift tin shed. As Pei Si had said, the people outside had been waiting for them to come out for a long time. "The helicopter is on its way." A strange officer, who was waiting outside, brought cups and passed them to everyone. "Dr. Yuan, we finally got you out." Ruanku took a sip of water and soothed them gently. "Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard at all." The officer smiled and, after a few words, turned his gaze to Yuan. "Excuse me, who are you?" "My name is Yuan." The officer thought for a few seconds and didn't recognize him. Pei Si intervened, saying, "Yuan is with me and Brother Xie. Don't worry about him. We made arrangements for him." "Okay." The officer tactfully asked no more questions, and considerately went on to get some food and drinks to fill their bellies. Yuan sat next to Pei Si, his mind wandering. He wanted to talk to Xiao Jiu, but with so many people around, he couldn't find the opportunity. "Pei Si, I need to go to the bathroom." "I go with you." "Yuan, Yuan hesitated. "Why are you watching me so closely?" Pei Si looked at him coldly. "It's your fault for being so absent-minded. You slipped away when I wasn't prepared." Yuan was terribly worried. To be honest, he did have a slight urge to slip away. With Pei Si watching, Yuan couldn't leave, so he pretended to relieve himself under a nearby tree. He took the opportunity to pull Shujio out. "Shujio, how are we supposed to leave now?" "Leave?" Shujio was puzzled. "Brother, why are we leaving?" Yuan squatted down and whispered to him, "Aren't we going into the city to look for the other cubs? Now that Xie Yuan's family has been found, it's time to get down to business." Yuan was also deeply saddened to have to part with the delicious food reserves. Shujio paused, then said in a soft, childish voice, "Brother, I checked in the city, and there are no other cubs. Shioba isn't there." Yuan hesitated. Shujio continued to coax him, "We have to follow Ruanku. Brother, Ruanku makes nutritional paste, and I want to eat it." Although Shujio could stuff anything into his mouth, he preferred nutritional paste. The Mitten Institute was a sophisticated research facility, and the group, accustomed to it, were relatively comfortable with using nutritional paste as their rations. Of course, many of the aberrations out there tended to prefer a heavier flavor profile. As soon as he heard about the nutritional paste, Ewan began to waver. Finding the cubs and the nutritional paste were both on his to-do list. Brother, let's get the nutritional paste first. Otherwise, if we find the other cubs, we all be hungry. Shujio begged for the nutritional paste coquettishly, and under his coquettishness, Ewan finally nodded. Okay. He agreed, let's follow Ruanka first. Yeah. Emerging from under the tree, Pacey was counting ants with his head down. Ewan patted his shoulder and called out, get up. I'm fine. The two walked back side by side. As soon as they got back, Ewan was overwhelmed by the aroma that hit him. Xie Yuan. Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted when he saw Xie Yuan lying on the wooden bed. He took a few steps closer and saw the doctor on duty, wearing a mask, stitching up Xie Yuan's wound. No anesthesia. Xie Yuan's constitution rejected anesthesia, and beads of sweat beaded on his forehead. He was unconscious, awakened by the pain, and then unconscious again. Ewan watched the needle pierce him, stammering in panic, I think I saw his internal organs. Xie Yuan was such a good fighter. Who had fought him to be beaten like this? It's okay, it's been put back in. The doctor could only perform emergency treatment due to limited resources. He performed basic disinfection and applied medication to Xie Yuan's wound. Ewan ignored the aroma. As the doctor wiped his sweat and stepped back to change gloves, he leaned over to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan's face was pale, his thick eyelashes trembling, his eyes tightly shut. Xie Yuan? Ewan called him softly. Xie Yuan, his eyes still enclosed, filled Ewan with a strange sense of dread. But he didn't know what exactly he was dreading. Outside, the rumble of a helicopter filled the air. Ruanka, who had been standing next to Xie Yuan, stepped out. Everyone had to evacuate immediately. Ewan looked down at Xie Yuan, his fear growing more and more unsettled. He reached out and cautiously poked Xie Yuan's hand, saying, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Don't die." This big head of a man with such a sweet smell couldn't die. It wasn't clear if Xie Yuan heard him, but he didn't react. Team members coming in and out noticed Yuan's nervousness, and couldn't help but reassure him. Brother Xie gets injured often, but he's in incredible shape. Don't be afraid. His tone was nonchalant, but Yuan lowered his head, staring at Xie Yuan in a daze. Xie Yuan was used to getting hurt, and the others were used to him recovering from injuries. So he lay here, without even a single worried caregiver. Yuan remembered when his own child was injured. He knew he wouldn't die, but he was still heartbroken. Big head. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Yuan whispered, "Get well soon." Quickly. The plane landed, and his teammates carried Xie Yuan aboard on a stretcher. Yuan, stared by Pacey, had no chance to escape. After boarding, the plane took off without delay. No one noticed when a small butterfly, stumbling out of the city, landed itself on the plane as it took off. Inside the plane, Ruanka was talking to Yuan. And then, can I call you that? I saw you guarding Chi Yuan the whole time just now. You're so thoughtful. Can I ask how you two know each other? Ruanka's expression was gentle, and even his routine interrogation of Yuan didn't sound interrogative, but rather like a casual conversation. Yuan also found him quite approachable. Xie Yuan and I haven't known each other for long. Yuan spoke frankly, recounting the few interactions he had with Xie Yuan. Aside from Xie Yuan's unkind attitude towards aberrants, wanting to kill them on sight, he was actually a very kind person in other respects. At least, for humans, Xie Yuan was indeed their powerful and dedicated protector. Ruanka listened quietly, occasionally adding a few words. Yuan unknowingly relaxed with him, and the two chatted about what would happen next in the old city. The army will be here soon. As the partner of the West District boss, Ruanka had the final say over deployment. He said, the army will go in and rescue the people in the city. Yuan was a little worried. There are mutants in the city. Will the army be able to rescue them? Ruanka made no promises. Such matters were unpredictable. He could only say, the army will do its best to rescue them. After Ruanka returned, he would also begin creating something to counter the mutants. The mutants were born in human laboratories, so naturally, there were ways to control them in experiments. Ruanka's abilities were considerable. When Chi Niao captured him to make the nutrient paste, some mutants suggested killing him. If he died, the mutants would surely be one less threat in the future. But Chi Niao refused. If you can send more people, I like to go too. There are people in the army. You can spend time with Chi Yuan when you have time, Ruanku said, a hint of a smile in his eyes. With you by his side, Chi Yuan has been very well behaved since his injury. In the past, his physical injuries would affect his emotions and cause him to lose control. Yuan blinked, clearly surprised. When aberrants are injured and weak, they can become emotionally unstable, some even becoming manic. Xie Yuan isn't aberrant, so why did Ruanku describe his symptoms as similar to those of aberrant? On the plane, there was hot water and food. Yuan sat in a chair next to Xie Yuan, chatting with Ruanku. For some reason, the little white mushroom sleeping in his pocket suddenly moved. Yuan gently pressed the little white mushroom into his pocket, hushing it. Little white mushroom, eh? No, he had to go and take out this burden that had followed him. Chapter 27. With so many people still inside, Yuan couldn't possibly let little white mushroom out. If he were to be released, even if the others didn't recognize him, Ruanku might recognize him. And then, what are your plans? Would you like to stay at the base? Ruanku had heard about Yuan's previous absence from the base without saying goodbye, so he asked him in advance. Little white mushroom suddenly stopped moving. Yuan looked up at Ruanku and tentatively asked, "Can I stay at the same base with you?" Ruanku had nutritional cream, and he wanted to stay with Ruanku. Ruanku hadn't expected him to want to follow him, so he teased him with a smile. Chi Yuan and I might not be in the same place. Have you decided? Do you want to stay with Chi Yuan or me? Yuan, That was a tough choice. One was his own food reserves, the other was food reserves for his cubs. After a few seconds of hesitation, Yuan made a decision. I stay with you. You seem like a very good person. Yuan was giving Ruanku the nice guy card. Ruanku found it amusing and continued teasing him. Just follow me and ignore Chi Yuan. Do you think Chi Yuan will blame me when he wakes up? Yuan quickly replied, no. He had always been the one to approach Xie Yuan, and Xie Yuan had never actively interacted with him. So, if he followed Ruanku, Xie Yuan wouldn't react. After answering Ruanku, Yuan looked back at the reclining Xie Yuan and couldn't help but ask nervously, can I watch over Xie Yuan for a few days? I leave once his injuries are better. Even with such a serious injury, Yuan felt that, with the exception of Ruanku, no one here seemed nervous or worried. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Ruanku looked up at him, a smile flickering in his gentle, reserved eyes. And then you're a good boy. Ruanku looked at him, then at Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan's had a hard time. Thank you for your concern for him. Yuan felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. When we get back, stay with Chi Yuan. I have some things to do. I come see you when I'm done. Yes. The plane was moving quickly, and they soon arrived at their destination. It was Base 1, the most heavily guarded base. At the base gate, Yuan saw a group of people waiting below. The man in the lead was tall, dressed in a military uniform, his muscles bulging beneath. Yuan locked eyes with him, feeling a little intimidated by his imposing presence. The man had a good-looking face, but his expression was too serious, and his eyes lacked any tenderness, making him seem unapproachable. Chin. Ruanku, standing side by side with Yuan, suddenly called out. The next second, the man leading the group at the door strode over and lifted Ruanku into his arms. Yuan clearly saw the coldness in the man's eyes vanish completely the moment he embraced Ruanku. He said softly, "Baby, you're finally back." "Yes, I'm back." Ruanku patted his back gently, several times, as if soothing the volatile lion in his arms. The two embraced for only a few seconds. If Yuan hadn't been standing close, he wouldn't have heard what they said. After the hug, Chin released the person in his arms, and turned his gaze to the others on the plane. Xie Yuan was carried down, still unconscious. The rest of the group had already been reported on the plane. Chin glanced at Yuan, frowning slightly. Who is he? He's the one who saved me. After Ruanku said this, the wariness in Chin's eyes faded a little. He said calmly, return to base to rest. Yes. The group entered the base, Yuan following Ruanku. Ruanku and Chin were naturally accompanying Xie Yuan to the hospital on base for treatment. Behind him, Pacey looked at Yuan's back and scratched his head. How can this lucky little guy be so brave? He murmured, he's going straight to meet the parents now. Pacey remained standing, debating whether to follow. A teammate beside him pulled him in. Brother Pei, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Pacey retracted his gaze and replied, nothing, let's go. The hospital in Base 1 was much more well equipped. When Xie Yuan was brought in, Yuan had spotted Tang Xian. Tang Xian was Xie Yuan's doctor, but not the attending physician this time. My master's in there, Tang Xian said to Yin Qin and Ruan Ke, my master's been a bit grumpy lately. I just go in with Brother Xie. You guys wait a moment. Ruan Ke had no objection and waited at the door. Yin Qin didn't have much time, so he sat outside for a moment before getting up. Ruan Ke said sympathetically, you go ahead and do your work. I be here. There was no one outside the ward door, only Yuan, a small dark bulb. Yin Qin lowered his eyes, glanced at his companion, his gaze shifting. Then, he turned his head, and suddenly glanced at Yuan. Yuan covered his eyes with a smack. Yin Qin turned around and bit Ruan Ke on the lips. After Yin Qin's footsteps faded, Yuan quietly pried open his fingers and began to peek. Ruan Ke looked at the peeking boy with amusement and said, he's gone. You can put your hand down. Yuan blushed and let go of his hand. Ruan Ke had originally felt it was awkward to do this in front of the younger generation, but now, seeing Yuan's face as red as a tomato, he found it adorable. Why is your face so red? Yuan, Yuan lowered his head, saying nothing. He lived in the laboratory, and Selena and the others were all single. This was the first time he had seen anyone kiss. It was so exciting. Ruan Ke was overwhelmed by the boy's innocence. He asked Yuan to sit down on a chair and change the subject, telling him about Xie Qiyuan. Do you know Tang Xian? Yes. The doctor treating Qiyuan inside is his cousin Tang Yi. When you see him later, don't talk to him. Ruan Ke offered this advice. Yuan was puzzled. Why? Wouldn't it be rude not to talk to him? Tang Yi has a rather strange temper and doesn't like socializing. I heard he originally wanted to be a veterinarian, but somehow ended up becoming one of the world's top doctors. He's always wanted to change careers, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Ruan Ke said this with a hint of frustration. Anyway, Qiyuan's condition can't be without him. Every time he finishes treating Qiyuan, he has a sour face and ignores everyone. After hearing this, Yuan suddenly realized, Dr. Ruan, Dr. Tang Yi has a social anxiety disorder. Socially anxious? Yes. Yuan was quite experienced. I have a child with the same condition. It's an innate trait, very difficult to change. This Dr. Tang Yi is still willing to treat patients, which is quite remarkable. Unlike his socially anxious child, Little Tin, who he would draw into himself for long periods of time after meeting people. The two chatted about social anxiety, while Little White Mushroom, unable to escape, yawned and dozed off. Forget it. Base number 1 is as secure as an iron barrel. Little Six couldn't possibly fly in without someone to help him. Thinking of this, Little White Mushroom fell asleep with peace of mind. 2 hours later. The ward door opened, and Tang Xian walked out first. Dr. Ruan Yuan. You can come in. Brother Xie's injuries have been treated. Ruan Ke said yes, and walked in with Yuan. Xie Qiyuan was still unconscious. Due to the treatment without anesthesia, his face looked even paler than when he was brought in. Yuan approached and examined him closely. He's not dead. The man in the white coat next to Xie Qiyuan said coldly. His mixed-race face was clearly marked with 3 words. I'm annoyed. Yuan nodded obediently. Ruan Ke asked about Xie Qiyuan's condition, and Tang Xian answered for him. Brother Xie was seriously injured this time, and needs to recuperate for a while. Otherwise, his body will be susceptible to health problems. I understand. Ruan Ke said. I'm planning to send him to Chinyu Island. I go with you. Dr. Tang Yi, please come with me. Chinyu is Ruan Ke's private island, a wedding gift from Yin Qin to him. From above, the island is heart-shaped. Just looking at the romantic island, Ruan Ke, a practical man, treated it like a training camp. Every year, the military selects the best freshmen for intensive training. These top trainees, upon returning to the army, continue to shine for Yin Qin. The island's training of freshmen is handled by a group of professional instructors. Xie Qiyuan had also served as an instructor, though he hadn't taught many freshmen. Chinyu Island has my lab, a full set of medical equipment, and beautiful scenery. I take Qiyuan back. He recuperate, and when he's bored, he can teach the freshmen just to de-stress. The last time Xie Qiyuan was assigned the role of instructor was because of issues with his psychological assessment. So Ruan Ke had chosen a stress-relieving method for him, to teach the freshmen. Tang Yi remained silent, and Ruan Ke knew this was a sign of agreement. The others didn't stay in the ward with him. Tang Yi left, refusing to be followed by his cousin. He had a shipment of medicine arriving, and he needed to check out the base entrance. Tang Xian and Ruan Ke also went outside to discuss the details. Yuan, seemingly unnoticed, was left in the ward. Xie Qiyuan? Big head? Yuan reached out and poked Xie Qiyuan's handsome face. This was the first time he had seen Xie Qiyuan so quiet, so fragile, so still. There was a small wound on the back of Xie Yuan's hand, but it was so minor that bandaging it seemed pretentious. Yuan grasped his hand and licked it secretly. Again. When Wanka entered, he saw Yuan's ears reddened, like a hamster caught stealing food. And then, Wanka sat down and said to him, "My lab is on Chenyu Island. I'm going there to work on something, and Qi Yuan needs to go back to recuperate. Qi Yuan and I are both going there. Do you want to go?" "Yes." Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard him talk about the lab. Wanka might be going there this time to make the nutrient paste. He had to go with him. Yuan's guess was correct. Besides the nutrient paste, Wanka was also working on something for the mutants. "Okay, if you want to go, we go together." Wanka could see that Yuan's anxiety and concern for Qi Yuan were genuine. Qi Yuan could personally be Yuan's support and protect him so well. He smiled and stopped thinking about it. Night fell. Yuan, lying on the bed next to Qi Yuan, whispered to Little White Mushroom, "Be good, Qi Yuan can't die. If he dies, we be killed too." Xiaojio, always well-behaved, just now insisted on getting rid of Qi Yuan. Shijio's eyes were filled with tears, and she complained to Yuan, "Brother, Qi Yuan will kill all the mutants." Yuan was troubled. He knew that Qi Yuan and the mutants both wanted to kill each other. But, "Xiaojio, if he's gone, no one will be able to control all the mutants. I find you and hide you all, but some mutants just have to be eliminated." Xiaojio buried her face in Yuan's arms in frustration, and Yuan coaxed her for a long time. After finally coaxing her, Xiaojio transformed back into a little white mushroom and slid into bed. Yuan went to check on Qi Yuan as usual. Qi Yuan had recovered well, his complexion looking much better. After checking in, he was about to return to his bed when Qi Yuan suddenly groaned. "Yuan, shock!" Yuan's eyes widened, and he hurried to call for help. "Come back." Before he even reached the door, Qi Yuan's voice rang out from behind him. Yuan had no choice but to turn around and walk back to the bedside. The two of them exchanged glances. "Would you like some water?" Yuan, hearing his voice grow hoarse, poured him a glass. Qi Yuan took it and reluctantly drank a few sips. His wound still hurt, but with Yuan by his side, he pretended not to groan. "Why are you here with me? I requested it myself. Dr. Tang needs to sleep, and Dr. Wan has been taken away by your father." Yuan recalled the image of Yin Tan coming to pick up Wan Ke, and couldn't help but say to Qi Yuan, "Your father and Dr. Wan are very much in love." The two fathers were so loving, Yuan was puzzled. You see how much they love each other, so why do you still insist on not getting married? Qi Yuan mumbled, "Dating and getting married is terrifying. I don't want to be obsessed with love." His adoptive father, Yin Tan, was such a tough guy, but once he got married, he was completely obsessed with love. Not only did he find cheesy things amusing in his daily life, but he once had a falling out with Wan Ke. To convince Wan Ke that he wasn't cheating, he even swore, "If I lie to you, Xiao Yuan will always get the last place on every exam." Qi Yuan, eavesdropping from behind the door, responded, Wan Ke, always a devoted child, responded, "Eh." Though Wan Ke ultimately trusted his partner, resolving a family crisis, it was still a profound shock to Qi Yuan, who, at the time, was obsessed with getting first place in every subject. It turns out that marriage can turn even a man as ruthless as his father into such a ruthless person. It's better not to get married. If you don't get married, you won't be obsessed with love. Chapter 28. Yuan still didn't understand Qi Yuan's train of thought, but whether to get married or not was everyone's choice, so he couldn't say much. Qi Yuan put down the glass he'd taken a few sips of water from. Seeing this, Yuan poured himself another. The two of them stared at each other. Qi Yuan had just woken up and didn't want to go back to sleep. "Sit down." "Oh." Yuan took the new glass and sat down obediently. "What did you talk about with my father and the others?" Qi Yuan knew his father wasn't the most approachable person. While he could be gentle and considerate with his partner, he was indifferent to everyone else. He had always been apathetic towards his adopted son. Yuan replied honestly, "I only spoke with Dr. Wan, not Commander Yin. Commander Yin is very busy and seems a bit intimidating." Qi Yuan smiled suddenly at this. Yuan frowned, annoyed. "What are you laughing at?" Qi Yuan explained slowly, "People say I look a lot like my father, and a lot of people are afraid of me. Even Pacey doesn't like to be around me." "Yuan, you're afraid of my father, so why aren't you afraid of me?" Yuan was stunned. He locked eyes with Qi Yuan for a long moment before speaking, "You're not scary." Qi Yuan sometimes looked a little cold, but getting to know him revealed he wasn't as cold as you imagined. Xie Yuan, too lazy to lie flat on his back like a useless person, propped up a pillow and sat up slightly. Give me my computer. Yes. Peel me an apple. Okay. Plug in the charger. Oh. Yuan, being ordered around, frowned. The charger was right next to Xie Yuan, and he could easily plug it in with just a raise of his hand. Xie Yuan held the apple in one hand and turned on his computer with the other, his eyes fixed on Yuan. He's quite well behaved. He doesn't lose his temper even when doing this. Here you go. Xie Yuan handed the uneaten apple back to Yuan. I don't like it. Yuan, And you asked him to peel it even though he didn't want to eat it. After Xie Yuan finished teasing everyone, he turned on his computer. He logged into WeChat, and then the internal forum. Yuan, what's your contact information? I add you. I don't have any. Yuan bit into the tasteless apple, and said sullenly, I don't have a phone. Xie Yuan raised his eyes, clearly surprised. These days, not many people don't have phones. Yuan himself didn't have a computer or a phone, but he was curious to see Xie Yuan play. He inched closer, thinking he wasn't making a sound, but Xie Yuan had already noticed his subtle movements. Xie Yuan opened the forum and clicked on the first section. The first section occasionally contained news about aberrations, like someone posting, "Oh my god, the cactus outside my door has become a spirit. It's banging on my door, scolding me for not giving it water." And another, "Help! My ex-boyfriend was clearly eaten by a dog, and now he's downstairs." Posts like these weren't common, and were generally expedited by the administrators. Besides, there were also quite a few analysis posts. Xie Yuan was checking for any new news when a red-hot post caught his eye. Reliable news. God X has found a very beautiful wife. Just by looking at the title, Xie Yuan knew what it was about. He hesitated, then tilted his head to look at Yuan, who was staring at the screen. Yuan. Huh? Yuan looked up blankly, waiting for Xie Yuan to continue. Xie Yuan's eyes flickered. He knew that many people misunderstood his relationship with Yuan. But in reality, if he had just been more assertive and clarified, the misunderstanding would have been quickly resolved. The air seemed to fall silent. Xie Yuan lowered his gaze to the computer, his tone sounding nonchalant. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you mind if others misunderstood our relationship? Yuan thought for a moment, and shook his head. He didn't mind. He was just greedy. So if he was misunderstood, it was his fault, not Yuan's. It was his fault for not keeping a safe distance. Yuan, feeling increasingly guilty, stole a glance at Xie Yuan and asked casually, "Do you mind?" Although Xie Yuan was a stickler for marriage, it seemed humans always had a habit of contradicting themselves. Yuan was a little worried about being a bad influence on Xie Yuan. I don't mind either. Xie Yuan swiped his fingers through the post, still nonchalantly. Both of them said they didn't mind. Xie Yuan looked at the computer for a while, then handed it to Yuan, letting him play with it on his own. Yuan was still very curious about computers, and he cradled the tablet, studying it intently. Time slipped by. Just as Yuan was lost in surfing, Xie Yuan tapped him on the forehead. All right, play later. Go to bed now. Yuan was still a little reluctant to go to sleep. Xie Yuan teased him, threatening quietly, "Staying up late won't keep you tall." Yuan, shock. Yuan turned off the computer and slid into bed. The next day, Yuan slept until 8 or 9 o'clock. When he awoke, someone had already arrived in the ward. Tang Xian, Tang Yi, and Ruan Ke. It was unclear whether the busy Chief Yin had come and gone, or hadn't even arrived at all. Anen? Seeing Yuan sit up, Ruan Ke asked gently, "Did I wake you?" Yuan shook his head blankly. Xie Yuan snorted and said lazily, "He woke up naturally. If he didn't sleep well, you wouldn't even thunder in his ear, and he wouldn't open his eyes." Yuan, Yuan was already known for his morning grumpy nature, and when he was told that, he immediately grimaced and climbed down without a word to fold the quilt. Xie Yuan knew his morning grumpy nature, and didn't say anything more. He simply had someone take him to breakfast. Yuan still had the small white mushrooms he had hidden in his pocket. The little white mushroom had been languishing, but for some reason, as it passed the doctor, it nearly burst forth its mycelium uncontrollably. Yuan noticed something was amiss, and quickly restrained the little white mushroom. Ruan Ke had discussed Xie Yuan's condition with the doctor, so nothing was wrong at the moment. He looked at Yuan and said, "I take you to the restaurant." "Thank you, Dr. Wan." As they walked out, Ruan Ke continued to tell Yuan, "Just call me uncle. No need to call me doctor." Yuan looked at his youthful face, hesitated for a few seconds, and then called out, "Uncle Ruan." Ruanku didn't seem to have eaten breakfast either. While he was eating with Yuan, he'd taken another helping. Yuan, clutching the spoon, tilted his head, and could see the marks on Ruanku's neck. His neck and collarbone were covered in red marks. "And what are you looking at?" "No, nothing." Ruanku, concerned that he had eaten so little, asked, "Is the food not to your liking? I make you another serving." Yuan hurriedly stopped him, saying, "No. I don't eat much, this is enough." When they returned from the restaurant, Tang Xian wasn't there. Only Xie Qiyuan and Tang Yi were in the ward, seemingly still arguing about something. A sneer crossed Tang Yi's handsome, mixed-race face. "Don't try to take advantage of me. If you weren't constantly half-dead, waiting for me to save you, I would have switched careers to veterinary medicine." Yuan could tell that Tang Yi genuinely didn't want to treat patients. Ruanku pretended not to hear their conversation and calmly brought Yuan back. Xie Qiyuan, seeing Ruanku, asked again, "Uncle Ruan, are you really going to Qinyu Island? Will my father be willing to let you go?" His father was a devoted wife's slave, and he wouldn't be happy to send his newly found wife away again. Ruanku smiled. "I'm going to Qinyu Island for work, he won't stop me." Having decided to leave, the base had a plane ready that afternoon. Yuan sat next to Xie Qiyuan. Through the window, he could see Ruanku and Yin Qin saying goodbye not far away. Captain Yin had a sour face, and an air of displeasure emanated from him. Ruanku was standing on tiptoe, stroking his head and smoothing his fur. Yuan looked on enviously. Captain Yin must be calling Uncle Ruan baby again. "They're so sweet." Xie Qiyuan, Xie Qiyuan deadpanned. "Corn." Yuan was unconvinced. "Calling baby is so sweet. You don't like it because you're jealous because you don't have a baby." Xie Qiyuan stared at him and said stubbornly, "I, Xie Qiyuan, will never call anyone over 3 years old baby in my entire life. Of course, no one else should even think of calling me baby." Such a corny scene would never happen to him. Xie Qiyuan spoke so confidently that Yuan held his breath. Taking advantage of Uncle Ruan's absence, only the silent Tang Yi was present. Yuan angrily called out to Xie Qiyuan, "Xie baby." "Xie baby, Xie baby was visibly stunned. Seeing him stunned, Yuan continued, "Xie baby, do you want me to tell you a story to put you to sleep?" Xie Qiyuan's dark eyes narrowed, and he said slowly, "Okay, tell me a story about a husband and wife. Do you want me to provide the material for the story?" Yuan fell silent, indignant. Tang Yi, watching from the side, glared at Xie Qiyuan coldly, "You're as corny as your father." He was truly unlucky to have been dealing with this father and son. Soon, Ruanku returned. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere. But none of the people present were talkative. Even Yuan didn't mention what had just happened. Sinking Fish Island was located some distance from Base 1. Everyone on the plane dozed off with their eyes closed, except for Little White Mushroom, who stared in Tang Yi's direction, seemingly intent on doing something. Tang Yi was alone at the back, fiddling with his small box. Inside the box, a small butterfly rested on a short log, its breath weak but struggling. Yuan had fallen asleep next to Xie Qiyuan. He had slept for a long time, and when he was woken, he was so dazed he hadn't even remembered the time. Outside, the sky was dark, with only the occasional crash of waves. Yuan followed the direction of the waves and asked, "Is there an ocean here?" "Yes." Xie Qiyuan glanced at him. "Want to see the ocean?" Yuan nodded. He had never seen the ocean before. "I take you there when I have time." Not long after Xie Qiyuan finished speaking, he was taken to the island hospital for examination, treatment, and recuperation. Yuan followed him for a long time before being assigned a room. It was next to Xie Qiyuan's. After returning to the room, Little White Mushroom, finally having some alone time, immediately emerged. "Brother, what's wrong?" Yuan was making the bed when he heard Little White Mushroom's voice. He paused and turned to look at Little White Mushroom. Little White Mushroom shyly indicated he wanted to go for a walk. Yuan patted him and coaxed him. "Later, I take you out once I'm done." Little White Mushroom still refused, insisting on going out on his own. Without waiting for Yuan to say anything, Little White Mushroom had already sent out a strand of mycelium and stealthily headed off to find the moth it had picked up. Chapter 29. The room assigned to Yuan wasn't large, but it had everything he needed. This was the first time he'd been assigned a room since leaving the laboratory, so he immediately wanted to tidy it up. Yuan placed the Little White Mushroom on a stool, not allowed to leave alone. "Xiaojiu, do you want to live in a flower pot, a cardboard box, or—" "Brother, I want to sleep on the bed." Yuan placed the cardboard box on the bed and replied, "Okay." Yuan concentrated on tidying up the room, with Xiaojiu following obediently behind. A strand of mycelium, too thin to be seen with the naked eye, inched its way along the corridor wall. From time to time, the mycelium paused at the door, and after lingering for a while, it slipped through the window and into the room. Inside the room, a mixed-race doctor in a white lab coat sat at a desk, studying the beautiful golden-spotted swallowtail butterfly in front of him, consulting a book. A golden-spotted swallowtail butterfly fluttered its wings delicately, blood still staining half of them. Tangy, who had that sullen expression that looked like someone owed him 8 million, was gentle and patient with this little butterfly. "Why are you bleeding again? Was my method for stopping the bleeding yesterday wrong?" he muttered, rummaging through the small medicine box beside him. The box was filled with medicine, specifically for animals, that Tangy had found. Transparent mycelium silently clung to the windowsill, quietly observing everything. When he saw the little butterfly, he instinctively wanted to kill it, but there was a human doctor there. Strange. Tangy frowned slightly, looking at the medical book with embarrassment, then at the little butterfly. "Why don't you follow the textbook for your injury?" Although he dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, he had little experience in the field. The little butterfly he had just found proved difficult to treat. The mycelium clinging to the windowsill shuddered at the words of the white-coated doctor. The next second, it decisively returned the way it had come. There was no need for him to kill Xiaolu. With such a quack around, Xiaoyou's chances of survival were slim. "Big brother." The little white mushroom, sitting in the chair, retracted its mycelium and called out to Big Brother's back, "If I'm sick or injured, can you not take me to the doctor?" "Yuan?" ? Yuan was puzzled. He thought of Dr. Tangy, who had treated Xie Yuan, and said, "With a doctor, healing happens quickly." Little white mushroom's expression was heavy. "No, I think sometimes being treated by a doctor can make you die faster." Little white mushroom never mentioned the moth that had been picked up by a fake veterinarian. Not taking advantage of the seriously injured moth was his last act of mercy. Yuan worked for a while, finally tidying up the house. "Shujio?" He stroked Shujio's umbrella and said, "It's getting late, let's go to bed." Maybe it was because he'd been secretly licking Xie Yuan so much lately, but Yuan felt a lot better. His once empty stomach felt warm. Little white mushroom obediently hopped into the cardboard box and closed his eyes to sleep. They took the flight in the afternoon, and because of the long journey, it was already quite late when they arrived. The faint sound of waves could be heard outside the window. Yuan, tucked under the covers, fell into a peaceful sleep. That night, Yuan snored incessantly. In Tangy's room, far to the east, the light stayed on for most of the night. Dr. Tang, who had always dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, finally called it a day after concentrating on treating little butterfly. He yawned, his slender fingers touching the butterfly's wings, his voice a little hoarse. "Okay, that's all for today." He placed little butterfly on the bedside table and whispered, "Rest well, and get well soon." The half-dead little butterfly stared at him dimly, secretly resolving to chop off the man's hand as soon as he could move again. The next day, Yuan woke up early, a rare occasion. He was deeply curious about new places, especially small islands like this one. "Shujio, let's go see the ocean," Yuan excitedly exclaimed, and while changing his clothes, he had hidden a locked pocket box by the bedside table. He had the box in his pocket, and he didn't know when he had put it there. It looked like Erzai had made it. He'd probably be able to open it once he found Erzai. Yuan put the box away, and excitedly prepared to take Little White Mushroom out. Little White Mushroom was worried about his elder brother, so even if he didn't seem to be in any danger, he was used to following him around. As soon as he left the room, Yuan bumped into Ruanku. Ruanku was heading to the lab. He looked at Yuan and smiled gently. "The lab is boring, so I won't be taking you with me. Qi Yuan is going to train the new recruits, so you can come along and see." Hearing this, Yuan decisively gave up following Xie Yuan. He looked at Ruanku eagerly and said, "I want to help you, but Xie Yuan is still injured and can't walk." Ruanku genuinely liked Yuan, and seeing that he wanted to follow, he didn't refuse. Not long after, they arrived at the iron gate of the lab. Someone at the door was in charge of a full-body examination. Everything they brought with them needed to be analyzed. Yuan glanced down at his pocket. This wouldn't work. He couldn't get in with Shujio. Shujio also noticed what was happening and slipped out, trying to slip away. After a few seconds of deliberation, Yuan decided to let Xiaojio leave. After about 10 minutes, Yuan successfully passed the inspection and followed Ruanku into the lab. As soon as they entered the lab, Ruanku seemed a different person. He wore thin-framed glasses. After putting down the tube of paste he had taken out, he plunged into the experiment. Yuan followed his instructions, and did some small tasks. Having spent so much time in the lab, Yuan was familiar with the experimental procedures. His work was meticulous, and Wanka occasionally glanced at him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. They were busy in the lab for most of the day. During the break, Wanka chatted with Yuan, not shying away from him. What we're making now is a nutritional paste. You've probably seen mutants, right? It's the kind of nutritional paste they use as food. Yuan had come along just for the nutritional paste. He nodded hurriedly. Wanka pressed his temple, slightly wearily. Traditional nutritional paste, while it can be used as food for mutants, also has a side effect. After consuming this traditional nutritional paste, the mutants' mutant abilities will continue to evolve and strengthen. And in this situation, the mutants can't get any stronger. If all the mutants become powerful, humanity will ultimately face an uncontrollable crisis. Even if some mutants are moderate and don't intend to harm humans. However, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Humanity can't gamble. After the outbreak of the infected, most laboratories were destroyed, and no one capable of producing traditional nutritional paste has appeared yet. Just because it doesn't appear doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Wanka had a longer-term vision, but also a more worried one. I want to develop a new type of nutrient cream before the traditional one comes out. As for what kind of new nutrient cream, Yuan watched Wanka rubbing his temple and thought, perhaps Wanka would know the answer. Yuan accompanied him in making the nutrient cream until evening. Wanka made a lot, so before leaving, Yuan asked for some. I want to study it too. Uncle Ruan, can I take it back? Sure. Wanka rubbed his head, still unsatisfied with what he had made so far. While he was working on it, Xie Yuan was also busy. Xie Yuan was working on a business deal. He had contacted Qi Bird. Despite having beaten Qi Bird's mutants nearly to death a few days ago, Xie Yuan had immediately begun negotiating a price with them, as if nothing had happened. The Qi Bird organization had always been neutral, never taking sides with the forces in the 4 human districts. Xie Yuan had to ensure that Qi Niao wouldn't do anything ruthless next time. The Southwest and North districts had always been friendly, the East district preferred to play it safe, and only the North district was ambitious and had always been dishonest. Xie Yuan didn't want to see Qi Niao have any contact with the North district. The sun was setting, and Yuan finally came out to pick up Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu had been squatting near the laboratory door, and upon seeing Yuan, he immediately jumped over. Yuan put the little white mushroom in his pocket and breathed a sigh of relief. Be good. I got you some nutritional paste. Let's eat it somewhere else. Okay. Yuan left with the little white mushroom. Each of them, one by one, deliberately avoided people, following the sound of the waves to find the sea. Like a GPS, the little white mushroom precisely avoided all humans, especially Xie Yuan's area. It was unknown how long they walked. Yuan reached a secluded corner near the sea. He took off his shoes and stepped barefoot on the sand. The little white mushroom had no interest in looking at the sea. Yuan gave him some of the nutritional paste and packed up the rest. Brother, we need to get back quickly. The little white mushroom said, this corner isn't well protected. It's not very safe. Chinyu Island is surrounded by deep sea. There's a watchtower on the island, ensuring that any ship or floating object appearing on the surface will be immediately detected. However, this is only safety in the eyes of humans. For the aberrants, there are still hidden dangers. The little white mushroom came here simply to avoid humans. Yuan stepped on the sand, then stepped on the water. Yuan delighted in the cool water. He even found a small, stranded fish. Xiaojiu, look, this fish has such a big head. Is it a big head? Big head fish, I can take it back for big head. Yuan happily picked up the fish. Little white mushroom watched him pick for a while, and then came over to take a look. After looking at the fish, his expression changed drastically. Brother, let's go! There's no way these deep-sea fish could have been stranded here, unless some large fish had thrown them here. Just as the childlike Xiaojiu grabbed his brother's wrist and tried to run, the calm water suddenly erupted into a huge wave. An ugly giant fish, covered in garbage, opened its maw and charged at them. Xiaojiu's mycelium pierced it fiercely, but the giant fish's eyes were glazed over, unresponsive to the pain. Big brother. The small mushrooms on dry land couldn't reach their full potential in the water, and the little white mushrooms had already degenerated to their juvenile stage. He watched his big brother fall into the water, his voice hoarse from shouting. The disaster had happened so quickly. Compared to the giant fish, Yuan was several times larger, judging by size alone. In this situation, he could only struggle to save himself by paddling. I'm not tasty. Yuan clenched his fists and pounded at the fish. Get out of here. The fish refused to listen, its long fangs dangling at him, as it desperately dragged him back to the sea. It recognized this man, and it was determined to take him back. Xiao Jiao was nearly mad, but the water wasn't his home turf, and even his madness was useless. Even his distorted abilities were immune to this fish. At that moment, Xiao Jiao's eyes were red, hoping Xie Qiyuan would arrive. Xie Qiyuan was indeed heading their way. This deformed fish, which had emerged from the deep sea at some unknown time, seemed to be lazing around. It had never attacked anyone, nor had it caused any trouble. Only this time, it suddenly set its sights on Yuan. Instructor, slow down. Instructor, you can't do any strenuous exercise. I go find Dr. Tang. The freshman rushed to find Dr. Tang, but he was busy. His beloved little butterfly had escaped. Its wings were bleeding from the impact, and it stumbled as it tried to fly out. In the sea, Yuan, nearly losing consciousness, heard footsteps nearby. Someone was approaching. He used all his strength to flap his body and shouted, "Xiaojiao, hide!" Xiaojiao must not be discovered. After giving Xiaojiao his command, something suddenly rushed towards him from the sky. Yuan strained to open his eyes, and saw a bleeding little butterfly. The little butterfly was on his chest, clearly about to use its supernatural power. No, no. Yuan hugged the little butterfly tightly, stopping its wings from flapping. Even if he was about to drown, he didn't want his cub to use such a life-threatening act to save him. Chapter 30. The large fish swam desperately in the water, trying to drag Yuan into deeper waters. However, before it could pull him over, a sharp bone blade suddenly stabbed him. The previously indifferent fish raised its head and wailed, then spat out Yuan from its mouth. The wailing fish then shook off the bone blade and turned to run. Yuan was thrown back, and in a daze, he fell into a strong embrace. He was grabbed around the waist and carried to the beach. Brother Xie. Tang Xian, who had followed Xie Qiyuan, cried out as he saw Xie Qiyuan emerge from the water. His heart leaped into his throat. Luckily, Xie Qiyuan didn't foolishly chase the fleeing deformed fish. He couldn't imagine the consequences. Thinking of this, Tang Xian turned around and yelled at his cousin, "Tang Yi! Check on Brother Xie." Tang Yi was fumbling in the shallow water, anxious and angry. "Wait a minute, I need to find my little butterfly first." Strange, the little butterfly had flown here, but now there was not a single butterfly on the vast ocean. Tang Yi, who had spent most of the night treating the little butterflies wound, was filled with regret. He should have kept a closer eye on the little butterfly. Unable to find the little butterfly, Tang Xian rushed him over. He glanced at Xie Qiyuan reluctantly, his tone tinged with dejection. "Go back and lie down. I check you out." If he had rashly pulled out the bone blade, he would probably have to stay in bed for another day or two. Xie Qiyuan's own wound had burst open, but he still hadn't let go of Yuan's arm. Tang Xian asked worriedly, "Brother Xie, can you leave Yuan to me?" "No need." The drowsy Yuan was laid on the beach and given first aid. After just a few seconds of emergency treatment, he spat out a few mouthfuls of water and opened his eyes. Xie Qiyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him awake. Soon, they were both admitted to the hospital. Xie Qiyuan was to seek treatment, and Yuan was also supposed to be taken for an examination, but he shook his head, insisting he wasn't feeling unwell, and refused to be seen by the doctor. Dr. Tang, having lost his beloved little butterfly, now looked as gloomy as if he were about to be buried. Xie Qiyuan glanced at Yuan a few steps away, then shifted his gaze back to Tang Yi. He said unhappily, "It's just a fluttering moth, isn't it? What's so great about that thing?" Tang Yi, expressionless, poured disinfectant all over his wound. "His." Xie Qiyuan gasped. "Be gentle." Tang Yi said nothing as she reapplied the medicine to the open wound. Seeing him like this, Xie Qiyuan compromised. "Next time I go out, if I see any moths or small flying insects, I catch them for you so you can raise them as much as you want. Okay?" Tang Yi sneered, "Ha! His little butterfly is an extremely rare and precious one. How could it be easily found again if you missed it?" Tang Yi, growing increasingly annoyed, continued to treat Xie Qiyuan. Yuan looked at Tang Yi, who looked distraught, and then at Xie Qiyuan, who was enduring pain. He pursed his lips and quietly retreated. Xie Qiyuan's room was near his ward. They all lived in this area. After arriving at the room, Yuan saw that Little White Mushroom had returned. Little White Mushroom looked distraught, sitting in a chair, lost in thought. "Brother." The little kid in the chair burst into tears upon seeing Yuan enter. Yuan patted his head soothingly, coaxing him, "Xiaojiao, be good, don't cry. Big brother's okay, look, I'm back." Xiaojiao clung to his brother's waist, he was genuinely terrified. Yuan carried him back to his chair, not bothering to soothe him. He carefully pulled a butterfly out of his pocket. The injured butterfly had been soaked in seawater again, and the wound was a gruesome sight. Xiujio, this is Xiaolu. Yuan placed the butterfly on a piece of clean fabric and instructed Xiujio, give me some clean water. Xiujio, tears still lingering on her eyelashes, said, How did this idiot get here? Xiujio, hurry up. Oh, okay. Xiujio, with a delicate round face, went to get some water with a sullen look. Yuan then found alcohol and cotton swabs. He lowered his eyes, carefully examining the little butterfly's wound, his hands barely shaking. Luckily, the butterfly's wings bore traces of medication. Yuan concentrated on treating the wound, but he had no medicine, so he could only perform the simplest treatment. Time slipped by. Yuan opened the nutrient paste he had saved and lowered his head to feed the frail little butterfly. The little butterfly diligently ate, reluctant to let go. Yuan's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, and he whispered, Liuzi, how long have you not eaten? Liuzi's wounds looked like they'd been there for days. Deformed creatures possess powerful self-healing abilities, so Liuzi's slow healing could only be due to malnutrition. Xiujio remained silent nearby. Liuzi was a finicky little moth. There were two things he wouldn't eat, this and that. After the nutritional paste ran out, Liuzi first hibernated for a while. When he woke up, he still had nothing to eat, and he was unhappy and hungry. Xiujio wasn't as picky as him. He'd make anything. It was only because of his big brother that Xiujio didn't often eat people. Aberrants could eat each other. Xiujio once sincerely invited Liuzi to join him in taking down Shiba and making him a teppanyaki, but Liuzi scorned him and refused. Eat slowly. You feel full if you eat too much at once. Yuan was still talking to the little butterfly on the fabric. The butterfly finished 2 tubes of nutritional paste before sliding off like a tiny piece of paper. Big brother. Xiujio hesitantly called out, is Liuzi going to die? Yuan put the little butterfly away and whispered, Liuzi is asleep. He won't die. He's just reverted to his butterfly form. He recovered slowly. Xiujio's eyes suddenly filled with regret. After a satisfying meal, little butterfly returned to his elder brother's side and fell into a deep sleep. Deformed beings are naturally alert and usually sleep in a light state. This kind of deep sleep is only possible in an environment of utmost trust. Yuan felt a sense of peace as he listened to his even breathing. 6 cub had crossed the line before his elder brother, and Xiujio knew he had no chance of escape. In the blink of an eye, he flexibly decided to reach a temporary reconciliation with 6 cub in front of his elder brother. In the ward, Xie Yuan had suffered a lot, but Tangy had finally treated all his injuries. Sweat beads beaded his forehead, and he looked at Tangy with a complicated look. When the world is peaceful again, you should become a veterinarian. The way he treated his wound looked no different from a veterinarian's. Tangy was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to him. The ward was dead silent when a small head popped in from the doorway. It was Yuan, who had settled the cubs. Can I come in? Come in. Seeing him, Xie Yuan asked, why didn't you let the doctor take another look at you? Yuan glanced at Tangy's scowl and whispered, I'm fine. I don't need to be examined. All right. Seeing that he was in good health and in good spirits, Xie Yuan didn't insist on having him examine him again. Yuan had come to give Xie Yuan a good guy card. If Xie Yuan hadn't arrived in time, he might have been dragged into the deep sea by a large fish and drowned. Tangy glanced at them and felt his eyes would hurt if he stayed any longer. I'm leaving first. He packed his things, pushed the door open, and left. Yuan glanced at Tangy's back and almost wanted to follow him. He was even planning to go get some medicine from the doctor. Sit down. Xie Yuan pointed to a chair and asked him to take a seat. Yuan obediently sat down and said to Xie Yuan sincerely, thank you for saving me. Xie Yuan said in a calm voice, you're welcome. The two of them locked eyes. Yuan looked at the bandages wrapped around his body and suddenly asked, Xie Yuan, why are you saving humanity? From their first meeting, Xie Yuan had been on a journey to save humanity. He killed zombies and mutants. Even when wounded, he single-handedly held up the umbrella of humanity's protection with his own strength. Yuan wondered, wouldn't he get tired of persisting like this day after day? He was just a human being. He's not a machine, much less a god. Xie Yuan was stunned by the question. After a long pause, he finally spoke. No one has ever asked me this question before. Meeting Yuan's clear eyes, Xie Yuan pondered for a few seconds before replying in a serious tone. I was adopted by my father when I was 10. My father is a soldier. For a long time, I spent my life in the military. Protecting humanity is a soldier's first mission. There are evil and ungrateful people among us, but there are also simple, hard-working people who strive to live. As a soldier, I feel that protecting the latter is very meaningful. Yuan didn't interact much with outsiders. But he thought about the child in overalls he had seen, the deceased uncle, the wood in the old city. Yes. You're right. Yuan readily agreed with his point. Yuan found him amused by his earnest, questioning. Yuan, from your tone, it sounds like you don't consider yourself human. Yuan, shock. Yuan was stunned. Yuan's guess was too accurate. Fearing exposure, Yuan quickly changed the subject, insisting righteously, I am human. Don't I look human? Yuan studied his handsome face. Yes, I am. After changing the subject, the two moved on to other topics. Not long after, a group of freshmen in training uniforms knocked on the ward door, entering to visit the instructor. At the sight of Yuan, the round-faced freshman at the back of the room's desk lit up. Apparently, the forum gossip had some truth to it. Instructor, are you feeling better? Not bad, I'm not dying. Ahem. The freshman choked, cleared his throat, and then got down to business. That's right. Can you still teach us tomorrow? The moment this question was asked, the other freshmen held their breath, anxiously awaiting the answer. When Yuan was an instructor, his torment of freshmen was legendary. None of these freshmen were immune to his fear. Yuan sneered at the group of brats, his thin lips uttering a single word, go ahead. With that word, the atmosphere in the ward instantly fell silent. Even Yuan felt a pity for the freshmen's expressions. If you have nothing else to do, go back and practice more. See you on the training ground tomorrow. Got it, instructor. The freshmen left the ward, feeling extremely frustrated, and one by one, they made plans to go back for extra training. Yuan thoughtfully closed the door they had forgotten to close. Right. Yuan looked up at Yuan and suddenly had an idea. You're staying here anyway, so starting tomorrow, why don't you go and exercise with me? Yuan, ? Is this forced conscription? Yuan was silent for a moment, then slowly asked, if I don't go, will you kick me out? Yuan narrowed his eyes at him, saying nothing. Yuan, Yuan instantly wilted. Okay. Then let's just practice casually. Yuan left the ward, his steps heavy. He didn't return to his room, but went to see Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang opened the door, his expression as if to say something quickly, don't waste my time. Yuan pleaded anxiously, can you give me some medicine? My little butterfly is injured. Tang was stunned. An injured little butterfly? Countless hypotheses flashed through his mind. Finally he turned, picked up his small medicine box, and said to Yuan, come on, take me to see him. Yuan didn't want him to go. I can apply the medicine myself. No need to bother you. No need. Tang, carrying the medicine box, said with dignity, a doctor's fundamental duty is to be responsible to their patients, even if they're just a little butterfly. Yuan was withdrawn. Just now, Dr. Tang hadn't shown such a basic attitude towards Yuan. Chapter 31. Yuan couldn't persuade Tang, who had a solid medical background, and ultimately took him back. Before entering, Yuan stomped his foot heavily on the floor, giving Little Gio a hint. Little Gio was clever, having hidden himself before the door opened. Dr. Tang. Yuan made a final effort. I can do it myself. No need to trouble you anymore. Tang, carrying his medicine box, insisted on going himself. There was no choice but to welcome him in and bring out the cardboard box containing the little butterfly. The cardboard box had originally been for Little Gio. Tang saw the familiar little butterfly, and the expression on his handsome, mixed-race face suddenly softened. Good thing. The little butterfly was back, and his veterinary career could continue. Dr. Tang, that's the little butterfly. Yuan carefully showed the little butterfly to Tang, dodging his hand as it tried to touch it. Tang looked down at the sleeping little butterfly, aware that it was soundly asleep, even better than it had been sleeping with him. I know this little butterfly. Did you raise it? Yes. Tang looked up at Yuan and asked, will you sell it to me? I have a strong chemistry with it. Yuan refused without a second thought. No. He looked at Tang warily and said firmly, no matter how much you offer, I won't sell it. He wasn't so poor as to have to sell his own cub. Seeing his resolute attitude, Tang gave up the idea. I already gave him some medicine yesterday. Just one more application will be enough. Tang said, lowering his head and opening the medicine box. These are animal-specific medicines. They should be very effective. Yuan keenly grasped the key point. Did you give him medicine? Yes. Tang said calmly. I found this little butterfly at the entrance of Base 1 and brought him to the island. Yuan, At the entrance of base 1. 6 Cub must have flown in to find him. When Yuan looked at Tangy again, the wariness faded, and he said gratefully, "Thank you for bringing him here." Tangy lowered his head to rummage through the medicine box, while the sleepy little butterfly suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The next second, he snapped open his eyes. Yuan saw him awake and quickly soothed him. "Be good, little one, the doctor is here to give you medicine. You get better soon after the medicine." Xiao Lu? Xiao Lu stared in shock at the quack doctor, who had reappeared before him, hating himself for being so weak. Otherwise, he would have swatted the quack to death with a single blow of his wings. The quack doctor was very concerned about the missed follow-up visit opportunity. He carefully grasped the butterfly's wings and meticulously reapplied the medicine. Time dragged on. Thanks to the butterfly, Tangy was also very patient with Yuan. He also gave Yuan some household medicine and a promise. "Come see me anytime you feel unwell in the future." Yuan felt a strange feeling when he heard this promise. It seemed full of compensation. "Dr. Tang," Yuan asked nervously, "have you treated other butterflies before?" Tangy remained silent, his head lowered, concentrating on turning the butterfly over. Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then, relenting, asked, "Even if you haven't treated butterflies, what about other small animals?" Uncle Ron said, "You want to be a veterinarian. Have you taken the veterinary exam?" Tangy continued to remain silent. Yuan's eyes widened, and he gasped, You're practicing medicine without a license. And you're asking my little butterfly to be your doctor." Yuan was panicking and wanted to check on Lu Zi. The little butterfly, whose wings were pinched by the quack, went from furious to despairing. May there be no quacks in heaven, Yuan anxiously observed for a long time, and only felt slightly relieved when he saw that Lu Zi's condition had not worsened. Tangy looked at the little butterfly after applying the medicine, and while Yuan wasn't paying attention, he lowered his voice and said, "Look, you've been hurt so badly just a few moments away from me. Poor little thing, what would you have done without me as your doctor?" Xiao Lu, heh. As Xiao Lu's guardian, Yuan was sensitive to his emotions. After noticing that Xiao Lu was paralyzed with anger, he politely said Dr. Tang, who still wanted to stay put, away. As soon as Dr. Tang left, Yuan squatted down to look at Xiao Lu. "Xiao Lu, don't you like Dr. Tang?" Little Butterfly hummed a word, turning back over the way Tangy had turned him. Although Little Butterfly disliked Tangy, he couldn't resist Tangy's willingness to treat him. Yuan fondly stroked Little Butterfly, secretly thinking of a solution. The night deepened. The large fish, having escaped far away, huddled under a large rock, licking the spot where it had been pierced by the bone blade with a look of grievance. A passing turtle fearlessly stopped and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The large fish stopped licking and emitted a sound wave, understandable to other animals. "I was swimming underwater and got lost. I swam to an island. There's someone the boss is looking for, and I'm going to take him there. Ouch, I got beaten." The little turtle sighed heartily, so miserable. Just as he finished his sigh, the big fish smacked him into the sand with its tail. The big fish felt very miserable, but it couldn't bear to be mocked by such a cuckolded turtle. The small island at night, bathed in moonlight, was dreamlike and beautiful. Unfortunately, none of the people living on the island enjoyed moon-gazing. Yuan made his bed soft and fluffy, washed up, and lay down comfortably. To his left was a paper box with a little butterfly. To his right was a small white mushroom without a box. The two cubs could see their big brother whenever they looked up, so they slept peacefully. The next day, when Yuan woke up, Ruanka approached him first, and then Qi Yuan said, "You're going to training. Then you should go to training first. If you want to do experiments with me, come when I'm not training." Yuan was torn. He didn't really want to go to training. Ruanka, however, was more thoughtful. He noticed Yuan's hesitation and advised, "And we can't stay on this island forever, nor can we live in this base forever. If we ever need to be outside, I hope you be able to protect yourself. In a world rife with infected and mutants, only by becoming strong can one achieve the most secure safety." Yuan pondered for a few seconds and nodded seriously. "Uncle Ruan, I train hard." He clenched his fists and promised Ruanka in a serious tone. Ruanka rubbed his head and smiled as he watched him go find Xie Yuan. In the ward, Xie Yuan handed him a set of clothes he had prepared. "Here, training clothes." Yuan took them and went to the bathroom to change. It was his first time wearing such clothes, so he was a little slow in getting dressed. Several minutes passed. The bathroom door creaked, and Xie Yuan instinctively looked up. The first glance stunned him. Yuan, dressed in a tight blue training suit, looked handsome and energetic. Especially her waist, cinched by the belt, so thin that he felt he could hold it with one hand. Is this the right way to wear it? Yuan tugged nervously at the hem of her clothes, unsure of how it would look on her. Xie Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and he looked away. Such a youthful and energetic young man was quite attractive. You're wearing it right. Xie Yuan gave a vague compliment. It looks good. Wait for me, I take you to the training ground. Yuan stood obediently by and waited. Although Xie Yuan needed to recuperate, he had strong physical fitness and amazing recovery ability, so he didn't need to lie in bed all the time. As long as he didn't do strenuous exercise, he would be fine. Just before they left, Tangy came to pick up Little Butterfly. Under the guise of having acquired new, superior medicine, he successfully tricked Little Butterfly into giving him away. Yuan had to go to training himself, and he was worried about leaving the frail Little Butterfly alone in the room. The medicine he had applied yesterday looked fine. Yuan thought that even a top-tier doctor like Tangy would have a talent for treating his Little Butterfly. Dr. Tang, I'll be back early to get Little Butterfly. Yes. Yuan left, looking back every few steps. By the time he and Xie Yuan arrived at the training ground, the other freshmen had already arrived in full formation. Hello, instructor. The loud, unified greetings made Yuan's ears hurt. He was a beat late before he followed suit. Hello, instructor. Xie Yuan, his arm still bandaged, stood on the training ground with a determined spirit, going over each freshman who had already been trained. Yuan didn't participate in this process. When the group of freshmen had been beaten to a pulp, Xie Yuan finally called a halt. Alright, let's stop here for now. Xie Yuan let Yuan return to his team. He looked at the young man, who was trying to stand straight, and his gaze lingered for a second. His name is Yuan, and he'd be your team member from now on. You must improve together. I won't waste any more time. The rest of the time is for you to continue training. Before training, Xie Yuan also asked Yuan, can you persevere? Yuan's face tightened, and he said with determination, yes. He would train hard, learn some skills, and then set out to continue searching for his lost cub. Xie Yuan's heart was moved by his high morale. So well behaved. He said he wanted to train, and he actually agreed to it. And he looked so motivated. As expected. Young people are all so sincere and passionate. Xie Yuan thought of Yuan's words before training, then saw that he was genuinely trying to stay with the team, and his heart softened again. The training on Chenyu Island was rigorous, divided into physical training and willpower training. In addition, there was a new course. This course focused on zombies and aberrations. The information on zombies and aberrations was updated in real time, and the freshmen were required not only to master the knowledge, but also to apply it in real life. The island had the most realistic full-scale simulation, capable of simulating the appearance of zombies and the onset of aberrations. Almost all freshmen had to complete this simulation every 2 days. Fighting zombies was the easiest. Facing aberrations was the most difficult. Xie Yuan sat on a bench under the shed, a cup of goji berry health tea in hand, a pair of black sunglasses perched on his straight nose. Some of the freshmen currently training were practically infatuated. Captain Xie is so handsome. He's really handsome, and he's really ruthless. Come on, haven't you been tortured enough just now? Just focus on training. A group of people were training together, but no one paid any attention to Yuan. Everyone knew that Yuan was a shill who had been shoved in. They didn't know his background, but they didn't want to get too close to someone with connections. The sun beat down mercilessly overhead. Yuan's back was soaking wet, and he gasped for breath, still trying to keep up with his teammates. Hey, new guy. If you can't hold on, don't come tomorrow. A teammate with a buzz cut beside him lowered his voice. This is good for you, and good for us. If you feel better, we won't be held back by you. Yuan, with a stern face, pointed out seriously, I'm not holding you back. I did all those exercises just now. He had never received this kind of training before. But perhaps due to his innate talent or perhaps his immense potential, Yuan found he wasn't as exhausted as he imagined. At first, he was very tired. But strangely, despite the exhaustion, he still managed to hold on. All day, Yuan bustled around the training grounds. When others ignored him, he would angrily ignore them. Xie Yuan noticed his predicament but said nothing. Until dark, the day's training was over. Yuan, with heavy steps, knocked on Tangyi's door. Tangyi gave him a tube of ointment and a bottle of essential oil. Apply the ointment to the bruises, and add a few drops of essential oil to the water. Take a bath. It helped you feel better. It had to be said that Tangyi had some good stuff. Yuan forced himself to thank him, and returned with the box containing the little butterfly. Seeing his wilted older brother, the left-behind little mushroom immediately and attentively ran to run the bath water. Chapter 32. After a long shower, Yuan finally emerged from his shower. Much of his fatigue had vanished. He donned the spotted pajamas with a lapel that Wanka had given him, rubbed his eyes, and prepared to chat with the cubs. He had been out all day and hadn't spent much time with them. But before he could say a few words to the cubs, there was a knock on the door. "Who's there?" "Me." It was Xiechi Yuan's voice. Yuan quickly hid the two cubs. A moment later, the door opened. Xiechi Yuan walked in, carrying two plastic bags, one containing medicine, the other food. "Here." Xiechi Yuan handed him the bag of food and lowered his head to open the bag of medicine. "Go sit on the bed." Yuan was stunned, confused as to what he was going to do. But he sat on the bed, his eyes fixed on Xiechi Yuan. Xiechi Yuan unscrewed the ointment and squatted in front of him. Yuan felt a chill on his calf. He looked down and saw Xiechi Yuan's large hands applying the ointment to his leg. His calloused palm massaged his calf, a touch of pain and a touch of comfort. Xiechi Yuan's pressure was neither too strong nor too weak, enough to spread the ointment thoroughly. "Does it hurt?" "Not much," Yuan replied, then continued to watch Xiechi Yuan apply the ointment to him. He was curious. "Why are you applying ointment to me? Do you do this to the other trainees?" Xiechi Yuan didn't even look up, saying calmly, "I only do this to you." Thinking of the day's training, Xiechi Yuan paused his palms, then continued to press him. "Yuan, I was the one who put you in the trainees. They ignored you, I saw. Will you blame me for not caring about this?" Xiechi Yuan's tone was nonchalant, but Yuan felt he was suddenly pressing her too hard. "Well, I don't blame you." Yuan blinked and said, "Uncle Juan told me that those training here are all elites selected by the government. By letting me in, you're already giving me a backdoor." Hearing this, Xiechi Yuan suddenly looked up at him. His eyes were clear and bright, truly without a trace of resentment. After a moment, Xiechi Yuan spoke, "I can let you in, but I can't force them to be your friends. And you. It's really okay with me." Yuan lowered his eyes, which curved like a small crescent moon, a truly beautiful sight. The two stared at each other. Yuan thought for a moment, then said to Xiechi Yuan, "They don't dare play with me because of what they said." Recalling his teammates' conversation, Yuan abridged it a bit and told Xiechi Yuan, "They think I'm weak and won't last long. If they bump into me during training and I tell you about it, they be in trouble. Some people also think I be a drag. There were many teamwork projects during training. If Yuan was too weak, he would be a burden to his competitive teammates. And his more thoughtful teammates would worry about being confronted by him, and wouldn't be able to let go." Xiechi Yuan looked at Yuan as he recounted this and asked, "You don't have any reaction to this?" "Yes." Yuan huffed, "I was upset, so I ignored them." Xiechi Yuan, What kind of reaction is that?" He continued to massage the medicine into Yuan with a slight reluctance. His usual coldness was now tinged with a gentleness he hadn't noticed. "You're about the same age as them. After a couple of days of spending time together, they'd probably accept you. A young rascal this age is full of youthful energy. Back then, they were fiercely competitive, even secretly fighting over disagreements." Yuan nodded. The tight muscles in his calves felt instantly soothed after the ointment and massage. After Xiechi Yuan finished applying the ointment and chatting with him, he got up to leave. Yuan rolled up his pajamas, exposing his back to him. "Can you give me another back rub?" Yuan laid down and politely asked. Xiechi Yuan had never seen someone so good at taking advantage of others. He was both annoyed and amused. "Did you forget which of us was injured?" Despite saying so, Xiechi Yuan resignedly opened the ointment and continued to rub his back. Yuan's weightlifting today left no marks on his back. His skin was so tender that even the slightest exertion would leave a mark. For who knows how long. Yuan slowly closed his eyes during the comfortable back rub and began to snore softly. "Yuan? Hoo. Xiechi Yuan snored evenly, his handsome face downcast. He put the ointment away and placed it on the bedside. And now, the hidden little white mushroom and little butterfly were next to each other. The little white mushroom gestured to the little butterfly. "Big brother is sleeping. Do you want to kill Xiechi Yuan?" The little butterfly fluttered its wings wearily and refused. "No, I want to sleep." The little white mushroom was unwilling to give up and tried to persuade him. But the little butterfly folded its wings and curled up completely. "Stupid mushroom, you killed Xiechi Yuan in Big Brother's room. Then when the humans found out, Big Brother wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to." The little white mushroom and the little butterfly didn't hide for long. Xiechi Yuan gently closed the door and left. As soon as he left, the two cubs returned to bed. The two cubs, one on each side, nuzzled their older brother affectionately before falling asleep. The next day, Ewan, as usual, asked Tangy to take Little Butterfly away. After connecting the tablet in the room to the internet, he handed it to Little White Mushroom. "I download some cartoons for you. Stay in your room and don't leave." "Okay." After arranging the cubs, Ewan began today's training. Since Ewan had only been training for a short time, he was currently focusing mostly on basic physical training. The instructor in charge of basic physical training increased his training. After several days of training, Ewan's progress surprised the instructors. Under the awning, the instructor said to the onlookers, "Yuan, this kid you're coaching has potential." Yuan naturally saw that. Ewan was incredibly resilient. Training was initially difficult for him, but he figured out some tricks, and with these, his rapid improvement caught the attention of all the instructors. More than one instructor praised Ewan to Yuan. Yuan remained expressionless, but his heart was filled with joy. A teammate who had initially considered Ewan a bit of a fluff figure had tentatively extended an olive branch of friendship to him. Unfortunately, Ewan held a grudge and didn't respond much to his teammates' overtures. Time passed. Yuan's injuries were healing at a noticeable rate, and Ewan was allowed into the simulated training grounds where a zombie outbreak was imminent. The number of zombies outside the island was only increasing, and their training team would likely have to learn to fight them on the island. In the training grounds, all the pain is real. Today's simulation is about the zombies, and next time it's about the aberrations. Trainees who had already participated in several simulation training sessions were clearly more troubled by the simulations involving the aberrations. The aberrations possessed special abilities, and were capable of fighting. The most frustrating part was finding the hidden aberrations. The aberration simulations made the zombie simulations they had just entered seem much easier to handle. "Ewan, this is your first time in this training ground, so stay close to us." They were part of a small team, and their leader was a talkative young man. His name was Feng, and he was very capable, though not a talkative person. Ewan had no issues with Feng. He nodded and replied, "I know, Captain." The deputy captain was Song Jun, who disliked Ewan for holding him back. Song Jun was a man who valued results, and always strived for first place in everything he did. After he persuaded Ewan to quit on the first day, Ewan not only didn't leave, but actually trained even harder. Especially, Ewan's rapid progress meant he wasn't holding him back at all. "Well, you can take the theory class. Some of today's zombies are evolved. Our traditional headshot method isn't reliable." Ewan, a diligent student, waved his pistol before Song Jun finished speaking. "I know how to shoot. The West District has developed ammunition specifically for evolved zombies. A headshot with this type of ammunition will kill a zombie, even if it has a crystal core. It will no longer provide the zombie with the energy it needs to move. If the ammunition runs out, they will resort to the most brutal method, decapitation." Ewan hadn't yet experienced actual combat. Song Jun touched his nose, looked at the young man with the magical gun, and said awkwardly, "You still hold a grudge." Ewan said nothing. Soon, the entire team assembled. Captain Feng counted the number of people, and ordered them to hide. This time at the training ground, they not only had to deal with zombies, but also complete the main mission, rescue the family trapped in room 602, East District, Ewan. Ewan followed Feng, his eyes fixed intently outside. They were in a random location in the city, the name of which was unknown. So far, no zombies had appeared. The streets outside were quiet, with the occasional pedestrian. "Captain, are there no infected people yet?" Ewan observed for a moment and asked, "Look, there are still vendors there." Feng stared at the street warily. They couldn't just hide here. They needed to get clues about Ewan and determine how far away they were. "Our timing this time might be before the zombie outbreak." Feng arranged, "Little monkey, go get the message." Ho-ing, "Yes." Before leaving, he called Ewan along. "Let's go together." Ewan had been training these days, and was eager to take on the mission. He stood up and followed Ho-ing out. After the two of them left, the other teammates stared at their backs. One couldn't help but ask, "Captain, do you know what Ewan's path is? He doesn't look like someone who hasn't trained." "Yes, I think he trained in the army, or maybe learned from someone." "Captain, to be frank, I think we're almost outmatched by him in training." The team member's words fell on Feng's ears, causing his eyes to darken. He actually wanted to ask the same questions they were asking. This shoved Ewan, adorable and cute, had the same appearance during his initial training, looking like a vase, clearly forcing himself to do the projects. As time went by, Yuan's potential was truly astonishing. One of their training sessions was shooting, and Yuan always scored 10 rings, never making a mistake. No matter what path he takes, he's still our teammate now. Yin Feng said calmly, focus on the competition. If you have any questions, ask Instructor Xie after we get out. Team members, The team members instantly fell silent. Walking down the street, Ho Ying was talking to Yuan about the training ground experience. Zombies usually appear suddenly, so we have to constantly monitor our surroundings. And then, are you afraid of zombies? Yuan was torn. How could he answer that? He himself was a little zombie. Ha, no, I'm here to protect you. Ho Ying smiled and said, consider it my compensation for not paying attention to you at first. Although each of the young men was quite arrogant and initially refused to pay attention to the airborne student, after spending these days together, their prejudices had long since faded. Yuan mumbled, oh. In front of the stall, where the two vendors were working, was a barbecue stall. On it were grilled sausages, gluten noodles, tofu puffs, and a large row of octopus. Yuan tried to ignore the grilled octopus. Remembering the captain's request, he turned to the stall owner and asked, Auntie, can I ask you for directions? The auntie was kind and said yes. I want to go to Linchi Garden. Can you show me the way? Yuan added, Linchi Garden East District. The auntie said, surprised, I live in Linchi Garden East District. You're going to our neighborhood. Yuan nodded emphatically. The auntie smiled and said, I'm busy with my stall right now. I can't take you with me. The aunt walked out from behind the stall and pointed to a nearby street sign. This is Jianxi Road. Walk along Jianxi Road and turn right after 800 meters. After turning right, continue straight. After about 1,000 meters, you see Tongren Pharmacy. The first door, to the left of Tongren Pharmacy, is Linxiuan Community. Yuan, The directionally challenged little zombie was completely bewildered. Thankfully, Ho Ying remembered the route well. He thanked the aunt. After asking for directions, Yuan looked at the streetlights, which seemed familiar. He casually asked, Auntie, which city are we in? The aunt was stunned. Such a cute kid, is she mentally ill? This is Yuqing. No, not Yuqing, but the abandoned Yuqing. The aunt explained in detail. After her explanation, Yuan was even more confused. How could they have mentioned the abandoned Yuqing location? Are the last humans in the old city evacuating? Yuan's head was swirling with questions, but Ho Ying didn't let him remain in a daze. He led Yuan back. And then, this is just a virtual location. Even if you've been to the old city before, you wouldn't have thought too much about it. Ho Ying, who had more experience, counseled Yuan. Yuan, having attended classes, naturally knew that this was all virtual. He shook off some of his thoughts and followed Ho Ying's steps. The team diligently carried out their mission. On Chinyu Island, the instructors also watched the footage on the big screen. Not long into the footage, Xie Qiyuan suddenly asked, where is the training location you arranged this time? Qincheng. Someone answered, to ensure the safety and confidentiality of the training ground. The location is always chosen randomly by a computer, and this time, Qincheng was chosen. Xie Qiyuan frowned and said coldly, this isn't Qincheng. Chapter 33. Xie Qiyuan's words startled the instructors present. Instructor Meng immediately checked his computer. This computer was assigned by the military, and it always has issues. Look, the results of this training are obvious. Why did it become the ruined city? Instructor Meng's exclamation made everyone's face turn pale. They all looked at the name displayed on the computer, Ruined City. The rescue operation in Ruined City wasn't going well a while ago. We can't use this place as a simulation training site. An instructor, with a grim expression, manipulated the computer. Let me see what's wrong with the computer. There are two possibilities for the training location change. One is that there's a traitor who secretly changed the location. The other is that the computer was hacked. Military computers have always been extremely secure, and now something like this has happened. Everyone's heart sinks. Xie Qiyuan picked up his phone and made a call. Tang Xian rushed over. Brother Xia, what do you want to talk to me about? Xie Qiyuan pointed at the computer and instructed, check it to see if it's been hacked. Tang Xian agreed and sat down in front of the computer. Everyone in the room stared at him, awaiting his conclusion. The instructor closest to Xie Qiyuan asked suspiciously, isn't Tang Xian a doctor? He uses a computer? Xie Qiyuan's voice was cold, part-time job. None of the doctors from the Tang family were born into a life of sedentary living. Tang Yi wanted to change careers, but Tang Xian was also addicted to part-time work, and was thriving at it. Under the combined gaze of the instructors, it took Tang Yi a while to figure it out. He leaned back in his chair and reported, Brother Xia, it's a computer malfunction. It's man-made. Someone deliberately tampered with the final results. Not only did they tamper with the location displayed on the results, but the simulation program was also tampered with. The simulated environment the trainees were in was designed by the instructors after a collaborative discussion. The training ground had to be challenging while still giving the trainees a chance to pass. In short, there had to be a limit to how much they could bully the weaker players. Siechi Yuan's gaze returned to the screen, where a simulation scene appeared. The training team was searching for transportation. They had also encountered zombies. Is there any way to get them out now? One instructor was uneasy. These kids can't get out. These trainees were not only an elite squad reserved by the military, but many of them were of extraordinary status. The team leader, In Feng, was Siechi Yuan's cousin. Yes, we have to get these kids out. If it were their training ground, even if the kids were injured or died, they would recover by the end of the training. But the training ground on the screen at this moment. Is this still a training ground? The instructor's gazes were fixed on Siechi Yuan. His expression was cold, his dark eyes brimming with suppressed anger. Tang Xian, find out who hacked the computer. Let Uncle Juan know when you have the results. Siechi Yuan stood up and made arrangements step by step. I check where the magician is. The simulation field at the training team was either created by someone using a computer, or it was a trick by a magician with spatial abilities. Tang Xian, realizing the seriousness of the situation, continued fiddling with the computer. Meanwhile, Yuan and In Feng were looking around carefully, searching for a convenient means of transportation. It was still quite a distance from here to Linchi Garden. Captain, I still have a car. I drive. Yuan nodded hurriedly. Driving was part of their training. It seemed the other teammates had all been driving for a while. Song Jun even said his garage was full of limited edition cars. Yuan had driven a car before. He even driven a bicycle. Yuan, you're not very good at driving. Do you want to drive with me when we get back? I'm a pretty good driver. Song Jun leaned over and interrupted. Yuan glanced at him. Song Jun touched his nose and continued, we're teammates after all. You can't keep ignoring me. He admitted that he had been a bit unfriendly before, but now he realized his mistake. Okay. Yuan finally relented. He asked, you told me last time you had a rainbow-colored car. Can I drive it? Sure. Under the allure of the rainbow car, Yuan and the deputy captain finally reconciled. They continued walking. Yuan had been to the abandoned old city of Yuhua before, and was slowly becoming familiar with its architecture. In Feng explained that this place simulated the scene before the zombie outbreak. Yuan thought to himself that if he ran into Mu now, Mu probably wouldn't recognize him. Captain, there's a garage. I see. At Yuan's prompt, In Feng discovered a garage. There was a small car parked in the garage, along with several electric vehicles. But as they began to examine the cars, they noticed a rather unpleasant scene behind the flower bed. A child, even younger than the one in overalls, was being coaxed by a middle-aged man with a toy. I'm your mother's friend. Your mother asked me to carry you to find it. You can let me hold you, okay? Looking at the 3 or 4-year-old child, he said weakly, I have a mother. The man, The man corrected himself. I'm your father's friend. The child said weakly again, I have a father too. The man, irritated, said, you're an orphan. That's great. I find you a home. He was about to pick up the child and leave. Yuan, with sharp ears, heard the entire conversation. Don't touch him. Yuan shouted, rushing over. He lifted the still-standing child into his arms, and shouted to the man, I call the police. Why are you calling the police? I'm a good person. I'm this child's relative. The man explained weakly, he's seen me before, but he doesn't recognize me. Yuan, ha! He didn't believe it. After Yuan rushed over, the other teammates followed. The teammates didn't hesitate and called the police. The man was taken away, and Yuan and his group also had to take statements. They were wandering the streets on a weekday, attracting a questioning from a female police officer. Yuan couldn't explain what he did for a living, and the police officer whispered, you look so young. Did you drop out? Yuan hesitated, then nodded. He had attended a humanities school. The police officer looked regretful. Even if you dropped out, you should have found a proper job. Although you did well on the road this time, you can't just hang around every day. The police officer was quite talkative, and to Yuan, who was almost like a younger brother, she poured out her affection. Look, that new hotel up there is hiring receptionists. They're paying 300 yuan a day. You could go there and earn some money. Yuan was stunned. He subconsciously looked ahead. 300 a day? That's a lot of money. He'd been browsing the internet lately, and realized that everyone has to work. 300 a day, 9,000 a month. He asked Yuan, and if he wanted to join the army, he'd get 1,000 a year. Hearing Yuan's India the receptionist's salary, Song Jun immediately lowered his voice and said, Yuan, don't let your mind wander. We can be very lucrative in this business. Let me tell you a secret. For example, our instructor Xie has enough money in his coffers to buy several courtyard houses. Hearing this, Yuan hugged the child tightly, not daring to say a word. Xie Yuan's wife had exchanged chips at a casino. Unfortunately, the casino was wiped out, but his wife's money was returned. It goes without saying, magicians are a scam. After sending the kidnapper to the police station, Yuan also released the child who had been clinging to him. The child stared at him without blinking, even opening his arms for a hug. Oddly enough, the child had been very clingy ever since he picked her up. Just now, on the way, the child had whispered into his ear, "It's so comfortable being held by you." Yuan patted his head, then hugged him again, saying, "Brother still has things to do. Be good here and wait for your family to pick you up." "Hold you." The child, who wouldn't cling or talk to anyone else, softly said to Yuan, "Hold Chong Chong." Yuan felt he had a good relationship with children. This Chong Chong child, who ignored everyone at the police station, wanted him to hold her all by himself. But Yuan hadn't come to the training ground to coax children. After a lot of trouble, he and his teammates finally emerged from the police station. Chong Chong climbed onto the police station's window pane, his eyes still fixed on Yuan's back. He whispered, "Senior, you were wrong. A hug feels so good." Yuan, exiting the station, glanced at the time on his watch and reminded him, "Captain, it's time." The training session lasted 24 hours, and they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Yin Feng frowned, looking around, feeling something was amiss. It had been so long since they'd been here, and there hadn't been a single zombie to be seen. Since the city was peaceful, they were keeping an eye out for transportation. "Run ahead," Yin Feng said. "Let's go to Linchi Garden first." "Yes." Yuan used to have limited strength, and would fall even when running. Now, after so much training, he could run several kilometers without falling. Not long after they left, an ordinary-looking middle-aged couple walked into the police station. They were there to pick up their lost son. The police were surprised to see them. "Are you Chong Chong's parents?" The young people who just came to pick him up said he had a father and a mother. Chong Chong's mother smiled and said, "Maybe it was a mistake. I am Chong Chong's mother." Chong Chong's father also smiled and said, "Yes, officer. We are locals. We live at 602, Linxiuan East District, Washing Road. Chong Chong is our child." After verifying the information, the police felt relieved and handed the limp Chong Chong to them, explaining that someone was trying to kidnap him. The couple continued walking according to the procedure. Even on the other side, Yuan and his friends had already reached the intersection of Linxiuan and bumped into the woman who had been running the barbecue stall. The woman was very friendly and asked, "Would you like some barbecue? My dipping sauce is made with my own secret recipe. It's delicious." Yuan looked at the sold-out octopus and shook his head firmly. It was too cruel, he wouldn't eat it. Song Jun did crave it, but he was on a mission right now and couldn't go buy it. The team successfully entered the complex and stood under Building 6. Xiao Yang, the most taciturn member of the team, couldn't help but ask, "Captain, was our training ground set up incorrectly this time?" He joined the others in their thoughts. "Yeah, it's been so long, and we haven't even seen a single zombie. Captain, could there be zombies here?" The team members were finally unable to contain themselves. To give them some experience dealing with zombies, the training grounds usually set up a zombie outbreak shortly after the start. How could they have almost reached their mission target this time, yet still encountered even the slightest danger? Faced with the team members' suspicions, Yuan looked at the captain, then at the building number at the top. He said slowly, "Now that we're here, let's find the person first." Building 6 was a very old building, and across from it was a clearly new one. The barbecue vendor and her daughter lived across from Building 6. And in his right. "Now that we're here, let's go in." Yin Feng looked up, scrutinized the number for Building 6, and was the first to step inside. Building 6 was old and had an elevator. When they entered, they found it quiet. It was noon, so someone should be cooking in the building. The barbecue vendor across the street would have closed up shop to go back home and cook for her daughter. But Song Jun checked and found that all the floors were occupied. They climbed to the 6th floor. There were a total of 602 units on the west side. "Enan, what are you looking at the door frame of 602? The house was clearly one of the oldest, yet it still had a combination lock. The teammates didn't know the combination, so they pressed the doorbell for room 602. They pressed for a long time before someone opened the door. Yuan listened to his teammates ringing the doorbell, his eyes fixed on the combination lock for room 602. The walls of room 602 were covered with common advertisements and cartoon designs. One cartoon, affixed to the door frame, was a small blue fish. "Anan, are you crazy? I just saw a fish here," Yuan said to Song Jun, pointing to the cartoon fish on the door. Song Jun smiled and said, "What's the big deal? Look at the swimming pool advertisement on the door. I guess they put a fish there for advertising purposes, just to make it look good." Yuan said, "Oh," but then turned his gaze away from the fish. With room 602 closed, it was difficult for them to climb through the window during the day. The group was at a stalemate. The training grounds in the abandoned old city of Yumu were filled with zombies, monsters, and everything. Even the mission target had appeared. Yin Feng had a vague feeling of foreboding. He left one person to guard the area, while the others followed him out to gather information. There were people living in Building 6. There were people living in room 602. From daybreak to dusk, they gathered information that someone was living in Building 6. But who was living there? Someone could name it. The property management ignored these unidentified people. The barbecue vendor couldn't even name their neighbors, let alone the residents of another building. Time slipped by. Yuan squatted at the entrance of Building 6, watching the captain try his best to contact the instructor. They pooled their money and bought a phone from the store, a phone from here. Instructor Xia's number shows as unavailable. Song Jun put his phone away, waiting for the zombies until they were numb. The original plan was to defeat the zombies, secure the target, and then leave the training ground tomorrow. But now, they were at a loss. On the small island, Xie Qiyuan was on a video call with Qi Niao. Clad in black casual clothes, Qi Niao sat on a wide chair, looking very elegant and harmless. Leaning back slightly lazily, he patiently answered Xie Qiyuan's questioning, "Magician, no. You gave him a lot of face in Old City last time. He went to find Little Octopus. Well, he and Little Octopus are going to beat you up together." Xie Qiyuan's face was grim. Even Little Octopus, who could be found by a magician, must have had a distortion of A08. I can guarantee it wasn't the magician's doing this time. We're about to collaborate with Ruan Ke. In this situation, the magician might pick a fight with you out of personal vengeance. But he wouldn't be so foolish as to kill a whole bunch of you. Qi Niao's words sounded somewhat reasonable. But Xie Qiyuan couldn't completely trust him. If it wasn't the magician's spatial ability, then who was? The North District hired us to bring a small aberration from Shunger Laboratory. This little aberration was very timid, not the A09 type, who was notoriously feigning weakness. He was timid, and before we found him, he'd been wandering around like a pitiful little creature. When I handed the little aberration over to the North District, he tugged at the corner of my clothes and told me his name. His name is Chong Chong, the worm. Shunger Laboratory. Xie Qiyuan had never heard of it before. The laboratories he heard of were generally quite ordinary, nothing memorable. As for the worm, Xie Qiyuan instantly understood. The number 1 computer virus is called a worm, and its variance number over 500. So, the culprit this time is a small, distorted worm. For the sake of the nutrient paste, Qi Niao kindly reassured him, your life is not guaranteed to end. They need to find the worm, kill it, and then naturally be able to return. Of course, they have to act quickly, otherwise the zombie training ground the worm creates for them will likely be hellish. Qi Niao brushed himself off, watching Xie Qiyuan's good life with amusement. Chapter 34. After receiving the news from Qi Niao, Xie Qiyuan immediately hung up the video, refusing to feed him any more gossip. He stood up from his computer and, following the clues Qi Niao had provided, tried to find a way to enter the training grounds. In the infirmary, Little Butterfly lay half dead in a padded box. On the windowsill lay a few strands of fungus disguised as spiderwebs. Flap your wings, and see if you have the strength? Tangy stared at the little butterfly eagerly, until it fluttered its wings perfunctorily. Only then did he feel relieved. It looks better than yesterday. The few fungus strands watched the quack doctor treat the fluttering moth with great interest, eager to cheer him on. Go for it, kill him. Luckily, one of the animals the quack doctor encountered during his veterinary career was a little butterfly. This little butterfly was no ordinary butterfly, it was quite resilient. Even though the quack doctor sometimes used the wrong medicine or the wrong method, Little Butterfly, driven by her intense desire to recover and take revenge, truly healed. When it got dark, Little Butterfly, not seeing her big brother pick her up, began to restlessly try to fly away. Tangy pinned him down with a finger. Don't fly around. You have to stay here tonight. Yuan is training and won't finish until tomorrow. When they heard they had to stay overnight, Little Butterfly and the eavesdropping Little White Mushroom were furious. Little White Mushroom's mycelium scurried back to the room, and Little Butterfly also tried its best to escape. Fearing he'd get another head injury, Tangy followed him back to Yuan's room. As expected, Yuan wasn't there. Little White Mushroom and Little Butterfly were frantic, and Tangy, out of courtesy, didn't go in. Xiao Lu, doesn't that quack doctor know where Big Brother's training ground is? Go look for it. The Little White Mushroom was a coward, unable to wander around the base. After all, everyone would come after him, whether they saw a running mushroom or a twitching mycelium. The fluttering moth was different. The fluttering moth could fly freely. The Little Butterfly regretted it to death. He should have followed his elder brother from the beginning. After all, he was mimicking a butterfly, so as long as he wasn't sent to the laboratory for research, no one would know his identity as a mutant. For mutants of the sequence, all their non-human mimicry was incredibly realistic. Wait here. The Little Butterfly flapped its wings and said, I go talk to that damn quack doctor, and see if there's any new information about elder brother. The Little Butterfly flew away, and the Little White Mushroom continued to spin around. Overhead, Tangy saw the Little Butterfly fly out, and the smile in his eyes became even more pronounced. He held the Little Butterfly and ran into Tang Xian on his way back. Brother. Tang Xian hesitantly called out, Did you go find Yuan? He might not be back tomorrow. The Little Butterfly, ? The Little Butterfly suddenly stared at Tang Xian. On the small island, the remaining children were trying to find news about their elder brother. Their elder brother was so busy, he didn't even have time to catch his breath. Yuan, find a hiding spot. Song Jun, retreat. Ho, kill as many heads as possible. Save ammunition. At the entrance to Ling Xiyuan's residential complex, Yin Feng led the charge, killing zombies in the front, while his teammates behind him followed his instructions. At the entrance of a shop not far from them, a woman in a red apron lay flat on the ground, holding 2 barbecue grills. Dark red blood flowed from the spot on her head, where the special bullet had struck her. Yuan looked for a place to hide, while looking away from her. Just a moment ago, the barbecue vendor came downstairs again. She brought 2 large handfuls of skewers, and handed them to Yuan. I see this kid has been squatting in the neighborhood for ages, and hasn't even eaten a single bite. The ant, who came down, grumbled, Has he run into some trouble? My unsold barbecue won't be tasty by tomorrow, so give it all away. The ant brought not only skewers, but also a few pancakes, instructing Yuan, Wrap the skewers in the pancakes, they'd be delicious. She seemed kind and friendly, and her tone of voice when speaking to you and was unremarkable. Yuan, unsure whether to respond, turned and looked at the captain a few steps away. The captain was about to speak when his pupils suddenly constricted. He sternly shouted, Yuan, get out of the way. Yuan instinctively dodged, but the ant behind him suddenly grabbed his wrist. The ant who had brought Yuan skewers 2 seconds earlier had transformed 2 seconds later, her teeth, stained with red shreds of meat, biting down fiercely on Yuan. The ant's sudden attack was like a signal. The neighborhood was crowded around 7 o'clock, people coming home from get off work and taking advantage of the moment to stroll around. After Yuan dodged the ant, even these normally normal passers-by suddenly became as insane as the ant. The store clerk, who had called them in, offering a sale, rushed at them with scissors and a hair dryer. A stall selling shoes for 20 yuan a pair, hidden around a corner from the urban management, kicked over the stall and approached. A young man who was clamoring to buy popsicles at the supermarket entrance turned his head and stared at them with red eyes. What made Yuan's scalp ache the most was that the couple on a date didn't even once stare at them with the same eyes they used to stare at their food. But they were kissing, and in a split second, the 2 kissing mouths bit each other and bit off each other's flesh. Yuan felt like he never want to kiss anyone again in his lifetime. The neighborhood intersection was in chaos. This unconventional zombie outbreak had caught everyone present by surprise. Previous zombie outbreaks had always spread one by one. How come everyone in Lingxi Garden was suddenly infected, exploding instantly? Captain, come here. The tobacco and alcohol supermarket was the least crowded. Yuan swiftly dispatched the 2 mutated salespeople inside and secured the door. The teammates were already struggling in the open air. They quickly retreated to the tobacco shop, with Yin Feng, as the team leader, protecting them from the rear. Captain, come in quickly. The attack from this wave clearly aimed to wipe them out as quickly as possible. Yuan urgently called out to the team leader, who was at the rear. The team leader was being closely pursued, with zombies surrounding him from all sides. Seeing this, the team members who had retreated to the tobacco shop considered turning back. Yuan pulled everyone in and rushed out himself. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out, and the zombie closest to Yinfeng was killed. Captain, give me the magazine. Yuan gave all his ammunition to Yinfeng. He was confident, and not particularly worried about his own situation. Even just now, he had only fired at the zombies near his teammates. I don't need it. Seeing him emerge, Yinfeng was so angry he almost spat blood. Who let me out? Yuan didn't answer him, but simply stood in front of him and told him to retreat to the tobacco shop. Zombies were desperately trying to squeeze against the door of the tobacco shop. Song Jun looked at Yinfeng and Yuan, who hadn't arrived yet, and then at the zombies on the door. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yinfeng glanced back, realizing they couldn't get through. Through the door, he ordered Song Jun, acting captain, protect the remaining team members. We meet in room 602. After giving the order, Yinfeng led Yuan to the retreat. Yuan looked at Song Jun behind the glass door and called out, Song Jun, check the floor to see if there's a basement. These basements might be connected. Be careful. Don't trust anyone here. If anyone here suddenly mutates like Andy, Song Jun and his team would be hard-pressed to defend themselves. Song Jun watched the captain, and Yuan lead the zombies away. Without hesitation, he locked the door and began searching for a basement. Captain, follow me. Yuan led the way, running into the complex. His idea was simple and crude. Since everyone in the complex was chasing them away, they might as well take advantage of the situation and see if they could find a vacant room. Brother. As soon as they entered the complex, the little kid, Chong Chong, rushed over and hugged Yuan's thigh. Yuan's first reaction was to push him away. But Chong Chong's body was shaking uncontrollably. He looked up at Yuan timidly, his voice pitiful. Chong Chong is so scared. Yuan picked him up and quickly examined him. There were no bite wounds. Captain, do you want to take him with you? Yes. Yinfeng succinctly instructed Yuan. In the simulation training ground, besides the mission target, you must do your utmost to protect all civilians who can be saved. This was the simulation training ground. Once they left the island and carried out their mission, the people they would encounter along the way would mostly be ordinary people. Yuan nodded and hugged Chong Chong. Chong Chong buried her face in Yuan's neck and whispered to him, there are a few weird uncles and aunts in the building, and they're eating people. Hearing there were only a few, Yuan's eyes lit up. The next second, he and Yinfeng retreated into Building 6 simultaneously. As they entered the building, Chong Chong suddenly looked up at Yinfeng. The three of them entered together. Yinfeng wanted to take Chong Chong with him, but Chong Chong refused. Yuan held Chong Chong in one hand and held his gun in the other. Chong Chong, which unit do you live in? 602. After Chong Chong finished speaking, Yuan and Yinfeng were stunned. Yinfeng realized, Chong Chong, are your parents home? Chong Chong paused, then nodded. The family of 3 in 602 was their target. They were both pleased to have found their target so easily, especially since they had stumbled upon this little one. The zombies surrounding the complex ran in after them. The situation was urgent, so Yuan didn't say much, just wanting to get into the room as quickly as possible. Chong Chong was right. There weren't many zombies in Building 6. Yinfeng had initially blocked the stairwell with something, but soon he realized that the zombies following him would duck to avoid the obstacle. This also meant that the zombies that appeared here were all evolved zombies with crystal cores. They climbed up to the 6th floor. Because Chong Chong knew the password, Yuan and Yinfeng successfully entered 602, which had remained unopened despite their knocks. In 602, only Chong Chong's mother was inside. Chong Chong's mother, a seemingly honest and reserved woman, let Yuan and Yinfeng in. When she spoke of Chong Chong's father, Chong Chong's mother said, he's out at work. He's an electrician. A client's house has a circuit burn out, and they asked him to come and take a look. Chong Chong's mother was a quiet person, and after a few words, she retreated to the bedroom. Yuan and Yinfeng exchanged a glance, each seeing a solemn expression in the other's eyes. Chong Chong's mother refused to interact with them any further, leaving Chong Chong alone to cling to Yuan. Searching for clues, Yuan began to chat with Chong Chong in detail. Chong Chong, have you always lived here with mom and dad? Chong Chong looked from Yuan to Yinfeng. He had two answers. Which one was he going to give? Yinfeng, sensing Chong Chong's gaze, stood up tactfully. I go to the bedroom to see Chong Chong's mother again. You two can talk here. Okay. As soon as Yinfeng left, Chong Chong hugged Yuan's neck and continued to cling. He said softly, brother, why are you here? Yuan felt a little strange at this. Chong Chong meant, I didn't expect him to be here? Yuan, looking at Chong Chong's innocent face, thought he might have overestimated it. He replied in a gentler voice, I'm here to protect you. Can you only protect me? Chong Chong's short, plump arms hung heavy on him. Yuan said helplessly, Brother has to protect Mom and Dad, and anyone else who hasn't turned into a zombie. Brother has to protect them too. Why? Chong Chong was puzzled. Brother, why do you have to protect so many people? Yuan pinched his chubby face and said, Because I have to work for the army, so I can earn a salary. Chong Chong has money, Chong Chong will give it to me. Chong Chong's childish words were heartwarming. Brother will only protect Chong Chong. Chong Chong can give me your money in the future. Yuan laughed. How could he, a grown-up, spend a child's money? Yuan took over, but Chong Chong offered nothing useful. He simply said he loved his brother, and wanted him to live with him forever. With nothing to show, Yuan and Yin Feng could only watch from the window. Time slipped by. Song Jun and the other teammates hadn't arrived, and 602 was teeming with zombies. They were trapped. Wait until the time is up, Yin Feng advised. According to normal procedures, the training ground will end tomorrow morning. We can all go back then. This training ground was full of strange things. In the past, Yin Feng would have taken the risk of going out. No longer. Yuan nodded, agreeing with the decision. Yin Feng had several wounds on his arms, not bite wounds, but accidental scratches. Yuan personally disinfected and bandaged him, then went to the kitchen to make some food. He couldn't cook, so he just simmered everything in a small pot. After it was cooked, Yuan fed some to Chong Chong. Perhaps the zombies at the head were tired, and would soon completely quiet down. Yuan pried open the window, a little worried about Song Jun and the others. Brother, go to sleep. Chong Chong, now in pajamas, came over and hugged Yuan's legs. Yuan saw this, picked him up and carried him to his small room. Okay, go to sleep. That night, neither Yuan nor Yin Feng slept well. The zombies in the old city were strange. The most terrifying thing about them was, they had brains and could think. The doorbell to room 602 was deliberately rung several times, and what they saw through the peephole were not humans at all, but zombies. The whole night was a mess. The next morning, Yuan and Yin Feng stared at the clock. But the clock struck 10 o'clock, and they were still at the training ground. The questions had been set. Yin Feng's face grim, and he confirmed, we don't know how long we be here. Not long. Yuan was certain, Xie Yuan will definitely pick us up. His trust in Xie Yuan left Yin Feng stunned. After a long pause, Yin Feng finally spoke, Yuan, are you and Xie Yuan together? Yuan shook his head and replied honestly, no we're not. Yin Feng's always somewhat cool face cracked a smile upon hearing this. I thought Yuan was really his sister-in-law. He studied Yuan's face, and a thought suddenly struck him. Yuan, she's actually quite good. She's young, good-looking, and has a talent for training. If you really want to find a partner, you might consider someone your own age. Yuan, Yuan was bewildered. Huh? Yin Feng met his clear eyes, and temporarily suppressed his thoughts of trying to steal his brother's girl. He felt that someone like Yuan, both obedient and strong, perfectly met his criteria for a partner. However, considering these matters was too early. The most urgent task was to find a way out. Just as Yin Feng was considering his own mate selection criteria, his nemesis, Xie Yuan, had just found a way in. The mutant worms had modified the training ground's information, and set a mode for all zombies to evolve. Once activated, the mode would not end unless the worms died. The mutant worms were from the North District. When it came to the dispute between the two districts, Yin Qin personally intervened. Xie Yuan was not present for this exchange, but he stood in the conference room, holding a bone blade. The North District manager's face turned green when he saw him. During a cordial conversation, the North District brought out a tiny child. His name is Duo, and he can access the worm's program. In other words, he can find the worm. Duo is also a virus mutant, and from the same batch as the worm. He's not as strong as the worm. He's the buy one get one free burden offered by Shunha Labs. Xie Yuan's mouth twitched when he saw Duo, who was no more than 3.5 years old. Can you really find the worm? Yes. Duo, a worthless little mutant, was very observant. He mustered his courage, grabbed one of Xie Yuan's fingers, and informed him, we're here, we're about to leave. Yes. As he and Duo disappeared, Xie Yuan couldn't help but ask, are all the mutants in this batch of yours children? Duo nodded cautiously. He explained to Xie Yuan, Chong said, we're here to work. If we don't work, we starve to death in the lab. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan's eyes were filled with complex emotions. This was the first time a freak had held his finger, the first time he heard that they were working. Xie Yuan was taken into the old city by Duo, a freak who was working as a child laborer. It was just that the ground they landed on was bad, and they landed directly into a pile of zombies. Duo was so frightened that she wouldn't let go of Xie Yuan. He closed his eyes and stammered an apology. "Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Xie Yuan drew out his bone blade and cut a path through the zombie swarm. Meanwhile, Yuan was trying to comfort Chong Chong, who had just woken up. Chong Chong grabbed his hand, preventing him from leaving. Yuan, however, had already made his decision. He would go and meet Song Jun in person. They had agreed to meet at room 602, but Song Jun hadn't shown up yet. He and Yin Feng had agreed to go and meet him in person. "Brother." Chong Chong leaned against him, a look of complete trust. "Don't go out. I can only protect you." He couldn't protect anyone else. Yuan patted his head, insisting he leave. Chong Chong tugged at the hem of his shirt. Seeing that his brother refused to obey, he finally grew anxious. "Brother, Chong Chong wants to protect you." The senior had told him that Xian Xiang's brother was the best brother in the world. Chong Chong had never had a brother like him. He didn't dare to compete with the senior for his brother, but here, he could keep him hidden for a long time. "Be good, Chong Chong. Brother is back. He come back once he finds his teammates," Yuan said, firmly prying Chong Chong's little hand open. He handed Chong Chong to her mother, who still refused to speak to them. Then, instead of going through the zombie-blocked main entrance, he and Yin Feng climbed through the window. 6th floor. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't impossible. As they climbed through the window, Yuan heard Chong Chong's aggrieved sobs. Seniors have brothers, but Chong Chong doesn't. Chong Chong is such a poor creature. Yuan was a little confused by the crying. Why didn't he understand what Chong Chong was saying? Chapter 35. Amidst the cries of insects, Yuan continued to descend, floor by floor. The zombies below had noticed their movements and were waiting. More and more zombies, as if they had communicated with one another, gathered closer. The zombies from Building 6 also ran out. "Captain, go into the room and out through the main door. I lure them out from here and keep them clustered here," Yuan said to Yin Feng, who was going down with him. Yin Feng glanced at the swarm of zombies below, weighed the situation for a few seconds, and agreed. "Just hang here and lure them out. Don't actually go down." Yin Feng kicked the second floor window and stood on the outdoor air conditioning unit. He easily broke through the window and entered the room. There were several zombies in the room, and Yin Feng had snapped their necks. Outside, Yuan looked at the zombies still staring at him and yelled, "Do you want to eat me? Come up." Zombies are attracted to sound. But the evolved zombies seemed to understand Yuan's provocation. After Yuan had repeated his advice about learning trash talk from his teammates, several tall, long-legged zombies actually began climbing through the windows. Yuan, shock! Yuan's eyes widened as he looked down at the zombies crawling toward him. "You're really coming up." He continued to curse as he crawled away. "You're definitely going to fall, and you'd be smashed into a pulp." Building 6 wasn't difficult to climb. Just as Yuan was fending off the zombies, he heard gunfire not far away. It had to be Song Jun and the others. Yuan didn't waste time, so he continued to descend. Just as he was about to reach the zombies, he extended his leg and delivered a powerful kick. All those days of training had paid off. Now, facing zombies, Yuan finally didn't have to stand up straight and take the beating as before. He could even fight zombies now. After kicking off a few of the zombies that had come up, Yuan fearlessly leaped forward. With his leap, the zombies quickly surrounded him. Taking advantage of the absence of his captain and teammates, Yuan dusted himself off and stood up. Looking up at the circle of zombies, he felt fortunate for the first time to be unpalatable. "Here, take a bite." Yuan held out his arm. One zombie actually took a bite without hesitation. However, before he could breathe again, the bitterness made him doubt his own existence, and his face contorted. "You?" The zombie took 2 steps back, doubled over, and retched. The other zombies were stunned by his reaction. Yuan raised his arm confidently and asked them, "Do you want to bite more? We're of the same kind. We shouldn't eat each other like this." Yuan's human vest plucked everything from the zombies' faces. Those zombies probably never imagined that the food they'd been waiting for so long would turn out to be bitter melon. The bitter melon-flavored zombie swaggered off to find his teammates, waving politely. "See you? No, we shouldn't meet for now." The gunshots occurred in a supermarket, conveniently named how to a supermarket chain. Yuan went inside and found Song Jun in the shoe store. Song Jun was wounded and looked pale. Behind him, All his teammates were present. One of them, eyes red, choked with sobs. "It's all because of me that I'm the deputy captain." "Come on, monkey, stop being so pretentious." Song Jun forced a breath and whispered, "I'm not going to die. Once I get out of here, I'll be fine in 2 days. Our instructor Xie has been seriously injured before, and he never said anything." Yuan, How did this phenomenon of comparing oneself to Xie Qiyuan whenever someone gets hurt, and then using him to motivate oneself, come about? He examined Song Jun's wound, which was a bloody mess. It was a bit scary. Song Jun wasn't injured, but he was a little worried. "I think I was scratched. This might get infected." And then, "Take them away." "What about you?" "I just stay here." Song Jun, "Anyway, there's food and drink here, and I taken over the entire supermarket." Yuan shook his head without even thinking. Song Jun helplessly said, "And then, didn't you take a class? The best course of action in a situation like mine is immediate execution. But I don't think I'm at that stage yet." Yuan remained silent. Song Jun was visibly weak, with beads of sweat on his forehead and a flushed flush on his cheeks. "The deputy captain has a fever," Hoing said. "It's almost 40 degrees Celsius. There's no pharmacy in the supermarket, so I only found a thermometer." Song Jun's fever was so high that he broke out in a cold sweat. He insisted that Yuan take the remaining teammates away. "I left a gun. If I can't hold on any longer, I take my own life. You guys leave quickly." "No." Yuan's face tightened, and he said sullenly, "I take you with me. Song Jun's fever is so severe, if it continues, he'd probably become an idiot." Yuan looked around. There was no pharmacy in the supermarket, but there was one outside. He carried Song Jun on his back and called to his teammates. "The captain has left the area and will be here soon. I take Song Jun to find medicine. This place is safe for now. You wait here for the captain. Yuan, we go with you." "No, there's a car outside the supermarket." Yuan could be Song Jun's shield, but leading so many teammates at once might be a challenge. He wasn't sure if Song Jun was infected yet. If he stayed with the other teammates, what if? Yuan didn't think about it. Song Jun rushed out on Yuan's back, his head heavy and his throat hoarse. "And then, I can't teach you how to drive anymore. I give you the rainbow-colored car in my garage. I write you a note later, keep it safe. There's something wrong with our training ground. I was bitten by a zombie here. It's very likely I'm infected." It had to be said that Song Jun's IQ was still up to par for being vice captain. His speculation was correct, but Yuan didn't want him to be so pessimistic. This is the training ground. Even if something goes wrong, Xie Qiyuan will come to our rescue. Don't overthink it. Yuan carried him outside and put him in the car he had seen earlier that morning. The window was broken, and the car keys were inserted inside. Yuan reached for the car keys and opened the door. He placed Song Jun in the back seat. Song Jun was scorching hot, practically roasting himself. "And then you want the car?" "Yes." Yuan fastened his seatbelt and, with a serious expression, started the engine. He muttered the driving tips his instructor had given him, straining the accelerator and brake pedal. Song Jun had been feeling hot, but seeing this, he instantly cooled down several degrees. He struggled to sit up, tugging at the back of the front seat. "And then, let me do it." Song Jun's will to survive was aroused. He looked at the trash can that had been knocked over by Yuan and swallowed hard. "I think your car might have to take me away early." Yuan kept his eyes fixed on the steering wheel. He said confidently, "No. I'm feeling it now. I feel great." He slammed on the brakes. Song Jun was nearly vomiting from the jolting. Yuan's confidence was evident in the car, while Song Jun had already thought of his last words while driving. The two maintained a delicate balance. Before Song Jun passed out from motion sickness, Yuan finally managed to get the car to the pharmacy, even without knocking out 2 headlights. The hospital was too crowded, and there were definitely plenty of zombies. By comparison, the pharmacy was safer. When they left, Yuan had left his gun and ammunition for the waiter at the supermarket. Song Jun, seemingly because he'd been injured, didn't attract many zombies with his presence. Only Yuan, of course. The bitter melon-flavored zombies were fearless. The pharmacy was empty. Yuan dragged Song Jun inside and locked the door. The pharmacy looked like it had been ransacked. Yuan stood up and searched for fever-reducing medication. After searching for a while, he found a capsule labeled fever-reducing. "Here." Yuan brought him a glass of water and offered him the medicine. Thankfully, the water dispenser is working. Song Jun was almost unconscious from the fever, so he took the medicine from Yuan's hand. The two of them sat together under the cashier counter. Song Jun's temperature fluctuated, And he leaned against Yuan, his eyes half-lidded as he stared at Yuan's face. Yuan was carefully observing the movements outside. And thank you. Song Jun suddenly spoke, his voice weak but clear. Thank you for not giving up on me yet. Yuan looked down at him and replied, you're welcome. Even if he had been caught and injured, he would have done the same thing to any other teammate. Song Jun suppressed a cough. His gaze remained fixed on Yuan's face, and he knew his own situation well. The zombie outbreak had lasted so long, and anyone scratched or bitten by it would inevitably die. He wasn't afraid of death. He just felt a pity. Inan, I haven't even taken you to see the rainbow-colored car in my garage yet. Song Jun reached out and pinched Yuan's cheek. If there's a miracle, I could really survive. Never mind. Song Jun raised his hand and dropped it. There weren't so many miracles in this world. Under the cramped cashier counter, Song Jun looked at the young man who had dragged him here and still hadn't executed him, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He seemed to be moved, but he was about to die. Perhaps in desperate situations, emotions are most likely to burst forth. Yuan had no thoughts, only waiting for Xie Qiyuan to arrive. Before him lay a half-dead teammate, yet his heart surged. Time passed. It was safe to lock up the pharmacy. No zombies would try to force their way in. But the silence was soon interrupted by a knock on the door. Is anyone there? It was a familiar voice, banging on the door. Can you let me in? I need some medicine. Since the door was locked from the front, the knocker knew someone was there. Yuan put Song Jun down and walked to the door. Mu Tu, he explained in surprise. It was Mu Tu who came to the door. Mu Tu didn't recognize Yuan, so he anxiously asked, Can you let me in? I urgently need some medicine. Yuan, without a second thought, let him in and helped him find the medicine. Do you know me? Mu Tu asked Yuan as he searched for the medicine. Yuan nodded. He couldn't help but ask, Are you saving people in the city? You saved a lot of people in the basement. Are these medicines for them too? Yuan's words suddenly made Mu Tu wary. Who are you? How can you say so much? I've seen you before. Though Yuan explained, Mu Tu remained wary of him. After searching for the medicine, Mu Tu, who looked like a human, finally warned, A powerful figure has arrived in the city. The gates are open. I need to take the survivors out. A powerful figure. Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly asked, Isn't that powerful figure handsome? He's tall, and he's very ruthless when fighting zombies. He might even have a special weapon. Mu Tu pondered for a moment. It seemed so. Yuan's face flushed with excitement. He said, Xie Qiyuan will definitely come. I know that person. Can you tell me where he is? I want to find him. Yuan was eager to see Xie Qiyuan right away. Mu Tu didn't hide it from him. That person went to Lingqi Garden. Yuan thanked him and ran out. After a few steps, he remembered Song Jun and hurried back to carry him on his back. Yuan gave the pharmacy to Mu Tu. He carried Song Jun to the car. On the way there, he broke 2 headlights, and on the way back, he nearly rode off the entire car. Upon arriving at Lingqi Garden, Yuan saw Xie Qiyuan as he had hoped. Xie Qiyuan, he shouted, preparing to brake in front of Xie Qiyuan. However, without noticing, Yuan slammed on the accelerator and hurtled straight into Xie Qiyuan. He was carrying the child laborer and thanking Qiyuan. Chapter 36. As the car barreled toward him, Xie Qiyuan, stunned, dodged with a swift, narrow escape. Bang! The sound of the car crashing into the utility pole was loud and piercing. Fortunately, Yuan had finally braked just in time before the collision, mitigating the impact slightly. Otherwise, he and Xie Qiyuan would have parted ways forever, their first encounter. Hiss. Song Jun clutched his forehead and fell from the seat. Yuan braked and turned to look at him. Song Jun, are you okay? Song Jun shook his head with difficulty and replied, I'm not. Yuan didn't let go, but went to the back to check his head, fearing he might have been hurt. Outside the car, Xie Qiyuan was placed on the ground, his fat son still clutching the corner of his shirt tightly, like a father and son. Uncle. No longer as frightened of Xie Qiyuan as before, he mustered his courage and continued reporting, Chong Chong is in the house. Should we get Chong Chong out? We get him later, Xie Qiyuan said, taking a few steps to the vehicle that had nearly caused the accident. Yuan checked on Song Jun and was ready to get out. He backed out, his back bumping into someone, giving him a sudden jolt of alertness. But he quickly relaxed again. Xie Qiyuan. Yuan turned around, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xie Qiyuan. During this training session, when he and his teammates faced this sudden and unexpected situation, he realized how truly impressive Xie Qiyuan was, able to control the situation. Siechiyuan raised his head and rubbed his head. He leaned against Siechiyuan's leg and nervously reminded him, "Uncle, we haven't finished killing all the zombies yet." Siechiyuan had long been troubled by this little aberration. His principle had always been to kill every aberration he saw. But the one holding his leg wasn't even young, and he even confessed that he'd barely even beaten a child laborer. Don't ask, if you do, it's because he's too inexperienced. Otherwise, he'd be treated as a buy one get one free encumbrance. Facing a child laborer like that, even if Siechiyuan drew his bone blade, he could still strike the zombie behind him. Yuan, watch him. Siechiyuan took the weapon and handed it to Yuan, then turned and began a one-sided slaughter of the surrounding zombies. Not only did he decapitate the zombies, he also opened their heads to examine the crystal cores within. The darker the crystal core, the higher its level of evolution. Yuan's stomach churned as he watched Siechiyuan open the zombie's head. The one he held considerately covered his eyes. Time ticked by. When Yuan opened his eyes again, Siechiyuan had already cleared the area. Yin Feng, not far away, arrived with the teammates he had found, while Song Jun remained lying in the car. They were all present, but Song Jun's condition was less than ideal. Song Jun still showed no symptoms of infection. He had a persistent high fever, and his skin was so hot you could fry an egg. Siechiyuan's target was Chong Chong. He entered Building 6 with what amounted to a locator. It wasn't that he didn't care about the students, but finding the worm mutant was the only way to resolve Song Jun's situation. Inside room 602, Yuan still had a hard time digesting the information Siechiyuan had given him, like the tampering with the training ground and the worm mutants. Even this 3.5-year-old was a young mutant. The doorbell to room 602 rang. Perhaps because Yuan was standing in front, he flung the door open. "Brother." Chong Chong threw herself into Yuan's arms, her face flushing with joy. "You're back. You still want Chong Chong, right?" "Chong Chong, I won't cry anymore." 3 seconds after she finished crying, Chong Chong was pinned to the neck by Siechiyuan's bone blade, and burst into tears again. Yuan couldn't help but look at Siechiyuan. Siechiyuan stared at Chong Chong and said coldly, "Did you design all this?" Chong Chong cried, "You made me do this. I was bought by you to do this." In Chong Chong's eyes, no matter what faction they belonged to, they were all categorized as human. He created humans. He bought humans. He made him do this. He looked at Siechiyuan with tears in his eyes, wondering why he was being killed. He could sense that Siechiyuan was determined to kill him. The little burden, upon seeing Chong Chong pinned to the neck, also sat down on Siechiyuan's feet. "Uncle." Then he cried, "Don't kill Chong Chong." Chong Chong did nothing wrong. The 2 little deformed men who worked part-time were clearly not innocent. They had obeyed the humans, so why were they killed by them in the end? Yuan looked at the 2 crying babies and said, "Siechiyuan, let's go back to the island first. We can't go back until we kill him." Siechiyuan's butt was pressed against his feet, but his expression remained unmoved. It had to be said that sometimes, he was truly terrifyingly rational. Red Bird passed by. "Only by killing the worm deformed men could we get out of here." Yuan squatted down and took the 2 crying little deformed men in his arms. He wiped the tears from Chong Chong's little face and asked, "Chong Chong, is there a way we can get out of here?" Chong Chong sobbed. Chong Chong didn't complete the mission. "We'd be locked up when we get back." Hearing this, Siechiyuan said calmly, "Let me go. This time, if you come back with me, no one will lock you up." Chong Chong's sobs suddenly stopped. He hugged Yuan tightly and asked with anticipation and anxiety, "Chong Chong, can you stay with me?" Yuan nodded hesitantly. Hearing this, Chong Chong finally smiled and said, "Chong Chong, there's still a way out." Under the gazes of Yuan and Siechiyuan, Chong Chong touched his forehead and said to Yuan, "Brother, knock me out." He silently explained, "If I lose consciousness, this will collapse. Then they could leave." Such a simple and crude method made Yuan choke. Chong Chong still leaned forward, his eyes tightly shut, waiting for his brother to knock him out himself. However, Yuan couldn't get down. Just as Yuan hesitated, Siechiyuan had already knocked Chong Chong unconscious from behind. With Chong Chong unconscious, the simulated training ground was truly unsustainable. Siechiyuan carried 2 small deformities, while Yuan went to support Song Jun. The rest of the team stayed together. Within 2 minutes, everyone felt a swaying motion, and their vision was almost blurred. When the dizziness wore off, they returned to the familiar island simulation ground. Song Jun was delirious from a high fever. He clutched Yuan's hand and mumbled something incoherently. Tang Yi and Tang Xian both received the news and came to treat the injured. Song Jun had been taken away, and it was unclear how he would be treated. This training ground was a significant test for everyone in the team. Xie Qiyuan had other things to do, so he handed them over to Guan's arrangements. Yuan followed Xie Qiyuan. Of Xie Qiyuan's two little deformities, one, Chong Chong, was particularly clingy to Yuan. Yuan's presence would also help soothe Chong Chong should he wake up. No! Yuan followed Xie Qiyuan to Ruan Ke, who arranged a room for Chong Chong and let him sleep on the bed. A bit shy, he kept hiding behind Xie Qiyuan's legs, peeked out his little head timidly, and looked at Ruan Ke. Since Xie Qiyuan had brought him from the North District, and since Xie Qiyuan had been protecting him, he felt safe around him. Ruan Ke was surprised to see a deformity clinging to Xie Qiyuan for the first time. Qiyuan, don't move. Ruan Ke took out his camera, snapped a picture, and sent it to Yin Qin. The picture captured the little deformity hugging Xie Qiyuan's leg, and Xie Qiyuan, looking slightly embarrassed, all frozen in time. After taking the photos, Ruan Ke looked at the two little deformities. Before Xie Qiyuan returned, Ruan Ke had already obtained all the information on the two little deformities. They were born in the Shunga laboratory, which has now been relocated to a new location. The little deformities were purchased from the laboratory and transported back by the Red Bird organization on behalf of the North District. The North District has purchased a small number of these deformities. The quantity and purpose remain unknown. Chong Chong and Chong were sold as a package, and the two deformities have been on missions a certain number of times. Chong Chong is powerful, but he was created so recently that the North District doesn't fully trust him. He's trying to work hard to support himself, but he's so incompetent that the North District basically treats him as a useless piece of shit. Uncle Ruan, what do you and my father want to do with these two deformities? After a moment's silence, Xie Qiyuan finally asked. His father was the head of the West District, so the decision-making power in this matter naturally lay with him. Uncle Ruan, looking at the man still hiding behind Xie Qiyuan's legs, smiled and said, "What's the rush? We still need to discuss how to handle this with the State Council. Until they come to a conclusion, let them stay on the island." Uncle Ruan's answer inexplicably relieved Xie Qiyuan. I don't know if Xie Qiyuan's strength was too great, but Chong Chong, knocked unconscious, didn't wake up for a long time. Because he and Chong Chong were good friends, he volunteered to take care of her. Since Chong Chong wasn't awake, he couldn't ask anything. Yuan stayed in the room for a while, then went to see Song Jun again. In the ward, Song Jun's wound had been bandaged. But no one was hopeful about his condition. Tang Yi looked at Xie Qiyuan with a questioning look. If he shows any symptoms of infection, I kill him immediately. Xie Qiyuan stood in the ward and spoke to Tang Yi. Tang Yi, seeing this, ignored him. Yuan sat next to Song Jun and touched his forehead. Xie Qiyuan, he's still so hot. Xie Qiyuan frowned. Regarding the incubation period, Song Jun should have passed since he was scratched. But he only had a fever and sweats, no signs of any abnormalities. Recalling a recent rumor, Xie Qiyuan suddenly said, not long ago, someone encountered a bitten person outside. This person had all the characteristics of a zombie, but he still retained the sanity of a human. I hear he saved a lot of people. Xie Qiyuan's description startled Yuan. Xie Qiyuan sounded like someone of his kind. Sun Mo. Sun Mo, the man who constantly saved lives and even tried to find the military to help more people. So how is he now? Yuan asked anxiously. He's so kind to people. Does his family accept him? Xie Qiyuan paused, not wanting to answer the question. He replied, I don't know. The people he saved are still very afraid of him. No one knows where he is now, and no one wants to be his companion. Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He still remembered Sun Mo's hopeful expression when he wanted to find the military. He also remembered his stuttering, saying he wanted to save more people. He was infected, but he was working so hard to help humanity. Isn't this acceptable? Yuan couldn't express the bitterness in his words. He lowered his head, staring blankly at Song Jun lying on the bed. If Song Jun became like Sun Mo, would his teammates, captain, and officers, who had spent every day with him on the island, drive him away? Yuan. Sensing Yuan's low mood, Xie Qiyuan seemed to guess what he was thinking. He took a few steps closer and whispered, if Song Jun becomes like that person, I will protect him. Yuan looked up blankly. Xie Qiyuan seemed accustomed to rubbing the alopecia on Yuan's head. After rubbing it again, he said calmly, don't look at me with such surprise. Do you think I'm cold-blooded? Yuan nodded reflexively, and the next second, his hair was being pulled. He stayed in the ward for a long time. Song Jun still had a fever. Yuan rubbed his eyes, his head heaving. Xie Yuan went out for a while, and came back to find a young boy lying asleep next to the bed. He put his things down and picked up the sleeping Yuan from the ward to Yuan's room. In the hallway, Xie Yuan spotted Yin Feng waiting at the door. It wasn't daytime training time, and no one else was around. Yin Feng addressed Xie Yuan, calling him brother. Xie Yuan looked at him indifferently and asked casually, "What are you doing here?" "I'm waiting for Yuan." Xie Yuan teased him, thought for a moment, and then praised him. "You definitely made progress after this experience with Yuan. At least you learned how to build rapport with your teammates." Yin Feng was the team leader. Xie Yuan was finally relieved that he had changed his previous indifference toward Yuan. Chapter 37. Yuan remained unconscious in Xie Yuan's embrace, his face buried in his chest, his breath permeating through the fabric of his clothes. Xie Yuan suppressed the slight tingling in his chest, and lectured his cousin a few more times. "Yuan is no rookie. He's younger than you, but his progress is no less than any of you. Don't try to create divisions within the team." Xie Yuan stopped standing outside the door. He freed one hand to open it, and instructed Yin Feng, "I take Yuan back. He's already asleep. If you have anything, talk to him tomorrow." Yin Feng looked at the snoring Yuan for a moment, then uttered, "Hmm." The door opened. Xie Yuan placed Yuan on the bed, then stood up and surveyed him for a few seconds. Yuan was a master of housekeeping, keeping the house clean and tidy. In the washed-out old wine bottle on the windowsill, a handful of weeds and a few wildflowers were placed. Standing there, Xie Yuan could vaguely sense Yuan's love for life through all this. Even though he didn't know how long he'd be staying here, he still managed to transform his temporary room into a cozy little home. After not staying in the room for long, Xie Yuan turned and left, closing the door behind him. Shortly after he left, Yin Feng, who was at the corner of the corridor, followed suit. After everyone else had left, the little white mushroom and the little butterfly that had been hiding in the room hurried out. "Big brother." The little white mushroom couldn't help but climb onto the bed and shouted. After he shouted, the little butterfly flapped its wings at him. "Shut up." The little butterfly said fiercely, "Can't you see Big Brother is sleeping?" The little white mushroom was furious, and he used his mycelium to entangle the little butterfly. "I just miss Big Brother so much, you idiot. You're the only one who can pretend to be calm right now. Didn't you get mad when Big Brother didn't come back?" As soon as the little white mushroom finished, he noticed the little butterfly's wings were trembling slightly, clearly ready to strike. He stuck 2 strands of mushroom into his body and made a hand-on-hip gesture. "What's up? You want to fight?" The little butterfly didn't waste any time and just started fighting. After all, he'd been tortured by that idiot doctor for the past few days, and his injuries were completely healed. The idiot doctor's occasional treats were rarely to his liking. He could still fight a broken mushroom now. The plastic cubs were vulnerable, but to avoid waking Big Brother, the 2 cubs tacitly played dumb during their fight, making no loud noises. It didn't take long. A bunch of the little white mushroom's mycelium broke, and the little butterfly's wings were punctured again with 2 small holes. Despite the pain, they both tried hard not to cry out. The little butterfly practically gritted its teeth. "I'm a nationally protected species, the golden-spotted swallowtail. Not a moth." Little white mushroom, who had never studied zoology, scorned the title of a first-class protected species. The 2 cubs looked at each other. If their eldest brother hadn't been around, they wouldn't stop until they killed each other. After their fight, little white mushroom and little butterfly returned to their beds. 2 cardboard boxes now stood on either side, their respective nests. Next to their eldest brother, the cubs finally slept peacefully. Yuan's sleep, however, was not particularly restful. Before falling asleep, he was still thinking about Song Jun, even dreaming of scenes after he had been infected. Sunlight streamed in through the window. Yuan sat up, sleepily. Little white mushroom was the first to notice Big Brother had woken up. He leaned forward, clinging to him. "Big Brother, I missed you so much." Little white mushroom, in a soft, baby voice, coquettishly said to Yuan, "If you come home late in the future, can you bring little 9 with you?" Yuan didn't agree immediately. He couldn't guarantee it himself. "I see. I wasn't home last night. Were you and little 6 good?" "Good." Little white mushroom rubbed Yuan's fingers and said casually, "I don't know if little 6 was good. I've been waiting for Big Brother in my room." As soon as he finished speaking, little butterfly woke up. "Cha Shujio, Cha Shujio calmly changed the subject. "Brother, did you run into any trouble on the training ground? You said you'd be back early." "Nothing." Yuan didn't want to worry them, so he didn't elaborate on the incident at the training ground. He played with the 2 cubs on the bed for a while, when he noticed that little butterfly had a bruise on its wing. Shujio, isn't your wound almost healed? Why are there still 2 small wounds? I accidentally did it. Little Butterfly understood the rules of the underworld, unlike some tea mushroom. He didn't tell anyone about the fight, and said the wing wound didn't hurt at all. Yuan still frowned. Don't move. Yuan held him carefully. I take you to see Dr. Tangy. Little Butterfly was used to mediocre doctors, and didn't ask his brother to send him. Brother, I fly over by myself in a little while. Don't worry about me. How could Yuan not be worried about him? But before Yuan could leave to see Butterfly off, Dr. Tangy knocked on the door. Seeing him, Yuan hurriedly reminded him, Dr. Tang, remember to apply some more medicine to Butterfly. His wings are injured again. Okay. Dr. Tangy took Butterfly and strode back to his room. In his room, there was a special medicine box for Butterfly. Besides the Butterfly box, there were also medicine boxes for other animals. Unfortunately, he never had any other small animals besides Butterfly. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched him from behind. Thank goodness I have Dr. Tangy. Yuan turned around and said to Xiaojio, Xiaojio, have you noticed that Dr. Tangy is actually quite nice? Xiaojio, No. He just thought that the moth that hadn't yet dealt with Tangy was really patient. Tangy took Little Butterfly back home. Yuan wasn't sure if he should continue training today. He thought for a moment, then put Little Nine in his pocket, and took him to the ward. Inside the ward, Tang Xian was observing Song Jun's condition. His fever has subsided a little, but it's still above average. Song Jun's current symptoms were new to Tang Xian. He could only offer conservative treatment, and try to find ways to reduce his fever. Is Song Jun conscious? Not yet. Tang Xian replied, he's not yet conscious, but he groggily called out your name several times. I heard from your teammates that you were the one who kept bringing Song Jun back. If he truly recovers, he have a lot to thank you for. Tang Xian praised Yuan for not abandoning his teammates. Yuan blushed at the kind words he used, and almost wanted to write them down in a notebook. Perhaps he could use these kind words and phrases on someone else next time. Song Jun's condition wasn't too dire. As long as he showed no signs of zombification, there was still a glimmer of hope. Yuan hadn't been in the ward long before he was called out. The instructor on the island was terrifying. Even though they had just been rescued by Xie Yuan yesterday, they still had to go to training as usual today. The instructor in charge of training said sternly, this accident has exposed even more of your weaknesses. If you were stronger, you wouldn't be in such a state, even in this environment. When your instructor Xie was your age, he faced far more dangers than you did. Look, your instructor Xie is still alive and well. Following the instructor's passionate mobilization, Yuan finally understood. It turned out that this constant use of Xie Yuan as an example was common to everyone, from instructors to subordinates. Everyone knew Xie Yuan was powerful, always and always. But somehow, Yuan suddenly thought of the scars on his body. He wasn't born strong, he grew stronger little by little, amidst all those scars. Okay, I won't waste any more time talking to you. The instructor stopped short of motivating the team. He took a sip of water and ordered, starting today, the training will be one level more difficult. None of the team members, who had experienced such a change, objected to this decision. Yuan wasn't afraid at all. He had already adapted to the previous training and found it easy. Training, increasing in difficulty, was underway on the island. Many instructors, having received the news, gathered to join in the fun. After spotting Yuan, a retired instructor turned his head and looked at the middle-aged instructor. Isn't the Yuan you asked me to see the kid at the front? Yes, he's a newbie. He's never participated in any training before, and this time. Bullshit. The retired instructor's eyes narrowed. Who says he hasn't trained before? His conditioned reflexes and instinctive responsibilities are the result of long-term, rigorous training. Where did you pick this kid up? The old instructor became curious about Yuan's origins. The middle-aged instructor replied somewhat helplessly, I really don't know. He was brought back by Xie Yuan and Dr. Wan. Little Xie didn't say much about him. The old instructor paused and thought. Xie Yuan had been coming to the training ground quite a bit recently. He must have seen you in training. Since he could see, Xie Yuan wouldn't fail to notice something. Forget it, the person is Xie Yuan's. The old instructor said calmly, there's no need to spread what I just said. The middle-aged instructor nodded. At noon, during Yuan's break, 2 children, dressed in new clothes, came over hand in hand. Duo tightly grasped Chong's chubby hand. His small body trembled in the presence of so many people. Chong himself was frightened. But in front of Duo, who was even younger than him, Chong sniffed and tried not to be afraid. I'm awake. Cho Chong had fainted and then fallen asleep. He was a good sleeper, and he hadn't woken up until now. And as soon as he woke up, he came looking for Yuan. Yuan took off his military wristband and didn't hug Chong Chong. He simply stroked Chong Chong's head and said with a squinting eye, "Are you sleeping well here? Does Dr. Wan know you're awake?" "Yes." Chong Chong said happily. "The doctor gave me some more duo. Take the nutritional paste." Yuan sat down. He wasn't in a hurry to eat, since he didn't really need it anyway. He chatted with Chong Chong and Duo for a while. Duo kept looking around. Duo, what are you looking for?" "I'm looking for my uncle." Duo stood behind Chong Chong, forcing the timid Chong Chong to act like a little man, protecting his younger brother. The uncle Duo was referring to was undoubtedly Xie Yuan. Yuan lowered his head and asked, "What are you looking for your uncle for?" Duo looked at Chong Chong nervously. Chong Chong puffed out his chest and continued speaking for him, because Duo discovered something important and wants to tell uncle. Duo nodded silently. Seeing this, Yuan simply took the two children by the hand and led them to find Xie Yuan. It was lunchtime, and everyone was idle. Some people on the island teased the two children for a moment after seeing them. "Chong, do you and Duo like it here?" The two little ones blushed and nodded simultaneously. Chong, still dizzy, said, "Brother, they just said I was so cute." Is Chong really cute? The humans he had met before had always scolded him. No one had ever called him cute. Yuan hummed a strong hymn and emphasized, "You're both so cute and well behaved." The two children walked hand in hand around the island, and soon found Xie Yuan. At this moment, Xie Yuan's face was grim. Half an hour ago, at the first meeting of the State Council, the outcome was to eliminate both the worm variant and the Duo variant. The politician said that early-stage variants should be eradicated beforehand. The hidden risks of variants were uncontrollable, and they didn't think the West District should take that risk. Xie Yuan was still pondering this outcome when there was a knock on the door. Yuan poked his head in and asked, "Can I come in?" "Come in." Xie Yuan sat in a chair and massaged his temples. After massaging his temples, he pulled a bottle of milk from his desk pocket. When he held Yuan last night, he noticed that Yuan was much lighter than before. Before, he felt like a solid little weight. After taking out the milk, he turned and saw the child beside Yuan. Chong wasn't close to him. Only Duo, upon seeing him, excitedly let go of Yuan's hand and hugged his thigh. Duo, her rosy little face tilted upward, scrambled into Xie Yuan's arms. "Uncle." Duo, like Chong just now acting like a spoiled child with Yuan, shyly yet proudly whispered into Xie Yuan's ear. Just now, on the road, Duo was praised for being so cute. "Xie Yuan, eh?" Xie Yuan lowered his eyes, a complex expression in his eyes. "Really? You're truly adorable." Chapter 38. Yuan heard Duo's whispers clearly. He cleared his throat and reminded Xie Yuan, who hadn't responded yet, "Take care of yourself, Duo." Xie Yuan's gaze fell on Duo's chubby, rosy face. After a moment, he responded, "They're right, you're very cute." Duo's eyes suddenly lit up at Xie Yuan's affirmation. He used to be constantly called little waste, a burden, useless, and a waste of time. It was the first time for both him and Chong to receive the word cute. It turned out that some people didn't value their abilities, but only praised their cuteness. "Uncle." Overjoyed, Duo threw her arms around Xie Yuan's neck, not forgetting her purpose in seeking him out. He asked Xie Yuan, "Will I be your little burden from now on?" Xie Yuan, eh? Chong couldn't help but interrupt. "Stupid Duo, didn't I tell you? You're not a burden." Duo was also a viral mutant, just the weakest. In the lab, stupid Duo was the most timid and fearful, hiding behind Chong every day, afraid to look at anyone. When Chong was bought, she took the initiative to ask for Duo. Duo stuttered, clearly a little lost in his position. He frowned, trying to recall the situation, then continued, "Uncle, Chong and I will both work for you from now on, right?" Xie Yuan paused, lowering his eyes to hide the hint of emotion, and replied, "Yeah." That "yeah" made Chong and Duo visibly excited. Fortunately, Duo stayed on topic. After confirming that both he and Chong were now Xie Yuan's, he reported, on the ground, "Someone's coming. They have a boat." When I got back yesterday, Chong was sleeping the whole time, but Duo wasn't. During dinner, Duo went with Wonka to the lab to try the nutritional cream. He was timid, afraid to break free from anyone who held him. So, after being held for a while, Duo vaguely understood that the island they lived on was off limits to anyone without authorization. Ruanku even assured him that the island was safe. But at night, Duo watched Chong, still unconscious, and worried that she might still be out there. So, he cautiously used his supernatural powers to explore. This exploration revealed the situation around the island. Anywhere there was a computer, the virus-like mutants could penetrate. Of course, some computers had preemptive measures in place. But those outside the island clearly didn't expect Yuan, who was constantly battling the mutants, to have a mutant cub that was so attached to him. Duo found their location. This was a group of people heading to the island. Yuan immediately understood Duo's words, having extensive experience with mutant cubs. Duo, there are people out there planning to land on the island, right? Ducks. Do you know who they are? Yuan asked. Duo replied without hesitation, they're people. Yuan and Yuan both choked. After further questioning, Duo couldn't come up with an answer. Chong, leaning against Yuan's leg, continued, I checked. They turned off their electronic equipment. The last location was southeast of the island, near the coast. Chong, worthy of being a mutant specially purchased by the North District, even accurately reported the latitude and address. If the other party could still access the internet, Chong could do more than just locate the address. After reporting the news, Chong hesitated, as if afraid Yuan and Yuan would think he wasn't useful enough. He added, brother, I can go do something. I kill them all and prevent them from coming up. No need for you. Before Yuan could say anything, Yuan rejected Chong's request. You're still a child. You don't need to do this. Chong was puzzled. What are children supposed to do? Yuan thought for a moment and replied, children just need to go to kindergarten, study hard, and grow up well. Chong was even more confused. Can I go to kindergarten? Yuan rubbed his head, unsure how to answer this question. Human children all go to kindergarten. But no one would open a kindergarten for deformed cubs. Seeing Yuan didn't respond, Chong nudged him and said softly, brother, don't be sad. Chong won't be going to kindergarten anymore. Yuan felt even more upset. Yuan relayed the information provided by Duo to the security personnel on the island. Chinyu Island is secluded, generally speaking, no one can reach it. I take the team to take a look. Yuan planned to personally train these soldiers in training. They needed to acquire as much practical experience as possible. Only then could they serve as an elite team, carrying out their own missions. Yuan, you still have things to do. Ruanku informed Yuan, the North District is asking us for the mutant worms, and your father wants to speak with you. The conversation probably concerned Chong and Duo's fate. Yuan frowned upon hearing this. These matters were indeed thorny. He agreed, saying, then let Yin Feng lead the team. I picked them up after I dealt with these matters. Ruanku nodded. As a member of the team, Yuan naturally had to go with them. Before setting off, Yuan spent some time alone with him. Yuan, what's wrong? The two men locked eyes. Yuan, dressed in a slim-fitting team uniform, looked energetic and handsome. He was a little confused by Yuan's move to bring him over. Just now, he saw that the captain seemed to want to talk to him too. You performed very well yesterday. Yuan hadn't had a chance to speak to him last night when he sent him back, so he was making up for it now. Are you afraid of today's mission? No. Yuan curled his eyes and said proudly, I'm very brave. Yuan was afraid of the dark and ghosts. It was broad daylight now, and with his teammates by his side, there was no danger of seeing ghosts, so he wasn't afraid at all. Yuan raised his hand to rub his head and asked, you performed so well. What reward do you want? Every time you return safely from a mission, I give you a gift. Yuan was stunned. He subconsciously asked, do the other teammates get gifts? Yuan thought for a few seconds and replied, the instructors will give them rewards. Yuan naturally knew about the rewards given by the instructors. But he remembered that Yuan wasn't among the instructors who gave out rewards. I was the one who put you in the team for training, so of course, I have to be responsible for you. Yuan gave a plausible excuse. Yuan's figure was reflected in his dark eyes, and his voice sounded nonchalant. If you don't want it, you can just treat it as, I want it. Seeing he was about to take the gift back, Yuan hurriedly agreed. He stared at Yuan's hand, then from it to his chest. A while ago, when Yuan was injured, he had secretly licked a lot of food. It had been a while since he had tasted it. Big head. Yuan couldn't help but feel guilty when coveting food. He unconsciously changed his address and quietly and nervously asked for permission. If I come back, Can you let me have a bite? Xie Yuan was startled. Bite? Is this kid still as straight-laced as ever? Before Xie Yuan could think, Yuan changed his tone. I'm not biting. Just don't misunderstand me. I haven't decided what I want yet. Can you wait until I get back to make your request? Yes. Seeing his change of heart, Xie Yuan said nothing more. The two of them didn't stay long. Before leaving, Xie Yuan supervised him drinking a bottle of milk before watching him leave. The milk was part of Tang Yi's diet. After he was injured, Tang Yi had told him to drink more of it. This milk was specially formulated for his condition, developed by a specialized nutrition team. According to Tang Yi, he should drink a bottle every day. But seeing a grown man drinking such milky things made Xie Yuan feel like he was about to hang a bottle on his shoulders. After Tang Yi finished his instructions, Uncle Ruan took note. Every once in a while, Uncle Ruan would check his milk bottle. Oh no, the milk. This milk is incredibly nutritious. He couldn't possibly have thrown it away. Giving it to Yuan now is a perfect opportunity. Good kids should drink their milk. After leaving Xie Yuan's place, Yuan wiped the milk stains from the corners of his mouth. He sipped the flavor and murmured, "It's quite delicious. It's sweet but not cloying, fragrant and sweet. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after drinking it, my stomach felt warm too." Yuan drank the milk with great relish. He found Yin Feng and returned to the team on time. "Captain, I'm here." Yin Feng looked at him, but didn't ask where he'd been. The group prepared to go, and Duo was brought along. They needed Duo to find the location. Once they had a network connection, Duo would be useful. As for Chong, Xie Yuan didn't let him go. Compared to Duo, Chong was more dangerous. If Chong escaped or threatened to harm the team, he worried Yin Feng wouldn't be able to handle it properly. Although Duo was a little weaker, he was timid and not as dangerous as Chong. Knowing he was going out, Duo clung to Xie Yuan's thigh and mustered up the courage to promise him, "Uncle, Duo will definitely complete the mission." Xie Yuan lowered his eyes at the little freak, who loved to cling to his thigh and whispered, "Well, protect your teammates. When we get back, I sew you a school bag." Duo, surprise. Duo's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow." He clutched Xie Yuan's trouser leg and excitedly confirmed, "Is Duo going to kindergarten?" "Brother Anin, the little one is going to kindergarten." Duo was incredibly excited. In the past, he'd been terrified before going out to work. Only this time, as Yuan led him off the island, his tiny shoes made a clanging sound. On the way, Yin Feng expertly assigned the task, try to capture them alive, but if a direct confrontation occurs, kill them immediately. The purpose of capturing them alive was to bring them back for interrogation. Qinyu Island boasted the most painstakingly trained team, top-notch instructors, Ruanka's laboratory, and significant academic talent. They were still unsure who had sent these individuals to the island, or what their purpose was. Yin Feng had a calm demeanor, vaguely resembling Xie Yuan. Yuan listened attentively to Yin Feng's instructions, and offered no objections. 2 hours later, they took a shortcut to the location Duo had indicated, Yumi Town. The town was close to the sea, and while not populated, it offered safety. After the outbreak, this remote area, not a tourist destination, had kept out the outsiders. Although some infected people from outside the area later arrived, their numbers were small, making them easy to deal with. "Captain, we're from outside too. Will they let us in?" Yuan asked Yin Feng after hearing that Yumi Town didn't allow outsiders in. "Of course they will." Yin Feng, having experience, pointed to his military uniform and said, "This is our pass." A simpler and more drastic method was to avoid dealing with the people of Yumi Town and enter secretly, or even by force. But their team wouldn't consider that approach. As expected, Yin Feng was right. At the entrance to Yumi Town, the old man guarding the town saw their uniforms, and, without hesitation, greeted them warmly. "Why are you here?" The old man wiped his hand on his trouser leg before extending his hand to shake theirs. "My name is Wangda. I'm watching over the road." The old man shook hands with each of them, and when he reached Yuan, he was surprised. "You're so pretty. Have you found a partner?" "I have a little granddaughter at home." "Uncle Wang." Yin Feng calmly stepped in front of Yuan and changed the subject. "We're here on official business. Can we go in first?" Come in. The old man led the way, ushering them in. Duo, held by Yuan's hand, looked a little frustrated. He touched Yuan's palm and said, "Brother, Grandpa didn't hold my hand." Yuan hummed a little, wanting to call it a handshake. But seeing Duo so dejected, he didn't bother to explain. He simply imitated the old man's handshake, and shook Duo's hand again. Duo was easy to coax. After shaking hands, he contentedly continued to trot along on his short legs. Shortly after Yuan left, Xiaojio, who had stayed behind, conspired with Xiaolu to come to the beach. They had come here often before. Last time, Big Brother was dragged away by a strange fish and nearly drowned. The two cubs, who held grudges, remembered this incident and would often come here to wait. Though the two cubs weren't good at fighting in the sea, they had already formulated a plan to lure the ugly giant fish to the beach and then kill it. This time, the two cubs, gazing at the sea, discussed a common theme: how to convince Big Brother to take them with him on his mission. Big Brother was very cautious with them. Even after two new mutants arrived on the island, Big Brother still kept their presence secret. You said, if we showed up, Xie Yuan, he'd kill us on the spot. Little Butterfly stated this calmly. Little Nine was unconvinced. Look at those two virus mutants, aren't they both fine? I saw Xie Yuan holding one of them with my own eyes. Little Butterfly sneered. The Duo virus, held by Xie Yuan, poses no threat at all. Besides, the Duo virus genuinely loves to cling to Xie Yuan. As for us, we're A-sequence mutants. Not only are we highly threatening, but we also have a genuine relationship with Xie Yuan and want to eliminate him. Tell me, what gives Xie Yuan the right to accept us? Little Nine was silent for a long time, then suddenly stretched out his baby voice and feigned innocence. I can be like that Duo, just because I'm cute. After all, he's been reduced to his juvenile form, so he's already adorable. Big Brother said he's the cutest little white mushroom. Little Butterfly, Little Butterfly took 2 steps back. I'm going to throw up. A 09's deformed form, trying to pretend to be a 3.5-year-old, really doesn't want that face anymore. Discussions were fruitless. In the end, the two cubs could only vent their frustrations in the water. Little Butterfly, in particular, was trying to become a butterfly that could swim. Yuan didn't know the situation of the cubs on the island yet. He was currently investigating the town with Yin Feng. Grandpa Wang said there hadn't been any outsiders in their town recently. This meant the enemy might have been passing through briefly, or perhaps hiding here, taking a break. Captain, could they have left? After checking everything, Yuan asked Yin Feng. The town wasn't big, and there weren't many places to hide. And Duo's information indicated they had a boat. No matter how you looked at it, there was no way any suspicious individuals could hide here. Don't worry, Yin Feng said calmly. After we check this place, we go to the beach. Okay. Yin Feng didn't hastily send 2 men to check the situation at the beach. The enemy's origin was unknown, and he didn't want to separate his teammates. Time slipped by. Yuan left the already asleep Duo at Mr. Wang's house. They had to continue their investigation outside, and couldn't take Duo with them. Duo was a good sleeper. After being put down, he rolled over and clung to the blankets, falling back asleep. Yuan simply couldn't stay with him. He tucked Duo in, then turned and followed Yin Feng out. A group of elite trainees. Their training on the island wasn't in vain. Yuan's hearing was extremely sharp, and Yin Feng's observation skills were equally astounding. As night fell, Yin Feng spotted enemy traces. They had no idea how many of them there were, and that they had 2 little bots, Chong, on the island, so they were confident they wouldn't be discovered. A group of about 10 people. Yuan hid behind the bushes, observing from the shadows. Captain, are they planning to take a boat to the island? Yuan lowered his voice, almost whispering. Yin Feng frowned. The island was heavily guarded, and any approaching foreign vessels would be turned back. If they refused, they would be shot down. Even if they fell into the water, there would be underwater detectors to detect human activity. In short, using a boat was the most foolish option. Yuan realized this, and so he questioned Yin Feng. After a brief exchange, Yuan saw that they seemed to be talking, but from such a distance, he couldn't hear the content of their conversation. Captain, Yuan suddenly said, I move a little closer. I'd be very careful not to let them see me. He needed to know what these people were planning. Yuan's small stature made him suitable for close-range reconnaissance. Yin Feng considered it for a few seconds and agreed to his request. A moment later, Yuan successfully closed the distance. He held his breath, listening to the conversation. After completing this mission, we should probably ascend after returning. A rugged-looking man spoke to his companions as he carefully hammered nails into the boat. It's quite bad. It's a mess up there. Unlike the West District, where Yin Qin is in charge, there hasn't been any chaos until now. Ha ha ha, Yin Qin is still relying on his adopted son to keep him going. Sending this ship there will be just the right opportunity to eliminate his son. That being said, Xie Yuan shouldn't be underestimated. Are you sure our operation will actually work? Yes. A silent man suddenly spoke up. A 10's distortion ability is enough to take him away. Didn't we get the news? Xie Yuan fought a one-on-one battle against the A06 distortion in the abandoned Elm City, both sides suffering heavy losses. Since then, A06 has disappeared, and Xie Yuan hasn't been seen since. A smile slowly spread across the man's lips. He continued, Xie Yuan isn't an immortal god. This time, it's his turn to die. Yuan, with his excellent hearing, heard everything they said clearly. A 10. Eliminate Xie Yuan. His head was buzzing. What had these people done to his little Shur? The boat had been nailed and prepared. Just as they were about to depart, Yin Feng, after hearing Yuan's report of problems with the boat, stopped hesitating. He and the sniper instantly killed several of them. Yuan ran straight towards the boat, muttering only Shur Cub. Please. The little Shur Cub, who wrote his diary, wove him a blanket, and finally went out to find a way to wake him up. Please don't put him on this boat. Chapter 39. Yin Feng fired from behind cover. He watched Yuan flee and shouted, Yuan, come back. The escorting officer was no slouch. After being shot at, he reacted quickly. Although they hadn't expected to be discovered, they had made preparations. Amidst the hail of bullets, Yuan deftly dodged the attacks, closing in on the ship. Hold. One of the enemy men, watching Yuan about to attack the ship, his voice trembling, don't touch the ship. If you do, we all die. Yuan stroked the cabin with one hand, his other holding a gun. He stared intently at the man who spoke and asked, what's on the ship? What did you load on the ship? The man was silent for 2 seconds, then evaded the question, we loaded weapons. Yuan didn't believe it. Yuan pressed, where's the A-10? The man seemed surprised he overheard his conversation, and his expression turned grim. Under Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, the man slowly replied, these are weapons developed by A-10. We need to load them onto a boat and transport them to the island. The initially intense gunfire was forced to pause by the presence of Yuan, standing next to the boat. The men seemed afraid Yuan might attack the boat. Yin Feng saw this, and was about to emerge from cover. Suddenly, a short man standing behind the man, without warning, pulled the trigger at Yuan. Bang! The velocity of the bullet left an arc in the air. Yuan fell back and fell into the water. The dim night seemed to cast a mist over the water, and Yuan, who had fallen into the water, quickly disappeared. Yin Feng suddenly remembered that Yuan had recently been in trouble on the island, seemingly in the sea. His eyes gleamed with fury, and he fired again. The gunshots rang out again, leaving neither side in a state of disarray. A few minutes later, the man suddenly led his team aboard. Once aboard, he pressed the boat's onboard notification device, which sounded unusually loud. This ship is equipped with destructive weapons. If you continue your attacks, and the weapons activate, we, and the town behind us, will perish together. The man's words finally made Yin Feng wary. Protecting humanity was always a principle they must uphold. Just as the two sides were deadlocked, Yuan had already clung to the stern. After the last flood, Xie Yuan had taught him to swim. At first, he wore a blue swim ring, but later, after removing it, Yuan became the incredibly fast-swimming fish he hoped for. The fish silently clung to the stern and dove into the cabin. The boat was neither too big nor too small. Yin Feng was at the front, attracting the attention of the others, while Yuan quietly stole the crystals from the back. Whose people are you? Yin Feng said coldly, now the infected are breaking out, and the mutants are rampant. Our humanity is facing numerous crises. Are you still resorting to fratricide at this critical moment? The man being questioned showed no sign of guilt. He laughed and replied, even without this Xie Yuan, there will be a second and third Xie Yuan among humans. Before we resolve the problems of the infected and the mutants, Xie Yuan's death won't have much of an impact. Besides, if it weren't for Yin Qin's pressure, could your West District really accommodate Xie Yuan? This last question infuriated Yin Feng. Xie Yuan feared death for humanity. How could their West District not accommodate him? Stop trying to sow discord. Yin Feng declared, even if I die here today, I won't let your plan succeed. As they talked, Yuan finally reached the last cabin. The cabin was blocked by a piece of cloth, similar to a household door curtain. Beyond the curtain, there was a small stool, presumably someone sitting on it to keep watch. But now that a fight had broken out, the person sitting on the stool had probably gone outside. There was only a curtain between them. Yuan's heart was pounding. He hoped that it was his little Shur inside, but also hoped his hope would be dashed. Those people outside looked like bad guys, and Yuan was afraid that his little Shur would fall into their hands. Captain. Yuan pulled out the walkie-talkie he brought with him, reported the situation, and asked, "Should I open the curtain and take a look?" Yin Feng listened to the voice in his earpiece, thought briefly, and then lowered his voice. "Go in and take a look. Check for destructive weapons inside. Be careful." "Yes." Yuan took a deep breath. In the past, he would have gone straight in. But now he was on the team, with teammates and a captain. After receiving the captain's permission, Yuan cautiously opened the curtain a little, wanting to take a look inside. However, one glance and his breath stopped. Sitting in the cabin were two neat rows of zombies, their eyes closed, wearing the same uniform. They were like clocks with set alarms, waiting only for the time to wake up. Behind the zombies, a coffin was placed. The coffin was closed, and the contents were invisible. Yuan gently lowered the curtain and stepped aside. Without hesitation, he briefly reported everything he had seen to Yin Feng. 2 rows of zombies. And according to Yuan's description, these zombies didn't seem like low-level zombies. If so many highly evolved zombies awakened at this moment, the town behind them would be in grave danger. Zombies, sinister humans, and an unidentified object in a coffin. These combined dangers presented a formidable challenge. Instantly, Yin Feng made his decision. He launched the boat and departed. At the same time, Yin Feng dispatched Ho Ying to the town to inform everyone to take cover and bring back the mutant Duo. They weren't going back to town. They were following these people. There was no shortage of boats near the sea, and Yin Feng spotted the townspeople's own boats wherever he could see. Ho Ying received the instructions and left immediately. Sail. The man on the boat noticed Yin Feng's hesitation and ordered his men to move the boat away. The man was visibly stunned, and he couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Jin, according to the plan. Aren't we not going aboard? There's still stuff on board." Their boat was set up for automatic navigation, so they didn't need to steer it themselves. The man called Brother Jin glared at him and growled, "Stop talking nonsense. Just drive. If we get off the boat now, those guys on the other side will come and fight us again." From the previous battle, he could tell that the other side was specially trained and would be difficult to deal with. The boat moved away. Most of the people on the boat looked uneasy. Legion glared at one of them sharply and said, "Go to the back cabin and watch." The man being stared at felt his legs tremble. "Brother Jin, I've been watching them before. Isn't it time for someone else to do it? Guarding a cabin full of high-level zombies and coffins is truly a test of one's mental strength. Go or die." Legion pointed his gun at him, his tone devoid of emotion. "Which one do you choose?" Under the gun, the reluctant subordinate went to guard the cabin. When he entered, he didn't know if it was due to dazzle, but he felt as if the curtain moved. The cabin was sealed. There was no way there would be any draft. The subordinate rubbed his eyes, a chill running down his back in the scorching heat. He pulled his small stool back, not daring to get too close. But even sitting far back, he was still terrified. And now, behind the curtain, to the far right of the 2 neatly arranged rows of tall zombies was a small, bitter-smelling zombie that looked a head shorter than the others when it sat down. The little zombie mustered up his courage and, after joining the formation, set his sights on the coffin behind him. Opening the coffin was his real goal. Shortly after the boat left, Ho Ying, who was in charge of spreading the word in the town, hurried back. He returned alone, without Duo. "Captain, I told everyone to hide, but Duo is missing." Mr. Wang said Duo had been sleeping in the small room, and he didn't know when Duo disappeared. Ho Ying's words made Yin Feng's heart sink. The other team members also looked solemn. There were 2 possibilities for Duo's disappearance. Either he ran away on his own, or someone took him away. But the problem was, who besides his own people would know Duo was here? Let's chase the boat ahead first. Yin Feng was too busy to worry about anything else. He had already relayed the situation to the island. But to ensure the town's safety, they had to move the boat further away. Time ticked by. The people on the boat were also closely watching their watches. Legion calculated the time, deliberately lowering his voice. "In 20 minutes, we retreat. Leave Luo Zi behind. Keep an eye on him ahead of time, don't let him slip away." Legion made his arrangements methodically. None of them went back to check, so they didn't know that behind the cabin curtain, some extra zombies had sneaked in and were struggling to pry open the coffin. The coffin was heavy, and it was made of an unknown material. Painted a depressing red, it looked creepy at first glance. Yuan tried several times, but each time failed. He moved closer to the coffin and called out softly to Xiao Shi. He called repeatedly, but no one responded. Even when he called out Chiu Chiu, there was no response. Yuan felt a little more comforted. If it really was Xiao Shi inside, he would have surely cried out when he heard him chirp. Xiaoshu's mimicry was that of a snowy owl, but his mimicry was different from that of a normal snowy owl, somewhat resembling a disabled snowy owl. Xiaoshu always tearfully emphasized his mimicry. I'm not a snowy owl, I'm a chirp. A fat chirp flew by outside the lab once, and Xiaoshu was quite fond of it. Chirp, you're not in there, are you? Yuan muttered, sitting down to gather his strength for the next attempt at prying open the coffin lid. On the island. After Yin Feng's report, the island quickly made arrangements. Just as the island dispatched its combat ship, in the hospital ward, Song Jun, whose fever had persisted for several days, finally began to subside. His face and body showed no signs of zombie-like transformation. Not only that, perhaps because his fever had subsided too much, his body began to feel cold. Just being near him, one could feel the chill. A small butterfly perched on Tang Yi's shoulder. He bent down to examine Song Jun. Heartbeat normal, breathing normal. At this temperature, there was no way he could be normal. Tang Yi studied this unprecedented patient before him. The small butterfly flapped its wings and sniffed the air. Mutated. Seems edible. On the island, the combat ship was moving, and the doctor was examining the patient. In the small conference room, Xie Yuan was video chatting with a group of people from the State Council on the other side of the video. Humanity's inclusion in the aberrations diet, based on this alone, should mean the aberrations are doomed. Xie Yuan, you always done a good job in this area. Are you changing your stance now? Aberrations possess superpowers, Xie Yuan. You've been bewitched by them. The people in the executive yuan peppered Xie Yuan with accusations, forcing him to declare his stance, to remain the sharpest blade in their West District, as he always had. This blade could slay zombies, aberrations, and anything else that harmed the West District. Xie Yuan watched their performance with indifference. Only when their voices ran dry and their patience nearly exhausted did he slowly speak. Have you forgotten that I'm the only one who can kill aberrations? Meeting the slightly stunned gazes of the people in the video, Xie Yuan raised his thin lips and said slowly, you want to eradicate them completely, to kill the little aberrations before they even grow up? Fine. Then, go ahead and kill them. With these last words, Xie Yuan turned off the video. The people whose videos were disconnected exchanged glances, their faces all sullen. The group determined to eliminate the aberrants personally approached Yin Qin. Yin Qin had been waiting for their arrival. After their verbal attack on Xie Yuan had concluded, Yin Qin raised his eyelids and highlighted the key point. The reason for eliminating the young aberrants is that they are not of our species, and their hearts must be different. Yin Qin had held a high position for many years, and even his calm tone carried an intimidating aura of oppression. Director Qin gritted his teeth and nodded. He continued to expound on the differences between aberrants and humans. Anyone who was different from humans was an alien, and must be eliminated without delay. As he was speaking, Yin Qin suddenly asked a question. Director Qin, do you think Xie Yuan is human? No. He almost uttered the reflexive answer, but Director Qin's face tightened as he added, although Xie Yuan is different from us, he has rendered us many services over the years. Naturally, we wouldn't lump him in with a mutant. Yin Qin sneered. He placed his chin on his fist, his eyes, similar to Xie Yuan's, cold. Director Qin, times have changed since the outbreak of the infected. It's humanity that needs to rely on Xie Yuan, not Xie Yuan who demands that you recognize him, accept him, and then spare the life of this alien. Director Qin's expression grew increasingly grim. A mocking smile crossed Yin Qin's face as he whispered, some of these ideas are too foolish. If you don't intend to change, then it's time to change your position. After seeing off Director Qin, who left with a sullen expression, Yin Qin withdrew his gaze and sneered, what kind of person is that? They're even trying to touch my son. He and his wife had painstakingly raised their only child. Was it easy for them? Xie Yuan, refusing to cooperate with the executive yuan, emerged from the conference room. Ruanku was already waiting outside. Qi Yuan. Uncle Ruan, why are you here? I came to see you. Ruanku had been married to Yin Qin for so many years that he was familiar with the people in the executive yuan. He even knew that they weren't entirely confident in his child. He was worried they might say something unkind, so he kept an eye on them. The two exchanged a few words. Xie Yuan remained the same, seemingly unremarkable. Uncle Ruan, I need to check out the combat ship. Yuan reported that there are a group of zombies on board, along with a coffin. We don't know what's inside. Okay, let's go. Xie Yuan started to leave, but after 2 steps, he turned back. By the way, Uncle Ruan, could you help me find some cloth, zippers, and colored thread? Ruanku agreed, but was a little puzzled. What do you need all this for? Yuan said uncomfortably. Duo, that little freak is so timid. He's terrified to even leave the house. I promised to sew him a school bag and give it to him when he gets back. He needed to prepare 2 gifts for one of the children, one large and one small, who were on a mission. Sewing Duo's school bag wasn't difficult, but Yuan's gift wasn't there yet. He couldn't just do as he said and let him take a bite. That wouldn't do. It was too dishonest. Yuan didn't think about it any further and strode towards the beach. Meanwhile, Feng was still following the boat. On the boat, Yuan was focused on the coffin, trying hard to pry open the lid. An unknown amount of time passed. Yuan heard a faint sound of someone falling into the water. He immediately called out to the intercom, "Captain, they're going in." "I heard them going in. They're trying to escape." "Roger that," Feng replied, glancing to the side. The next second, Ho Ying and another teammate jumped in without hesitation. After his complaint, Yuan, seeing that the zombies were still unconscious, grew bolder. He moved aside the 2 zombies leaning against the coffin, chose a more convenient position, then rolled up his sleeves and began to pry open the coffin lid. The lid was heavy. Yuan gritted his teeth, exerting almost every ounce of his strength, only to pry open a gap. Using this gap, Yuan continued to pry. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just as his arm felt aching, and he was about to let go of the coffin lid, a hand suddenly appeared behind him, caught in the opening. The coffin lid didn't close. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and politely said, "Thank you, Big." The big brother and brother hadn't finished. Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, besides the zombie big brothers sitting in a row, there don't seem to be any other big brothers here? Chapter 40. The hand stuck in the coffin opening was bony and blue, its owner clearly not offering any kind help. Their posture clearly indicated they were about to pounce on him from behind. For a moment, the cramped cabin felt like a scene from a horror movie. Yuan shuddered with fear. The next second, a roar erupted from the throat of the owner whose hand was trapped. Yuan mustered up the courage to turn around and, as expected, saw the face of the zombie boss. The zombie boss's eyes, which had been closed just a moment ago, were now open. Yuan, shock! Yuan was so frightened and terrified that he almost wanted to run away. But mindful of the small opening he had finally pried open, he couldn't bring himself to do so. "Big brother, I'm not tasty." Yuan didn't want him to pull his hand away, so he tremblingly offered his wrist to the zombie's mouth. As expected, no zombie could stomach the bitter melon-tasting little zombie. The zombie leader, whose expression had been ferocious just moments before, suddenly changed to one of lust. Roar! The zombies looked at Yuan with anger and fear, their gaze shifting from the delicious barbecued pork to the terrifying bitter melon they didn't even want to touch. Yuan felt both relieved and indignant at being stared at. No one wants to be bitter. The zombie leader stepped back 2 steps, and the rest of the zombies woke up. However, these zombies had evolved intelligence, and after seeing that Yuan wasn't tasty, they gave up the idea of approaching. They weren't like the lowest level zombies, who would pounce on any living thing. They could think. After giving up on Yuan and his food, some of the zombies tore off the curtain and walked out. "Help! Brother Jin, where are you?" Luozi, sitting on a small stool outside, had no idea his teammates had already jumped into the water and left. He hurriedly tried to jump in too, but he was no match for the zombie's speed. After him, another zombie followed suit. A few minutes later, the water was a sea of blood. Luozi, who had just jumped in, was torn apart as food, lifeless. Next to the coffin. Yuan was about to pry open the coffin once the zombies had left the cabin. But unexpectedly, a zombie with a keen nose suddenly sniffed hard. Then, the zombie looked towards the coffin. Yuan followed suit and sniffed. Faintly, he could smell flesh and blood, a scent zombies would enjoy. He didn't like it. He only liked the sweet, tangy smell of big-head carnivore. After gazing at the coffin, the zombies trudged towards it with unsteady steps. Roar! The zombies exerted all their strength, and completely ripped the coffin lid open. The bright red lid swung open, and the first thing they caught there was a human covered in blood. This seemed to be food prepared for the zombies. Yuan wanted to save it, but with so many zombies surrounding it, and the boat so small, he couldn't. The food, so quiet and oblivious to life and death, was pulled open. Just as Yuan was about to withdraw his gaze, he discovered another layer beneath it. The lower layer wasn't large, a box-like space only a few dozen centimeters long and wide. Inside the box lay something. Something that made Yuan's pupils constrict suddenly. It was even redder than the coffin's paint, with scattered feathers scattered around. It was the wing of a snowy owl. Yuan opened his mouth slightly, the pain radiating from his heart making it difficult to breathe. The oxygen in the air seemed to be drained away in an instant. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to lift an inch. Chirp! Yuan called out unconsciously, his hands clawing at the edge of the coffin, his knuckles turning pale blue from the strain. Inside were Chirp's blood-stained wings. Chirp's deformed ability included regeneration, so he wouldn't die, but having his wings broken must be incredibly painful. The blood-stained wings continued to twitch slightly, emitting a faint luster. And then, the luster spread, a sign that a Ten's deformed ability was beginning to manifest. Chirp! Yuan reached out without a second thought, reaching for the blood-red wings, which still held the remnants of a Ten's life force. In a way, those wings were like a Ten himself. A Ten activated its distortion ability, somewhat similar to that of A06, the golden-spotted swallowtail. Both distortion abilities are activated by flapping their wings. However, A06 wings cannot regenerate, and at their peak, they are much stronger than a Ten's. Yuan was not aware of the cub's distortion abilities. After all, when he was with them, they had no need to suddenly amplify their powers towards their eldest brother. Stop! Yuan's fingertips touched the blood-red wings, instantly burning painfully. The halo continued to spread, and the ship's navigation system continued to approach the island. Yuan wanted to stop it, but his mind went blank. He could not think of any solution. Time passed by, stretching like years. The 6th and 9th cubs, squatting on the shore of the island, stared into the distance, suddenly stunned. Xiaoshi. Little Butterfly recognized Xiaoshi's distorted ability, and said in a grave tone, "Why isn't Xiaoshi with Ba Zi? Ba Zi is recuperating underwater, so he should be with Ba Zi right now." Back at the research institute, Xiaoshi stubbornly stayed by his elder brother's side, refusing to leave. They called him several times, but it was Ba Zi who finally called him out. He also knew Xiaoshi's distorted ability. It was targeted hunting. The snowy owl, one of the 10 most dangerous birds, is best at hunting. Targeted hunting involves identifying prey and then using its supernatural powers to temporarily neutralize it, allowing the owl to capture it. Little Butterfly and Little White Mushroom exchanged glances, each seeing shock in their eyes. How did Xiaoshi get so bold? Little Butterfly exclaimed in surprise. His target for targeted hunting is Xie Yuan, right? On this island, the only person Xiaoshi could target was Xie Yuan, a natural predator of the distorted species. Little White Mushroom was also stunned. He thought about the little Jojo in the lab, who, when bullied, would only make his big brother cry or hide in his bed and cry. He couldn't connect him with the suicidal BS ***** not far away trying to hunt Xie Yuan. Neither he nor Xiao could defeat Xie Yuan. Has Xiaoshi gone mad? Little Butterfly couldn't calm down either. He tried to reason about Xiaoshi's impulsiveness. Xiaojiu, do you think Xiaoshi was tricked? Or was he forced into this? Xiaojiu, the most docile crybaby, wouldn't suddenly act so wildly. Never mind the tricks, Fluttermoth. You should have even mastered swimming these days. Take me with you. Let's go see what's going on. If I fall into the sea later, remember to fish me out. Xiaojiu said bluntly, wrapping the little butterfly with mycelium and asking it to carry him across. Big Brother was on a mission, so he probably knows Xiaoshi's situation. They had to protect Xiaoshi. They couldn't let him die. The little butterfly suppressed its irritation at being called a moth and, carrying the shabby mushroom, spread its wings and flew to the surface of the sea. Xie Yuan was also quite fast. After sensing the mutant's ability, Xie Yuan used his fastest combat ship to intercept. Time passed slowly. The ship carrying the zombies, and the A-10 wings collided with the combat ship. Yuan couldn't keep his wings from losing their luster, so after hearing the noise, he had no choice but to go outside to check. The zombies that had been in the cabin just a moment ago had all jumped into the water. They swam nimbly in the water, making gunfire ineffective. These were zombies who knew how to swim. Not only are they good swimmers, they're also very clever. I can't hit them. The man on the warship said angrily. They can hide in the water. The zombies were deliberately forcing their guns and continued to move closer to the island. It was clear that their goal was to land on the island. A Ten's targeted hunting didn't target ordinary people. His targeted hunting was only for Xie Yuan. Yuan couldn't solve Xiaoshi's problem for the time being, so he had to deal with the zombies first. As someone who wouldn't be bitten by zombies, Yuan grabbed his special gun and jumped into the sea. The zombies ignored this little bitch. Yuan was already right next to them, but they didn't react. The special gun was still effective in the water. Bang! With a thud, A small flower splattered between the brows of the zombie closest to Yuan. Yuan reached out, grabbed the other zombie's arm, and dragged him aboard. An evolved zombie, a fighter among zombies. This was non-recyclable and highly polluting garbage. Yuan couldn't leave it in the sea. If other marine life ingested such pollutants, it would cause trouble. After dealing with the first zombie, Yuan repeated the same method targeting the second. At first, they were focused solely on heading towards the island, oblivious to the fact that their fellow zombies hadn't noticed anything unusual. But as their companions gradually dwindled, they finally realized something was amiss. Although gunfire continued to blaze above the surface, it seemed there were also gunfire from within. A clever zombie, after careful observation, captured Yuan on the spot. Yuan, panting, had already dragged several zombies aboard. After being captured, he lay prone on the deck, staring directly at all the zombies. "Come up." Yuan's voice was unsteady. He just wanted to quickly finish off the zombies, and then continue watching Xiaoshi's wings. The zombies in the water didn't dare to surface. If they did, they would be beaten to a pulp. Roar! Roar, roar! Roar, roar, roar! These were zombie-like curses, but Yuan didn't even blink. He wasn't afraid of being scolded. Zombies only had an advantage in the water, but there was a little traitorous zombie in the water. The little traitor tasted like bitter melon, and a bite of it could cause someone to faint instantly. For a moment, the surviving zombies were unable to move. The zombies were restrained, and their distorted abilities didn't attack anyone. Everything seemed under control. Until Xie Yuan arrived. "Yuan, come back." Xie Yuan's expression tightened when he saw Yuan dragging the zombie onto the cabin. He called out to Yuan, wanting him to come quickly. But the box Yuan had taken from the coffin suddenly glowed brighter. Chi. Yuan, anxious, abandoned the zombie and rushed towards the box. The blood-red wings, which had only twitched slightly moments ago, now trembled violently. In the light emanating from the wings, the silhouette of a snowy owl suddenly emerged clearly. The shadowy figure let out a sharp cry. Yuan reached out to touch it, but found nothing. Prey had appeared. The snowy owl's targeted hunt had officially begun. Xie Yuan drew out his bone blade and fiercely cleaved the shadow of the snowy owl that was attacking him in the face. Not far away, the two cubs, forced to take shelter due to Xie Yuan's arrival, could only peek from behind a rock. "Xiaoshu isn't here." Little Butterfly looked at Snowy Owl, its tone growing increasingly distorted. "Xiaojiu, let's go find Big Brother first." They had spotted not only Xie Yuan, but Big Brother as well. "Okay." While Xie Yuan was being held captive by Xiaoshu, Little Butterfly, carrying Little Mushroom, successfully flew to Big Brother's side. Yuan was now staring nervously at the sky. Little Butterfly dove directly into Big Brother's pocket and called softly. "Big Brother, Xiaojiu and I are here." At the sound of his cubs' voices, Yuan lowered his head, a look of despair on his face. "Chirp." He pointed to the box beside him, then looked up at the sky. "It's Chirp's wings, Chirp's wings." The blood-stained wings in the box had just been captured by the two cubs. However, their thoughts weren't on Little Tin, whose wings had been broken. They were on their minds for the former Big Brother. Little Butterfly's voice was tinged with gloom. He said coldly, "I find out who did this. Big Brother, don't be sad. Jiujiu's wings will grow back. He possesses the ability to regenerate eternally." Yuan was well aware of Jiujiu's regenerative abilities. The two cubs comforted their Big Brother, but their eyes were fixed on the sky. Targeted hunting. The hunt continues until the prey is dead. The only way to end this would be for the snowy owl to disappear. But now, this shadow of the snowy owl knew only hunting. He couldn't even recognize Yuan. Little Nine stretched out his mycelium, trying to wrap around Jiujiu's wings. But the wings were burning hot. After a while, he could smell the aroma of roasted mushrooms. It was quite fragrant. The little butterfly was so enticed by the aroma that it ate 2 strands of mycelium. He was a vegetarian, and grilled mushrooms, coincidentally, were also vegetarian. The snow owl's silhouette remained undispelled, but its attacks were real. Though Xie Yuan hadn't lost, he couldn't completely eliminate the enemy. Yin Feng, who had been chasing the ship, had already recaptured those who had jumped into the water and fled. With these survivors, they would quickly determine the perpetrators of this incident. The sea was left to Xie Yuan. Yin Feng brought the men back to report. Yuan and the 2 cubs who had arrived quietly eliminated the zombies. As the battle between Xie Yuan and the snow owl intensified, most of the extraneous personnel on the sea had dispersed. Only Yuan refused to leave, no matter what. Not only did he not leave, but he swam to Xie Yuan's warship, his wings chirping. Although Xie Yuan had initially intended to call him over, he was busy now, and couldn't pay any attention to Yuan. "Yuan, stay away from me," he ordered. "Take the boat back to the island." Yuan's face paled, and he shook his head. Another attack struck directly at his face, but Xie Yuan barely dodged it, no longer distracting himself from Yuan. He glared at the remaining image of the snowy owl, his eyes cold. "You're not going to hit someone in the face. You're not going to follow the rules, are you?" In response, he was grabbed again. When hunting, snowy owls use their sharp claws to claw directly at their prey's face, a brutal attack. The battle between man and owl lasted for who knows how long. Xie Yuan's attention remained somewhat divided on Yuan, worried that the snowy owl would switch its target to Yuan. In this duality of attention, the snowy owl seized its opportunity and slashed down with its claws, on the verge of truly injuring Xie Yuan's face. Yuan suddenly opened his hands, blocking Xie Yuan's path. "Chirp!" Yuan cried hoarsely, his eyes red. The owl, once so ferocious and insolent, stopped its attacking claws just a few centimeters from Yuan's eyes, unable to bring them down. For a long moment, tears rolled down the snowy owl's emotionless, mechanical eyes. "Brother." The snowy owl made no sound, but Yuan thought he heard it. His eardrums trembled. He heard it, a chirp calling him. The blood-stained wings in the box stopped twitching, and the snowy owl's silhouette gradually became transparent. Yuan stared at the snowy owl without blinking, afraid to miss a single glimpse. Finally, the snowy owl's silhouette completely vanished, and the sea returned to calm. Xie Yuan looked at the young man before him, silent for a moment. He reached out and pulled him into his arms. "All right, it's over," he said. "Let's go back." Xie Yuan brought the distraught Yuan back with him. Any zombies that had tried to sneak onto the island were dealt with. When they returned, the islanders had already begun interrogating them at a rapid pace. With Wonka watching from the side, they quickly got an answer. It was the North District. Everything that happened tonight was done by the North District. Chapter 41. Xie Yuan did not participate in the interrogation. He was accompanying Yuan. After the snowy owl vanished, the blood-stained wings in the box quickly lost their life force, becoming dry, wrinkled, and dull. Yuan brought the box back, but he couldn't keep it. The wings in the box were to be sent for research. There was no way they were just going to let someone else have them. "You." Xie Yuan's mind raced back to Yuan's hand stretched out to block him. Standing back, he didn't see Yuan's red eyes. But he heard Yuan chirp. Chirp. Perhaps it was a general term for birds, like how many people call a cat a meow or a dog a woof. It was nothing. Xie Yuan tried to convince himself that calling a bird a chirp didn't have any special meaning. He paused, thinking this, and then finished, "Are you feeling unwell? I see you look rather displeased." Yuan nodded vaguely, his head down, not meeting Xie Yuan's eyes. Xie Yuan walked him back to his room and brought him a bottle of milk. "I heard milk helps you sleep. You should get some rest first. Xie Yuan, if there are any results from the interrogation, could you please let me know?" Just as Xie Yuan was about to leave, Yuan suddenly called out to him. Xie Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then uttered a "Hmm." The door closed. Yuan climbed into bed, not even changing his clothes. He buried his face in the covers, his tears soaking them. Outside, Xie Yuan leaned against the wall, smoking several cigarettes he hadn't smoked in a while, then picked up the butts and left. As he left the building, he ran into Yin Feng. Yin Feng had also come looking for him. As soon as the two met, Yin Feng apologized. "Instructor, I'm sorry. I didn't complete this mission properly." Xie Yuan, still unaware of Duoduo's disappearance, said calmly, "Your decisions during this mission were correct. No need to apologize." Yin Feng's face was sullen, and his fists clenched. "One more thing. Duo disappeared in Yumi Town. Before the battle, we left him at a home there. When we went to pick him up, Duo was gone." As Yin Feng finished speaking, Xie Yuan's already gloomy expression visibly worsened. "Where's the interrogation room?" he said coldly. "Take me there." "Yes." In the interrogation room, Xie Yuan walked in and sat down on a chair. The people across from him, seeing Xie Yuan intact, realized their defeat. Li Jin stared intently at Xie Yuan and blurted out, "You're not dead yet." "No, your previous injuries have long since healed." This was false intelligence. Li Jin suddenly realized that the intelligence from above was false. Even if A-10 were present, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill Xie Yuan, who wasn't injured. Xie Yuan ignored Li Jin. He was reviewing the confession he had extracted before Li Jin arrived. The confession stated that they were sent from the North District to carry out a mission. Mission objective: Escort the ship to Chinyu Island. Xia Tianwu. Xie Qiyuan repeated the name. Did he give you this mission? Li Jun remained silent, only staring at him with resentment. As the son of the West District boss, Xie Qiyuan knew the district leaders and officials in important positions. But he had no recollection of Xia Tianwu. Xie Qiyuan raised his eyes and looked at Ruan Ke. Ruan Ke handed him a file containing Xia Tianwu's information. Xia Tianwu had joined the North District's military and political leadership last year, and was a low-key and cautious figure. His current position was neither high nor low, not a core subordinate of the North District boss. Xie Qiyuan studied it for a moment and understood the meaning. The North District might not acknowledge what Xia Tianwu had done. But regardless of whether they acknowledged it or not, they had detained Li Jun and his men, and the North District must give an explanation. Where is the deformed duo? Xie Qiyuan put down the file in his hand and asked Li Jun. Li Jun was stunned. He was puzzled. What duo? Xie Qiyuan's long, handsome fingers tapped lightly on the table. After a moment he said, Are you still pretending? You guys in the North District just asked me for the Worm Mutant and Duo Mutant, and right after, Duo Mutant disappeared. Tell me, should I be suspicious of you? Li Jun, Li Jun was bewildered. Xie Qiyuan continued, Besides us, the only people who knew the Worm and Duo were with us were the North District. Li Jun choked. According to Xie Qiyuan, then this Duo Mutant must have been taken away by them. But Li Jun gritted his teeth and said, I never seen a Duo Mutant. My mission this time was only to escort the ship. I don't know anything else. Besides, he had heard of Duo Mutants, the useless little pieces of trash they kept in the North District. If it weren't for a more capable buddy protecting him, they would have thrown this little piece of trash away long ago. Li Jun refused to reveal Wood's whereabouts. Xie Qiyuan's expression was impassive as he ordered them to continue the interrogation. Time slipped by. A half-moon peeked through the clouds outside, shrouding the island in a brilliant moonlight, a beauty like a fairyland. Yuan hadn't slept yet. Shujiao and Xiaolu sat beside him, silently keeping him company. After a long while, Yuan suddenly said, Sixth child, ninth child. Tell me, doesn't Big Brother look like Big Brother at all? At this question, Xiaolu and Shujiao's hearts tightened. Shujiao transformed into a baby and hugged Yuan. The little butterfly flew onto Yuan's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. Big Brother, you're the best Big Brother in the world. Shujiao's voice was filled with determination. He looked up, his bright, beautiful eyes filled with Big Brother. Little Butterfly wasn't very good at expressing his feelings, but this time he said softly, Big Brother. With you as our Big Brother, all of us cubs are so happy. The two cubs took turns coaxing him. Yuan sniffed and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. I need to be stronger. The corners of Yuan's eyes stung slightly, but he didn't care. He said sullenly, Only if I'm stronger can I protect you. Why didn't he dare tell Xie Qiyuan now that today's Jiujiu, Xiaolu, Shujiao, and even Xiaoba, who Xie Qiyuan had chopped into seafood, were all his cubs? Because he wasn't strong enough. If he told everything now, he would only be begging for others' kindness, begging humans to spare his cubs. He had no capital to protect his cubs. Okay. Yuan wasn't a pessimist, he was optimistic most of the time. So, after venting his anger, he composed himself. I'm fine. Yuan touched Xiaolu and Shujiao one by one, kissed Shujiao's head, and Xiaoyu's wings. Don't worry about me. I go get you some nutritional paste. Yuan felt a little embarrassed for making his own cubs so worried. As the two cubs ate the nutritional paste, the atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. Another half-hour passed. Yuan took out the paper box, watched the two cubs fall asleep, then went out to find Xie Qiyuan. Xie Qiyuan was negotiating with the North District. The video conference included his father and Xian Yao, the head of the North District. The relationship between the Northwest District and the East District had been hostile even before the outbreak of the infection. It was only after the outbreak that the four districts, East, West, and North, reached a temporary verbal agreement. The agreement stipulated that the four districts would put aside past grudges and face the crisis that threatened humanity's survival together, uniting to strive for a better future for humanity. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Xie Qiyuan looked at the little head poking through the door and hesitated for a second. Then he waved, inviting him in. Shoo. Xie Qiyuan turned off the camera and made a shushing gesture. Yuan quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Xie Qiyuan gestured to the seat next to him, inviting him to sit down and listen. A video conference was going on the computer. Xie Qiyuan was merely listening in, occasionally speaking. Xian Yao and Yin Qin had known each other for years. Qin laid out the events of the night and asked, at this moment, you're plotting against our West District. Do you think we're too good-tempered, Chief Xian? Xian Yao laughed it off, denying what happened tonight. No, if you guys in the West District can be considered good-tempered, then the rest of us are the softest. Captain Yin, it's not that I'm trying to shirk responsibility, but I honestly don't know anything about this. Xian Yao's face was bitter, his expression helpless. We in the North District did consider researching aberrations. But as you can see, all we bought were worms and juvenile aberrations like Duo. As you said, aberrations capable of attacking Sichuan, we don't have any of those in the North District. Qin wasn't one to be trifled with. He said calmly, you want to clear yourself of tonight's incident? Fine, I can satisfy you. But you say you don't have any A-sequence mutants? Xian Yao remained unmoved. We really don't have any. Yes. Qin pinched his brows, his tone casual yet unyielding. Since you don't have any A-sequence mutants, you shouldn't be afraid of a search by the Joint Organization? I apply for a search warrant. Next, wait for the Joint Organization's notification. The Joint Organization was established after the outbreak of the infected. While it wasn't perfect, what the North District had done this time was enough for the Joint Organization to investigate in person. After Qin finished speaking, Xian Yao, who had been denying everything and shifting the blame, suddenly changed his expression. He said with a forced smile, Captain Yin, the Joint Organization has never set foot in any district. Are you going too far by searching our North District? Qin raised an eyebrow. He pointed at Sichuan's screen and said word by word, this is my only son, and he is humanity's main force in the fight against zombies and mutants. You, the North District, brazenly sent an A-sequence mutant to attack him. You didn't step on my face? Qin's questioning left Xian Yao's face gloomy, but he was speechless. Li Jun was still alive. He'd say anything to save his life. The members of the Joint Organization were fully confident enough to come to the North District to investigate and collect evidence. But no one would willingly allow outsiders into their core area. At the end of the video call, Xian Yao still refused to give in. But Qin was merely informing him, not negotiating with him. After the three-person video call ended, Qin called Sichuan alone. Sichuan, worried that Yuan would get bored listening nearby, opened a carton of milk for him and had him drink slowly through a straw. Father and son talked. The atmosphere was noticeably better than before. Qin asked about Sichuan's situation. Sichuan glanced at Yuan out of the corner of his eye, but didn't tell him everything that happened on the boat. Yuan, the Joint Organization is going to the North District for an investigation this time. They definitely need a team to act as bodyguards. Are you planning to go? Before Sichuan could answer, Yuan gently tugged at the corner of his shirt. He tilted his head slightly, meeting Yuan's eyes, which clearly showed his desire to go. His eyes were a little red, as if he'd been crying secretly. For some unknown reason, Sichuan raised his hand slightly, intending to wipe the red corners of his eyes. Before he could actually reach out, Qin's voice rang out again. Xiao Yuan, are you distracted? Or is there someone with you? No. Sichuan sat up straight and replied, I plan to go. If the North District truly harbors the aberrant A-10, the Joint Organization would be in trouble if they went irrationally. Qin hummed, then told him the time. The search warrant will probably be issued in the next few days. Be prepared to leave at any time. Okay. After a brief conversation, Qin ended the video call. Neither father nor son were chatty, and there wasn't much to talk about during the video call. Yuan hadn't finished his milk yet. He swallowed it, and nervously exchanged glances with Sichuan. He'd been a little out of control earlier, so he hadn't paid much attention to Sichuan. Now, he was here to get the lowdown. My father wants to issue a new order that all 4 districts must follow. Sichuan didn't seem to notice the nervousness in Yuan's eyes. He didn't even mention what happened on the boat. He simply recounted the results of today's interrogation, combining them with the video. Afterward, he asked, we're going to the North District in a few days. Do you want to go? Yuan nodded without hesitation. With his nod, the air seemed to quiet down again. Yuan used to find topics to talk about with Sichuan, but today, he couldn't find any. The two of them remained in a subtle, eerie silence. A few minutes later, Sichuan sighed softly. He raised his hand and rubbed the lifeless hair on the boy's head. And then be good. Yuan didn't say anything. Just when Sichuan thought he wouldn't say anything, he suddenly whispered, I always been good. Ever since leaving the laboratory, he'd been very good. He and the deformed cubs he found were all very good. Sichuan lowered his gaze and looked at him, his dark eyes filled with an undefined emotion. Coming out of Xie Yuan's room, Yuan also carried several items of clothing, including a shirt and pants, with a cartoon pattern sewn on the shirt. Very cute. After returning to the room, Xiaojia watched Yuan try on his new clothes and leaned over to take a look. Brother, your clothes are really nice. Was that from Dr. Wan? Xiaojia and Xiaolu, who were nourished by Dr. Ruan's nutritional cream, both had a good impression of him. Yuan shook his head. He lowered his head to touch the pattern on the clothes, which happened to be a cartoon bird. Xie Yuan made it himself. Yuan tried on the clothes and folded them. He had a lot of casual clothes he hadn't worn, so he altered the size for me. As for the bird on the clothes, Xie Yuan said he had just sewed it. The two children, who had been about to praise the clothes again, fell silent. The next day, Yin Qin was very efficient. He obtained a search warrant. A plane arrived to pick them up. Before leaving, Yuan went to check on Song Jun. Yesterday, while they were at sea, Song Jun had shown signs of health problems. His temperature was alarmingly low. Ruan Ke and Tang Yi were both monitoring his condition. You guys go. By the time you get back, Song Jun will probably have recovered. Ruan Ke urged them, be careful on the road. Xi Yuan, you have to keep a close eye on Inen. Xie Yuan replied, okay. A tinge of blue shimmered beneath his eyes, the result of a sleepless night. Duo had been lost in town. Although Xie Yuan was certain the North District had brought him back, he still went looking for him himself. He returned empty-handed the next morning. This time, they set out for the North District, bringing Chong Chong with him. With Chong Chong, once Duo activated his special powers, he would be able to find him immediately. Just as Xie Yuan and his group set off, Duo, who had been searched for all night in vain, was huddled under a chair in panic. The man who brought him back was also stamping his feet. What bad luck. What on earth are you, a useless little freak, doing out here with him? The man, having caught the wrong person, was furious. He meant to take the worm mutant, not this worthless Duo mutant. Duo, once again being scolded by the little loser, didn't dare to speak. He simply fought back his tears and huddled himself tightly in a chair. After an unknown amount of time, the man, having scolded enough, finally calmed down a bit. He twitched his eyelids, as if remembering something, and suddenly asked, I heard you mutants can evolve, too. Little loser, can you evolve? Duo buried his head in his lap, not looking, listening, or answering. His resistance only intensified the man's interest. He even poked the little piece of shit's arm, probing, is your way of evolution to eat humans? How about I get you some shit to eat? The little shit among the mutants, eating the big shit among humans. Ha ha, the results might be quite interesting. Duo hurriedly covered his mouth upon hearing this. Uncle said, Duo can't eat anything carelessly. Before the man could put his plan into action, someone called him away. When he returned, Duo was taken away by a different person. He was taken back to his familiar little home in the North District, but this time, Chong was not there to keep him company, and Uncle didn't come to see him before bed. Duo crawled under the bed and curled up to sleep. He reached out his little hand and gently patted his back, mumbling, Don't be afraid, Duo, don't be afraid. Chong said she would always take care of this little burden. And Uncle, he still had to take him to kindergarten. Duo will definitely be picked up. Meanwhile on the plane, Yuan was also sleeping. His head rested on Xie Yuan's shoulder, and he looked adorable even in his sleep. Xiaojia and Xiaolu were both in Yuan's pocket. This time, the two cubs insisted on going with him. No one disturbed them on the plane, and Xie Yuan and Yuan were seated alone. Sitting next to each other, their breaths practically mingled. Yuan didn't know if he'd been too stressed lately, but he kept having nightmares while sleeping. All sorts of nightmares, one after another. By the end, he was so exhausted his stomach was growling. Big head. Hungry, Yuan closed his eyes, searching for the aroma. As luck would have it, Xie Yuan had cut his hand yesterday, and he hadn't bandaged it. Like a greedy kitten, Yuan touched his hand and bit it. His little fangs weren't sharp, so the bite didn't hurt at first. It was more like a kitten licking a can of food, the tip of its tongue licking it back and forth. A kitten's tongue has barbs, so licking it hurts. Yuan's tongue had no barbs, but after licking it for so long, it couldn't be said to be painless. Big head. Yuan finally got to eat Big Head in his dream, and his whole body exuded a sense of satisfaction. Xie Yuan indulged him, letting him hold his hand for fun. He could tell that Yuan was dreaming. Eating or gnawing on bones in dreams was common. Xie Yuan didn't stop him. Even if you had accidentally touched the injured part. Time passed slowly. Xie Yuan freed his other hand, and occasionally rubbed Yuan's head. This little act of holding something in his mouth while dreaming was quite cute. At least, it made him feel much more comfortable than the listless look he had yesterday. With Xie Yuan's comfort, Yuan's nightmares gradually subsided. He remained calm for the rest of the journey. Until he got off the plane. Yuan dazedly opened his eyes, and noticed Xie Yuan's hand was red. He asked blankly, "Why is your hand swollen?" The cat scratched it. Chapter 42. Is there a cat on the plane? Sitting in the military vehicle, Yuan continued to ask Xie Yuan about the cat. The driver was from the United Organization, a middle-aged man who looked a generation older than them. He had a kind face, and was dressed in gray casual clothes. There weren't many people on the military vehicle to meet them. After all, no one would be so desperate as to assassinate Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan closed his eyes, resting one hand on Yuan's wrist to prevent him from moving. There was a cat, a small, adorable one. What about the cat? Yuan kept asking, where did you put the cat? Is it still on the plane? Xie Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids before blurting out, it ran away. Yuan, Yuan winced. Okay. He still liked cats. None of his cubs were cats. The only one that looked most like a cat was a tiger cub. Xie Yuan noticed his low mood and asked, do you like furry things? Yuan hummed a heavy hum. He loved furry little creatures. It was so comfortable to cuddle and pet them. Xie Yuan looked at him and thought to himself, you're quite the furry creature yourself. If you want to pet a furry thing, you might as well pet your own head. The car sped along, and Yuan peeped out the window. There were still zombies out there. The number of zombies was too vast, and the number of infected people was increasing. For the time being, no one could break this situation. Compared to zombies, the number of mutants was much smaller. Mutants were divided into two categories, those created in the laboratory and those that had been infected and fused by chance. Of the two, the former were the most feared by humans. Xie Yuan didn't really want to waste too much time on the aberrations. There were fewer of them, and unlike zombies, they weren't constantly devouring people. Some of them were quite ferocious, occasionally devouring humans. But compared to the infectious nature of zombies, their dangers were less severe. After dealing with the North District situation, Xie Yuan would return his focus to the zombies. Xie Yuan. Yuan suddenly tilted his head and looked at Xie Yuan. His hand was held in Xie Yuan's palm, unable to be released. Both of their hands were slightly sweaty. It felt a little uncomfortable. Xie Yuan's eyes remained closed. He uttered a lazy hum and asked Yuan, what do you want me to do? Yuan touched the swollen area with his other hand and smacked his lips, recovering his senses. His eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly said, am I a cat? There was still a sweet taste in his mouth, the taste of big head. Xie Yuan didn't answer, but the corner of his lip curled up. Yuan caught his lip curl and scratched his palm vigorously. I'm not a cat. The two of them exchanged a few words occasionally. The driver in the driver's seat was very dedicated. He stared straight ahead, not even glancing at the back seat. It was unknown how much time passed. The car arrived at its destination. After Xie Yuan got out, Yuan followed suit. They weren't heading to the North District, but to the New South District, a little further away, the headquarters of the joint organization. Xie Yuan was going to meet the investigators there. The lead investigator was a beautiful, capable woman named Bai Xia. Bai Xia had a ponytail and fair skin, though her expression was a little cold. Yuan looked at her and vaguely saw Selena's shadow. This woman bore a resemblance to Selena. But Selena would smile at him, while Bai Xia wouldn't. Xie Yuan met with the other party, picked up several investigators, and headed for the North District. With Xie Yuan in charge, no mutants appeared along the way. However, they encountered two waves of zombies, both of which were relatively undeveloped. They simply instinctively wanted to bite the people in the car. After the car drove out, the zombie hordes pursued them relentlessly. Xie Yuan, aren't you going to kill the zombies this time? No. Why not? To save time. The zombies are endless. If he stopped now, and stood in the middle of the horse to start killing zombies, he might not be able to finish them off until tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. There are priorities, and the most urgent thing right now is what the North District should do. Did the Xiaowutian mentioned by Lijian actually have a deformed A10? Sometimes, Xie Yuan felt that human ambition and desire were more terrifying than any monster. The zombie tide couldn't stop Xie Yuan's car. Yuan observed the zombies along the way and rescued several waves of people. They could temporarily ignore the endless zombies, but they couldn't ignore the people in danger. Thank you, thank you. The rescued people thanked them repeatedly and, after receiving the food Yuan gave them, devoured it ravenously. Yuan gave them all the food he had saved, since it didn't matter if he didn't eat it. Bai Xia took out a map and handed it to the survivors. I marked the route for you. If you follow it, you find the living base. As long as they pass the inspection, they can live in the base. In addition to giving them the map, Bai Xia also gave them most of the food in the car. But the person in front of them didn't take the map. They looked at each other, and an elderly woman wearing a floral long-sleeved shirt and black pants asked, "Why are you giving us the map? You have a car, so why won't you let us ride?" Yuan, still searching for food, was stunned. He looked up at the group of survivors who had just thanked them. The elderly woman knocked the map away. Pointing at the car, she said firmly, "I recognize this car. It's a military vehicle. You drivers of military vehicles should serve the people." The elderly woman's words spurred the others to agree. "You're right. The road is so dangerous. We have to take a car." "That's right. Who drives a military vehicle without taking civilians with them? It's so dangerous for us to walk to the base. You have to let us in the car." The survivors' hands tugged at the car door. Yuan couldn't help but interrupt, "But we're running out of room. We have an important mission to carry out, and we can't take you with us." Yuan's words were like a drop of water in a frying pan, sending sparks flying. "Young man, you look so fair and tender, how can you be so cruel? You won't let us get on. Are you just going to leave us here to die? We want to get on, and if you don't, you can't leave either." In the car sat several investigators, the driver, Xie Yuan, and Yuan. The car was already packed. There wasn't a single empty seat. Being held back like this, everyone frowned. Xie Yuan glanced at the time on his watch and, without further delay, said coldly, "I count to 3, then let go." "I won't. You're in a military vehicle, how dare you hit someone?" The survivors, recognizing the vehicle, seemed instantly emboldened. Xie Yuan didn't even blink, not even bothering to count to 3. He simply ordered drive. The driver had been wanting to leave for a long time. He knew this mission was unsafe. Searching the North District was, in a sense, a way of saving face for the district. It wasn't certain he could enter the North District without a problem, so the driver really didn't want to waste too much time on the road. To avoid further complications, he had to act quickly. The driver listened to Xie Yuan's instructions and stepped on the accelerator. At the same time, Xie Yuan personally pried apart the carjackers, showing no mercy even when they fell to the ground and began to plead. The car was already full. Could they just throw the inspector out to make room for them? Or perhaps, just kick him out for Yuan? What a pipe dream. As the car pulled away, crying could be heard from behind. Yuan glanced back, then after a moment, threw the food he prepared out. An inspector noticed his actions and said, "Even if you give them food, if you don't let them on the car, they still scold you. Why bother?" Yuan pursed his lips and replied, "The aunt who just scolded us had a child with her." "Inspector, eh?" The inspector thought for a moment, and secretly threw a few packets of food as well. A considerable amount of food was thrown out of the car. After the people behind cried for a while, they realized the car wasn't going to return. They wiped their tears, and angrily walked forward to retrieve all the food, including the map they had just destroyed. "Mom, where are we going now?" a child asked dazedly. "To find the base." The aunt in the floral long-sleeved shirt hurled a scathing curse. "This military vehicle should be carrying us. Soldiers are supposed to serve the people. These people don't have good intentions." Her scolding was harsh, and the child, listening in bewilderment, was also misled. The people in the car weren't good people, they were the ones who were harming them. But it was these people who had just saved them from the zombies. "Remember this, son? Don't treat them with kindness next time you see them." The aunt continued to lecture, and the young child, unable to discern the truth, simply listened passively. Yuan, who was in the car, didn't hear a word of what was happening. He had been on the island recently, at most visiting the area. This was his first time outside, and again, seeing so many zombies. There were a lot of zombies, but fortunately, there were also quite a few zombie corpses on the road. Some humans were trying their best to resist. The car drove for 2 days, encountering several attacks and accidents. But nothing could stop them from getting closer and closer to the North District. 3 days later, Xie Yuan led the group to the North District gate. Yuan, wearing Xie Yuan's coat, had a dirty face. Bai Xia and the other investigators were not much better off. The North District had put in a lot of effort to stop them. Seeing their successful arrival, the people who met them at the North District gate looked unhappy. However, upon meeting each other, they still managed a warm smile. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." The man who met them wore a smile, though it barely reached his eyes. He said politely, "Our commander was originally going to pick you up, but figured with Commander Xie here, nothing would go wrong. So, he's focusing on district matters. Do you mind?" "No." Although Xie Qiyuan's face was clean, his dark eyes revealed a troubled mood. After a short exchange of pleasantries at the door, Bai Xia said coldly, "Can we go in? Are you planning to set up a table at the door to welcome us?" "Of course not." The man then ushered them in. They were at the main base, the most important base in the North District. Xi and Yao had already arranged rooms for them, and in their current state, they naturally couldn't start work right away. The North District had allocated several rooms. Xie Qiyuan hadn't let Yuan stay alone. He was worried. Yuan patted his pocket and shook his head. He emphasized, "I want to live on my own. We can live next to each other, but I don't want to sleep in the same room." Xie Qiyuan, ? Xie Qiyuan frowned, annoyed. "Why don't you want to live with me?" Yuan tried hard to come up with an excuse. "I don't like living with others." "Aren't there plenty of rooms here? We can have space." Unfazed by this, Xie Qiyuan reminded him, "Didn't we share a room in the village before?" Yuan lowered his head and whispered, "That was because I needed to take care of you." Big Head had just been picked up by him at that time, so of course he wanted to live with him. After all, this was food storage. The two of them remained in a stalemate. Yuan refused to live with him no matter what. He had 2 puppies in his pocket, and they needed to sleep at night. "Forget it," Xie Qiyuan said calmly. "You can live on your own. Call me if anything happens." Chapter 43. Yuan didn't want to sleep with Xie Qiyuan, but Bai Xia brought over a little friend. It was Chong Chong, the one who had followed them from the island. Ever since Duo was lost, Chong Chong had been feeling down. On the plane and in the car, he'd taken a nap, trying to activate his ability to find Duo while dormant. On arrival at their destination, Bai Xia brought the sleepy Chong Chong over. Chong Chong wanted to sleep with Yuan, but Xie Qiyuan grabbed him and said coldly, "Come on, sleep with me." Chong Chong's eyes widened, shock. He struggled to flap his legs a few times, but as Xie Qiyuan lowered his gaze, his legs slowly faltered. Yuan watched Xie Qiyuan carry Chong Chong into the room and felt a bit displeased. Before he could call out for him or say goodnight, the little one in his pocket was already hugging his fingers, urging him back to his room. All right. Yuan turned and went back into the room, taking the 2 cubs out. "You can move freely now." The cubs were practically drooping from the long journey. The little butterfly spread its wings and flew around the room, a sort of check. "Brother, the room is safe. No surveillance, no weapons." Yuan nodded, then opened the lizard skin bag and fished out the clothes. He dragged a small basin from the bathroom and squatted down to wash the dirty clothes he changed on the road over the past few days, including Xie Qiyuan's shirt. "Xiao Lu Xiao Jiu." Yuan filled the sink with some water and called to them, "Wash your faces, then go to bed. I finished washing clothes, and I need to shower." Yuan loves cleanliness and definitely can't sleep in such a dirty state. Meanwhile, Xie Qiyuan, who was only a wall away from Yuan, was also showering in the bathroom. The bed in the room was large, more than enough for 2 people plus Chong Chong. There was a sofa in the small living room, so one person could sleep on the sofa, and the other could sleep on the sofa, making for comfortable sleeping. Xie Qiyuan had just wanted to call Yuan out to sleep, but he had no ill intentions. Beatty wasn't a pushover, he was just worried Yuan might get into trouble. But Yuan refused. A fine stream of water poured down from his head, and Xie Qiyuan smoothed his wet hair back. He closed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. The first time he saw Yuan, he simply thought this lucky little guy looked quite cute. The second time he saw him was when he was dealing with A09 in the village. The third time was in the abandoned old city of Yu, when he had dealt with A06 and other mutants while rescuing Uncle Ruan. Was it a coincidence? Xie Qiyuan let out a long breath, temporarily suppressing all his thoughts. The ambiguity that had been lingering in his heart was once again hidden in this situation. He had always been an extremely calm person, and he always prided himself on being rational. So, even with enough calmness and rationality, he couldn't easily let his guard down around a boy who was suspected of being a little liar. Xie Qiyuan was in the bathroom, wrestling with himself. Chong Chong didn't dare to wash with Xie Qiyuan, so he had to squat at the door and wait for him. Next door, Yuan finished washing his clothes and then himself. When everything was done, without a second thought, he hugged his cubs and fell asleep. On his left and right, 2 precious cubs accompanied him through the night. That night, Yuan slept soundly, and the lights in the North District Executive Meeting Room stayed on until midnight. Xia Tianwu sat in the last chair, his slender fingers twirling a pen, his expression languid, yet no one dared to reprimand him. What are you panicking about? Xia Tianwu said calmly. Aren't Li relatives in the East District? It's clearly the East District framing us about the ship incident. A faint smile crossed his slightly pale face. As long as the investigators can't find any mutants in us, our North District will be clear. With a few words, he shifted the blame onto the East District, which always preferred to smooth things over. Xian Yao, sitting at the very top, had a look of annoyance between his brows. He stared directly at Xia Tianwu. The Red Bird Organization isn't accepting our orders anymore? No. The Red Bird Organization is actually a very useful mercenary organization. For enough money, they do anything for you. However, Qin Yao has recently been discussing cooperation with the West District. This cunning organization wouldn't backstab the West District before the partnership is successful. Xian Yao was even more displeased upon hearing this result. He felt the North District was no weaker than the West District. The West District's current position was overwhelming the East, South, and North Districts, thanks to a loyal dog. These monsters, talking about humanity's protector, shouldn't exist. The infected are becoming increasingly rampant, and the mutants are also a hidden danger. In this situation, Yin Qin keeps suggesting that the 4 districts collaborate, but if the 4 districts actually cooperate, who would take the lead? Now they're collaborating, but what's the next step? Would a merger be the next step? Once the merger took place, the North District, which he had ruled for so many years, would most likely fall to Yin Qin. Compared to the infected and the mutants, the West District posed the greatest threat to him. Xian Yao thought of the other 2 districts, and wondered if they would be willing to see the West District dominate. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Xian Yao finally asked, Xia Tianwu, are you sure they can't find any mutants? Xia Tianwu smiled and said, not even a single one would be too much to ask. Don't worry, we give them some of the unwanted little bastards when the time is right. Yes. The meeting room resumed. Xian Yao waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse, leaving only Xia Tianwu to remain. The door closed. Xia Tianwu stood up and slowly walked over to Xian Yao. The two of them locked eyes, and Xian Yao asked softly, does Shenger Labs have any new products? Are they researching traditional nutrient pastes? Xia Tianwu didn't appear to be Xian Yao's confidant, but the two of them were actually very close. In response to Xian Yao's question, Xia Tianwu replied, don't worry. Sheng's research projects are no longer just about producing mutants. They have many bold and innovative projects in the works. Captain Xian, the most urgent task is to get Xie Yuan out of the North District as soon as possible, or to let him die there. Without Xie Yuan, the West District is nothing. I understand. The two men's conversation faded until silence finally settled. The next day, Yuan was awakened by a knock on the door. He was grumpy, and when he was woken, the sun hadn't even reached his butt. This wasn't a normal time for him to wake up. Yuan was unhappy. He buried his face in the quilt, eyes closed, and muttered, I want to sleep. Xiaolu and Xiujio were just brainless braggarts. Big brother wanted to sleep, and Xiaolu looked at his brother, still hiding under the covers, feeling that it was a heinous crime to prevent him from getting a good night's sleep. He flapped his wings and said decisively, I use my supernatural powers to knock down the person knocking at the door. Yuan's sleepiness vanished in an instant. He sat up with a jerk and grabbed Xiaolu. Come back here. Xiaolu, held captive by his big brother, was still staring at the door. Yuan, frightened by his own children, was no longer sleepy. He lowered his voice and lectured, didn't I tell you? Don't use your supernatural powers recklessly. Xie Yuan lived next door. If Shilio's wings really tried to unleash his supernatural powers, he would be met with Xie Yuan's gleaming bone blade. Seeing his elder brother scolding Xiaolu, Xiujio silently retracted his hyphae, which was about to reach the door. Yuan, no longer sleepy, put the two pups down, quickly changed his clothes, washed his face, and rushed to open the door. Before opening the door, he glanced through the peephole. It was Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan glanced at Yuan's face, which hadn't yet dried the water droplets, and paused. Just woke up. Yuan nodded obediently. Xie Yuan knew he was grumpy when he woke up, so he didn't ask why he was opening the door so late. I have to accompany the investigator to work today, so we go together. Yes. After a night of rest, Bai Xia and the others looked much better. It was still early, so they had to go to the restaurant for dinner. Yuan wasn't hungry. He had been holding Xie Yuan's wound in his mouth all the way on the plane, and he was already well fed. Xie Yuan handed him a bottle of milk. Yuan was startled when he saw the milk. Is this milk from the island? Did Xie Yuan actually bring it from the island? But after all the travel, food was scarce during the last 2 days, and even when Bai Xia and the others were starving, Xie Yuan didn't even bring out the milk. Drink your milk. Xie Yuan said this calmly, his tone devoid of emotion. Bai Xia ate while explaining something to the people he had brought with him. After that, Bai Xia approached Xie Yuan and began to explain the work. Yuan bit the straw of milk and didn't interrupt. He kept his eyes on Xie Yuan, and the milk he swallowed felt warm in his stomach, and not only in his stomach, but also in his heart. After Yuan finished the entire bottle of milk, he didn't touch the breakfast in front of him. Xie Yuan glanced at him, and left the egg for him, moving the rest onto his own plate. Eat the eggs, I have these. Yuan said slowly. Oh. Xie Yuan must be complaining about his picky eating again. It was the same thing on the island before, when he ate little. Xie Yuan noticed and reprimanded him several times. After breakfast, Bai Xia took out a small instrument. Yuan saw it and asked curiously, "What is this? Will it be used for searches?" Bai Xia explained calmly, "A search tool." Yuan was even more bewildered. Could such a small device really detect aberrations? Bai Xia adjusted the instrument and added, "This is a device we designed specifically for aberrations. It generates a special magnetic field that's only useful for aberrations. Under this magnetic field interference, the aberrants won't be able to remain calm. Once they move, energy fluctuations will occur." Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. If this device, which can target aberrants, had been activated while they were in the car, wouldn't his 2 cubs have been exposed long ago? Just as a cold sweat was about to break out on his forehead, Bai Xia added, "Currently, manufacturing this type of device is very difficult, and I only brought 3 this time." Only 3. Yuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Xia needed to search the North District, and 3 search devices might not be enough. Nevertheless, Yuan continued, "Xie Yuan, do we still need Chong Chong with us? Will he be affected by the device?" Chong Chong was also a teratogen. If the device was activated after debugging, Chong Chong might also be affected. Bai Xia thought of Chong Chong and said, "Let him stay in the room. We just go out." Yuan replied, "Okay." After he finished, he looked at Xie Yuan. Chong Chong was still in bed. Although he was a freak, he was still a cub. Freak cubs usually sleep a lot, and when Xie Yuan woke up, Chong Chong was still sound asleep. "I go back and tell him." "I go." Yuan had his own plans, so he volunteered, "Chong Chong is really attached to me." Xie Yuan gave him his room card and watched him leave. As soon as Yuan left, Bai Xia spoke to Xie Yuan. She asked casually, "What are you doubting, Yuan?" Xie Yuan's dark eyes suddenly grew cold. He glared at Bai Xia and said calmly, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Bai Xia smiled. She looked at Xie Yuan without flinching and introduced herself. "I used to be a micro-expression observer, minoring in psychology. Sir Xia, I can see that your feelings towards Yuan are a bit conflicted right now. Do you need me to help you with your worries?" "No." A hint of displeasure flashed across Xie Yuan's eyes, and he coldly warned, "No one needs to interfere with what's going on between me and Yuan." Bai Xia shrugged, looking away indifferently, "As you wish." Xie Yuan remained in the lobby while Yuan, taking his room card, quickly returned. He didn't rush to open Xie Yuan's door, but instead opened his own door first. The 2 cubs, with nothing else to do, were both napping. Yuan placed the 2 children in a small box and instructed, "You will stay with Chong Chong next door today. The search team has equipment specifically for aberrants. It's best not to let Chong Chong discover you. If you are discovered, ask Chong Chong to keep it a secret." The 2 cubs listened obediently to Yuan's instructions, and didn't ask to follow him. They knew their eldest brother's biggest fear was their identities being exposed. After transferring the 2 cubs to Chong Chong's, Yuan again warned Chong Chong not to run around before closing the door and leaving. In the hall, Bai Xia had already adjusted the equipment. She set the parameters so that Xie Yuan's room wouldn't be affected by the equipment, but other areas would be. When Yuan arrived, the person sent from the North District had already arrived. She was a very beautiful girl named Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled sweetly and said to them, "I know this place very well. I can take you anywhere you want to go. Is there a laboratory here?" Bai Xia asked first. Lu Yan's smile remained unchanged as she nodded. "Yes, with the current outbreak, our base has been researching the composition of the virus, trying to see if there's any way to suppress it." Bai Xia then asked, "Have you figured it out?" Lu Yan said helplessly, "If we had, we in the North District would have informed you long ago. So many people wouldn't have suffered outside. The main base is large, and has the strongest defenses. Yuan and Xie Yuan followed behind, acting as bodyguards. Bai Xia and the searchers took a general look around several key locations in the base. If there were any mutants in the North District, it wouldn't be easy to completely relocate them. The main base is the safest place. If we need to hide anything important, it's best to keep it here. Xie Yuan, do you think we find anything? I don't know. From behind, Yuan spoke softly to Xie Yuan. The two of them were just supporting characters. They wouldn't be needed unless there was an emergency. Time slipped by. Bai Xia took her time, taking in the area for a brief moment. She spoke and acted with a steady demeanor, giving off the air of a career-driven woman. However, Yuan shared a small piece of information with Xie Yuan. Sister Bai is a mother now. Xie Yuan, ? Xie Yuan was stunned for a moment. How did you know? Yuan replied, I saw it. While she was rummaging through something, a photo fell down. It's of a very cute baby. Sister Bai said it was her baby. Xie Yuan was completely unaware of this information. His impression was that Bai Xia seemed single. The two spoke quietly. The person in front was too preoccupied with their work to bother them. It was night. Lu Yan left, and Bai Xia spoke to his search officer about the suspicious areas he had seen today. With only 3 search engines, they had to carefully choose where to use them. Even in places where they wouldn't use them, they would conduct more thorough in-person inspections. Night fell. In the past, many people would have embraced the nightlife. The city's nightlife was vibrant and diverse, and the various entertainment options made it alluring and inviting. Yuan lived at the Research Institute, and had never experienced this kind of nightlife. Yuan, are you in a hurry to go back? After sending Bai Xia back, Xie Yuan suddenly asked, leaning against the corridor. Yuan was in no hurry to go back. Bai Xia hadn't found the aberration during the day, so Yuan wanted to take a look at it at night. He looked up at Xie Yuan. Perhaps Xie Yuan was thinking the same thing as him. Are you taking me out? Yuan asked back. Xie Yuan hummed to him. Yuan walked up to him and said calmly, then let's go out. The two of them didn't leave openly. Xie Yuan took him to change into different clothes than they had worn during the day, and then quietly left. The people in the North District would undoubtedly be watching them. But if Xie Yuan didn't want anyone watching, then no one could. Yuan, after so many days of training on the island, was no rookie. After the two of them slipped out, Yuan lowered his voice and asked Xie Yuan, how long will we have to walk? Almost there. Xie Yuan said they were almost there, but they still walked for a full half-hour before stopping. Where is this? Yuan looked at the unassuming little grocery store in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion. It's an exciting place. Money buys everything here, including clues. Relying solely on Bai Xia's search engine, Xie Yuan wasn't sure he could pinpoint his target. This time, he wanted to find a small deformed creature that was clinging to him. The deformed creature was timid and clumsy, so keeping it out was pointless. It would be better for him to bring it back and have it go to kindergarten. In the dimly lit grocery store, Xie Yuan picked up 2 masks from the shelf. He gave Yuan a deer mask. He had originally picked a pig mask, but Yuan had put it on his face. You're the pig. Yuan put on his own deer mask and said to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan raised his hand and tugged at his aloof hair, ignoring the piglet. This grocery store, nestled in a remote corner, looked small and shabby. Yuan felt cramped even for 2 people standing inside. The man guarding the store was a lazy, middle-aged man. He waved a tattered fan, a radio in front of him, his eyes closed, humming along to opera music. Xie Yuan leaned over, interrupting the man's humming, and spoke to him in a low voice for a few words. Then, the man raised his eyelids, handed him 2 coupons, and stood up to clear the items hanging on the wall at the back of the store. After clearing the items, the man reached out and pushed the wall hard. The wall was pushed open, revealing a door. Go in. With these words, the uncle sat back in his chair. Yuan watched this magical scene, feeling incredulous. The door opened. Xie Yuan took Yuan's hand and led him inside. The moment they entered, Xie Yuan suddenly leaned in close, whispering softly, Yuan, it's a mess in there. You must follow me closely. Yuan's mind raced, and in those few brief seconds, he had already thought of many things. Xie Yuan had followed Bai Xia into the North District. Besides protecting Bai Xia, he probably had connections there. For example, this amazing lazy uncle, and for example, this amazing gate. Behind the gate was a one-way alley. Yuan, led by Xie Yuan, walked in step by step. The alley was a bit dark, and Yuan held Xie Yuan's hand tightly. Xie Yuan seemed to sense his uneasiness and soothed him with some cautions. This is an underground casino, different from the casino we visited last time. It doesn't have a name, but it's a national chain with branches in other areas. From Xie Yuan's familiar tone, it was clear he was a regular. Yuan pricked up his ears, listening intently. As he listened, he heard Xie Yuan say, not only is the environment in there messy, but the people are too. So if someone tries to flirt with you, do you know how to respond? Yuan thought for a moment, then replied solemnly, I won't answer. He didn't talk to strangers. Xie Yuan choked. For a moment, Xie Yuan stared straight ahead, his eyes fixed, his voice serious. He warned, if someone tries to flirt with you, just say you're mine. Yuan, ? Is that still an acceptable response? Chapter 44. The one-way path didn't take long before it reached its end. Yuan's fingers were still unconsciously scratching his palm, nervously. But since he was holding Xie Yuan's hand, he was naturally scratching Xie Yuan's palm. Luckily, he was a clean freak and didn't have his fingernails taut, otherwise Xie Yuan's palm would have been in trouble. Leaving the path, light gradually appeared, and finally, a massive and luxurious national underground casino chain came into view. The underground casino was bustling with people. Everyone was partying enthusiastically. Yuan rubbed his eyes with his free hand. He said blankly, Xie Yuan, why are there so many people here? And they don't seem worried about the zombies outside at all. Xie Yuan beside him explained, because in this world, there are always many people with power, influence, or ability. Yuan pondered what kind of person he was. No power, no influence, and no money. Oh! He was just a useless little zombie. Xie Yuan had told him a lot about the underground scene. It wasn't open every day, but on set dates. Even the North District boss might not know about this kind of underground scene. This time, Xie Yuan had chosen the right time and brought Yuan in. He had someone in the North District, but it involved only aberrations, so the other party didn't know much. A 10, in particular, was full of minor aberrations, and it was impossible to find out anything about them. Xie Yuan certainly met the criteria for power and influence. As for whether he had money, Yuan looked up, his eyes, peeking through his deer mask, clear and bright. He nervously asked Xie Yuan, do you still have a wife? Last time at the casino, Xie Yuan lost all his wife's capital. Xie Yuan lowered his eyes and met his. No more, so if I need money later, I pawn you here. Yuan, shock. That won't do. Xie Yuan, as if suddenly reminded of something, a flicker of amusement flashed in his eyes. He chuckled, this really is like going to the casino. No wife, pawning. Pawning my little follower. Yuan stammered, interrupting him, stopping him from continuing. Xie Yuan narrowed his eyes, but, seeing the young man's red ears, he didn't let the little follower ruin his mood. The underground is divided into many areas. There's the more bloody fighting arena, the auction house more suitable for treasure hunting, and the more erotic and unspeakable areas. In short, during the underground's opening hours, as long as you enter with sufficient capital, you can do whatever you want and get whatever you want. Xie Yuan led Yuan, navigating the route to a small queue window. The line wasn't long, sparsely populated. Soon, it was Xie Yuan and Yuan's turn. Xie Yuan called to Yuan, write down your question and hand it through the window. If the person on the other end is willing to answer you, you only need to pay a small fee to receive the answer. Yuan was tempted. He stared at the small window, eager to try. Xie Yuan, if I don't have enough to pay you, could you lend me some? I deduct it from my salary. He was currently training on the island, earning a salary for carrying out missions. Although his salary wasn't as high as Xie Yuan's, Yuan was already quite satisfied. Seeing their turn in line, Xie Yuan had no time to tease him, so he replied, go ahead and write. I pay your fee. Thank you. Yuan's eyes curled, and he mentally gave Xie Yuan a big good guy card. Xie Yuan wrote first, his first question, is the A10 variant in the North District? The second question, where is the virus's multiple variants? Both questions were crammed into the small window. The answers wouldn't come immediately. So Xie Yuan stepped aside, waiting for Yuan to write his questions. Yuan hesitated. The question he wanted to write about was definitely about Zizi. But if he asked about Zizi's whereabouts, would the other party guess his relationship with him? After pondering for a few seconds, Yuan didn't miss this opportunity. He wrote carefully, I want to know where A10 is. Following the same format, he continued, I want to know where A01 is. He wrote down all the Zizi he hadn't found. Aside from A06 and A09, the other two are still at the hotel. After writing his question, Yuan received an answer. Yuan's question, however, remained unanswered. Looking at Yuan, whose question was answered, Yuan felt both frustrated and envious. Seeing this, Yuan bowed his head and said, "It's okay. I show you the answer to my question." Yuan said dejectedly, "Your question isn't what I wanted to ask. Your answer won't help me." Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and stated both of his questions. The next second, Yuan's eyes lit up like a puppy's. He hugged Yuan's arm and said, "I want to see the answer." He wanted to see the answers to both A10 and Duoduo. Yuan let him cross his arms, but didn't take him to get the answers right away. The answers would still take a while to be delivered. Yuan stood outside, completely oblivious, when a pair of eyes suddenly fixed him at the small window where he submitted his questions. Many people asked about the whereabouts of the aberrations, but not many asked about the 8-digit aberrations of the A sequence all at once. Even if someone did, they were only interested in these aberrations, each with their own agenda. Only the young man not far away was too innocent. "You can't expect an answer for a while. Would you like me to take you for a stroll?" Yuan was too lazy to stand still. He glanced around and exchanged a few candies at the money machine. The candies had a sweet, fruity aroma. Yuan loved them. Seeing this, Yuan exchanged for another full bag. Yuan felt a bit nervous as he touched a bag of candy. "Is this candy expensive?" Yuan said calmly, "Not expensive, 10 cents each." Yuan felt relieved. A stranger nearby, having heard their conversation, became curious and decided to exchange some candy. But when he got to the exchange machine and saw the price tag on the candy, the stranger's mouth twitched. 500 coins per piece. The man had actually claimed a candy worth 500 yuan was 10 cents each. He finally understood. He met a romantic. Yuan, chewing on a candy, followed Yuan upstairs to the auction house. From start to finish, they didn't bid on a single item at the auction. There was no way around it. Auction items often cost tens of millions, and a certain gullible person, with nothing left but his wife's money, couldn't afford to buy them. Yuan yawned as he looked at the auction items. "This floor isn't interesting. Let's go to another floor." "Okay." Yuan yawned as Yuan led him out. After a few steps, he pointed at the stairs and said, "Let's go to the first floor. It's so lively there. I can hear it from here." The first floor was the bloodiest fighting arena. Yuan looked at him hesitantly, as if considering whether to agree. "Go ahead. I think it's lively." Yuan's voice was a little mushy, and the mushy ending sounded like a spoiled child to Yuan. After Yuan repeated "go ahead" twice, the stairway lights came on. Yuan led Yuan to the first floor. Before going, he repeatedly warned Yuan, "The first floor is too noisy. There might be a lot of gory scenes. If you feel uncomfortable, we leave." Yuan mumbled a few words. He only felt uncomfortable after seeing zombies eating people. There were no zombies in the basement, so there was no way they could be seen eating people. As for the fighting arena, even if the fights got a bit violent, he was mentally prepared. Thinking he was mentally prepared, Yuan went to the fighting arena on the first floor. Yuan chose a seat that was neither too far nor too close, and Yuan sat next to him. Their field of vision was just right for a clear view of the fighting arena. The new fighting arena had just begun to see the contestants enter. One was a tall, muscular man, and the other was not a human. A beast resembling a Tibetan mastiff. Yuan had seen such a scene before, but he hadn't expected to encounter it tonight. The fight began. The man initially had the upper hand, but before the crowd could cheer, the tide of battle turned. The beast, its teeth still stained with flesh, bit the sturdy man's waist fiercely. As blood splattered, Yuan raised his hand and covered Yuan's eyes. "Don't look." Yuan's deep voice echoed in Yuan's ears, dispelling the panic in his eyes. Yuan covered his ears, but he could still hear the sounds. The crunch of teeth on flesh, the man's desperate wail. I wonder if fear had affected his brain. For a moment, Yuan felt as if he had been to this place before. Only, he hadn't been sitting in the stands, he had been standing below. And then, Yuan called soothingly, asking, "Let's stop looking. The answers above should be out." The answers to his two questions had indeed been revealed. The answer to A10 was, "And Duo abnormal, he's right here right now." Below the first floor, there's a small, cramped space filled with small things, like the little piece of shit that someone sent over for training. The little piece of shit was filthy, having been moved around so many times in the past few days. While he was here, he had a lot of cuts on his body. He clutched a gray feather in his tiny hand. I heard he was lucky. 2 days before yesterday, just as he was about to die, he encountered a secret abnormal that was being transferred. The other person's ability was regeneration, which could still be used on his own kind, so the damned little piece of shit managed to survive. Okay, your turn. Someone came over, squatted in front of the little piece of shit, and lectured him once again. This time, you have to learn how to fight back. You're not human, so don't think of yourself as one. Kill and eat those you fight, and you become stronger. If you still can't do it today, you be used as fodder and fed to others, understand? The dirty little loser clutched the feather tightly, his eyes glazed over. He listened to the man before him chatter for a long time before uttering in a trembling voice, "No, I don't want to be fodder." The man smiled with relief. Excellent. If you don't want to be fodder, go eat people. If you don't become stronger, no one will want to support a loser like you anymore. The loser remained silent. The man, feeling his encouragement was effective, enthusiastically began to review the results. Come on, tell me, what is your goal? Become stronger. The man practically said those 2 words for him. He looked at the loser before him encouragingly, waiting for him to articulate his goal. However, he waited for a long time. Just as the man was about to lose his patience, the little loser finally spoke, his voice trembling, my goal, my goal. He paused, and after a long moment, he dragged out his tears. I want to go to kindergarten. My uncle said he would sew him a nice school bag and send him to kindergarten. After all this time of teaching him, only to see this result, he was furious. He stared at the little loser on the ground in disbelief and anger, his voice almost distorted. You little freak, isn't your nature, isn't it to eat people and become stronger? A little freak saying his goal was to go to kindergarten. This was simply ridiculous. At this moment on the stage, Yuan sat still standing. He was wearing a deer mask, so his expression couldn't be seen. Yuan spoke to him, but he didn't respond. He just stared stubbornly at the audience. Chapter 45. The bloody match caused the audience to scream, but their screams came not from fear, but from excitement. Yuan pried Yuan's large hand away from his ear. I'm fine. With a stern face, he said earnestly that he was fine. Yuan's attention was no longer on the stage. He was closely observing Yuan. In the basement, there was no order or moral restraint. Everyone wore a mask, and no one could see the face beneath it. It was unknown how much time had passed. Someone whispered something in Yuan's ear. Yuan stood up and told Yuan, I go get the answers and be back in a few minutes. Stay here. Yuan nodded. He really didn't want to move. Yuan walked quickly, anxious to get back as quickly as possible. And just as he left, someone else actually took a seat next to Yuan. Hello. The man who sat down wore a kitten mask, and his voice sounded gentle. But this gentleness was different from Ruanku's, whose warmth was like a gentle spring breeze. Yuan's first reaction to this man's gentleness was one of alarm. He didn't respond, simply staring intently at the audience. Do you like this kind of match? The man continued to talk to him. The backstage will close soon. If you want to see another match, you can. Seeing that silence wouldn't stop him from chatting, Yuan coldly interrupted. I came here with someone else. He imitated Yuan's words. I'm his man. The man, The man swallowed his interruption and regarded Yuan with narrowed eyes. Yuan sat upright, not even glancing at him. His mind was already hazy, like a tangled mess. A chaotic mess, perhaps a fleeting memory, raced through his mind. Thanks to this man's interruption, his attention was diverted, and he was even able to break free from his drowsiness. With Yuan away, Yuan didn't want to talk to anyone. The man sitting next to him failed to greet him, and then tried another topic, which also failed to engage him. A moment later, the audience cleared the room, and the host said with a smile, after watching for so long, I'm sure everyone must be tired. To help you relax, we prepared a new program. As he finished speaking, the audience applauded. The host's smile deepened as he continued, next up is a very special little creature, a newly arrived little freak. This little freak is very timid and doesn't dare to eat humans. But he only grows stronger by feeding on flesh and blood. Dear audience members, would you like to play a little training game? Invest in this little freak now. When he comes on stage and eats someone, we refund 5% of your investment. As long as he keeps eating, we keep refunding. A savvy audience member immediately calculated that if this little freak eats 20 people, they make back their money. Eat the 21st person, and they earn an additional 5%. Instantly, many people became interested. The investment money flowed into the account, and the person in charge of the little waste backstage laughed. He picked up the little waste in front of him and sternly warned him, I'm telling you, You must eat your opponent at the start. Otherwise, these audiences won't buy it. The little loser had lost a lot of weight in just a few days. He kicked his short legs, trying to break free, but after days without food, he had no strength left. Alright, 3 minutes left, get on stage. Backstage, everyone was ready. On stage, Yuan was so annoyed by the annoying approacher that he wanted to cover his ears. Luckily, Xie Yuan said he'd be back soon, and in less than 2 minutes, he was at Yuan's side, calling him to a new seat. After Yuan sat down, Xie Yuan waved his long arm, encircling him. The man who had been chatting with Yuan saw this, and stood up and left. As soon as the man turned the corner, someone else followed him. Let's go! The man said calmly, no need to stay here. The man following behind him was puzzled. Mr. Xia, the little freak you sent will be sent up soon. Don't bother. Xia Tianwu's tone remained indifferent. It's just a piece of trash in the underground yard. Even if Xie Yuan finds it, it won't be our fault. It's just right. It saves them from having to search further. If it's found in the underground yard, this little freak has nothing to do with the North District. If it's found outside the underground yard, then this little freak will truly be considered stolen by the North District. It's just a burden. We can get rid of it any way we want. That's right. Xia Tianwu seemed to have thought of something and asked, this little loser doesn't know much, does he? Has he been behaving well these past few days? The person following him shuddered, then calmly replied, he's been behaving well these past few days, and doesn't know anything. Well, that's good. After Xia Tianwu left, Yuan looked at the arm still draped over his shoulder and poked it. He's gone. Xie Yuan didn't remove his arm, maintaining his position. Be good. It's easier for me to talk to you this way. Xie Yuan said, lowering his head, and telling him the answer he had gotten. A10 isn't in the North District, but I have plenty of clues. He's in the basement right now. Xie Yuan's answer initially left Yuan feeling disappointed, but then perked up again. He straightened slightly, and looked around. The basement was so large and so messy. How could Duo be here? Xie Yuan continued. I'm going to look for him. Do you want to come with me? Yes. Yuan had just finished answering when the protagonist of the development game the host had just introduced was about to enter the stage. The dirty little protagonist was thrown onto the stage, and without even a glance at his opponent, he ran back. Audience, something's not right. It looked like this little thing was really going to make them lose money. The audience, who had invested money, began to shout, get back here. Is this a deliberate scam to get us out of here? The young hero on the stage ignored the crowd's cries, and stumbled outward, trying to escape. The people battling him laughed out loud at the sight. The two short legs couldn't outrun an adult, and after only a few steps, he was pulled back by his opponent. The size disparity between the two was enormous, and the opponent was ruthless. After pulling the short legs back, he threw him hard to the ground. The young hero, his face stained, spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. After wiping his mouth as usual, he got up from the ground and continued running. Xie Yuan. Yuan saw something was wrong and raised a finger, pointing at the audience. Look, isn't that? The dirty little creature in the audience couldn't even be seen. He was so tiny, and all he did was run away or get beaten. Even after being beaten so hard, he didn't even cry. If it was really Duo would have burst into tears. But somehow, Yuan still felt familiar. He was just familiar, but Xie Yuan slowly recognized the little creature. It's Duo. Xie Yuan's face turned cold, as he replied affirmatively. Yuan was anxious. He looked at Duo, who was being called upon by the audience to stand up and eat his opponent, and his heart ached. Duo was a very obedient little deformity, and even smaller than his cubs. Xie Yuan said nothing and leaped to jump. But Yuan, quick-witted, grabbed him. I get down. Yuan looked directly at Xie Yuan and said, even though you're wearing a mask, you could still be recognized. Jumping down would mean a scene of chaos. Yuan didn't want Xie Yuan to do it. Xie Yuan was pulled behind Yuan, and then he watched helplessly as Yuan jumped down in his place. Duo. All afternoon, Yuan called out to the little guy who was about to run out. The little guy froze at the sound and didn't turn back. Yuan took 2 steps forward and continued calling, Duo, come here. On the third call, the little guy, whose back was to him, finally turned slowly. Their eyes met, and little Duo, who hadn't cried even when beaten to the point of vomiting blood, instantly had tears streaming down his face. Whoa! Duo stopped running toward the door and ran toward Yuan. But he didn't reach Yuan. Xie Yuan, who had jumped down after him, also stood beside Yuan. Suddenly seeing 2 adults, Duo's cries intensified. Xie Yuan stared at Duo as he ran towards him, but he said to Yuan, "And then, your jump was cool, but I still can't really ask you to protect me." Yuan didn't want to expose him. Xie Yuan had always played the role of protector, but being protected by a young boy was a rare and delightful experience. After experiencing this joy, he naturally wanted to get down and do his part. Duo, perhaps overly excited, nearly fell flat on his face when he ran in front of Yuan and Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan easily picked him up and handed him to Yuan. With small arms wrapped around Yuan, and he buried his face in the crook of Yuan's neck, sobbing. Not far away, Duo's opponents looked at the two intruders, their faces filled with fear. "Who are you? Are you here to cause trouble?" Xie Yuan took off his mask and said coldly, "West District, Xie Yuan." The moment he appeared, the arena erupted in an uproar. Xie Yuan glanced at the little creature Yuan was holding, his tone devoid of emotion. "This aberration was originally meant to be handled by me. Someone secretly took him away while I was away, and now I caught them, and I'm taking him away again. Do you have any objections?" Xie Yuan's words were crystal clear. This little aberration had originally belonged to Xie Yuan. And everyone knew that Xie Yuan of the West District was a natural enemy of aberrations, having slain more than a few. No one would openly defend a single aberration. The people backstage were also stunned. The host was even asking for advice. What should we do now? Everyone knows Xie Yuan is averse to aberrations. Getting that aberration back from him is practically impossible. The noisy crowd paused, a stillness as it pressed. Xie Yuan's name was too intimidating. No one dared to step forward. Time ticked by. Xie Yuan waited a moment, then spoke again. "Since everyone agrees, I take this aberration." Snatching an aberration from Xie Yuan sounded like hell. So, even those who had invested didn't dare challenge Xie Yuan. "Yuan, let's go!" Xie Yuan slowly put the bone blade back in. He took Duo and raised an eyebrow at the crowd, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation." Everyone, You already pulled out the bone blade, who among us would dare not cooperate? It's not like there weren't some watchdogs in the basement, but the other party also had to weigh the pros and cons. Was it worthwhile to confront Xie Yuan head-on over a useless little freak that was so useless it even had a serial number at the bottom? Clearly, the final answer was no. Duo, don't hold me so tight. With so many people staring at him, and Xie Yuan using the pretext of dealing with the freak, he naturally had to put on a show. So, he lowered his voice and ordered, "Act a little bit of fear." Duo, still sobbing, hugged him even tighter at this. Yuan, who had also been strangled by Duo's embrace, felt instantly at peace when he saw Xie Yuan being strangled as well. After taking Duo away, they didn't linger. It was already late at night when they left. Duo cried herself to sleep. A cold wind blew outside, and the temperature in the second half of the night was still much colder than in the first half. Yuan draped his coat over Duo. Back to the hotel. Yuan went to Xie Yuan's room. Inside, Chong was also fast asleep. Yuan searched around until he spotted the tip of a small butterfly's wings on the sofa. "Xie Yuan, go get some water, so we can clean Duo up. He's injured. I have medicine in my room." "I get it." "Okay." Xie Yuan went to run the water in the bathroom. While he was there, Yuan picked up the small butterfly and the little white mushroom from the sofa and put them in his pocket. Soon, the small butterfly and the little white mushroom returned to bed. "Big brother." The two cubs woke up and looked at Yuan dazedly, saying, "You're back so late." Yuan petted each one and coaxed them softly. "Big brother's out there." Tangy was worried about little butterfly following Yuan this time, so he stuffed Yuan with a lot of medicine before he left, all from his private stash of precious remedies. For little butterfly, Tangy, a man of few words, had a ton of instructions before he left. "I'm researching the diet of the golden-spotted swallowtail. I probably have figured it out by the time you get back." He was implicitly urging Yuan to leave quickly. If he hadn't been keeping an eye on Song Jun's condition, Yuan felt certain that Dr. Tangy would have squeezed in on this trip. "Six cub, can you give big brother some of your medicine box?" Yuan said to little butterfly. Duo was back. "He's got a lot of wounds and needs medicine." Little butterfly nodded, agreeing without a second thought. "Use whatever you want." He and Xiaojiu had both seen that deformed Duo. What a little idiot. And this little idiot wasn't clinging to Yuan, but to Xie Yuan. They were quite pleased with this little idiot. Yuan obtained little butterfly's consent before unpacking the medicine box. It wasn't big, but it was filled with good medicine. The two cubs continued to sleep. Yuan, carrying the medicine box, knocked on Xie Yuan's door. Xie Yuan answered the door, holding the naked Duo in his arms. Duo had been stripped completely, his clothes still wet, his little feet resting on Yuan's equally wet abs. Yes, abs. Yuan opened the door for Yuan, shirtless. The sight of this scene upon opening the door stunned Yuan. Yuan was clearly a bit flustered. He turned aside, letting Yuan in, and then explained, Duo fell asleep. I was giving him a bath, and he splashed me with water. Duo looked at Yuan, whose clothes were soaked by him, and lowered his head in guilt. Uncle, I'm sorry. I don't blame you. With Yuan's presence, Yuan's stress instantly eased. Duo had injuries, so he had to be extra careful during the bath. After washing himself clean, he had to apply medicine immediately. Yuan gradually became a mere decoration. He watched Yuan skillfully hold Duo on his lap and gently wipe him with a towel, occasionally shouting instructions. Close your eyes. Lean your head back. You're washing your hair. Shut your mouth. Don't drink the bath water. This scene was so homely. Yuan couldn't help but ask Yuan, have you ever taken care of children before? Yuan, busy as he was, replied yes. And many children, having been in the outside world for so long, Yuan knew that single people like him, raising children, and taking care of so many children, had a hard time finding a partner. If he really wanted to find a partner, he'd probably just look for someone who'd been married twice, or someone who also took care of children. That way, no one would be looked down upon. After Yuan finished his work, he saw Yuan still standing there stupidly, not even bothering to offer him a dry towel. He thought to himself, even if he were single, he wouldn't marry a lazy wife who couldn't even do the work. Seeing Yuan's lack of self-awareness, Yuan had to remind him, Yuan, bring me the dry towel. Yuan said, oh, and brought the dry towel over. Yuan was speechless. He had already wrapped Duo in a dry towel, so why didn't Yuan find her some clothes? With Yuan's help, Duo was finally dressed. He sat on the bed, staring intently at Yuan and Yuan, checking every now and then. Is Duo dreaming? Only after receiving a no from either Yuan or Yuan would he breathe a sigh of relief. Having just been rescued, Duo felt very insecure. He pulled an adult by the hand, asking them to sleep with him. There was already a sleeping child, a bug who couldn't be woken even by thunder. It was obvious they wouldn't be able to sleep with him. Seeing this, Yuan and Yuan worked together to coax the still terrified Duo back to sleep. They had been tossing and turning for so long that it was already past 3 o'clock. Yuan watched Duo fall asleep and stood up to leave. Yuan walked him to the door. Yuan glanced at his still exposed abs, but didn't rush to leave immediately. He'd been secretly gawking at them for a while. Yuan. What's wrong? Yuan hesitated, then asked, are you cold? Yuan, Yuan's face suddenly darkened. Yuan cleared his throat, noticing the tense atmosphere. Boldly, ignoring the sullen atmosphere, he bravely asked, can I touch your abs? They look nice. Yuan's face wasn't dark this time, but it did look a little strange. Under Yuan's inquiring gaze, Yuan finally nodded, a little stiffly, okay. As if Yuan had caught his eye, his words paused. Once Yuan agreed, Yuan became more open. He reached out and poked Yuan's abs several times, serious and inquisitive. Hard. Firm and beautiful. After poking Yuan, Yuan lifted his shirt in front of him. He sighed, alas, I don't have any. During training, Hoing said they all had abs, and that a real man should have them, but even after training, Yuan's stomach was still soft, without a single of muscle. Yuan was caught off guard by the sight of his belly, his eyes practically glued to it. His white, soft belly rose and fell slightly with his breathing. Kind of cute. Yuan's Adam's apple suddenly rolled. Yuan was still oblivious. He was discussing with Yuan how to get abs. If I go back and train hard for a while, can I get abs like yours? Yuan thought for a moment, then replied truthfully, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Yuan had been training for so long, but he hadn't developed any abdominal muscles. He was probably one of those people for whom no matter how much he trained, it was all in vain. The two didn't talk for long. After all, it was really late. Yuan politely said goodnight and went back to his room to sleep. Yuan closed the door and went to sleep with the two little freaks inside. A gray feather lay scattered on the bedside table. Yuan had taken it from Duo. He looked at the feather and thought it resembled a snowy owl's feather. After examining it for a long time, Yuan murmured, forget it. I show it to Yuan tomorrow. That night, Duo slept soundly, snuggled up with Chong and Yuan. Yuan, perhaps because he's seen Yuan's belly before falling asleep, dreamed of himself leaving ambiguous marks all over her belly. This absurd dream caused Yuan the moment he opened his eyes the next morning. He sat up, glanced down, and cursed inwardly. He resignedly got out of bed, not disturbing the two children beside him. The sound of running water echoed in the bathroom. Yuan, under the cold water, closed his eyes and muttered, "Am I a pervert?" Just a glance at Yuan's belly had given him such a dream. Chapter 46. In the bathroom, Yuan was in self-doubt. It wasn't that he couldn't find a partner after being single for so many years. Years ago, when he was in school, a young girl and a young boy had pursued him. He was determined not to be a love-struck person like his father, so when faced with such situations, he would refuse, and refuse again. Over the years, he had lived a life of seclusion and hadn't seen anything wrong with it. How could it suddenly happen like this? Yuan leaned back, his back against the cool wall, trying to cool himself down. He suspected he'd been holding it in for too long, gone mad. Of course, the little liar had to take some of the blame. Who had let the little liar be so unrestrained, even showing him his belly? The sound of water continued to drip. Chong, who had slept soundly, rubbed his eyes and woke up. After waking up, his little hand unconsciously reached to the side and touched a hand even smaller than his own. Chong, shock. Chong was startled and quickly sat up to check. The sight left him stunned. Duo. Chong stared at the suddenly appearing Duo, feeling it was unreal. He leaned over, carefully touching Duo's face, then his chest. After feeling Duo's heartbeat, he belatedly confirmed. "It's really Duo. Chong was overjoyed, clutching Duo's hand tightly. Not long after, Yuan emerged from the bathroom. Seeing Chong holding Duo's hand, he casually reminded her, "Keep quiet. Duo goes to bed late. Let him sleep a little longer." Chong nodded quickly. "Thank you, uncle." Chong's face flushed as she called him. Then she knelt on the bed, ready to kowtow to Yuan. Yuan? Yuan held his little head, his eyelids twitching. "That's not necessary. Kowtow to him so early in the morning, that was simply too much respect." Chong explained excitedly yet shyly, "That's how I thank people when I watch TV. They even burn incense on TV. Uncle, when I grow up, I burn incense for you." Yuan's expression instantly became extremely complicated. He interrogated Chong. "What kind of TV show are you watching? Why are you always teaching children bad things?" Chong thought for a moment, and then explained, "That's how it plays out on TV. Saving someone dying. Then, kowtow, burn incense, and cry." But Chong was so happy that he couldn't cry. Yuan, feeling a headache, pressed his temple. "Next time, don't watch TV on my tablet. I download cartoons for you to watch." Chong nodded obediently. Yuan dressed Chong. Luckily, Chong had brought 2 extra sets of clothes to share with Duo. Otherwise, Yuan would have had to go out and buy more. In the next room, Yuan had been up late, so while Yuan was taking his early cold shower, he was asleep. After Yuan finished his cold shower and dressed Chong, he was still asleep. After Yuan had everything packed up, he knocked on Yuan's door a little after 8 o'clock. As expected, Yuan didn't open the door. After knocking twice and calling twice, with no one opening the door, Yuan turned and went straight to the hall to meet Bai Xia. Bai Xia was stunned to see him alone. "Where's Yuan?" "He's not coming today." Yuan, left alone in his room, didn't fully awake until midday. As soon as he awoke, Little Butterfly and Little White Mushroom came to rub against him, saying, "Big brother, good morning." Yuan petted them, not taking any of his morning grumpiness out on the little ones. After a while of snuggling in bed, there was a knock on the door. It was Chong and Duo who had come together. Chong had already met Little Butterfly and Little Mushroom yesterday, and under their tutelage, had vowed not to speak carelessly. "Brother." Chong, holding Duo's hand, came to tell Yuan, "Uncle's out. He said you don't need to go out today, so you can sleep well." Yuan brought the 2 little ones in. Among the little ones in the room, Chong and Duo sat obediently on the sofa. Little Butterfly and Little Mushroom lazily clung to their big brother. After Yuan finished washing and changing, he came over. Duo timidly opened her palm and held out a feather to him. The gray feather looked unremarkable, nothing special. But Yuan, Xiaolu, and Shujiu were all stunned when they saw it. This dull-looking feather was chirp. Yuan stared at the feather without blinking. After a long moment, he took it with trembling hands. Duo. Yuan held the feather and looked at Duo. Where did you get this feather? Why did you give it to me? Duo was very timid. Whenever he was asked a question, he would subconsciously look at Chong. Chong held his hand and encouraged him. Go ahead, you can tell me. Duo nodded and slowly began to speak. I was brought back. They said it was the wrong person. They wanted bugs, but bugs are useful, not me. Then, I woke up, and they were taken away again. I was beaten, but I couldn't fight back. My arm was broken, it hurt so much. Finally, just as I was about to die, the senior gave me a feather. The senior was very beautiful, with white eyelashes and curly hair, so beautiful. His wings were red, bleeding. I saw him when I was secretly trying to escape, and he gave me a feather, so I didn't die. Listening to Duo's description, Yuan was almost certain that this was his Jiujiu. The wings were bleeding again. His Jiujiu was bleeding again. Perhaps it was because he was thinking about Jiujiu too much, or perhaps the scene he imagined was too vivid. Yuan felt a pain in his shoulder blades. He thought he might have been too engrossed in his imagination. He could even vaguely feel the pain of having his wings severed. When they were first chopped off, there was no pain for the first few seconds, just numbness. That was because the pain nerves hadn't yet transmitted the pain to the brain. After a few seconds, the intense pain would begin to hit, and the wing would ache. There will be a lot of blood, but it won't flow onto the ground, it will be collected. Big brother? Big brother. Little Butterfly noticed that Big Brother was not feeling well, and immediately rushed over alertly to wake him up. Yuan paused for a moment before regaining consciousness. He lowered his head, meeting the cub's worried eyes. His lips moved as he spoke the scene he had just imagined. 6th cub, 9th cub, tell me, is Jiujiu in the same pain I thought she was in? His face was pale, and his voice trembled. It must be like this, Jiujiu must be like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have imagined such a detailed picture. 6th and 9th cub didn't respond. At that moment, they were even thankful they were using mimicry, because the mimicry could mask their murderous expressions. Big brother. Little Butterfly calmed down and soothed Yuan. Aberrants have a self-defense mechanism. If they're seriously injured or in too much pain, they go dormant. Once they go dormant, they won't feel pain anymore. Seeing Yuan's face still grim, the cubs, who had always been mutually exclusive, learned to praise the others. Big brother, don't worry, Jiujiu will definitely come back. Little 9, and I will find him. Little White Mushroom wasn't as good at controlling himself as Little Butterfly. He simply groped his way onto Yuan's shoulder and, seemingly kissing it, placed it just below his shoulder. Big brother, why do you like us? Little 9 suddenly asked without context. We're clearly a burden to you. This is a question almost every kid asks from time to time. Yuan has become almost numb to it. However, when the kids ask, Yuan always answers seriously. You are not a burden to me, you are my hope. When I lived there, my wish was always to see the world, to take you with me. Yuan didn't have big ambitions or ideals. His wish was to live outside with his beloved kids, away from the research institute. They could build a house, farm and grow vegetables, and work to earn some money. Maybe this kind of life would be a little tiring, but he truly wanted it. Ordinary. A touch of everyday life. After Yuan finished his reply, Little Mushroom fell silent. Duo and Chong were still young, and didn't quite understand what Yuan and the two elders were saying. Chong was smart, and he didn't want to understand too much. Yuan asked a few more questions about the feather's owner. Unfortunately, Duo hadn't had much contact with him, so he couldn't say much. Seeing that the clues were running out again, Xiaolu offered a new suggestion. Brother, if we want to find Jiujiu, we can start by looking for someone. Who? Botsy, the one who brought Jiujiu here. Xiaolu sold Xiaoba without any pressure. Not only that, he also added, Botsy has a lot of tentacles, but no brains. He's been tricked since he came out. If it weren't for his tough luck, and the many tentacles that couldn't be cut to death, he would have been dead long ago. Yuan couldn't argue. Xiaoba's dominance among the cubs was purely due to force. But he hadn't considered whether the other cubs could truly defeat him. And why was it that every time he beat up another cub, his eldest brother would coincidentally see him? One foolish cub, one overly naive. They came together not to save their eldest brother, but to play with him. Yuan pursed his lips, and firmly agreed with the decision to open a kindergarten for the cubs. Without school, one's IQ is truly low. In a human's lifetime, only 10 to 20 years of schooling are possible. Cubs without culture and knowledge are easily defeated by humans. Yuan stayed in the room all day. Outside, Bai Xia activated the search device. When the search device is on, any abnormality will begin to move. The cubs in the hotel were unaffected. Yuan didn't even realize the search device was on. He waited until dusk, then saw that Xie Yuan hadn't returned yet, so he called him. The call went through. Xie Yuan's voice sounded slightly weary. He listened to Yuan on the other end asking why he hadn't returned yet. After a few seconds, he hung up. Tonight, you're the most convincing person. The search engine activated, and indeed, it caught a mutant with an unknown serial number. This mutant's ability, like the mushrooms before, was an illusion. However, this one's illusion could materialize a person's suppressed inner desires. Xie Yuan looked at Yuan several times and received several calls from him. He said expressionlessly, all right. No need to remind me. He knew who he longed for. Chapter 47. Xie Yuan had just finished a rather unkind dream last night, and he hadn't digested it all day when, in the evening, he was confronted with this. It's actually quite easy to break through an illusion. As long as one has no desires or unseemly longings, one won't see too many imaginary scenes. But it's clear that he's recently been having some thoughts wandering. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Yuan was also confused as he looked at the disconnected screen. Desperately, he called back, and as soon as the other party answered, he urgently asked, "Why did you hang up on me? What happened?" Xie Yuan looked at the room, then had appeared out of nowhere not far away. Sitting on the large bed was a Yuan. Yuan noticed his gaze, gave him a shy smile, and then slowly undressed. Xie Yuan, fuck. Yuan, ? Yuan said sharply, "You're scolding me." Xie Yuan was truly fed up with all these UANs. They looked incredibly realistic, but the moment they got close, they'd be assassinated. The Yuan on the phone sounded quite real, but in this illusion, there was nothing real about it. Frustrated, Xie Yuan said into the phone, "Why are you calling me? Want to meet me?" Yuan didn't understand what he meant. He replied, "I saw you weren't back yet, so I was a little worried. Do you want me to come find you?" Xie Yuan leaned against the wall and chuckled, "Okay, come find me." He confidently gave his address, and waited for this Yuan to come up. In the hotel, Yuan also sensed that something was amiss with Xie Yuan. He packed up quickly, and prepared to leave. Xiaolu and Shujio both wanted to follow. Yuan hesitated. Xie Yuan and Bai Xia had gone out specifically to look for the aberrations. As long as they left the hotel, the aberrations would be affected by the detectors. Yuan didn't want to take that risk. He shook his head, firmly refusing, no. This hotel was the only safe place. He wouldn't allow the cubs to leave the North District until they left. The chirping birds outside had Yuan like frightened birds. Xiaolu and Shujio wanted to make a scene, but Yuan had made a decision, and the cubs couldn't be swayed. "You stay here and watch Chong Chong and Duo. Yuan gave them a small task. Duo still needs to be treated. Be careful when you do that. Xiaolu and Shujio didn't say anything at first. Until Yuan repeated the question, they finally responded muffledly. After settling the cubs, Yuan put on a coat and pushed the door open to leave. The location Xie Yuan had indicated wasn't far away. Before Yuan left, Ruanka gave him a new phone. It had a navigation system, which perfectly solved Yuan's problem of being directionally challenged. He followed the navigation system all the way. Time slipped by, and half an hour later, Yuan arrived at the entrance of the department store. The lights still seemed on. Yuan wanted to call Xie Yuan, but the line was busy. Just as he was hesitating whether to go in, a child holding a cat grabbed the corner of his shirt from behind. The cat in the child's arms was quiet and well-behaved, its yellow-brown eyes round. "Big brother." The child looked up at him. "I'm so hungry. Can you take me somewhere to eat?" Yuan was embarrassed. Brother still has to go find someone. The child tilted his head and looked straight at him. "I help you find someone, big brother, and you buy me something to eat." Yuan studied him for a few seconds, then checked under the streetlight to see if he had a shadow. A few seconds later, Yuan agreed, "Okay, you help me find it." The child smiled sweetly, and wanted to hold his hand. Yuan declined. "You're holding a cat, so it's not convenient for us to hold hands. Let's just walk like this." The child blinked, and didn't insist on holding his hand. As he walked ahead, Yuan picked up his phone and texted, "Xie Yuan, I seen a ghost. I met a child holding a black cat, and he has no shadow." Yuan was terrified of ghosts. Now this little ghost was leading him on the road, and he didn't know if it was going to lead him to the underworld. Xie Yuan didn't read the message. Yuan waited for no reply, and could only continue walking. He thought the ghost might know more, so he started asking questions. "How long have you been in the North District? Is the North District conducting research on aberrations? Do you know what they're secretly doing with them? Yuan asked bluntly and boldly. The little ghost, holding the black cat, actually answered, I haven't lived here long, but they're definitely doing secret research here. Yuan was about to ask where the research was taking place, but the little ghost, presciently speaking, answered, No one's here. Research has been suspended. The little ghost, holding the cat, bounced and skipped as he walked. Yuan felt the cat must be trembling with anxiety. They walked for an unknown amount of time. The little ghost stopped and pointed to a brightly lit clubhouse in front of him. We're here. He tilted his head again and reminded him, Big brother, you have to treat me to dinner. Yuan stared at him for a moment, then asked, What do you want to eat? I want to eat, big brother. It must be said that even though Yuan was prepared for such ghost talk, hearing the little ghost speak in person was still a bit of a shock. How do you want to eat? Yuan asked calmly. The little ghost looked at him in confusion, as if wondering why he wasn't afraid. Yuan also vaguely sensed that the little ghost before him looked like a freak, a man-eating freak. After Xie Yuan learned of his fear of ghosts, he repeatedly explained to him that ghosts don't exist in this world. For example, the scenes in horror movies where ghosts scare people to death are unrealistic. Because the person who is frightened to death then turns into a ghost, and the two ghosts stare at each other, how awkward would that be? Without ghosts, the only people who eat people are zombies and freaks. Zombies don't look like that, only freaks do. I'm going to eat you. The little ghost, whose only remaining species was the aberration after the process of elimination, emphasized this. He bared his sharp white teeth. Yuan could feed his arm to a zombie, but he wouldn't feed himself to a aberration. And his immediate reaction to the man-eating aberration before him was the same as Xie Yuan's. Kill him. Xie Yuan killed the aberration to protect humanity. Yuan killed this man-eating aberration to protect the cubs. With fewer of these bad aberrations, the cubs might have a better living environment. Without blinking, Yuan drew his saber and slashed at the little ghost. His movements were swift, a speed recognized even by the instructors on the island. The little ghost had no idea that a seemingly harmless person could hurt him. Puff. Blood spurted from 2 inches below his neck, and the little ghost's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Yuan in disbelief. Yuan showed no mercy, continuing to attack. The little ghost dodged quickly, his sharp white teeth still stained with shavings of meat. Tonight, he had already eaten 2 investigators and a passerby. This big brother who had barged in was his new food. But he hadn't expected this new food to go wrong. Yuan was determined to kill the aberration, and the aberration fled wounded. At the same time, Xie Yuan's hallucination began to falter. Yuan, who had been slowly undressing him from a distance, suddenly twisted. When the hallucination cleared again, Xie Yuan saw another version of himself, him, doing things with Yuan even more perverse than in his dreams. Xie Yuan's eyes flashed cold, and the next second, the bone blade slashed down fiercely. Outside, the little ghost, severely injured by the deformed creature, barely escaped Yuan's grasp. After he had run a distance, a car quickly picked him up. Inside the car was a gentle-looking man. The little ghost licked his lips and called out to the man, Master, I'm sorry, I lost. The man smiled gently, It's okay. You done a great job trapping Xie Yuan. I didn't expect that man just now to have such strength. He had thought this overly beautiful young man was Xie Yuan's mistress, a mere ornament. To his surprise, he was wrong. He risked exposing a beloved deformed creature, hoping to harvest this little vase, and use it to cause Xie Yuan some unhappiness in the illusion. TSK. It's time to pay. But it doesn't matter. The man doesn't mind sacrificing a few victims. As long as the immortals are around, he has a bottom line. Clean up the mess before coming back. Since Xie Yuan is targeting the North District, let's move to another district. The man was still thinking when the car's communicator suddenly chimed. It was Xianyao. Xianyao tone was filled with annoyance. Xiao Xia, are you sure you can handle Xie Yuan? If he finds anything in the North District, the United Organization will definitely use this opportunity to punish us. Xie Yuan's visit this time will only harm the North District, and not benefit it. And they can't kill him. Before Xia Tianwu could say anything, Xianyao added, If you're really not sure you can kill him, then clean up the North District for me. Anyway, I don't want Xie Yuan to get hold of me. With that, Xianyao hung up the phone. Xia Tianwu sneered. This North District boss was truly ambitious and cowardly. He feared the West District would dominate, so he dreamed of taking out Xie Yuan. I had provided him with a plan, and he had clearly executed it, yet he still tried to shift the blame onto me in advance, preventing someone else from taking the fall if it failed. How foolish and vicious. If the North District didn't change its leadership, there wouldn't be any need for the West District or a zombie influx. He could bring about its destruction all by himself. Xia Tianwu wasn't the least bit concerned about the mess in the West District. Humanity had always been this bad, anyway. Even on the other side. Yuan watched the fleeing aberrations and, after careful consideration, decided to enter the clubhouse first. The clubhouse was just like any other, luxuriously decorated. After entering, Yuan's head dazed for a moment. But then, his vision cleared, unaffected by the slightest hint of worry. Hallucinations only present longings, secrets, and shameful things. Although Yuan was still thinking about finding his son, he wasn't ashamed of doing so. In a sense, he was quite open and honest. Xie Yuan. Yuan called out twice, then remembered he had a cell phone and looked down at it. The call went through, and surprisingly, the ringtone was not far away. Xie Yuan's ringtone was unique. Yuan had recorded it for him. As payment, Xie Yuan owed him a favor he could ask at any time. Following the ringtone, Yuan walked slowly forward, encountering no obstacles or strange sights. Only as he drew closer did he detect a faint whiff of something amiss. A faint, ambiguous tone played, and a large glass room appeared in the foreground. In the center of the room lay a large, carved bed. On the bed, there was a replica of him. Yuan? Yuan was completely stunned. He looked as if struck by lightning, his expression completely dazed. The most outrageous thing was that Yuan also saw Xie Yuan. It was unclear whether this Xie Yuan was real or not. He crossed his arms and casually watched Yuan on the bed. Is the show over? Xie Yuan was no longer surprised by another Yuan trying to seduce him. If she pushed him too far, he would strike her down with a knife. The Yuan on the bed had a soft and docile face, but her every move was anything but docile. After watching for a few more seconds, Xie Yuan chuckled and commented, "What a waste of such a pretty face." If it had been Yuan, even if he were truly moved, he wouldn't have acted like this. Xie Yuan thought of Yuan in the hotel. He turned around and saw the new Yuan behind him. Yuan looked a bit dazed. At first glance, he really looked like the real person. Xie Yuan. Yuan recovered from his shock and bewilderment. He stared at the scene in bewilderment. Why am I still here? Am I not already here? Xie Yuan's dark eyes narrowed. He slowly stepped forward, examining Yuan's face. His tone was nonchalant. Have you figured it out? Are you ready to start playing nice? Alas, it was too late. If he had started playing nice earlier, and done it more convincingly, Xie Yuan might have been really confused. But this filthy scene, which couldn't be resolved, was a bit too much. Xie Yuan suspected he was a pervert, but he also felt that his perversion wasn't that severe. It was definitely a distorted individual affected by the search engine, working behind the scenes. After being pestered all night, Xie Yuan was completely uninterested in playing along with these little tricks. Although he was reluctant to touch Yuan, there was no need for the fake Yuan to stay. The bone blade, gleaming with a cold light, suddenly withdrew, and Yuan instinctively closed his eyes in fear. After closing them, he retreated again, his will to survive overwhelming. Wait, is Xie Yuan going to kill him? Chapter 48. A cold flash of light passed before his eyes, and the next second, the sound of a bone blade splitting the air echoed from behind. The impostor, who had been sitting on the large bed, was instantly struck, blood splattering everywhere. The splattering blood splashed onto the glass, a horrifying sight. However, Xie Yuan didn't even blink, not even glancing at the other man's tragic condition. His gaze fell back on Yuan's face. You've been pretty good, so I keep you a little longer. It would take some time to dispel all the illusions. In the meantime, he didn't mind seeing how convincing this Yuan could be. The glass room hadn't vanished yet, and even the deceased Yuan was still behind him. Follow. Xie Yuan gave a faint command, sheathing the bone blade and leading the way. This clubhouse looked quiet, but the small rooms, one after another, were truly eerie and exciting, like opening a blind box. You didn't even know what box you were about to open. Yuan followed Xie Yuan closely, his heart still pounding with fear. Xie Yuan. Yuan grabbed Xie Yuan's arm and asked, "Don't you believe I'm Yuan?" Although there were many fake Yuans here, Yuan felt he was easy to spot. How could Xie Yuan not recognize him? Xie Yuan didn't even bother trying to identify them. He knew they were all illusions. Yuan was in the hotel with Chong Chong and Duo, so how could he be so foolish as to come looking for him? Believe it, Xie Yuan said casually. He thought to himself that even this naive questioning looked quite like the real thing. The two walked side by side, and just as Yuan was about to continue speaking, the light above his head flickered. It went out. The surroundings instantly went dark. Yuan, fearful of the dark, subconsciously tightened his grip around Yuan's hand. Yuan raised his eyes, examining the gloomy surroundings. He used his phone's light to briefly illuminate the area, finding nothing unusual. As he continued to illuminate, Yuan suddenly shone the light on his own face. The phone's light shone from his chin. Even Zhang's handsome face couldn't withstand such a harsh treatment. Yuan, horrified by what he saw after he shone the light, immediately let go and tried to run. This cowardly look amused Yuan, who frowned. Keep going. He felt a rare surge of joy. If he hadn't remembered that this wasn't his real self, he would have raised his hand to rub Yuan's head. Yuan gave him a displeased look, unwilling to speak. The two continued walking, their phones flashing. The darkness before them seemed endless, enveloping every room. In some rooms, the light shone only on the bed, where Yuan and Yuan were tangling. Yuan had never experienced anything like this before, and wanted to take a closer look. But Yuan covered his eyes, preventing him from looking. Yuan struggled to beg, "Why are we seeing this? And why are you and I both undressing and in the same bed?" Yuan's curiosity was insatiable. He didn't calm down until Yuan nearly drew his bone blade. An unknown amount of time passed. Yuan pushed open the door again, revealing a large screen. As they entered, a picture appeared on the screen, showing Yuan and Yuan. Yuan looked very young in the picture, his features not as sharp as they are now. He was dazed and confused, and when he was pushed around and hurt, he would hide in a corner and grieve. Meanwhile, little Yuan, a similarly cold-blooded individual, little Yuan was being bullied, while little Yuan, amidst a grotesque mass of shadows, was filled with murderous intent. The scene wavered and didn't last long. Yuan frowned, stepped forward to investigate, and then speculated, mirror memory. This aberration is quite similar to A09, but he's probably not as strong as A09. Yuan was naturally pleased that his own child was being praised. But comparing his own child to this wicked brat didn't sit well with him. He corrected him, there's no comparison between aberrations. Just like people, aberrations have their good and bad sides. I don't think you should say one resembles another. Yuan fell silent. He hadn't expected this Yuan to have picked up on his own nitpicking. Being so sparred, Yuan forgot to ask what mirror memory was. He pointed at the screen and said sincerely, I think we're the opposite. Little Yuan and little Yuan's personalities are opposites. Yuan stared at the shaky, shattered screen for a long moment before saying calmly, how do you know it's the opposite? Do you think I was cold when I was little? Yuan nodded matter-of-factly. Yuan didn't respond, nor did he speak. He simply stared at the fading image on the large screen, his expression unclear. Yuan didn't ask about this mirror memory, so he didn't explain it. In reality, this mirror memory refers to the replay of memories from a certain period of your life. He was adopted by his father when he was about 10 years old. Before his adoption, he had lost all his childhood memories, so he had no idea what his childhood was like. Yuan had no recollection of the cold, hardened self depicted on screen. He only remembered a few moments of raising the cubs, and in those moments, they were all very fragile. Raising the cubs well required immense effort, raising these fragile, pitiful youngsters to health and well-being. It was no easy task. Some cubs, like the eldest and fourth, were gradually becoming more mature, while others, like the 7th, 9th, and 10th, were still soft-tempered. But at least, the cubs were growing up peacefully. Once he had all the cubs back with him, he would continue to raise them well. As for the man beside him, who always wanted to kill the cubs, Yuan hesitated. He couldn't bear to part with his sweet Datu, but he also didn't want to bring the cub killer along. Alas. Never mind, he'd take it one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, he'd have a good meal of big head before he leaves. What are you daydreaming about? Yuan glanced at the well-behaved little fake, feeling that he hadn't made a move on him yet, which was a bit slow. Yuan came to his senses and shook his head guiltily. No. He hadn't thought about the 108 ways to eat big head. Yuan followed Yuan, barely even thinking. It was a habit he wasn't even aware of, a subconscious belief. As long as Yuan was around, there wouldn't be any real difficulties. Yuan watched him shake his head and said nothing more. After shattering, the mirror memory resumed. This time, the memories in the mirror were no longer scenes of little Yuan and little Yuan's daily lives. This time, their paths crossed. The cold little Yuan stabbed little Yuan in the chest. Little Yuan, eyes red, stared at him with a mixture of grievance and anger. Big Yuan and big Yuan, watching simultaneously, reacted with a question mark. What the hell is this? Show it to a dog, and it'd shake its head. Yuan and Xie couldn't understand the purpose of the mirror memory being shown to them. However, the remotely controlled little deformation smiled confidently, feeling that his heartbreaking attack was a perfect match. He, too, had inadvertently glimpsed a connection between the two, thanks to his supernatural powers. Xie clearly liked this Yuan, but it just so happened that Yuan, as a child, wanted to kill little Xie. The person you like once wanted to kill you. How painful that must be. Little deformation felt like he was killing someone and heartbreakingly hurting their heart, and he felt incredibly comfortable. But the two people present, one of whom had no childhood at all, and the other whose memories were fragmented. After watching for a while, they didn't think the mirror memory was realistic. On the contrary, they both felt it was a crudely produced, low-quality movie that violated their image rights. After watching the mirror memory for a while, Xie calmly turned around and left with Yuan. The little freak in the distance. This isn't right. This isn't what he imagined. If Xie develops negative feelings towards Yuan after viewing the mirror memory, a tangle of love and hate, it will be even harder for Xie to escape his illusionary world. Just as Xie had expected, the little freak's abilities were far inferior to A09's. The only illusion he could create relied on Xie own hidden emotions, which had been touched upon. After a moment, thanks to the little fake's presence beside him, Xie gradually calmed down. He calmed down, but the little freak's abilities couldn't hold up. In the last room of the clubhouse, a small pale green flower sat in a vase, and nothing else. The flower was a mimic of the small freak, and the freak could bloom, so he placed his most important flower here as the foundation for his supernatural powers. Xie long, beautiful fingers hovered directly in front of the flower. Just as he was about to pluck it, Yuan's eyes lit up, and he touched the flower first. This flower is edible, Xie. Do you want to try it? It's very sweet. The flower glowed green, just like the green mushrooms before, a clear warning, there's something wrong with me. But Yuan was blind. He always found green mushrooms adorable in the village, and now he found the small green flowers both beautiful and delicious. There was water nearby. Yuan washed it. He was a stickler for cleanliness, and always washed everything thoroughly before eating. After washing, the water-soaked flower was gone in a few bites. This little flower, like the blood of a bull, made Yuan drool at the mere sight of it. Yuan remembered eating this little flower before. After eating it, Xie looked at Yuan with a hint of resignation. He struck a few times with his bone blade, and the illusion seemed to be completely gone. Before it vanished, Xie felt a little regretful towards the little fake thing before him. Goodbye. Xie said to him, I won't kill you. We can spend these last few moments in peace and quiet. Yuan said slowly. Oh. A few minutes later, the club vanished, and they stood on a deserted street. There were few people passing by, except for Bai Xia, who seemed to have collapsed on the threshold. Xie looked at Yuan, his eyes confused. After staring for a few more seconds, Xie belatedly realized Yuan? Yuan nodded obediently and replied, It's me. Hasn't he always been with Xie? Isn't he Yuan? Xie expression instantly became extremely interesting. After a long pause, he asked, When did you come? How long have you been here? Yuan replied bluntly, A while ago, just before he saw us undressing and getting into bed. Xie nearly vomited blood. He didn't, but the little deformity did. His supernatural flower could actually be digested by someone else. Xie. Yuan was still puzzled. Why did so many strange images appear just now? Xie was silent. How could he answer this question? Chapter 49. Fortunately, before Xie could come up with an excuse, Bai Xia, who had collapsed on the steps, reacted. Bai Xia, her eyes half open, weakly called out to them. Xie walked over, approached her, and helped her up. How are you? Where are you hurt? Bai Xia's clothes were stained with blood. She said calmly, I'm fine. I'm not seriously hurt. As the head investigator, Bai Xia was no mere figurehead. She was quite capable of protecting herself. Two of the investigators, who had followed Bai Xia, were gone, leaving only Bai Xia and 1.5. I say 1.5 because the little freak hadn't finished eating half of him. Bai Xia glanced at the remaining half of his subordinate, squatted down, and closed his eyes, which were still open. The air was strangely heavy. Bai Xia said coldly, the North District secretly harbored mutants and attacked the Joint Organization investigators. I file charges against them when we return. Xie said calmly, Given Commander Xian's personality, if we didn't die this time, he's probably already found someone to take the blame. Bai Xia also considered this, but she was certain. Commander Xian will also be tried for his mismanagement of the North District. Bai Xia was still injured and didn't want to remain idle. She supported her frail body and persevered through the search for evidence. After completing the search, they returned to the hotel, where she had her own medical kit. Rest well. Call me if you need anything. Xie Qiyuan's room was adjacent to Bai Xia's, so he would be able to quickly detect any disturbances by Bai Xia. Thank you. Bai Xia thanked him and closed the door. Without Bai Xia, only Xie Qiyuan and Yuan stood in the hallway. It was already late, so Yuan followed Xie Qiyuan into the room and settled Chong Chong and Duo. Chong Chong and Duo were one asleep and one awake. Uncle. Chong, who was still awake, opened his little arms and called out first to Xie Qiyuan, then to Yuan, brother. Xie Qiyuan didn't hold him. He simply picked him up and handed him to Yuan, saying, I'm going to take a shower. You two can hold him. Yuan was cleaner than Xie Qiyuan. At least his clothes weren't bloodstained. Chong wasn't just set on Xie Qiyuan. He just felt insecure and wanted to be held by an adult. Yuan held him, patting his back gently, and soon he was asleep. When Xie Qiyuan came out of the shower, Yuan had already returned to his own room. In the next room, the two cubs were also waiting for their eldest brother. They huddled up to him and sniffed carefully. Big brother, have you eaten anything? It smells delicious. A little snack. Yuan looked at the cubs and began to regret. Sorry, I forgot to bring you anything. Just now, there was a little green flower. It was delicious. I ate it all. Yuan didn't hide anything from the cubs and told them everything he had encountered. Of course, he ignored the fake Xie Qiyuan and the fake Yuan sneaking into bed, and also ignored the fact that his own fake was flirting with him. Big brother's dignity still needed to be maintained. Yuan told the two cubs an abridged version of his experience. After hearing that Yuan finally ate the flower, the cubs didn't show any sign of greed. Big brother, if you want to eat, just eat it yourself. The cubs nuzzled him and offered, if you want these snacks again, Shuzhou, and I will go find some for you. No need. Yuan touched the little butterfly's wings, checking to see if the wound had fully healed. After chatting with the cubs for a while, Yuan showered and went to bed. Shortly after he fell asleep, Shuzhou released the mycelium, which was then placed on Yuan's bed. Yuan seemed to sleep even more soundly. All right. The little butterfly flapped its wings and warned, while the investigator is resting, and Mr. Xie is sleeping next door, let's go get Big Brother some more food. The little white mushroom nimbly leaped onto the butterfly's wings, and the next second, the two cubs took off together. They weren't flying aimlessly, but following the direction Yuan had given them. In the area where Yuan and Xie Qiyuan had been, they indeed saw a small, deformed creature. The little freak angrily searched, trying to find the person who had eaten his flower. When the three freaks met, none of them moved. The little freak, somewhat wary of them, stood still for a moment, about to leave. Stop! The little butterfly called out to him, her tone imperative. If you bloom a few more flowers, my big brother will eat them. The little freak was wary. Who's your big brother? The little butterfly didn't waste any time, flapping its wings and flying towards him. Meanwhile, Little Nine wasn't idle either. When it came to superpowers, Little Nine was the ancestor of the little freak in front of him. Once A09 superpowers were activated, they were destined for burial. The little freak wanted to escape, but it was too late. I am one of the same kind. On the verge of death, the little freak screamed, why do you have to kill me? We're already fewer than humans. If you kill me, we only decline further. The little butterfly and the little mushroom remained unmoved. They approached the little freak, their voices filled with disdain. Decline, so be it. Do you think we care? As long as my eldest brother asks, even if he wants all freaks to disappear from the world, we satisfy him. The little freak's eyes were filled with shock, his face clearly reading, are you crazy? The two cubs, too lazy to talk anymore, simply put an end to him. The little freak's flower bloomed for the last time. Shuzhou took the flower and boarded the self-service Gudai plane back to the hotel. Xia Tianwu immediately noticed the little freak's demise. His face showed little emotion, only a regretful glance out the window. Gone, clean. Just in case Xie Qiyuan dragged him out and handed him over to that nosy female investigator. As Xia Tian hadn't anticipated, Xie Qiyuan went out again at night. Alas, he couldn't fly, so he was a little later than the little butterfly. 2 or 3 days slipped by in the North District, and most of the investigators were killed. Bai Xia finally demanded the arrest of Xia Tianwu. Xi and Yao completely disowned Xia Tianwu for the aberrations that attacked the investigators and the boat incident. Xia Tianwu isn't from the North District, his household registration isn't here. Xi and Yao immediately expelled Xia Tianwu from his household registration. He feigned innocence, saying, "I never knew Xia Tianwu was trying to use the aberrations to disrupt peace in District 4. You know, I always been a pacifist. I only seen 2 mutant cubs. Those 2 were given to the West District, not here with us. By the way, I wonder if Xiao Xia managed to eliminate those 2 mutants in time." The last question was posed to Xie Qiyuan, whose expression remained unchanged. Yuan fired back. "The several evil deeds the mutants are committing are all from the North District. You're the boss of the North District, so you're definitely not innocent. A person with an unclear conscience has no right to question others." Yuan was aggressive, contradicting everything Xi and Yao said. If it were someone else, Yuan would definitely not be so rude. But the man before him was someone who had repeatedly exploited the mutants to cause trouble. Regardless of his identity, he had definitely stepped on Yuan's big mistake. Xi and Yao's face turned pale, and he scolded, "Who are you to speak to me like that?" Xie Qiyuan interjected calmly, "He's from my West District, Chief Xian. Do you think someone from our West District isn't worthy of speaking to you?" With Xie Qiyuan, this demonic figure, intimidating him, Xi and Yao finally held his breath, swallowing his anger back. After spending a few days in the North District, the 3 search engines had been used up, and no more deformed creatures had appeared, save for the small one from that night. On the last day, Xie Qiyuan and Bai Xia went to arrest Xia Tianwu. Xi and Yao didn't try to stop him, only pretending, "It's up to you. If you catch him, you can send him to me, and I deal with him too." Xie Qiyuan ignored him. Xia Tianwu's residence was a small, slightly out-of-the-way apartment, but spacious. The entrance to the apartment was filled with flowers and plants, offering a pleasant view. Yuan followed Xie Qiyuan, and the others escaped without success. A check of the surveillance footage revealed that Xia Tianwu had already left early. He had driven a single car and left the North District. Xie Qiyuan forced his way through the apartment door. Inside, the fixtures were untouched and uncarried. On the coffee table, there was even an open pack of cigarettes. Looking at the entire apartment, it looked as if the owner had simply gotten up early to take out the trash and would be back soon. Why didn't he pack his belongings? Yuan, watching all this, was a bit confused. Is he coming back? Should we wait here? Xie Qiyuan glanced around and said calmly, "He won't be coming back." There seemed to be a lot of daily necessities left behind, but they were nothing important or essential. They could easily be replaced elsewhere. After searching the apartment for a while, the group found nothing. They didn't even see a photo of Xia Tianwu, and Xi and Yao couldn't produce one either. According to the latter, Xia Tianwu never poses for photos. Xie Qiyuan notified the West District, while Bai Xia reported to the joint organization. A wanted notice for Xia Tianwu was quickly issued. Thursday afternoon. Yuan got into the car, a small butterfly and a small mushroom in his pocket. Next to him sat Xie Qiyuan, with Chong Chong and Duo sitting on their laps. Chong Chong didn't hide herself this time. He was overjoyed to have Duo back. "Uncle, can Chong Chong and I both go to kindergarten?" Duo blushed, tugging on Xie Qiyuan's arm. Chong Chong, sitting on Yuan's lap, also looked at Xie Qiyuan nervously. Under the gaze of the 2 little freaks who hadn't attended school, Xie Qiyuan cleared his throat. "Hey, you guys want to go to kindergarten so badly?" Chong Chong and Duo nodded in unison. The 2 little ones were filled with longing for kindergarten. Seeing them like this, Yuan suddenly had an idea. If his 2 pups disguised themselves as pitiful, weak, and deformed little creatures, could they also sneak into kindergarten? The more Yuan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. As they interacted with Chong Chong and Duo, Bai Xia watched silently from the side. Halfway through, Bai Xia stared at Xie Qiyuan and suddenly asked, "Have you considered the consequences of sheltering a deformed creature? And aren't you afraid I report you to the United Nations?" Xie Qiyuan was silent for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, he looked Bai Xia straight in the eye and replied, "I don't think you report it." He held Duo on his lap and gestured for Bai Xia to see. Duo shyly hid her face in his neck. Yuan had been nourishing Duo well these past few days, and Yuan seemed quite experienced in caring for young cubs. Duo, who had been so thin after being brought back from the underground pit, had now gained weight, and his complexion had regained its rosy, adorable glow. "Are you planning to report this kid whose biggest dream is to go to kindergarten to the United Organization, and then have me kill him?" Duo boldly replied, "Uncle, I won't kill Duo." Bai Xia lowered his head, looking at Duo, whose face was flushed, then at Chong Chong, who sat on Yuan's lap. After a moment, he looked away. Quickly, the car drove out of the North District and back outside. The familiar zombies began to appear on the road again. Duo and Chong Chong were not afraid of them, they were mutants, and the zombies didn't eat them. Looking at the vast expanse of land still ravaged, Yuan couldn't help but ask Xie Yuan, do you think humanity will recover? Xie Yuan glanced out the window, and replied briefly and firmly yes. Yuan's eyes curved as he agreed, I think so too. After a few more days of walking, they returned by Xia and boarded a plane back to the island. Before they even reached the island, Yuan and Xie Yuan noticed something was amiss in the waters off the island. There were dozens of dead fish and rotten shrimp floating in the water, and they didn't even look like normal fish or shrimp. It was like a fight had just taken place. Chapter 50. Yuan squatted by the sea, about to reach for a small fish, when Xie Yuan stopped him. These fish and shrimp are infected. You're touching them without gloves? Xie Yuan grabbed Yuan by the back of his collar and pulled him to stand behind him. Yuan stared at the fish and shrimp and argued, they won't bite me. The dead fish and shrimp floating on the surface were completely dead. They weren't large, but their appearance was beyond the realm of ordinary fish and shrimp. Xie Yuan stopped Yuan from touching them, but he squatted down and picked up a fish. The fish's body was a deep red, covered in bumps. When the bumps were pried open, a pus-like substance oozed out, sticky and smelly. Xie Yuan lowered his head and studied it carefully. Yuan squatted down again, behind him, and reminded him, you're not wearing gloves either. Xie Yuan didn't even look up. I don't need to. The two of them watched the water for a long time, unable to make any conclusions. Just as Yuan was contemplating exploring the water's quality, the sound of a boat was heard not far away. It was the boat from the island. The people on the boat, upon seeing Xie Yuan and his group, immediately changed direction and sped towards them. The first person to jump off the boat was Dr. Tang Yi. As soon as he got off, he stared intently at Yuan and his pockets. Yuan, ah! With so many people watching, he wouldn't pull the little butterfly out just yet. Dr. Tang Yi had promised Yuan confidentiality when he had previously treated the little butterfly. The little butterfly is a nationally protected species, and one of the most endangered butterflies in the world. Tang Yi assumed Yuan didn't want others to discover he was secretly raising a national butterfly, so he readily agreed. Xie Yuan turned around and caught Tang Yi's gaze on Yuan. His brows immediately furrowed. Why are you here? Xie Yuan calmly separated the two men and continued to shield Yuan behind him. Tang Yi was socially anxious and normally wouldn't go out easily. Xie Yuan's question made Tang Yi reluctantly turn his gaze away from Yuan. He casually replied, I'm here with Song Jun. Yuan's eyes lit up at that. Is Song Jun okay now? Before Yuan left with Xie Yuan, Song Jun was still lying in the hospital ward, his condition unclear. Tang Yi pointed to the boat and patiently said to Yuan, he's on it. You can go up and see him. Yes. Yuan agreed and eagerly boarded. Song Jun was standing there. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after not seeing him for so long, Yuan felt that Song Jun had grown colder. It wasn't his temperament or personality that had become colder, but rather the air around him seemed chilly. And then, Song Jun's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Yuan looked him up and down, noticing no signs of infection. He looked much the same as before, save for a slight weight loss. The two met and exchanged greetings. Yuan asked curiously, Song Jun, are you not infected? I see you're recovering well, just like before. Song Jun raised an eyebrow and showed him the bite wound. I am infected. Huh? Yuan was stunned. Are you infected? Why didn't I see it? Yuan had also been bitten. Although he didn't turn purple like a zombie and bite anyone he saw, he was clearly aware of his abnormality and his identity as a little zombie. Song Jun met Yuan's puzzled gaze and reached out, pointing his finger at a water cup placed on the boat. The next second, the water in the cup suddenly froze into ice. Yuan, shock! Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Song Jun manipulated the water, and the frozen water changed shape again, becoming sharp ice bars. The ice bars pierced the cup and fell to the ground. Yuan continued to be shocked. After Song Jun demonstrated his water manipulation, he explained to Yuan, after I was bitten, it could be considered an infection, but it could also be considered another kind of evolution. Dr. Tang examined me, and the virus in my body is mutated. Song Jun spouted a string of professional explanations, but the final conclusion was a single meaning. I haven't been turned into a zombie. I'm now a human with a bit of a specialness. Song Jun's specialness specifically refers to his ability, water manipulation. After Song Jun finished explaining, Xie Yuan, who had arrived at some point and had been listening for who knows how long, leaned against the cabin and asked calmly, "Are these dead fish and shrimp at sea related to you?" Although Song Jun had accidentally acquired some special abilities, he still immediately cowered in front of Xie Yuan. "Instructor Xie, a few days ago, a group of aquatic deformities arrived near the island. They tried to invade. I happened to be feeling better at the time, so I came out to drive them away." Song Jun still feels confused when he recalls the scene. These aquatic deformities were led by a large, hideous fish. They seemed possessed, and were determined to reach the island. The big fish in the lead was lucky. The rest of the fish and shrimp had turned belly up, yet this leader had somehow managed to escape. When Yuan and Xie Yuan heard him talk about the big fish, they both thought of a fish they had seen. Xie Yuan found paper and pen and made a quick sketch. He handed the sketch to Song Jun. "Is this the fish in the lead?" Song Jun examined it carefully and nodded in confirmation. "It is this one. It's very powerful, but its brain isn't very good." Yuan pursed his lips and exchanged glances with Xie Yuan. Both of them had a guess in their minds. This fish might be coming for him. Yuan struggled to recall, then muttered, "I don't remember ever having a grudge against fish. Why does it always seem to want to pick on me?" Yuan's name sounds like fish, and his father, and those close to him, like Selena, would call him little fish when they were trying to comfort him. He did like fish. Xie Yuan recalled the last time the giant fish nearly drowned Yuan, and a gloom crossed his eyes. "Don't be afraid." Xie Yuan raised his hand and rubbed Yuan's head, pushing down the alopecia. "Next time the fish dares to come, I slice it up like sashimi." Yuan imagined the giant fish. If it were sliced like sashimi, he would definitely vomit it out. With Xie Yuan around, Song Jun hesitated and asked, "Instructor Xie, do you want to return to the island first, or stay on the boat, and we go back together later?" Xie Yuan chose the former. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how effective Song Jun's acquired ability was. Dr. Tang Yi was responsible for monitoring Song Jun's health, and was therefore included in the accompanying list. This boat was responsible for cleaning the sea surface to prevent infected fish and shrimp deformities from rotting in the water, and affecting the water quality. While Xie Yuan and Song Jun were ahead, Tang Yi quietly called out to Yuan. "Yuan." "Huh?" Yuan paused, turning to look at Dr. Tang. As their eyes met, Yuan understood what Dr. Tang Yi meant. He slowly took out the little butterfly and said, "Little butterfly is fine, don't worry." Tang Yi remained concerned. "Give me the little butterfly, I check it out." Little butterfly had been in Dr. Tang Yi's care for a while, and Yuan was used to it. He handed the sleepy little butterfly over to Dr. Tang Yi and let him examine her. During the examination, Yuan suddenly asked, "Dr. Tang, Song Jun was injured by a zombie. Would he be mistaken for a zombie?" "Of course not." Tang Yi lowered his head while examining him, saying, "Song Jun hasn't been assimilated into a zombie. We already checked. He has no desire to feed on humans, nor does he need flesh and blood for energy like zombies. His physique is still human, but he has the added ability to control water." Hearing this, Yuan sensed the difference between him and Song Jun. Song Jun was human, he wasn't. He was a small zombie who only wanted to eat big heads. He and Sun Mo were the same kind. "Dr. Tang, that's the zombie everyone mentioned before. He has self-awareness, doesn't bite, and wants to find a base to protect humans and contribute to their well-being. Do you know what his current condition is?" Yuan asked nervously. He had decided that if Sun Mo could be accepted, he would be brave enough to reveal his identity to everyone. "You're talking about that zombie?" Tang Yi pondered for a few seconds before remembering something. His tone sounded somewhat nonchalant. He should be dead. He went to the human base, and was captured for research. During the research, he bit a researcher, and I heard the entire base erupted in riots. After the base was taken over by reinforcements, so many people died there that it's unclear if he was among them. Tang Yi's indifferent words chilled you into the bone. He remembered how resolute Sun Mo had been when he stammered about protecting humanity. But even such a sincere and genuine Sun Mo hadn't had a good ending. "Yuan, why are you asking that?" "Oh no, nothing." Yuan lowered his head in a disingenuous gesture. He reached out and touched the wings of his little butterfly, then softly asked Tang Yi, "Dr. Tang, if I became a zombie like him, would you dissect me?" Tang Yi didn't answer. After waiting for a long moment, just when Yuan thought he wouldn't answer, he replied calmly, "At least I won't." As for whether others wanted to perform autopsies, Tang Yi couldn't answer for them. Little butterfly opened her eyes, and rolled her eyes at the quack doctor who lingered. Rubbish doctor. So what if his elder brother was a zombie? Whoever dared to dig up his elder brother? They, the A-sequence mutants, would dig up their ancestral graves and feed them to the dogs. Time slipped by. Xie Qiyuan and Song Jun stayed outside for a long time, even sparring with each other. Song Jun wondered if his instructor, who had always crushed him, would be defeated now that he had superpowers. However, 2 hours passed. Song Jun was so frustrated he felt completely dejected. Instructor Xie, I was wrong. Instructor Xie could even defeat the renowned A-sequence mutant, yet he, with his limited abilities, was so foolish as to challenge Instructor Xie. Xie Qiyuan ignored him. Back inside the ship, Little Butterfly had been hidden away again. He nestled in Tang Yi's medical kit, which contained a smaller, airy box lined with cushions, making it very comfortable to lie in. On the way back, Yuan and Song Jun didn't talk much, but Tang Yi kept chatting with him. Song Jun looked from Yuan to Yuan, a sense of crisis rising within him. In fact, the first person he met after his recovery was Yuan. In the face of life and death, he could never forget how Yuan had insisted on taking him to find medicine. He couldn't let someone who treated him so well slip away. Instructor Xie, do you think Dr. Tang is interested in an? I never seen him so patient with anyone before. On our way here, he never spoke more than 3 sentences to me. Song Jun turned suspiciously and asked Xie Qiyuan. Xie Qiyuan had known Tang Yi for a long time and naturally knew his character. It had to be said that Tang Yi's attitude toward Yuan was a little unusual. But fortunately, Yuan's attitude toward Tang Yi was not unusual. The boat sailed for a long time. Several people got off, and Yuan and Xie Qiyuan each held a child. The 2 children were drowsy from the long journey. The people on the island breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Duo return. Qiyuan, after you put Duo back, come with me. Wanku appeared before them, looking uneasy. Yuan looked at them and listened carefully. Wanku glanced at Yuan, thought for a moment, and called him over, and then, come along too. You can also come and hear about the nutritional paste. Nutritional paste is the cub's rations, and it's very important to Yuan. He nodded hurriedly and followed Xie Qiyuan to take the children in his arms to rest. Before they even reached the room, the 2 little ones woke up. Brother, we don't want to sleep. Chong rubbed Yuan's cheek and whispered to him, Duo, and I want to come down and play. Yuan also felt it was not good for children to stay cooped up in their rooms all the time. Proper exercise was beneficial to their growth. So he put Chong on the ground and looked at Xie Qiyuan. Duo was afraid of people, but with Chong by his side, he dared to go down and play. The 2 children went to play hand in hand, while Yuan and Xie Qiyuan went to find Wanku. Before they reached the lab, they ran into Yin Feng. Yin Feng saw them and greeted them. I heard you've been leading the team on another mission these days, and you've done a great job. Xie Qiyuan looked at Yin Feng with admiration, generously praising him. Yin Feng calmly accepted the compliment and volunteered, thank you, instructor. If there's another mission in the future, I'd like to accompany you. Xie Qiyuan was pleased, you're willing to do that. My mission isn't suitable for you yet. Once you gain some experience, I'd take you with me. Yin Feng hummed. As soon as he left, Yuan started gossiping. Xie Qiyuan, are you and Yin Feng really brothers? Yes, I'm his brother. Xie Qiyuan casually said, any questions? Yuan thought about the quiet Yin Feng and said sincerely, I think his aura is a bit like yours. Their personalities just don't match. Yin Feng is very calm, while Xie Qiyuan appears cold, but in reality, he can often be quite ruthless. The 2 walked side by side, Xie Qiyuan slowly chatting away with them, chattering nonsense. Before they knew it, they were in the lab. In the lab, Wanku was working on something. The 2 of them didn't interrupt, quietly waiting for him to finish. After about 10 minutes, Wanku finished his work. He casually pulled up a chair and sat down, announcing to Xie Qiyuan, our first batch of nutrient paste is ready. Xie Qiyuan, hearing this, said without hesitation, then we can proceed with the deal with Qi Niao. Even before Wanku had even made a sample of the nutrient paste, the Qi Niao organization had already begun discussing a partnership. The Qi Niao organization had countless mutants, and they were desperately in need of the nutrient paste. A deal would be a good thing. However, Xie Qiyuan and Yuan both looked at Wanku. They sensed that Wanku seemed to be in a bad mood. Uncle Wan, is there something wrong with this batch of nutritional paste? A little. Wanku sighed and explained, I made a new type of nutritional paste. It can replenish the body's nutritional needs for mutants and is beneficial. But it's different from traditional nutritional pastes. It can't make mutants stronger like traditional ones. Chi-Yuan, I heard someone has the formula for traditional nutritional paste. As soon as Wonka finished speaking, Chi-Yuan realized, Uncle Yuan, do you want me to find this person? Do you have any information on them? Yes. Wonka handed him the prepared information. Yuan leaned over to take a look and was stunned. He knew the person listed in the information.